What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Friday, September 22nd, 2023. A very happy Friday to you and yours. The Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock, getting you set for what should be an awesome weekend of college and pro football. Hell, even some great high school football here around Central Texas with the Battle of the Lakes going on between Westlake and Lake Travis. We're talking all things football today. Jeff Howe of Horns 24/7 and, of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered. He will be joining us at 8:30 to talk a lot of Texas and Baylor. Our guy Lee Sterling from ParamountSports.com will jump on the show at 9:15 to give his weekly picks. That guy has been red hot both on this show with his free picks and with his money plays as well. So if you're looking to make some money this weekend, make sure you're tuned in at 9:15, plus a special anniversary in the world of sports that we not only have to talk about, but we get to talk about this morning. We are jam-packed and ready to roll. Bucky, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, BK. How are you doing, my friend?
It is Friday, and we've got a ton of great football coming up this weekend, so I am doing great.
Yeah, I'm excited about this weekend from high school through college to the NFL. And God, I don't want to be a Chicago Bear quarterback ever.
I don't want to be a Chicago Bear quarterback, a Chicago Bear fan, anything with the Chicago Bears.
The Bears still suck. Yep. They really, really do. No doubt about it. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day all over this wide world of sports and more. Thank you so very much for what you do for us. We do appreciate it, and we appreciate it each and every day. And be safe out there, and look out for the rain on Sunday.
You're still calling it.
Oh, yeah. I got a little twinge in me old back there, partner.
All right. Yeah. Rain on Sunday. The Buck has been pretty good with his recent weather forecasts, so we'll see if, in fact, he is correct. And Bucky, the way he operates as a weather guesser, he says he gets 72 hours either before or after the day he predicts the rain. So if it rains at all over the next 2 weeks, then the Buck will be
24 hours. 72 is too much. Come on. He gets 100 hours either way. No, I'll just take the 24. If you gave me 48, I think people would be very happy about that, would they not? 24 either way.
They'd be happy because it rained. I don't know if they'd be giving you credit for calling the weather.
Okay, I'll go 24 either way.
I know how you work. If it rains during the Kansas game next Saturday, you're going to be like, I told y'all it was going to rain.
Oh, no, it's good. It's coming.
Oh,
it's coming, yes.
Well, I hope you're right. Well, we got to start off the show with an annoyance, unfortunately. We're doing our 5,000 subscriber sweepstakes on this channel. If you haven't signed up for that, go sign up for that as soon as possible. The video can be found on our channel. All you have to do is be subscribed to Texas Sports Unfiltered and leave a comment, not on this video, although we would love your comments on this video, but on the 5K sub video. And if you do that, you're entered to win one of our great prizes that we're going to be giving away at some point next week. But unfortunately, there have been a couple of spam accounts that have been trying to get money out of our great viewers and listeners. But
scammers.
So, yep. This is unfortunate. I'm sorry if this has happened to you. We have reported all of these accounts to YouTube and marked them as spam. I've gotten a few emails, a few DMs, a few texts that people have been trying to copy us. And hey, what do they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Absolutely.
They also say stealing money is bullshit. So
yeah,
don't fall for anything. We say in the title, the giveaway is open through next Wednesday. So if you see any comments from somebody pretending to be Texas Sports Unfiltered, know that it's not us. And I say it in the description of the video because I had a hunch something like this was going to happen. Beware of scams. Beware of spams. Do not give out any personal information to anybody. That's not us. And you'll know it's us. And right now, you know it's not us because the giveaway is still open for another few days. So please be smart out there. Don't get got by some of the folks on the internet pretending to be Texas Sports Unfiltered. So, yeah, if that's happened to you, once again, I'm sorry if that's happened, but do Do not fall for it, please. And we will announce the real winners of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway next Thursday. So there you go.
I mean, people are not honest.
Hard
I
to
thought
believe.
that was only at the place I worked previous. But, I mean, I guess there's a lot of not so honest people out there, huh?
Yeah, well, on the internet, there's not a lot of honesty going on.
Wow.
People will do whatever they possibly can to take advantage of somebody else on the internet. And then, yeah, bots and scammers and spammers, I mean, they're real and they are out there. So, yeah, sucks that this is going on. Once again, we'll continue to monitor the comments on that video. And if we see any more of these fake accounts pop up, we will report them to YouTube and hide all of the comments. And we'll do what we can to make sure that this stuff doesn't happen again. But yeah, y'all be smart out there. There's only so much I can do. There's only so much we could do. You guys don't be giving out personal information. If somebody's asking you $100 to ship something to your place, know that I would never ask for that. That's ridiculous. Like, be smart out there. Don't get catfished like Manti Te'o.
Come on, Teo.
We don't need any of that stuff going on here with Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right. We've got a fun show today. A lot to get into. Buck, I just kind of want to open up with your thoughts, man. Like, what matchups this weekend? We'll talk plenty of Texas Baylor, of course, and preview that game. You'll get to hear from Steve Sarkisian. We've had a couple of Baylor insiders on this station throughout the course of the week. I've got some cuts from them ready to go. But for you, just the football weekend in general, it could be Texas Baylor, or it could be just one of the other matchups that really has your attention in either college football or the NFL. What are you going to be keeping an eye on the most over the next couple of days?
Well, I got to keep tabs on that Notre Dame, Ohio State at Notre Dame football game. That's a really important game all around. I mean, can the Fighting Irish find a way to take care of the Buckeyes? One of the very few times I'm going to be rooting for Notre Dame, but I will be rooting for Notre Dame this weekend. I'd like to see the Fighting Irish win that game. Their young coach, I'd like to see Notre Dame jump right back into the spotlight. And if they win that game, that they become a real live problem. They become a real live problem to everybody from that point on. And they've got some good games to play. They've got USC still to play. I think they have Clemson yet to play. So that Notre Dame team becomes real after this week if they can win that game. And then again, once again, Ohio State's real every year until lately they play Michigan. My sleeper team, that number 2 in the nation sleeper that I have. And Jim Harbaugh will be back. So it'll be interesting. That game's interesting to me. Florida State Clemson is interesting to me. Florida State just escaped Boston College last week. The Fighting Eagles should have won that game last week, but I'd like to see how Clemson bounces back. Clemson is still undefeated, correct? They haven't lost a game.
Clemson?
Yeah.
They got boat raced by Duke, remember?
Oh, that's right. The first game they lost. That's right. So this isn't, I said that Cade Klubnik will still be in the Heisman race. Well, he can bring it back right here, BK. If he has an outstanding game, this could knock Jordan Travis out of it, but this could bring Cade Klubnik right back into the thick of things if he has one of those type of games, where he's throwing for 300 yards, 2 or 3 touchdowns. He jumps right back in the race because Clemson, like, they only have Notre Dame. Now, they'll play either NC State or somebody like that in the ACC, but their main game will be that Notre Dame contest. So one loss doesn't knock you out, no. I don't believe. So they're still in the thick of things. Oregon, of course, at home against Colorado, the Buffs. We'll find out the depth of the Colorado Buffaloes this week playing against Oregon. Oregon's got plenty of depth, and they've got a pretty good team with Bo Nix. So we'll see how that works out. So there's a few games out there. Yeah. Of course, Texas, on the road at Baylor. The number 3 team in the nation, the Texas Longhorns, on the road with that march to a conference championship starts tomorrow evening. So this is a great weekend. It's a great weekend for college. There's some interesting NFL football out there and all this NFL news that's going around. These injuries are just piling up for everybody early in the season. And when you start getting them at practice, that really sucks.
Yeah. That's
it sucks anytime you get them. What's the difference? I mean, you get them at practice, you get them in the games. It all sucks when you're losing guys for a year.
Feels like it sucks more at practice, right? Because that's preventable. Some of the stuff that happens during
Yeah,
a
you can sit
game.
the guy on the side over there and tell him don't practice. That's what you
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah, it's 2 weeks in a row for the Cowboys in practice where one of their better players had gotten hurt. Last week it was Brandon Cooks. Now he's not out for the season, but he missed the game last week against the Jets, and not sure if he's going to play this weekend against Arizona. But the big one that you're talking about, Trayvon Diggs, the all-pro corner, tearing his ACL during a one-on-one drill in practice yesterday. I mean, look, I don't buy into the Cowboys anymore because they've let me down 10 too many times for me to feel like this year is ever our year. But God, the Cowboys looked really good over these first 2 weeks. And a lot of
Yes, they
folks were
did.
saying maybe this year is a little bit different than what's been going on around Dallas over the last couple of seasons. And then it's almost like you're back to reality moment yesterday with that Trayvon Diggs injury. That's a huge loss, man. He's one of the best corners in all of football, one of the best players on that super talented defense. That's a big time loss for Dallas and just a reality check for a lot of Cowboys fans. And we'll see if Dan Quinn and company can find a way to overcome it. But that was brutal.
Yeah, I mean, for Dan Quinn, this is where he shows his genius now because he's going to have to put one of those guys at cornerback that Dallas Cowboy fans were trying to get rid of or place as backups to the backup to the backup. But now somebody's going to have to come out front and play and be a starter on the other side. And, getting the guy from New England was a big deal. Now let's see how big that is right now. And he's not a young guy, but he's still a very good cornerback. So it's just a matter of what you do. We know the defense up front doesn't give you very much time to throw the ball anyway, but now this offense will have to step up. They've been doing well. Now they have to take it up one more notch for this defense. So it's going to be interesting how they handle this.
Yeah, look, they've got a pretty easy game. Nothing super easy in the NFL, but they're playing Arizona, who's the worst team in football. Dallas is a 12.5-point favorite on the road in the desert on Sunday. So the Diggs loss shouldn't affect him too much this week. The big game that every Cowboys fan is talking about is the Week 5 Sunday night game in San Francisco against the Niners, who looked really good last night in improving to 3-0. The Giants clearly have some issues. They're not very good when they're healthy, but they were really banged up going into last night, and San Francisco pulled away to win that one going away, and they covered the spread. Congrats to you and your cousins out there. If you had San Fran, if you were betting on the Giants, what the hell are you doing? Go seek some help. But, you feel like the Cowboys will be okay against some of the weaker teams they have the next couple of weeks. But then, games like the San Francisco game, and I think most Cowboys fans and most NFL people are just, the regular season's great, but cool, the Cowboys won 12 games in each of the last 2 regular seasons.
Yes, they have.
What are they going to do in the playoffs? For a lot of folks out there, myself included, all that matters is the postseason. So we'll see what happens when we get there. But yeah, tough loss for the Cowboys.
Absolutely, and of course the Giants play without Saquon Barkley, and teams are looking for running backs. Teams are looking for backups at wide receiver. There's a lot of things going on. Injuries to some really key guys early in the football season. We're only in week 2, and this is a long 17 games. This is a long football season in the NFL. Now I understand why, they have these off-season things where, they have a couple, let's get together, and then you don't see these guys for months on end. Now I understand 17 games is a long, long football season in any level of football, much less in the NFL. Plus you get out there and practice and do the things you have to do in order to stay, as fit and as well-maintained as you have to and the best, and to playing against the best there is. So it's just tough on the body. Things happen. You get a lot of non-contact injuries, and man, that's just I feel bad for the Cowboys. I feel bad for that kid. I mean, that's an all-pro guy that, he gives all. I mean, he's a turnover machine for you. He turns the ball over. He's not just a pass defender. He's a turnover guy. He brings you turnovers. So that's what's going to be interesting to see how they pick up the turnover slack of this guy, because he's good for about 7 or 8 turnovers a year where he just takes the ball the other way. So we'll see how that works for the Dallas Cowboys. And the rest of the NFL, they're going to be very, very, very cautious at practice. But you got to do one-on-ones. It's just one-on-one,
Yeah. I know.
You versus a wide receiver, you make a cut, your knee goes.
It happens, man. Yeah, the non-contact injuries, hell, it can happen when you're walking out of your car, walking into the building. It sucks. It sucks. The fact that it's happened a couple of weeks in a row in Dallas leads you to wonder if there is something weird happening at practice that doesn't need to be happening at practice. But odds are it's football, man. Like
Right.
injuries happen and wrong place, wrong time. And it's just unfortunate if you're a Cowboys fan. So Cowboys, Cardinals this Sunday, Texans taking on the Jaguars in Jacksonville. Those are your two NFL teams in the state of Texas.
You asked me about a college team. I'm interested to see how the Aggies handle Auburn at home. I mean, that's a big game in the SEC. It's a big game for Texas A&M fans. That'll be interesting to see how that game goes. Auburn, okay, but that's a home game for the Aggies that they should win this football game.
Yeah, A&M's an 8-point favorite right now, I think. Auburn's 3-0. They've played 2 cupcakes, and they played Cal, so you could argue they've played 3 cupcakes.
Right.
Their game against Cal was very close. I think it was like 14-10, just a weird, low-scoring, close game between those two teams. But yeah, Auburn is 3-0 right now. A&M obviously 2-1. They had that bad loss to Miami, sandwiched in between a couple of cupcake wins for them. This series for a long time, it was like the home team would never win. It was like the road team would always win. But the last couple of years, I think the home team has been able to hold serve. So, I think A&M's more talented right now. Auburn's obviously going through the coaching transition. I would lean A&M in this one. God, the Aggies getting 8 points against anybody in the SEC feels like a lot right now. But we'll see what this A&M defense is, man. Like, I think Connor Wegman's pretty damn good. And A&M's got some talent on the outside, like Evan Stewart, Aniyah Smith. Those guys can play. The A&M offense hasn't been that bad this season. I know they had a couple of costly turnovers against Miami, but the offense probably did enough to win that game in Coral Gables a couple of weeks ago. That defense, though, like they've only played one real team, and Tyler Van Dyke, who had all sorts of issues last year for the U.
He did.
I mean, he picked them apart in that game. So, Auburn, once again, I don't think they're that good. I don't think they're as talented as Miami. But if A&M's defense is going to be blowing coverages and missing tackles the way that they were a couple of weeks ago, then Auburn's got a chance to make that one pretty interesting at Kyle Field tomorrow.
Yeah, how do you feel about the Oregon game, Oregon-Colorado? I mean, this is a true test for Colorado. They've kind of, I didn't think they would win more than 3 or 4 games this season anyway. They've come through. They're battle tested, but are they truly battle tested against a powerful team? I mean, that Colorado State team was a lot better than I thought they would be, and it was a good football game last week. But this is a team in Oregon that's got depth. They've got strength. They're one of the leaders in the Pac-12, which the Pac-12 has some good football teams. We can say that about them right now.
It's the best conference in the country.
Yes. So this is the true test right here. Back-to-back weeks of true tests for Coach Prime and his group.
Well, I don't think last week was a true test. They turned it into a true test.
Yeah.
Now, give them credit. They were down for most of that game. They needed that 98-yard game-tying touchdown drive in the final couple of minutes to force overtime, and ultimately, they, of course, won that game in double overtime. But, I mean, they were huge favorites against Colorado State, and they could barely get by them at home. Now on the road at Eugene against a very, very talented Oregon team and an experienced quarterback who has always played well at home in spots like this. This kind of feels like the time where Colorado's party comes to a screeching halt. Now, I would not bet against Colorado. Like Oregon's 3 touchdown favorites. Could this turn into a rout because Colorado's defense has some issues, and without Travis Hunter, they've got more issues? Yes, but I'm not touching this game. Like I think Oregon's going to win. But that's too many points against Coach Prime right now. And Dan Lanning, the coach at Oregon, was one of those teams ripping on Deion and ripping more so on Colorado than Deion in the offseason. And when Colorado announced the move to the Big 12, Dan Lanning's like, I don't really remember the last time they did anything of importance in the Pac-12, so we're not going to miss them at all.
Yeah, that group doesn't need much to rally around.
Yeah, Deion, he's like Michael Jordan in The Last Dance, right? I took that personal. That's how he goes. So, Deion's a great motivator, maybe the best motivator in college football right now.
But he can't motivate too deep. He can't motivate the second string guy to be the first string guy right now.
Yeah, so I'll pick Oregon to win that one, but I don't think I can bet against Colorado with all of those points. But, man, it's such a great football weekend. We've got 6 ranked versus ranked matchups in college football tomorrow after having none last week. Now, last week still gave us some entertaining games. Fortunately, we were kind of a part of one of those in Austin, but you talked about the Florida State BC game. Georgia was down at halftime, a few other fun ones too. But this week, like this is one of those, if your wife tells you have something you need to do tomorrow, you get a divorce. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of those, like, you're staying on the couch or you're going to your favorite sports bar, watering hole, whatever. You're getting your old stat beer and you are just glued to your television set. Hopefully you've called AV consultations to where you have multiple television sets. But this is one of those Saturdays. There's like one or two a year. I mean, everybody hearing the sound of my voice and watching my mug right now, we're all about football. We want to watch college football every single Saturday, regardless of what the slate looks like. But there are a couple of Saturdays every year, Buck, where it's like you don't want to have to do anything because they're that damn good.
Yeah, I mean, and for me, like you said, AB consultations, I'm going to be laid up until we have our pregame show over at Covert's. I mean, so I'm not quite to the point of, I talk about getting ready to get some gardening done, but if that hits in the 90s still, I'm up on the couch. You know, I have issues. I can't be out there in the sun right now messing around. Can't do it. Nope. Can't have that. So I'm not quite there to be doing that stuff. But I'll tell you what, it's a great day. I've got my couch over here. I've got my relax the back chair. If I've got to go over to the corner over there and sit and watch on my 85-inch screen, AB Consultations TV and Sonos system over there, I'll do just that. I won't have any problems. I'll take a couple little 12-pound weights and do a couple little curls. You know, say I got to get my workout in. Oh. I can sit in the relax the back chair and do the same thing.
That's when you know you're old. You're old. We have one of those little foot pedals too to make sure you get your blood flow through your legs.
Get your steps in. I will not go that route. I'm going to tell you, I will, unless if the good Lord decides to take these feet, these legs, these ankles, and these thighs, I will always be able to go walk somewhere. I will never ever. Well, I mean, either treadmill or out there in the streets. I'll never get one of those little pedal things that you stick there by the couch and you get your steps in. No, BK, we won't go there. Certain things I won't do.
I don't know. I hear that you're lifting weights while sitting down. That's an
relax
old
the back chair. Look at this thing's so firm. This chair is so wonderful. I can get them in there, you know, getting ready for next summer and the beach for next summer 2024. How's that sound? Yeah.
I feel like you're going to get sore just from curling your arms. I don't think you need weights to hurt yourself, man.
Yeah. And by the way, thanks to our new listeners to our channel too. Yeah. You know, I got myself a new doctor yesterday. Met Dr. Bennett yesterday. Went to him, did some follow-up stuff. He's been listening. He was listening to you and I for a long time too when you were with us at that station. But he's now joined the YouTube channel. You know, he's excited about listening to us this morning and listening to all the programs that we have. And to the new subscribers after 5,000, we continue to move upward. We're just moving right along, folks.
Moving on up like the Jeffersons. Yeah,
absolutely.
Appreciate the love and support that we've gotten. Tom McKay's texting in of audio-visual consultations. Says hockey training camp opened yesterday, 3 weeks until the season starts. Football has to load up early before the real sports begin.
Oh, the hockey guy. That's right.
Come on now. I'm a hockey guy myself, but
yeah, you're a pretend hockey guy. That's great.
Well, I'm a
hockey player. I'm a hockey player.
What?
That's right. I played hockey in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, up at the Rose Garden where we froze the ice on figure skates. I've never been on hockey skates in my life. I can't do it. I can't skate on a hockey skate, the straight blade like that. I need the little teeth to turn and stop. And that's when I do my triple Lutz, double loop, triple toe. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't, because I'm straight. But what? Okay, you can't call yourself a hockey player and say that you played hockey wearing figure skates, dude.
You can afford hockey skates back there in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. You know how a pair of hockey skates cost? They're very expensive.
I knew that. I didn't realize figure skates were that much cheaper. I figured those were also super expensive.
Huh. They're cheaper, but there's nothing like getting hit with a hockey puck on a pair of figure skates, boy. You're talking about bring you down to your knees. You're talking about, wow, no pad, no nothing. That puck hit that ankle area, you go down. You're talking about taking your feet right out from under you. Yes, I got to Boston College and I went down to the hockey rink there, which BC has pretty good hockey, obviously. Boston College, the Bean Pod, BU, Northeastern that way.
Yeah.
Habit. You know, I've got on the ice there and tried to put on hockey skates, dude. I slammed into the board. You're talking about not being able to stop, trying to go sideways and swish it up. No chance. No chance.
Hockey.
But when it comes to figure skates, I'll get out there with you, Tom McKay, on some figure skates and go.
Yeah, I don't think Tom McKay has any interest in figure skating with you, Buck.
Really? No, come on.
Yeah.
Out in the park, me and Tom McKay, figure skates, no.
What park? Where can you figure skate here in Austin?
We'll find some, we'll freeze a park that they play hoops in. We'll throw some water down there and freeze it, turn it into ice. And I'll tell you when, because I'll let you know when winter comes. Not like you on the 21st of December. I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, you're telling us we're going to have pond hockey this year here in Austin?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, my God. I would cry. I would cry.
You would definitely cry. You would not want that, man.
Oh, man. That is hilarious. One more from Tom McKay. By the way, the text line, 512-222-9328. That's 222-9328. Make sure you text into the show if you're listening on the app, or, hey, if you're watching on YouTube and you want to get involved in any form or fashion, hit us up on that text line. He says, I'm laughing so hard I nearly peed myself. You couldn't skate to save your old ass. You are an old cripple.
That is not nice.
Oh, my God. All right. So Jeff's joining us in about 4 minutes. So we won't get into Texas Baylor yet. We'll talk to Jeff, and then we'll get into that once we're done speaking with Jeff. But somebody asked about the Alabama Ole Miss game. And we have not talked about that. That's one of those 6 ranked versus ranked matchups that we've got on the slate tomorrow. Alabama coming off of a very disappointing win at South Florida last week in a game they had to play 2 different starting quarterbacks. And then after the game, Nick Saban said, yeah, no, we're going back to Jalen Milroe, who, of course, played against Texas, but did not play last week against USF. Milroe's back in under center for the Crimson Tide. They're back at home taking on an Ole Miss team that's undefeated right now. Ole Miss had a pretty impressive win against Tulane, although Tulane's quarterback was hurt in that one. Ole Miss beat up on Georgia Tech last weekend. I don't know if that's a very good win because Georgia Tech has been awful, it feels like, for the last 10, 15 years. But Ole Miss, 3-0, number 15 in the country, at number 13, Alabama. The Crimson Tide, a 6.5-point favorite. Like, it's such a weird spot that I'm in, and I think a lot of other Texas fans are in too, because I think most college football fans are like programmed to hate Alabama, right? And to root against Alabama whenever you get the chance to.
I like to root against Lane Kiffin. That's who I like to root against too.
Yeah, well, that for Texas,
can be a clown.
We want that. We want that win in Tuscaloosa to look as impressive as possible. Now, we know the deal. Texas runs the table. They're making the playoff. It doesn't matter what Alabama does.
It does not.
Texas loses a game. They're making the playoff. It doesn't matter what Alabama does. But still, like, you want that win in Tuscaloosa and what you were able to pull off a couple of weeks ago now to look as impressive as possible. So it's like I'm almost rooting for Alabama in this game.
Sure. I mean, I'm rooting against Lane Kiffin. I don't want Mississippi to all of a sudden start to wake up, that program to wake up as Texas starts to move into the SEC. I want them to be down and stay down. He's been okay with them, but they haven't been great. But they have the ability to beat Alabama, but I don't think it's this weekend. I think the kid gets back to quarterback and has a great weekend. I think Alabama football has a great weekend, and that's good for Texas. So I'm looking forward to Alabama. I don't know if they're going to crush. I don't know if Alabama can crush anybody right now.
Yeah, with that offense.
I know one thing. They couldn't crush Texas State because Baylor couldn't crush them.
Okay.
Right?
That is an absurd comparison there.
Come on, that's right.
You're saying because Baylor couldn't beat Texas State, that Alabama couldn't beat Texas State? How do you get there?
No, there's no way. Come on.
God.
You've got to be – I'm as high as I can be on Texas State. The Bobcats are for real.
You're high on something right now.
As soon as we get that series going on, it's going to be best for both programs to get that done.
Oh, my God.
As Texas moves to the SEC, put the Bobcats on the schedule. You know what? Forget it. Screw it. Home and away. That's right. Home and away.
You want to go to the Square?
Why not? Come on.
Man, I do love the Square.
Green Hall. Let's go.
That is hilarious, man. Oh, my God. Yeah, Texas State.
You want Baylor? You want to play Baylor every year?
Not every year. No. I said it yesterday. I want to rotate Baylor, Texas Tech, TCU. Play one of those 3 every year and then rotate them. That's what I'm looking for. Most Texas fans think I'm crazy. Most Texas fans are like you. Nah, the hell with Baylor. We don't need to play those fools anymore.
Bye and goodbye. Good riddance.
To hell with your Mark U. We don't need to play those jabronis anymore.
No, ever. Never.
That's how most people are feeling right now. But I don't know. I think Bama wins this one. They're not going to lose back-to-back home games under Nick Saban, right? Like it's such a big deal that they lost one of those this year. I mean, they're not going to lose 2 straight in Tuscaloosa with that guy as their head coach.
No, that's not happening.
You're telling me Steve Sarkisian became the first Saban assistant in decades to beat Nick Saban in his home stadium.
Right.
And you're telling me Lane Kiffin's about to do that again? Like it's going to happen back-to-back?
Not Joey Freshwater. No, that's not going to happen.
Joey Freshwater.
No.
Love that guy.
He is out of Del Boca Vista now, so he is not going to go to Tuscaloosa and get that done.
Oh, man. All right. Before we bring Jeff Howe onto the program, let's give some love to some of our other great sponsors. Bucky, you talked about Relax the Back a little bit earlier, but we'll give them some more pub. They've got the goods, and they're also giving away a really nice pillow as a part of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway.
Love it. The Techno Gel pillow is a pillow that really it works to the contours of your neck, your shoulders, and part of your back. And it's one of those gel pillows that keeps you cool at night. You know, when you get that little sweat on, when you start thinking about that big bet you're going to make the next day, and you start to get a little sweat on, this is the pillow that's going to cool you down. It's a $200 pillow we're giving away. That's a part of our giveaway for our 5,000 subscriber. But Relax the Back, it is the place that I needed to have. I'm so thankful I found them years and years ago after I had thoracic back reconstruction. And the relaxation that I get from Relax the Back is phenomenal. My back couldn't be happier. Their motto is to live wellness. And folks, you can find out about the gravity recliners that they have, the stand-up desks that they have, Tempur-Pedic mattresses that they've got, and they've got those human scale office chairs, desks, and I have all the accessories that you need. This pillow is just an accessory, but it's a great accessory. I couldn't be happier with the chair that I'm in right now, BK. It is fabulous, and it gives me and I'm going to move it out from behind this desk. When I'm watching college football tomorrow, from 11 o'clock on until it's time to do the pregame show, I'm bringing the chair out from behind the desk, bringing it over there to sit right in front of that AB Consultations beautiful TV and just chill with my weights. That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, Relax the Back has 2 locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from the Whole Foods in Austin, at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Hey, guess what time it is, Buck?
Oh, you didn't have that yesterday. You're a little down. You didn't have your Olipop with you.
I was a little cranky yesterday because I didn't have the Olipop. I knew something was wrong. I knew I was missing something when we started the show yesterday. But now we're set. We're ready to roll with Olipop, the best soda that's out there, and a soda that is actually good for you. You're getting 9 grams of fiber with every single can of Olipop, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can as well. Tons of great flavors. I got the root beer. They've got the classic soda flavors like root beer, cola, lemon, lime, cherry cola, grape. They've got it all, plus a couple of other unique flavors as well. This stuff is awesome. Seriously, I'd given up on soda. I had sworn off soda for years because of how bad it is for you. Well, Olipop, they found a way to make a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. Not only is it not bad for you, it's actually good for you. You get digestive health benefits with every single can of Olipop. Just want everyone to know that I actually do drink this stuff, and it's not just random product placement going on here.
Just opening up the top and just sitting to the side.
Nah, dude, this thing will be gone by the end of the show at 10 o'clock. So get you some Olipop at Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, Costco, H-E-B, wherever you go to buy your groceries, you can find Olipop. All right. Every Friday at 8:30, we bring on one of our favorites, one of the great members that we have here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, and a phenomenal writer over at Horns 24/7, and a guy who celebrated his birthday yesterday, the great Jeff Howe. Jeff, good morning. Happy belated, my friend.
Thank you, BK. Always good to join the program.
You know what? Happy birthday, man.
Thanks, Buck.
You're a young guy, 27, 28?
Yeah, for the 12th time.
Wow.
My brother, I want to thank him for sending me a text yesterday that said, "Congrats on being a man. Finally, you're 40," with the creepiest Photoshop picture of my face on Mike Gundy's body I've ever seen. So that thing is gonna haunt my nightmares. So I appreciate it.
Oh, I kind of want you to send me that so I can screen share it to all of our viewers out there.
Yeah, I'll send you that here in a little bit. If I can send you a picture of my dog's 3-pound tumor, I'll send you a picture of
oh, beautiful.
of me superimposed on Mike Gundy.
That's awesome. Yeah, today is actually the anniversary of that Mike Gundy rant. So
wow.
We're going to play that a little bit later. And hell, we might see that and hear that a few different times on this channel today. Because for my money, Jeff, and I'd love to get your thoughts on this before we dive into Texas Baylor. For me personally, that is the best coaching press conference rant of all time. Hell, I'll say coaches and players. Like, to me, the best sports press conference rant of all time is the Mike Gundy one, in part because of I was a radio producer, obviously, for a long time. And there's like 15 drops that I got and played religiously from that Gundy rant. So it holds a special place in my heart. But for my money, that's number one.
I like the short and sweetness of Dennis Green, because I was watching that Monday night game like while it was happening, like in the moment when the Bears are who he thought they were. So that's Dennis Green's probably number one. Gundy's up there, but if I got to go with one, I'm going with Dennis Green. Monday Night Football.
Yeah, they're both classics. They really are.
Two good choices there. All right, Jeff. So let's dive into this game tomorrow. You guys at 24/7 have been all over it. You know, I'm going to start with this. You asked a phenomenal question during Sark Zoom yesterday about the wide receiver rotation, right? You asked about Nayor, but then you kind of turned it into hey, would you like to get some of the other wide receivers on the field a little bit more? Your thoughts on what Sark had to say about that? And do you think we get more of a rotation at wide receiver tomorrow, or is it just going to be more of the same?
No, I mean, this is par for the course for kind of who Sark has been since he got back to college football after that 2-year stint in the NFL. I mean, you go look at Bama, the 2 years he was at Alabama, the receiver rotation was really, really small. We saw it be that way, his first couple of years at Texas, and just didn't play a ton of guys. Now, we know last year a lot of that was just due to you didn't have bodies. Casey Kane was playing a lot more last year because you just didn't have anybody. Jatavian Sanders, for all intents and purposes, was your number 3 receiver, and you had 2 of the best backs in the country, so there was no reason for you to, waste downs. I always say when you've got the decision, if you want to be, it seems like in college football now, you're either predominantly like an 11 personnel offense or 12 personnel offense, and to me, the decision between the 3rd wide receiver or the 2nd tight end is okay. What's going to cause more conflict to a defense? So like if you were Texas last year, would Casey Kane cause more conflict to a defense or Gunnar Helm? Well, at that point, it's kind of a toss-up, right? So you basically just double down on your strength, saying, okay, we got maybe the best backfield in college football. Let's just line up a 12 personnel and run the football. Now you're going to be more of an 11 personnel offense. I do like the versatility Sark has now, but it all comes back to BK, the fact that his receiver rotations, the top, really for Sark, the top 3 guys at the receiver position gobble up. And I've crunched the numbers. I think it's between 85 and 90% of the targets throughout the year. So I do think as we go forward in this, I think you will maybe see a little bit more of Jonte Cook and Isaiah Nayor are really the 2 guys that come to mind. And Nayor's deal is a little bit different because, that injury rehab, I mean, that's no joke. And come a guy, a vertical speed guy coming back from an ACL tear, when does he get comfortable enough to just go cut it loose? I think that's a big deal. So, you hear Sark talk about, safety rotation, for example, and he says, well, we just want to play a bunch of guys, but then it's really smaller receiver. I think that's par for the course. I don't think that's a knock on those other guys. I just think Sark doesn't like having a big receiver rotation. And the fact that now with the clock rules in college football, you're getting fewer plays, so there's just fewer opportunities to do it. There's less incentive for him to do it now.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I know you get into a rotation, and your rotation is you got 3 guys, and I don't rotate anybody. If somebody needs a breather, they'll come in for 2 plays, and then they're going out. They don't stay for the whole series. As soon as my guy catches his breath, he's back in the game of the top 3. But we heard that Nayor was in fine physical shape. I mean, he's on that same trajectory as Michael Gallup is for the Dallas Cowboys with me. Is that knee, does he have that kind of explosion that he had originally, which, this kid's just coming off of this thing. So I'm going to say, as much as they want to tell you during the course of summer practices, yeah, he's as quick, he's ready to go, but he's really, really not, when it comes to game speed. He's okay at practices and making some maneuvers and things. But when you get into a game, your trust level for a guy like that turns different when you have another guy that's 100% healthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This guy hardly has been in the games.
It's interesting too, Buck. There's a couple of ways to look at this. I think for one, Sark has to look at the long game, because look at that receiver group right now, right? Think about what it's going to look like in 2024. Jordan Whittington doesn't have any eligibility left. So whatever happens with Jay Witt this year, this is it. We all expect Xavier Worthy to go pro. And if AD Mitchell goes pro, now you're kind of reloading there with your top three guys. So, you'd like Nair to stick around. I don't have any reason to believe Jonte Cook won't. But, man, in this day and age of the portal where tampering is running rampant, you never know. So, if I'm Sark, I've got to be cognizant of that. And it's really, I hear all this stuff that, well, Sark's going to play the best guys. That's what he said. Right. But you look everywhere else, they rotate pretty much every position with the exception of offensive line and wide receiver. Quarterback's a different deal. I hope you're not rotating quarterbacks, but you're rotating every position except your offensive line right now. And again, with Cole Hudson's injury, now you have no incentive to rotate on the offensive line, and you don't rotate a receiver. So, Sark does. They do like rotating bodies on defense, but they're just at this point I'll believe it when I see it that they're going to do it on those positions.
It's not like they're all on the same page the first three, as a matter of fact. And they haven't been consistent enough catching the ball to sit them on the bench, bring them back in, and they drop another one. I mean, the consistency is not there with the three guys that they have. I mean, Xavier Worthy is that guy. He's your big play guy, period, on your football team. So you got to have him in most of the time. But the other two positions, and tight end, when the defensive tackle is getting more catches than your alleged All-American tight end, cut me a break.
You're not letting that go, are you?
No, I'm not letting that go. That's the silliest thing I've ever seen. And I'm not saying that screws you up. That's, hey, a score is a score. I don't care who catches the touchdown. But, dude, when they're out in the middle of the field and that guy's in the game, you need to start finding ways to get him the ball. And you can't say, oh, they're doing something new on defense to take him away. They're not taking that guy away from you. You're taking that guy away from you. Nobody else is taking him away.
My thing with the passing game against Wyoming, I actually do agree with Sark on his criticism of it, because I felt this way watching it in the moment. Like, everybody's to blame for how it looked against Wyoming. Like, if the receivers were getting open, Quinn was off target. If the ball was there, they're dropping it. Or, the two times they tried to throw it to JT Sanders down at fringe red zone area, those play calls left a lot to be desired. So everybody took turns screwing it up last week. After your pass game looked really competent, really good against Alabama, everybody took turns screwing it up last week against Wyoming. When you start looking at Baylor, incentive feels like a word I'm using a lot today. You look at Baylor's numbers defending the pass, you're like, oh man, they're a top 20 pass defense. But this is where the raw numbers can fool you. Go look at Baylor's numbers against the run. Teams haven't had an incentive to throw the football against Baylor because they can't stop a nosebleed in terms of stopping the run. So, can you test Baylor? Yeah, but man, if I'm Sark, this is a week where I think you can get back to your roots of, hey, they're not very good stopping the run. We know they're not very good stopping the run. I need to get this offensive line and this running game going. Let's just see if we can come out and just pound the rock right at them, beat them into submission early, and then just kind of run our offense for the last three quarters.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of following up on that, Jeff. Do you think that will be the game plan? Because, look, Texas is 3-0, right? And it's the first time they've been 3-0 since 2012. So I don't want to make it sound like I'm complaining too much, but this offense, especially early on in games, has left a lot to be desired, especially in the games against Rice and Wyoming. It feels like Texas has opened up trying to throw to set up the run early on this season. Do you think maybe they flipped the script because of Baylor's ineptitude at stopping the run?
I would, just because the thing I worry about with Baylor is the kind of pressure packages. Let me look. Sark even said it yesterday. They can change coordinators all they want. This is Dave Aranda's defense, and they've seen this Texas offensive line struggle at times with delayed blitzes or kind of, muddied fronts where you can really screw up, pass blocking assignments and who's passing who off and who's picking what up. And then you've got different pressures that you can bring. So if I'm Sark, I try to say, you know what, you can do all that if you want to, but we're just going to pound the football right at you. The challenge there is, Baylor, when their defense is healthy, their most experienced part of their defense is their defensive line. I mean, you'll see names, TJ Franklin, Gabe Hall. I mean, those guys seem like they were there during the Briles era. It seems like those guys have been there for a minute. But other than that, Matt Jones is a pretty solid linebacker in the Big 12. But man, if I'm Sark, especially considering you got a guy in DJ Campbell, who I think we can all agree, DJ Campbell's really talented. And I think by the time he's done here, he's going to be really good. But right now, a much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker. Mm-hmm. So, the throw to set up the run, BK, I think that's more of, it can serve that purpose, but I think that's more of get Quinn in a rhythm early, get him some confidence. I think this week I work on getting DJ Campbell some confidence, just because you don't have the Cole Hudson safety net anymore. I mean, and if you're rotating somebody in there, now you're bringing in Nato Meazulu, who has less experience than Campbell, and you're looking at shuffling some pieces around. So I think it serves you better to try to see if you can just pound the football at Baylor. And, Jatavian Sanders, man, he's a willing blocker. So, Buck, I know that's not an ideal way to get your receiving tight end involved in the game plan, but at least, as your move guy, you run a lot of split zone to get him involved, or is blocking back against the formation. Man, just as long as he's involved in the offense early on, I think he'll still stay engaged and you'll be all right. So I just think running the football all the way around, BK, is just a better option for you to start this game.
Well, I agree with you when it comes to him being engaged, because in the fourth quarter, he's not engaged. If you're not trying to get him the ball, or even in run blocking and going to his side where he's one of the focal points over there. It's just like human nature as a player. Coach, you're not getting me involved at all. You don't even run the ball where I'm going. You run it away from me, and hell, you don't throw it to me. No, so what do you want me to do? You want me to be there for you in the fourth quarter? I mean, when you talk about a guy and all this praise you hype upon these guys, like he did with Jordan Whittington when he first got there, and then because of injury and that, and now Jordan Whittington gets the ball, but now lately he hasn't. He's been dropping a few balls, but you got to use the guys that you talk about that you love. You have to use those guys. Yeah, they hear it. They know that you're out there in the media talking about how much you care about them. They've got great hands. They make great catches. Well, in games, show them that love. Let them understand they're a big part of it. And I think Sanders, when he's not involved early, is not engaged late in football games. It's just kind of human nature to me. But running the ball against that group, I don't care if they put up 8-9 man fronts. They can go ahead. But if they get caught where they're out of position, Jeff, as you say, and they've got problems once you get past the line of scrimmage. They got linebackers, but you can gut them. If they're trying to overexert themselves by putting pressure on you in the run game, they better be in their right lanes. Because Jonathan Brooks, who I think is fantastic, will hurt them. And the quick screens and the balls that are just flare outs to the running backs, that will screw you up. You'll start to play some base defense and just hold on to the fort there. And now you can throw the ball because there won't be that much pressure on your quarterback. Because I don't think they can hold up to either run or pass. Yeah. I just don't. But I think you have to get after them early with the run. Show that you're ready to run the ball in the first quarter like you've been ready over the last two games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. To me, the name of the game on offense in college football right now is how quickly can you get the opposing defense out of a too high safety shell?
Yes.
Because when you're in a too high, you can do a lot more with your coverages. That means you trust your front against the run. Man, if you're going one high, now that means you're dropping an extra defender into the box to account for the run. But what else does that mean? Now you got one-on-one with your receivers on the outside, because there's only you can only do so much. If you got single high safety, there's only so much you can do from a coverage standpoint, and it's much easier to exploit. So I think part of the way you do that is pounding the football. And I'll say this, I see, I like following the comments while we're doing this, because people talking about this offense being dead last. Well, I think you look at some of the analytics, like Texas is last in the country. Now, Texas should never be last in the country in any statistic offensively, but they're last in the country in offensive efficiency. That speaks directly to the inconsistency with this offense, because how do you measure offensive success rate in college football? It's not efficiency, it's success rate. How do you measure success rate? How are you staying on schedule? In other words, does it look like, are you getting X number of yards to the first down, on second down, on third down? Well, last year, your success rate was high because Bijan and Roschon could get you back on schedule if you were off schedule. And more often than not, those guys were keeping you on schedule. But go look at how just ineffective and, just not good, quite frankly, Texas has been on first down. a lot of times. You go back and look at some of these games. Like I think in the Rice game, their to-go distance on third down was almost 10 yards. I mean, thank goodness you're playing Rice, because you're not going to beat anybody worth their salt if you're in 3rd and 10 all day.
Well, if you continue to throw the ball on first down and get nothing out of it and throw 3 straight downs and not move the ball forward whatsoever, and your quarterback's not quite loosened up or whatever it is with your receivers, that can be a problem. That's why you have to test them in the run game. I don't care if it doesn't necessarily have to be on first down, but you have second down also to still run the football for 6-7 yards the way these guys run.
I think the big challenge for Sark is, and as we get into conference, this is these defensive coordinators and defensive minded coaches that now he's seen for multiple times now. It's Dave Aranda this week, and 2 weeks is going to be Brent Venables. Those guys have studied Sark. They've now called games against Sark, and Dave Aranda did it back when he was at LSU and Sark was at Alabama. The challenge now for Sark is those guys understand your tendencies. Can you break tendency and still keep this offense successful? That's harder to do when you're just as erratic as this offense has been. So I just think this is a good week to get back. You're going to have to break tendency. I don't, maybe not against Baylor, but there are going to be games, probably the Oklahoma game in 2 weeks, and there will be games on the schedule where you'll have to break tendency and do things to move the ball and win football games. But I think this is a good week just to get back to, and I think, guys, what this all amounts to is I think there's one question that we have to ask, and I don't think anybody has a definitive answer. What is the identity of this offense right now? Yeah. Like what do they hang their hat on? I don't know what it is yet, and I don't even know that Sark knows what it is yet. Maybe it is Quinn Ewers in this passing game, but you know what? Maybe it's Jonathan Brooks. I don't know, but I think this is a good week to figure out if your identity, because Sark at the end of the day wants to be over an offense, and he says it ad nauseum now, that can run the football when the other team knows you want to run the football, when you have to run the football. I think this is a good week to really figure out kind of what your identity is. And if it's Jonathan Brooks, if it's running the football, I think Baylor's a really good opponent to try to test that theory.
Yeah, and guys, I think what he does now in the fourth quarter, his team is so physically fit, so athletic, that when other teams are starting to wear down in the fourth quarter, they know they're going to run, but they can't stop it.
Yeah.
I think Texas, I think whoever's, strength and conditioning coach has done such a fine job through a really, really tough summer for teams all over this country. But for Texas in particular, that offensive line and that defensive line have come to play in the fourth quarter so far that we've seen. And so I think teams, when it's time to start running it down their throat, whether it's the middle, the beginning of the fourth quarter, or you have to run the clock out with a couple first downs, I think this team physically is just that much better than the teams that they've played against, and that including Alabama. They just have been more physical and more ready to play and run the ball. You just got to get to that point in the beginning of the game where you say, we're going to do it to you in the first quarter. We don't have to wait till you get tired. We want you when you're fresh. We're going to shove this ball down your ass when you're fresh, not when you're tired. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't. You lost me there at the end.
I'm sorry. I lost you there, but you want to shove it down your throat when you're fresh. How's that?
Not much better.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's a little bit better.
Okay.
No, but here's the thing too. When you Buck, that's that BK and I think we both gave each other the same the same look right there.
Take that deep breath, yes.
On that deal, yeah. But no, when you're talking about what the strength of this team, and you're talking about the talent level, Buck, there's no question. Like Texas, pretty much the rest of the way, their starting 22 is going to be better than the other team starting 22. Here's the difference, though, and when we did this, I think last week for our staff roundtable on the site, and the question was, what gives you confidence Texas can take this win over Alabama and spin it forward and have the kind of season that we all think they can have? And we all gave different answers, but I think my guy Jordan Scruggs, our recruiting reporter, hit it on the head. He said, "Man, it's depth." And I started looking at it like, man, when's the last time we saw a Texas team that had this kind of depth? And I mean talented depth, where the drop off between the first guys and the second guys within multiple position groups, sometimes you don't really notice who's on the field. Like I think you're that way at safety right now. Like for the most part, like whatever combination you're running back there, like you don't feel like, oh my gosh, that guy's really out of place. And defensive line is the same thing. And there's a couple other position groups like that on the team. I think that's part of it too, Bucky. I think, and this goes back to rotating guys in, and I think you'll see that again tomorrow, especially on defense. the more you rotate guys in, the fresher you can keep your frontline guys in the fourth quarter. I think Sark is willing to, and I think that's another thing we need to look at too. He's willing to sacrifice maybe some continuity throughout the game to make sure, hey, I want to make sure my best 22 guys are ready to go during the fourth quarter. I don't want any excuses why guys can't finish the job in the fourth quarter. And I think that a lot of that goes back to depth. But to your point, Buck, that goes back to Torrey Becton and the strength program and the way this staff is recruited and develop players that you have enough trust in your guys to rotate guys in, keep some guys fresh, make sure they're ready for the fourth quarter. And no, I can't think of anybody else in the Big 12, especially Baylor right now, that has that kind of depth that can match Texas from a depth standpoint. And quite frankly, guys, if we're being honest, there aren't that many teams in the country, I don't think, right now that can match Texas from a depth standpoint.
No, I'm with you. Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7 and Texas Sports Unfiltered, joining us for a few more minutes here on Bucky and BK. By the way, Jeff will be on this afternoon with Trey from 3 to 5, so you'll get a double dose of Jeff here on Texas.
Good luck.
Well, Doc, Trey, and I, Buck, will probably be talking about where you want to stick footballs this weekend.
Okay. He'll tell you about insertion there for sure.
God, gross. I'm changing the subject. Last week, Jeff, you said, look, I don't know how Wyoming's going to score against this Texas defense. Well, outside of that 62-yard touchdown run on the first drive of the game, they really couldn't. I know they had that 10-minute drive that turned into a field goal, but the Texas defense bowed up, and anytime you give up 10 points in a game, you're going to win in college football here in 2023. What about Baylor, man? I mean, this offense has been rough, and it's gotten worse since Blake Shapen got hurt. Dominic Richardson, their best running back, is probably not going to play tomorrow. I mean, what is Baylor going to even try to do against this Texas defense? And is there anything that they can do that scares you tomorrow?
There's nothing Sawyer Robertson has shown me through the few games I've watched him. And I'm probably one of the few guys that watched that second half of that Baylor-Texas State game in its entirety. Man, and Bucky, we talked about it. I think all three of us talked about it coming off of that weekend, that first weekend of games. It's not like Texas State beat Baylor with smoke and mirrors. Like, they just straight up beat Baylor. And, it felt like you could tell, okay, Baylor loses to Texas State. They're kind of last gasp. They're going to throw everything they've got at Utah. It probably honestly should have won that game, but they didn't. And really, really uninspiring football last week against Long Island. I mean, that's a Long Island team that's won 8 games in the last 5 seasons. So that's not it's an FCS program. It's not a very good FCS program. So that said, if Baylor's going to really have kind of that last gasp, they've got that before you hear the death rattle, it's going to be on Saturday, because trust me, we don't know the next time these two teams are going to play. That fan base would really love nothing more than to win this football game.
Oh, for sure.
On Saturday.
Well,
so I think you're going to see an effort from Baylor that's not going to match up with what you've seen on tape. You can say it's their Super Bowl or however you want to couch it, but you're going to get Baylor's absolute best shot, because heck, with a win over Texas, their fan base isn't going to care what happened the first 3 games. If they beat Texas to open Big 12 play, that completely kickstarts their season. It restarts it, and it gets them on the up and up. So I think if you're Texas, you can't come out slow. But man, at the end of the day, BK, I'm with you. Like, you look at their receiver room right now. I mean, my guy Eric Henry at Horns 24/7 put it really well in our staff predictions, which come out here in about a half hour. Like, Baylor's best playmaker on offense is probably Monterey Baldwin. But if he hasn't been in Dave Aranda's doghouse or dealing with an injury, then he's just pretty much been MIA. And it's really weird to see how their skill talent has dwindled throughout the years here to where it is now. I mean, these are not your Kendall Wright, Denzel Mims, Corey Coleman, Baylor offenses. They don't have that kind of skill talent right now. I do think Baylor can keep it close, but man, at the end of the day, it's another game where unless Texas just starts putting the ball on the ground or just has a bunch of penalties that stall drives or get things off kilter, I just don't see Baylor doing enough offensively, short of Texas just shooting themselves in the foot, just shooting their foot off, for Baylor to win this football game. I haven't seen it yet.
Jeff, do you feel like Sark? I mean, are the players at Texas, are they mature enough to understand what's ahead of them? I mean, besides game to game, the old coaches, all that other bullshit coaching cliche stuff.
Yeah,
are they old enough and mature enough to understand where they really are in the football realm of what we're talking about in college football right now, even going into this football game? Do they understand they can't have these little drop-offs here and there, or they could get beat?
Yeah,
but the big prize is there.
They've done a good job of taking accountability for it, but that's kind of like when my wife asks me 10 times in a row to take out the trash and I forget and I'm saying my bad. After a while, saying my bad's not enough. Like,
no.
I just want to see you do it when I ask you to do it. So I think that's kind of where this team is right now. Like, they've taken accountability, and I think it is a mature team, I do think. But at some point, it's like, all right, you can talk about having accountability of not playing up to a standard. At some point, if you want to get to where you want to be, you just got to play to the standard. That's as simple as I could put it. And again, Saturday's a really good game to start, because I'm telling you, we'll talk about this next week, and we can talk about it in much more positive terms if Saturday goes the way we expect it to go. But BK, that game coming up next Saturday with the Jayhawks rolling into DKR at 2:30, that is the game. And I'm not joking. Ask anybody who I talk to about college football regularly. That is the game I've had circled as the, oh shit, you better be on it on Saturday, because that quarterback on the other side of the field, he will be good enough to make you pay. He will be good enough to score enough points to get his team there in the fourth quarter. So again, this is a really good week to just recenter, refocus, go take care of business. So there is nothing, and Bucky, you've coached in these games, right? There is nothing more satisfying for a group of coaches and a group of players that when you're facing an inferior opponent and you just bury them, you just crush whatever hope they thought they might have to stay in the game.
Right.
You could crush that in the fourth quarter, and then you see heads hanging on the other sideline, and you say, okay, we're in control of this game. Let's just go finish it off and move on to next week.
Yeah, when I see clipboards being slammed to the ground, I know I'm in a good position.
Yeah, I think it's more tablets now, Buck.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. There's no. When I see tablets being thrown into the stands,
next thing you know, you were talking about me watching the VHS tapes,
typewriters,
because back when Bucky did it, it was the actual tape. You had the VHS tape.
Oh yeah.
No kidding.
But no, this is again, I just like this game for Texas to be one where, dude, just get back to playing to a standard. In a sense, style points don't matter at this point, but in a sense they do matter, because the style points are you playing to a standard? Are you winning games? If you look, fair or not, if this team wants to get where we all think it can be, you've got to start beating the teams you're supposed to beat the way you're supposed to beat them.
And on the road.
Yeah.
And on the road. Well said, Jeff. That's great stuff, as always. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Happy belated birthday, and looking forward to listening to you and Trey this afternoon.
Hey, for old time's sake, instead of playing this game in McLean Stadium, can everybody just bring lawn chairs to the parking lot where Floyd Casey used to be?
That was a great place for me, man. I love that place.
Screw that place.
Great.
That's the origin. BK, you didn't like parking on the grassy knoll over there that was the parking lot?
Well, the last time I was there was probably the last time you were there. It was the last time all of us were there for that Ice Bowl game.
Thank God I was upstairs inside most of that day. It's brutal. Hey, Buck, didn't your the genesis of your back issue start at
when I slipped on my ass and fell?
Yeah.
When I was ready to run out to Chuck Reedy and tell him what a piece of crap he was, and everybody was waiting for me, and I went flying out there. And there was a penalty thrown. It wasn't thrown on me, but it was thrown, and the game wasn't over. And I started to fly out there. Ricky and those guys are looking at me like, "What are you going to go say to Coach?" I said, "I got some words to say to him." I went out there, and I slipped, and my legs went out from under me, and I landed on my back. And the official looked at me and goes, "Coach, there's a penalty. There's another play going on. What are you doing? What are you doing halfway out here, by the numbers?"
Falling on that painted concrete at Floyd Casey that was the AstroTurf.
Man.
So basically what you're saying is the folks that relax the back should now go find Chuck Reedy and Gerard Douglas and shake their hands and thank them for you injuring your back so they can supply you with those awesome chairs.
I just needed something to make me dislike that group down there besides Art Briles. It started before Art Briles. This all happened way before that.
I just needed to get a Gerard Douglas reference in before I signed off with you guys. So
I got a little better player than him.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think you ended up with the better end of the deal.
Yes, for sure.
All right, guys. See you.
See you, Jeff.
There he goes, Jeff Howe, Horns 24/7, and of course Texas Sports Unfiltered. Who's calling you, Buck?
That's my pacemaker again.
Your pacemaker.
Yeah, that's how the pacemaker works.
Yeah, your heart's beating that loud, huh? Interesting.
Absolutely.
All right. Hey, some shout outs to some of our great sponsors. We've got a new sponsor to talk about this
Tell me
morning.
about it.
You see the top right portion of your screen.
I
See
see
a
that
little dog?
dog.
How about that? On a nice piece of furniture from our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. This stuff, dude.
Heron, the
Wait.
bird. The bird.
Oh.
The bird you can't shoot. That's a protected species.
What, the dog?
No, the dog's a protected species too, but so is the bird, the heron.
Yeah. Oh,
The
yeah.
heron, yeah.
I was like, what? Yeah, no, yeah. Don't shoot either of those things.
No.
Not gonna end well for you. Great Blue Heron Furniture, a leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is beautiful, and it's the highest quality furniture that you can find. The owner of the company, Matt, met with him a couple of times over the last week. Great dude, Longhorn grad. The lead manufacturer for Great Blue Heron Furniture is one of my best friends' dads. Actually, two of my best friends. A couple of brothers I grew up with in the Metroplex. Their pops. This guy is one of the best people I know. Like, I'd go to war for that dude. I'd go to war for this company. Like, you will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture out there. Great Blue Heron Furniture. There's actually a link in our video description. They gave us our own collection. That's right. We have our own Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. If you want to check it out and look at some of these gorgeous pieces, you can do so by clicking that link. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. It's a big deal with this type of furniture. 15% off with the promo code HOOK'em. These guys have been featured in Texas Monthly, in Cowboys and Indians, everywhere. It's a legit company that's been around for a long time. I'm telling you, if you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. We thank them for jumping on board here with us at Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And BK, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our expert and the friends over at Texas Orthopedics. Now, these physicians are about comprehensive surgical, non-surgical, and orthopedic for children and adults. That means if you've got a problem with your back, like the buck or your shoulder, or your elbow, or your knees, they're going to help you with the non-surgical stuff first. And then if you need to have surgery, you want to have Christopher Danny or Chris Stockton. These guys are experts and they're surgeons over there at Texas Orthopedics. Coach Chris Danny, as a matter of fact, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and to make sure your quality of life is fantastic. Visit txortho.com for more information. Texas Orthopedics, one of the largest independent orthopedic practices in the state of Texas. Go to txortho.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. And a shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. If you're looking for tickets to Texas and Baylor, they've got them. centextickets.com. You can buy them tonight. You can buy them tomorrow morning. Make that drive up I-35 to Waco and then drive back right after the game because you don't want to be spending any extra time in Waco.
No.
They've got those tickets, centextickets.com, every college football game. If you're an Aggie fan, you want to go to that A&M Auburn game, boom, you can buy your tickets right there at Centex Tickets. Concert tickets, Broadway shows, ACL Music Festival, they're all there on site right now at centextickets.com. And they're going to be giving us a pair of tickets to give to you people as part of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway. And we said this at the start of the video. We'll say it again. Do not get got by spammers or scammers. There are a lot of them. We've got fake Texas Sports Unfiltered accounts spamming the comments line, telling some of you that you won. No, the contest is still open. It says in the title of the video, the contest is open through the 27th. So ignore all of that stuff. We've been reporting those fake accounts to YouTube, marking them as spam, getting them kicked off. I'll keep monitoring that page to try to prevent anything like that from happening again. But be smart. If someone's asking you $100 for shipping and it's a number that's random, don't send the money. Y'all should know this. Y'all should know this. Be smart. It's not us. We will let you know. I will let you know when the contest is over and when the drawing happens and when you have your chance to win. So please be smart out there. Do not get got by these spammers.
No cash necessary.
No purchase necessary, void where prohibited.
There you
All
go.
of the other, it's all in the description. We're not trying to get sued here, all right? We've got all the details of everything in the description of that video. If you haven't entered into our 5,000 subscriber sweepstakes, go to that video. It's on our channel. Leave a comment, and boom, just like that, you are entered to win. We've already got like 400 or 500 comments, so keep them coming. I mean, seriously.
Absolutely.
By the way, one entry per user. You can't leave 100 comments and be like, oh yeah, that means I have 100 entries. Nah, it's not going to work like that. One entry per YouTube user.
Now, you're still using your mixer or whatever it is for names and stuff. What was that special machine you had?
Yes, the randomizer.
The randomizer. Is that still available?
Oh, of course it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the randomizer will be available, and I'm going to be doing the giveaway live on this channel, so people will see the randomizer in action.
No, come on.
Oh yeah, so they'll know I'm not pulling a U at the Mullet Open where, you know.
Hey, B21, B21, bingo. You have that big thing around there circling it around. That's your randomizer. It won't be like that.
How come the Texas Cheaters are winning all of these prizes every year?
They don't win, and they don't win, and they complain that, hey, we're friends here, shouldn't we win? No, that's the reason why you don't win. That's why you're getting an opportunity to take a BB gun home, because you're a friend of mine.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
That's right, kid.
Oh
my
man.
goodness. Oh,
So,
I can't wait.
Yeah. It's going to be great. So next week, so be smart. I just posted a link in the YouTube comment line. There's the video right there. Just comment on that video. You can comment on this one too. We appreciate all the feedback we've been getting, but comment on that and then you're entered to win. Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports will join us here in a couple of minutes. Before we get to Lee, Buck, I want to go back to something that Jeff said.
Okay.
I think he hit the nail on the head. What is the identity of this offense right now? Like last year it was Bijan. Some people thought Bijan should have been the bigger identity or more of an identity.
Right.
Because people felt like he didn't get the ball enough considering how good he was. But clearly he was the strength of the offense in the run game and the pass game. Find a way to feed five. And they did that. And that was the best part of what this offense did in 2022. Well, you don't have Bijan. You don't have Rojo. I thought going into the year, the strength of this offense. Are your dogs?
That's Zach. There's somebody coming to fix the door today.
Yeah, Zach is a yapper for sure.
You know that well.
Oh, man. But I thought going into the year, like, hey, Quinn Ewers, all the stuff we heard about him this offseason, that he was different, that he was more mature, obviously the haircut, the weight loss, like this was supposed to be the year. And I thought, hey, the identity of this Texas offense was going to be the passing game.
Right.
With Ewers, with Worthy, with Sanders, with all of those weapons, it's like, okay, well, the run game might not be as good, but the passing game is going to pick up the slack, and Texas's offense is going to be, hell, even better than what it was last season. Well, through 3 games, I know it happened in Alabama, but it's hard to say the passing game is really the identity of this offense. I don't know what the identity of this offense is. I don't know what they do great. We know they can do certain things well at times, but they have not shown the ability to do anything consistently great through these first 3 football games.
No, I'm really surprised that once again that Sark doesn't, implore his team that we need to run this ball in the first half. We need to really get after these guys. We need to open it up so that our passing lanes are even wider. We got to make people understand that we are a willing team to run the ball in the first quarter. We don't have to come at you with 3 straight passes to start out a football game. That's not what we want to do. We want to be balanced, but we also want to let you know that we'll run the ball on second down. Hell, if we get 3 on first down, we'll run it again. We'll back-to-back run it at you in the first and second quarter. It just seems like they're looking for big plays way too soon. There's this thing about this group and big plays and bombs. I mean, take a 5-yard out. You know what I'm saying? Take a swing screen and let it develop a little bit. This team is going to come after you this week. They're going to still try to put pressure, which I love it. Bring all the pressure you want to, Baylor, because we'll dump the ball off to Jonathan Brooks because he's good at the screen game. Dump it off. He'll set his blocks up, and then they'll be going down the field. Do some things that are a little bit different. Because once again, Sark, you're not going to see the same things you've been seeing from Baylor. I know it's Dave Aranda's defense, but they're not going to run the same exact thing that they ran against Texas State and just got throttled. They're not going to do that and just say we got good players too. That's not going to happen.
Excuse me, Buck. I'll tell you what they might do. They might do what they did defensively last year, where they gave the Texas offensive line some problems, right? Jeff was talking about that, and that's a Dave Aranda special. That wasn't even Baylor really breaking tendency. That was just Dave Aranda doing what he likes to do, and it worked against the Longhorns last year. Now, I know Texas won that game in Austin, but, man, Quinn Ewers was sacked 5 times. He was hit a number of times more, and just the offensive line with the muddied fronts and the delayed blitzes and the twists and the stunts, the communication was off. That was the last game of the season, and Texas didn't have their puppies in order for that one against Baylor. So all of that stuff is coming tomorrow in Waco. And hell, Rice did that stuff in week 1.
Yes.
What was the biggest takeaway for Texas fans after that one? What's wrong with the O-line? They don't have it figured out. They can't pick up a twist and a stunt. So this will be a test. Obviously, the O-line was awesome against Bama. They were fine against Wyoming. Not great early, but obviously as the game progressed, they picked up a little bit, and Wyoming kind of wore down in the second half. But Baylor's going to do that stuff that worked last year. They're going to do that stuff that Rice did in week 1. So even if they do break tendency a little bit, which I'm sure they will, the stuff that they do well is the stuff that Texas has struggled with over the last few games dating back to last season.
Yeah, and when you listen to Jeff, I mean, Jeff believes that the Texas Longhorns are one of the more powerful teams in the country. So wear them down. Make them have to be the ones substituting, their second and third string guys that aren't going to be up to snuff with your guy. This group right now is physically fit and able to wear teams down. And I think they're able to do it early, BK. They just kind of come out finesse type early in games. They just want to be, I don't know if it's cute or whatever it is. It's a, we want to get our passing game. We want to get Quinn Ewers going. We want to get his feet set. So we're going to throw a couple times early to see if he's got it. Well, no, how about jamming it right down their throats early and see if they've got it? Start wearing them down from the beginning of the game, because we know what Texas is like in the fourth quarter. They play good football. They've got players. They've got athletes that are ready to go. They're able to go to the distance. And if you're throwing in your substitutes in the third and fourth, and especially in the fourth quarter, if you're a team playing against Texas and you lose using a lot of substitutions in the fourth, that's a problem for you, because Texas is strong in the fourth quarter right now. So you've got to be able to handle it early. As he says, send that message early, as the team on the road. Send it to them early that you're ready to go.
Agreed 100%. All right, I see our guy in the waiting room. It's time for maybe my favorite segment of the week right here on Bucky and BK. Our man, Lee Sterling of Paramount Sports and ParamountSports.com, joining us for his weekly picks. And this man has been hotter than lava as of late. What's going on, Lee?
I'm good. Can't complain. Finally, we get a college football weekend we've been waiting for. My wife asked me, she said, she wants to hang a bird feeder. So she's like, what time do you have tomorrow? I'm like, between 6:52 and 7:15.
That's it. That's the schedule for you, huh?
I'm not leaving man cave here.
Let me tell you something. You were hot last week, Lee. And it is early in the football season, but you've got to feel for these teams right from the get. And there are a number of great football games coming up this weekend, including the Texas Longhorns, I believe. I think to start out conference play for the Longhorns is going to be very, very special. I think we've talked about it all week that Steve Sarkisian and this defense also, you're not going to see the same things you've been used to seeing the teams that you've been playing. These teams aren't here to get beat by you. They're outmanned, they're outgunned. You've got more talent. Your recruiting is now coming to the forefront now. And these teams they're not here to just get rolled. So they're doing things that they've never done before. So You've got to be prepared for if something is off kilter that you haven't seen on film, that you have to go by the rules, the closest to the rules that you have, whether it's on the offensive line, the defensive line, the secondary. But you can't be surprised by people doing things different to you. That's just football.
Yep, I agree. And especially since they're leaving the Big 12. So
yes.
Normally you get a real good shot. Everyone gets up for Texas, just the way it is. So they're going to get up doubly and triply hard, more than they've ever done before. So let's hit on some big games here.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to get into. You said it, a massive weekend of college and pro football. We've got 5 college games to talk about because it is a great slate tomorrow. Florida State and Clemson, Lee. The Seminoles escaped Boston College last week. Clemson looked awful against Duke. The whole country was watching on Labor Day. This game is in Death Valley. Florida State, a 2-point favorite. Upset alert. How do you see this one going down?
So this is a tough game. These two teams are heavyweights. I think Clemson has rebounded some since that opening night loss against Duke. They had every break went against them in that game. But I still think that Florida State's the better team. I think you discount a little bit on what Boston College did. Boston College had a mobile quarterback, and Boston College gave him some problems. That kid ran around there, and Florida State has had trouble against mobile quarterbacks, but Cade Klubnik is not a mobile quarterback. Just 63 rushing yards in 3 games here. Clemson, this is it. They lose this game, they're done with a conference, done with any type of national championship dreams here. I think Florida State's their receivers are special. I think they're going to come up with one play there, maybe on special teams. That's the difference here. I like Florida State. Tough game, 27-23.
That's good call, Lee. That's good diagnosis of those two teams. Now, of course, the game that's played down in College Station, Texas A&M versus Auburn. I had asked BK about this Auburn football team, and did he think they've gotten better, over since last year? They kind of remain the same. They're still building in Auburn. And, you've talked to us about Texas A&M, Lee, and talked about how this receiver group has a couple guys that are NFL type of players, and you like this quarterback. What about this run game for Texas A&M? Will they be able to run against Auburn?
I think enough. And, when they played last year, I think they only had one offensive line starter in that game when they lost 13-10. Connor Wegman, he got hit early and often in that game. I think this is a game they've been pointing to. Whereas where I thought Miami was going to be ready for A&M, I think A&M is going to be ready for Auburn here. Connor Wegman, I think, is going to be a starter in the NFL. He's that good with his arm and also making decisions. He wasn't the reason they lost. One of those interceptions, his receiver fell. They had a kick return for a touchdown in that game. Miami was ready here. I think that his receivers, 3 guys, maybe even 4, will be playing at the next level here. This Auburn offense, what are we seeing? They have no offensive identity right now. They don't have a quarterback. They don't have any receivers that scare you here. I think they're still getting used to the offensive system here. And even their defense, no great shake here. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. I like A&M big. Payback is a you-know-what, 37-20.
Sometimes you got to lay it if you're going to play it. I love that. Hey, the game of the day on paper, Lee, the top 10 matchup in South Bend, Ohio State at Notre Dame. The Buckeyes, despite being the road team, 3-point favorites going into South Bend. Who do you like here?
So first real test for both of these two teams. It seems like a lot of these Big Ten teams don't play anyone. But I think in the future, maybe, hopefully, people get the message. Strength of schedule is going to be important once we go to 12 teams in the playoffs. But I think Notre Dame's been waiting for this game since they lost opening game last year. Now, what do you think point-wise? 3, 4, 6, 7, or 10 points? How important do you think that Sam Hartman is compared to last year's quarterback? How many points?
10.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's that good.
I agree. Now, most coaches and most odds makers would tell you 4, 6, or 7. So I think it's 10 or more. Last year, after 3 games, Notre Dame, 3 touchdowns from the quarterbacks, 3 interceptions. This year, 15 touchdowns, no interceptions. Last year for Ohio State, they had 12 touchdowns from C.J. Stroud, no interceptions. This year, pedestrian 7-2 against lackluster competition here. I think home field is important in this game. I think the running backs for Notre Dame are going to get enough. Whenever Ohio State goes against a power team, nothing special from their defense here. This running back duo for Notre Dame averaging 8.3 and 6.6 yards per carry here. Wrong team's favorite. Notre Dame outright, 28-24. Yep.
I'm going for the Fighting Irish with you there, Lee. I like the Irish. I very seldom ever go with the Irish.
Right.
Being a Boston College guy and a very good Catholic. You know what I'm saying? Those bad Catholics.
Wait, are you saying Notre Dame Catholics are not good Catholics?
Oh, no. Not compared to Boston College Catholics.
I agree.
We're not in the same heavens if you may.
And I can't stand both teams. If they understand,
wow.
my Miami, I mean, playing Notre Dame with Lou Holtz, I mean, threatening he's going to kick Jimmy Johnson's what, and those tussles we had, and then Ohio State when they beat us in the 2002 Fiesta Bowl for the national championship. No love lost. I hope both teams do battle and it ends up in to be honest with you, 2020 tie.
There you go. Good job, Lee. Lee, a game that I'm real interested in.
Yeah.
And this team is on a roll right now. It's the Oklahoma Sooners.
Yeah.
As we get close enough, just a couple of weeks before Texas and OU play up at the Cotton Bowl, this team is getting primed right now. They're starting to really find their way offensively, and playing a Cincinnati group they're not bad, but they're not real good. 14 seems to be low for me. I've got to see Oklahoma really continuing to rally and score big numbers against their opponents leading into when they get a chance to play the Longhorns. So minus 14, it just doesn't seem like it's enough.
Well, everything's gone, perfect for them so far this year. So I think the problem here for Oklahoma is I still don't know how good their defense is. I think Emory Jones, who started off at Florida, then goes to Arizona State. Now he's at Cincinnati. I think he's going to do enough. The moment isn't going to be too big enough for him. Also, I love their receiver, Xavier Henderson. He was down here at Columbus High. He goes to Florida. This guy, I thought he was one of the best receivers I've ever seen in South Florida. I thought that Florida misused him. He's already had a couple games where he's approached 200 yards receiving. I think he's going to have a big game. He's 6'3". He can jump. He can get up about 14, 15 feet. His vertical leap is he can touch the top of the backboard. So I think he's going to make some big plays here. First conference game for Cincinnati in their history in the Big 12. They'll be up for that game here.
True.
And I'm still not sold. They got like 4 receivers that they play most of the time. They play 6 receivers and 4 running backs. They got to hone in on a couple guys here. And I think it's going to be a little bit different. When everything looks perfect for Oklahoma, that's where they have problems here. I think they escaped 34-30. Oklahoma has trouble.
Wow. How about that?
Yep.
Wouldn't mind seeing that at all. All right, Lee, before I ask you about your free play and we tell the people how to get involved with Paramount Sports and all of the great things you have going on over there, how about the game in Waco, Texas? At Baylor, the Longhorns 3-0 for the first time since 2012. They're ranked number 3 in the country, their highest ranking since the end of the 2009 season. Texas fans obviously excited about what this team can do. Meanwhile, Baylor, how about your Texas State Bobcats beating the crap out of them a couple of weeks ago? They're 1-2. Their only win came against an FCS team. Texas, a 15-point favorite. Can the Longhorns cover up I-35 in Waco?
I think that they can. I mean, how do you respect a quarterback named Sawyer? First name Sawyer. Sawyer Robertson is just not good enough. I mean, 10 for 22 last week for 113 yards here. This is not a talented Baylor team. I thought the last coaching staff did a great job with what they have. The talent level has fallen off here. Texas they got to attack from the word go. They did not come prepared mentally to play last week. I think they're going to be up for Big 12 play here. Now, if they don't, then we might see some problems here. And then maybe we start saying maybe, the Alabama win wasn't so great. So I think they're going to come to play here. And I think it's going to be field day. You guys have field day when you were younger?
Oh, yeah.
Field day here. I like Texas 42-17.
The field day.
That sounds like field day to me. You're absolutely right about that, Lee. This is a group that has a lot to play for every week now for the Texas Longhorns being number 3 in the nation. They don't need to be going downward. They need to keep moving upward as these teams, with the Georgias of the world struggling. Michigan will have their coach back. They still got to play Penn State and Ohio State to go. Texas has to take care of their business in the beginning because once again, Lee, I want to say this. I thought Sark won the Alabama game, and I thought this head coach is going to have to win 2 games during the course of the year. Now, he won the Alabama game. He did things that really helped his team win, his talented team. They executed. I don't expect Baylor to be a game that Sark has the win for the Texas Longhorn. I expect this team to win that football game.
I agree with you 100%.
I do too. All right, Lee, before we let you go, your free play. This is an interesting one, man. Kansas, BYU. The Longhorns will play KU next weekend in Austin. They'll get BYU here in Austin a little bit later in the season. BYU coming off of an impressive win at Arkansas. Kansas is 3-0. Free play. If folks want to get your pick for this one, where can they find you?
Yep. So is this going to be a blowout or a trap game? So we're going to find out real quick. You want to get this game for free, be one of the first 10 callers. Call 800-400-9741. And on Saturday, tomorrow, I've got my college football underdog shocker going. I think there's a line that's off more than a touchdown in a college football game. We're 25-12 this year. You want to hop on board? Baker's dozen, 13 games Saturday and Sunday, just $97. Or how about 2 weeks? 2 weeks of our phone service, just $127. One place, ParamountSports.com.
Oh, yes. Baker dozen. I love that. And the underdog special. Lee, great stuff. We really appreciate it. We'll give a shout out to Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, but any Bill stories you've got for us this week?
I think he's been quiet, unless if Texas A&M loses this game, I think it's it. I mean, he totally disappears on us, but I have a feeling they're gonna have a romp there in College Station, and he's gonna be whooping and hollering and whatever they do at Texas
and hugging
Station.
each other and stuff, and swaying and moving and stuff. Yeah, I love that.
When they win, when they're on a roll, I start getting texts. He doesn't sleep much, like 4:10, 4:15 in the morning. I mean, they're rolling in one after another. When they're losing after the Miami game,
ghost.
He totally disappeared.
Amazing. Lee, you're the best. We'll talk next week.
Have a good weekend, man.
Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com. And yes, shout out to our sponsor of the weekly Lee Sterling segment, Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Hey, you don't need to know diamonds or jewelry or watches. You just need to know Bill Cohen and his staff at Joe Cohen and Son. Dad always said, you have to have a great doctor. You have to have a great lawyer. You have to have a great jeweler. Well, Joe Cohen and Son, they're the great jeweler that you have been looking for. Bill is your guy. I'm telling you, these guys have been in business for more than 140 years in downtown Austin. They're right there at 6th and Congress. They are the very best at what they do, and they'll treat you right. That's the difference at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers. Like, there are a lot of jewelry stores that have a lot of pieces you can buy, but the difference is the service, the customer care you are going to get, the honesty, the integrity. Every single time you go in there, whatever you need done, they've got you. Bill is a great guy, even though he's an Aggie fan. Great dude. He will take care of you every time you go in there. Plus, they've got free and convenient downtown parking. I'm telling you, I got a battery out in one of my watches. I got to go see Bill at some point soon to get that bad boy fixed, if it's something like that. But of course, if you're looking for an engagement ring, a nice gift for your loved one, whatever, they've got it all. Massive selection, but more importantly, they are amazing people who are going to take care of you all of the time. Go see Bill at Joe Cohen and Son Jewelers, and we thank them for their support of Texas Sports Unfiltered.
They're such fabulous people. When I first became a grandfather, I got all my granddaughters these music boxes, and Bill Cohen and Cohen's down there got me these boxes. They ordered these boxes, and I would put these specialized silver coins every Christmas. That's what I'd give. Instead of just wasting money, I gave them the coins, and they'd put in there. They still had the jewelry boxes, and they love them. I mean, those folks will do anything that you need for them to do. That's how great they are. That's why they've been around so long and been so successful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Many thanks to them for sponsoring that Lee Sterling segment every Friday. And also shout out to Last Stand Hats. I've got my all gas, no brakes lid on today.
There you go.
Getting ready for tomorrow's game. If you want this same lid, well, just go to laststandhats.com. And part of our 5,000 subscriber giveaway will be us giving you people a couple of Last Stand hats. So be on the lookout for that. But if you're looking for a badass UT hat, or really any college you rep in the state of Texas, they've got a ton of them on site. Just check them out. laststandhats.com. And Buck, how about Sue Patrick?
Oh my goodness, BK. The folks over at Sue Patrick, they've given us these wonderful polos that we'll be wearing. You'll see us on our site with these wonderful, wonderful shirts. And I'm going to tell you, everybody's asking me about the shirt with the little baby horns, little horns. They're all over the place. They are absolutely fantastic. Jay Willems and Sue Patrick's. They've got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. They've got the collectibles, the accessories, and they've even got more. They've got tons of Texas-themed gifts, and they're available right there at Sue Patrick. Plus, they got all the men's and women's clothing. They offer free shipping for online orders over $49. Free curbside parking available for you. Tons of parking. Now, you go to spots here that we're used to trying to get our Longhorn gear, and you've got to pay for the parking. You'll be parked blocks away. Not at Sue Patrick's. They have this massive parking lot. Park there for free. Walk right in their wonderful store. Say hello to Sue. Say hello to Jay. And folks, they're located at 5222 Burnett Road. Everything you need, you'll find it at Sue Patrick. And for more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
All right, Buck. Today is a very special anniversary for me and for college football fans.
Oh, yes.
Everywhere. On this day, 16 years ago, September 22nd, 2007, we got this.
If anybody hasn't read this article, I don't read it. This was brought to me by a mother of children. I think this is worth reading. Let me tell you why I want to talk about this article. 3/4 of this is inaccurate. It's fiction. Here's all that kid did. He goes to class. He's respectful to the media. He's respectful to the public. And he's a good kid. And he's not a professional athlete. And he doesn't deserve to be kicked when he's down. That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. And that's all I got to say. It makes me want to puke.
Thank you, Coach. A mother of children instead of a mother of camels. Really? A mother of children? Thank you very much. That part I just love. A mother of children. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying, Coach.
Yes.
A mother of children.
Thank you.
You got any dogs or cats or cows?
Oh, no,
or
mother
chickens?
of cats? Man, oh, man.
Dude,
that was beautiful.
I mean, that was about 50 seconds long. And I wrote down 7 drops that I used in my radio producing career. By the way, we're working on drop technology here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Next, you'll be looking at blitz technology on. Don't even say it. Don't tell these people that. Don't do it.
I think we can make it happen.
Oh, no.
We might need your blessing on that deal. I know we can do voicemails now, but we might find a way to get the old school blitz on. And you thought the blitz was unfiltered. Well, there was at least somebody screening the calls on the blitz.
Yes.
At least somebody like putting people on hold and stuff. This one will literally be like, if you call in, you're going straight on. No questions asked.
It just can't happen. You have to filter it.
Oh, we don't filter on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Wow.
It's in our name. So literally, mother of children, 3/4 of this is inaccurate. I love that one too.
Right.
That's why I don't read the newspaper. You don't say that because you do read the newspaper.
Yes, I do.
It's garbage. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. That's obviously the best one, right? That's the one that everybody quotes to this day. And then at the very end, makes me want to puke. All of those, all spectacular. I mean, you get more memes per capita in that 50 seconds than you do in any other viral video in internet history. That is gold, Jerry. Gold.
Yeah, the walk-off, the drop the mic makes me want to puke.
Yeah.
Really?
And then he gets like an ovation as he's walking away. Like the rest of the media is like, they know what they just witnessed. They knew they just saw something special.
Sorry, Gundy, you can't win the big one. Just put you on TV.
Oh,
why aren't we playing that group?
That guy, I know. And like Gundy's had Texas's number in recent years, but Oklahoma State is awful this season. I mean, they got punked by USA, Team USA, South Alabama last week.
Unbelievable.
33-7. So, yeah, happy anniversary to that. For my money, Buck.
The best
sports press conference rant. Coach, player, pregame, postgame, in-game, it doesn't matter. That is the creme de la creme for yours truly. All right. One other fun thing you want to get into, unless you have something else you want to add on Gundy or other press conference rants.
No, that's plenty. It'd be sacrilegious to do anything else besides that one on his day.
Yeah.
That's his day.
That's special. It is his day. Yeah. Today really should be like a national holiday. Mike Gundy Day for that one. Last night, hey, I got to give a tip of the cap to your New York Yankees. You guys actually helped out.
Wait a minute. Did you say New York Yankee? You mean the team that this guy was the captain of? The captain? That's right. The biracial beauty right here. Derek Jeter. Are you kidding me?
The biracial beauty.
Come on, look at him. He's ready to play right now. Even at his age, he can go. He's a little short right now, but physically, mentally, he's capable of getting out there and doing what the Yankees do. Are they helping out the cause right now?
Yeah, that's a figurine. It's the same height every day, Buck.
Oh, okay. Never going to grow, huh?
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's like one of those chia pets where if you put it in water, it grows. I don't think we've got that going on with the little Jeet figurine that you've got. Now, the Yankees beat the Blue Jays, and obviously the Rangers and the Astros are kind of fighting with Toronto for AL playoff positioning. The Astros, the Rangers, the Mariners were all off yesterday, so no changing in the standings there in the American League West. The Astros still have a half-game lead over both the Rangers and the Mariners, but obviously you've got 4 teams fighting for 3 spots. The Yankees doing the Texas teams and Seattle, of course, a little bit of help by taking care of business against the Blue Jays at Yankee Stadium yesterday, but that's not what we're talking about here. The guy who threw out the first pitch yesterday was one Stephen A. Smith. You a fan of his work?
Boo!
I guess not.
Cheer.
Yeah, well, here's Stephen A.'s first pitch attempt from yesterday.
Was that my sister that threw that out there?
Could you have done better than that?
My goodness. Give me a little wind up there, Stephen A.
One more time. Yeah. Just a one-hopper.
Back to the pickleball court there, Stephen A.
Oh, you think Stephen A. is a pickleballer?
He is. For sure he is. Going around picking on the kids in the neighborhood saying, come over here to my court.
Yep. He's talking trash about everybody and then wondering how that pickleball game impacts LeBron's legacy. That's what they do. Well, I haven't showed this video to anybody on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
No, not another one.
It was on my Twitter account, but this happened a few months ago when I was in Houston. I got the chance to throw out the second ceremonial first pitch of my life. Nice. I threw out one at a Round Rock Express game a few years ago, and I one-hopped it. It was not great. I got a shot at redemption down in Houston at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game, the AAA affiliate of the Houston Astros. And I'll let you decide how I did, Buck. Here's the video. There we go. Out to the mound. Confident walk. Confident stride.
Not very tan for summertime.
No. We're going to...
Dude, that was some horse shit right there. I mean, seriously. There? Why did that ball explode out of your hand? You look like you look like the kid at the U.S. Open tennis deal throwing a tennis ball to Roger Federer or somebody. I mean, come on,
get it over. Again. No real wind up. Just went out there and.
Wow, that is some horse puck stuff there. That is bad.
Yeah, our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen, just a bit outside.
Dude, boy, Jack Gilmore watched that. My goodness. Maybe you should go see the doctor like I did yesterday and have them check your arm or your elbow.
Oh, dude, the first one I threw, like, I warmed up a little bit the day before, and, oh, my God, I was overthrowing. I was just playing catch with a buddy, and I was overthrowing him over and over again. Like, I played baseball in high school. Like, I wasn't great, but I was good. I played this sport growing up. And, yeah, and then out there at the Round Rock game, I one-hopped it. I was so worried I was going to overshoot the catcher that I one-hopped it. I overcompensated. Well, this time I'm like, I got to do something completely different. I'm not going to warm up at all. I'm not going to stretch out. I'm not even going to pick up a baseball until I take the rubber in Sugarland. And, well, the result wasn't much better.
You know what? I've done it one time at Round Rock Express, and I can't throw with my right. I have a frozen right shoulder. I threw it lefty, and I threw it wide outside, but it got to the plate, and I was good with that. I didn't care. As long as I didn't hit anybody or kill anybody's kid, you know what I'm saying? And it didn't roll up there. I mean, I was originally going to throw it like a damn softball underhanded into the catcher's mitt, but I got it there lefty because I do everything lefty now since I've got everything from the back to the shoulder. But that's okay as long as you overthrew it. You know what I mean?
That was better than the one hop?
Oh, anything's better than a one hopper up there. I don't care if you throw it sidearm and into the dugout. Just let it get there, you know?
Yeah, a little 50-cent action by me in that one. And the worst part, so when I threw out the first pitch in Round Rock, the guy who caught the first pitch on a hop was Pete Cosma.
Oh, yeah.
He got cut a week later. The guy I threw the first pitch to in Houston, Corey Lee, great dude. Interviewed him earlier that day. We did our show at the ballpark that day. I was literally telling people, I told Corey himself, I'm like, dude, if you're catching this tonight, you're in trouble. Because here's what happened the last time I threw out a first pitch. I was telling all of our listeners, like, something bad is about to happen to Corey Lee. And then literally 3 days later, he gets traded away from the Astros. Yeah.
The Athletics or somebody.
So that is I think to the White Sox.
Wow,
that is
even worse.
That is the curse of BK. Like you think you control the weather?
Yes.
I control farm systems in Major League Baseball.
Great.
Okay.
Don't let him throw it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're like literally next time I throw out a first pitch, I'm sure the great folks, Chris and company at Round Rock, well, shoot, maybe they'll be like, no, we're not going to let you throw a first pitch again. But if I do get the chance to throw out a first pitch, say goodbye to whoever catches it, because that guy will not be on the team a week later.
That is tough. That's tough sled. But Stephen A., for all that yapping he does, he threw a one hopper in there. Dude. Dude, that was like sissified. I mean, that was like, come on, man.
Can't wait to hear what his excuse is for that one today.
You got to have a good one.
Look at that leg kick at the end of that thing.
Yeah, he didn't have to kick out that leg. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know what he's
ballroom dancing.
Oh, my God. All right. About 13 minutes left in the show. We'll do plenty of Texas Baylor conversation, obviously, during our pregame show live at Covert BK. By the way, shout out to Covert BK. We'll be there doing pregames tomorrow. If you need a car, new or pre-owned, car, truck, SUV, there's no better place to go than Covert BK. 42 acres out there in the beautiful hill country. They've got 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands, the Caddies, the Jeeps, those Ram trucks. They've got them all. Great people over there as well. Love our friends out at Covert BK. We'll be doing the pregame there tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to that.
2 full hours, guys, of pregame show. We don't decide if maybe we shouldn't do a pregame show this week. We do a pregame show every week. There'll be some that'll say, maybe not this week. We don't need to do pregame. Or maybe we'll give you 45. Maybe we'll give you a half hour. Maybe we'll even give you a full hour. No, we're going to give you 2 hours of pregame. That's right, for the number 3 team in the nation. That's what we're going to do just for you.
Always a good idea when the flagship doesn't have a pregame or postgame show, right?
How does that work?
That makes sense. It doesn't is the answer to that one. Your thoughts on Texas Baylor right now? I mean, all week long, you've sounded very, very confident, and you believe that Texas isn't going to struggle much with this Baylor bunch. You keep calling them Waco High on this show. You're still feeling good on a Friday that the Longhorns are going to go up I-35 and just make this one look pretty easy tomorrow?
I am. I think they've got added incentive to get going early in a football game. I've got a feeling that coaches talked about that an awful lot. Not just the head coach, but coaches throughout that football team. Position coaches have talked, we need to get going, and we need to get going right off the bat. So this is not 11 a.m. This is not one of those deals where you say, well, our guys didn't get out of bed. It took them a while to get out and loose and everything else. They don't play till 6:30 at night. They should be ready to go and ready to take over, this championship, get to this championship. This is the start of your championship run right here. Shouldn't be any, we just barely got by, in Baylor. Maybe we'll pick it up the following week. Maybe we'll pick it up against Kansas. You better be able to pick it up this week, or it's going to be tough to pick it up next week. That's a different, that's a different cat that you'll be playing next week, or a different Jayhawk you'll be playing next week. So get it done this week. Get started. Get off to a good start offensively, defensively, special teams. And one thing you cannot do on the road is you can't turn the ball over on the road. Texas has been very good at handling the football, not giving it to their opponents. It can't start this week, BK. You can't give this group any kind of hope. Their fans are going to – this is the biggest game they'll play all year long. We know that. So don't give the fans any hope. Don't give the football team any hope by just handing the ball over to them. You've got to protect the football, and you got to protect your quarterback.
Yeah, the good news is Texas only had one giveaway through 3 games, right? It was that Jaden Blue fumble in the fourth quarter against Wyoming when the game was in hand. The bad news is Texas only had one giveaway through the non-con last year.
Yes.
And then the turnover bug obviously got them at very inopportune times throughout the course of the 2022 season, including that conference opener in Lubbock, right? The first game Texas played in the Big 12 last year, a road game against a rival team. Yes, I'm calling Tech a rival. Yes, I'm calling Baylor a rival. Texas coughed it up a few times. Obviously, in overtime, the Bijan fumble, which led directly to Texas Tech winning that football game. They were pretty clean in the non-con slate last year, and then Big 12 play happened, and that was a problem for Texas. That can't be a problem because, yeah, Texas is so much better than Baylor. If the Longhorns don't beat themselves, they're going to win, and they're going to cover tomorrow. So dumb penalties, turnovers, mental mistakes, those are the only things that are going to make this game close and slip Texas up tomorrow night. I'm with you.
Yeah, I don't think that this group they're playing is talented enough to beat them. I don't think this is going to be a game that we have to look back on at the end of the season and say, well, Sark won that one. This should be a team win. This shouldn't be the coach having to call dynamic plays in order to get guys wide open. You're better athletes than they are. You have better position players than they. Just do the fundamentals right, and you should be able to win this game. You can't have drop balls. You can't go up there on the road and have balls that hit you in the hands to hit the ground. You got to be able to make those catches and make those plays and go above and beyond. Special teams got to travel with you also, once again. You know, the guy with the funny hair, if he has to kick field goals, you got to make them all. You know, once again, as we've talked about, winning by 1 for the remainder of the season gets you into the championship, not just the Big 12 championship. It gets you into the championship. So do what you have to do, but wake up. Don't have to wait till the third and fourth quarter. We don't want the speech up on Monday talking about how we were so ready to go in the fourth quarter. We'd like for guys to be going in the first quarter too.
Yeah, you know, like you're right. Obviously, if Texas wins every game by 1, then they're going to be fine. But in real time, it's going to be tough to feel that way, right? Like if the Longhorns beat Baylor, who looks like one of the worst teams in the conference this year, if they only win this game by 1 point, it's not going to be like, oh, shit. Like, oh, that means they're going to win every game by 1 point. It's going to be like, if they play like this, they're not beating Oklahoma. They might not beat Kansas. They're not going to beat Kansas State. They might lose multiple games. So in a sense, yeah, like, hey, if I could sign up for Texas winning every game by 1 point this year, I guess I would, because that's a trip to the playoff. And hell, if they win those games by 1 point, then that's a national championship.
That's true. There you go.
There. So of course the answer to that is yes, but obviously just in a vacuum, if the Longhorns escape Waco tomorrow, yes, they'll be 1-0 in the standings. That's the most important thing.
That's right.
But I think every Texas fan will be feeling like, oh God, like this team's going to lose a couple of games this year now.
Well, I like I said, I think this is I'm going to take it that this is a mature team. I watched them, going to Tuscaloosa and beating Alabama, which is incredibly hard to do. We all know that. I just think this is a team that they may be better on the road than they are at home, which is scary. But they just may be. This may be a group that when they just gather together, the 45 or 50 some guys that they travel with, BK, they may be better when they're away from Austin, Texas. And we'll find out tomorrow. We really, really will. And what this team will be like on the road, because, in the past, they haven't been that great on the road. So they got to continue. This is the second roadie. Continue the way you played at Alabama. You should be just fine.
You can get a couple of roadies in on the way to Waco, right?
Of course you can, but you probably shouldn't.
A few old stats on the way there.
Yeah, unless you're in the back seat somewhere.
Is that still illegal, the whole drinking and driving thing?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's illegal. No, you can't drink and drive. Come on.
I think it's illegal also if there's an open beer in the car, even if it's not the driver who's drinking.
Dude, I had somebody say to me, even actually on the radio say this. Well, I think you can drive, like if you're on the lake, you can drive a boat drinking. I'm like, dude, you can't. It's like a car. You're not allowed to sit there with open cans and drink.
No.
Or I may be wrong. Maybe you can't be intoxicated, but I've got a feeling anytime you're behind the wheel, if you're driving my grandkids to school at the bus, you can't have an open container with the kids in them. I don't think
brown paper bag or something. Just
if you're driving in your yard doing mowing and you're on your John Deere or your Kubota, I think you're good. You're good to go until you get out on the street. Then you got to put that can away. That can you have to throw it back over the fence. I don't think you can drink and actually drive.
You got to switch to a can of dip or something instead.
Olipop.
Yeah, that will work too. Hey, let's hear one from Steve Sarkisian here. We haven't heard a lot from Sark today. We'll play plenty of these cuts throughout the day and, of course, during our pregame show tomorrow. Sark was asked about a point of emphasis during practice this week. I thought this one was interesting.
I think inevitably it's just being intentional. We want to be intentional with the things that we're asking of them, whether it's the run game, the pass game, it's run defense, pass defense. We just really feel like when you win the first down, you got a much better chance of winning third down and staying on the field or getting off the field on defense. And so if you can get positive yards on first down, that allows you to, do some different things on second down. But if you get forced with a third down, you're in that, much greater makeable range from a percentage standpoint to convert and extend drives.
Yes, you got to extend drives. This cannot be on the road a bunch of 3 and outs. Your first down has to be first down will be important to this team on the road, BK. I don't care whether you pass it or throw it. I want to run it. I want to give the run game an opportunity. But if you do decide to drop back and pass, you got to complete these passes, and they have to be for gains. You can't put yourself behind the chains on the road.
No, you can't. And this has been one of the worst first down teams in all of college football this year. And that has translated into this being one of the worst third down teams in all of college football this year because they've had so many third and longs they've had to deal with because they don't have success on early down. So, yeah, run the dang ball, man. Like, run the ball. That should be the point of emphasis this week. Okay, be intentional. Be intentional on running the football. All right? Like, you should be able to run it all over this group. Texas State was able to bully Baylor in the trenches a couple of weeks ago. You should have no problems being able to impose your will. Jeff said it earlier, right? DJ Campbell in at right guard. He's a much better run blocker than he is pass blocker right now. I think he's a better run blocker than Cole Hudson is right now.
Yes.
Run the football. You've got
be stubborn tomorrow.
Yeah. And then that should be the point of emphasis right there. And yeah, you pick up, hell, if it's 4 or 5 yards on first down, that's better than a lot of these incompletions that you've been throwing.
Yeah, because they get you nothing. It goes right back to the line of scrimmage. You get nothing out of these deals.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and the players have to come to play. Guys have to step up. I don't care if the tackle is playing in the backfield. If the ball is thrown at him, make a play. It's time. Guys have to make plays. I talk about the one sensational player that Texas has. It's time for some other guys to shine on this football team. You're in conference play now. Other guys like Jay Witt have to shine. If Cookie gets in the game, he's got to make a play. Can't drop a ball. Jaden Blue, he gets in the game. You can't put it on the ground if you're in these games. These games are important right now. Every possession counts. Every play counts. This is the time where you want to make big plays. You're in conference play. You want to be seen. You want to be known. For years to come with the Texas Longhorns. This is your time. It's your time. You're in conference play now. Preseason's over with.
Yep. Nothing should phase Texas tomorrow, right? Like if they're able to go into Tuscaloosa in front of those 100,000 rabid fans,
you're absolutely right,
and play the way that they did, right? Only 4 penalties in that game, very few mental mistakes, no turnovers. If they're able to do that there against them, they should be able to do that in Waco. They got 50 to 60K at McLean. There's going to be a lot of burnt orange. You would think it's going to be a record crowd tomorrow. Baylor's basically come out and said that already. There are going to be some Texas fans though in the building. Like the atmosphere should not be too much for Texas.
This group should not be overwhelmed. You're right.
No, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. We'll talk way more about that tomorrow during our pregame show out at Covert Bee Cave. And of course, Chaos Theory, hanging with Hardge, Trey and BK, Chip and Zay, and then Trey and Jeff on Longhorn Misfits this afternoon. Tons more Texas football conversation coming your way. Buck, you did promise the people 1,000-unit lock, which means I'm going to take the opposite. So I really need to know who you
won't
have.
take the opposite of this because your Texas A&M Fighting Aggies will get Auburn tomorrow. That's right.
God, you're
That's
betting on the Aggies.
Easy little 1,000-unit lock to get us back to minus 5,000 units. I'll give you a 1,000-unit lock. Don't even worry about it. Take the Aggies tomorrow.
Dude, why do you hate our listeners so much, man?
Why? What are you talking about? We have Aggie fans that listen to us. What's wrong with you?
Well, now they don't like you because your picks suck. So now the Aggies are going to lose. So now they're mad at you. I guess some of our listeners might love you because it's like, oh, shit, let me go bet on Auburn +8 real quick.
Don't take Auburn tomorrow. This kid Wigman will have a fantastic game tomorrow. He'll throw for over 3 bills, and the Aggies will – congrats to Auburn. Was that a congrats to Auburn, really?
Yep. Well, Auburn.
Aggies.
Amazing. Amazing. All right. Quick shout out to a few more of our sponsors. Woods Comfort Systems. Want to give them some love. If something's wrong with your AC, you got to call the great people at Woods Comfort Systems. Check them out online at woodscomfortsystems.com. Jack Allen's Kitchen. I think it's Brad who's in there watching, commenting from Jack Allen's.
Is he really?
Love that. So I'll probably go this weekend. I go there all the time. Love Jack Allen's. If you're looking for an amazing dining experience with a full bar, with TVs to watch the game, no better place to go than Jack Allen's Kitchen. Shout out to them.
Absolutely,
and,
man.
All of our great sponsors. And, of course, 7-Eleven. Got to give them some love, too. Hard copy of the newspaper. That's a bad sell. Slurpees, Big Gulps, nachos. They got it all at 7-Eleven. Buck, great show, my friend. I will see you tomorrow out at Covert in BK.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to this start of conference play, and no better way to do it than to play the Waco High Bears. Absolutely great.
Waco High. All right, we are done. Coming up now, it is Chaos Theory with Rodney and Wags. Fellas, take it away.
Get your hard copies here. Get your hard copies. Great show by the guys opening up for us, Rodney.
Paper's good. It's okay to have paper,
good.
man.
Paper
it's
is good.
Okay. It's okay.
I love the tradition. I remember doing shows with Babers, and Babers would just have nothing but Bucky's like that too. Bucky and Babers have papers everywhere, man. Hello and welcome to Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe button if you haven't already. You can hit me up on Twitter at NotTheFakeWags. My man Rodney is on Twitter at the Rodney R. He's on the gram at the _Rodney R, and I'm on the gram at the Wagner Wire. How are you doing, my friend?
Wags, man, I'm heartbroken.
What?
Trayvon Diggs, man.
Oh,
Out.
dude, that's bad.
Oh my God, are you kidding
Bad
me?
for the Dallas Cowboys, man. And of course, I think the number one defense was playing last night, and Dallas Cowboys still without Trayvon Diggs. I'm still going to have them as penciled the number 2 defense right now. Fortunately for the Dallas Cowboys, there's a lot of depth on that team, and I don't want to say it's a plug and play system there, but Trayvon Diggs is one hell of a player to supplement there. But Dallas does have a lot of studs on that defense.
Yeah, man. You get Deron Bland. You know, he'll kind of insert himself in there. You know, with Gilmore over on the other side. So that's great that all of that happened during the offseason. But man, for something like that, and man, these injuries, dude, in the NFL, these early season injuries, season-ending injuries. I mean, look at this, man. You've got 3 perennial all-stars. You got 3 badasses, dude, that are done. And it's crazy, man. This sport is a bitch. We love it, but man, I tell you, this is something else.
Is it the AstroTurf? Like, is it the field settings? Like, what is going on to where these these running backs and these NFL players are just getting banged up? Now, some of these, obviously, like the Nick Chubb, that was a hit on the knee. That's just going to blow your kneecap up completely there. But I mean, some of the course or some of the field settings rather has to be a little bit, I guess in disarray. I mean, I think Washington Stadium Washington's turf is always known for being all jacked up. So I know MetLife, a lot of people get jacked up on MetLife too. So we'll see about that.
Yeah, well,
Bucky's
the NFL
picking the Aggies. We're going to give you a whole rundown of the college football picks that you should have. Also, your NFL picks. Of course, we're going to touch up on the NFL or on the Major League Baseball race. But we'll be hearing from Sark today, getting you ready for your Longhorns going up into Baylor, man. A lot to break down. Of course, we had Thursday night football last night, Rodney. What a stinker that was, man.
How'd that go for you, man? But back to that.
I mean, we'll talk about it in a little bit here. But my God, it's not fun. It's not fun being a Giants fan. That's for sure, dude.
I've been there, dude. I've been there. You've
been a Giants fan before?
No. But having my team be kind of shitty is something that I'm very used to. But
you don't know true misery until you're a fucking Giants fan, buddy.
Back to what you were talking about, though, about the turf and all that. The NFLPA, I mean, they are hardcore after Aaron Rodgers goes down, we need to go back to natural surfaces. And I mean, think about this. I mean, you've been to Dragon Stadium, you've been to the Kelly Reeves, you've been to the Keanu Reeves Athletic Complex. You see that turf down there. I think a natural playing field would be better. I mean, especially with the speed and the strength and everything that we see right now.
I agree.
Isn't it? I mean, because these things
it takes a lot more to condition and maintain and whatnot, but it's a lot better for the players, man. And everybody that's played on natural turf will tell you that natural grass is way better than AstroTurf.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, it's honestly to me.
I remember falling down and getting pebbles in my eye, like the rubber stuff that's on the AstroTurf that's supposed to to help pad you from falling or whatnot. That shit sucks. All right, natural. No matter what, the hardest hitter on the field is the ground, regardless if it's natural grass or if it's turf, man. Just go with natural grass, man. Of course, it's going to be tough to maintain, but God, it's softer and it's a lot better. It's better on your legs too and your joints and stuff for regular players. I just don't get it. I know it looks great and it's easy to maintain, but shit, man, it sucks.
Well, and you think about this. I mean, we see it each and every time, like when we see these transformation of these fields, where it's like, okay, one day it's this. I mean, I've seen it, with NRG, where one day it's a motocross track, and then it becomes, the Houston Texans playing surface. What is the base? What is the base of that field? Fucking concrete or cement, dude. I mean, that's what you're falling on. You think about the old days in Philadelphia, with that place.
Oh, Veterans Stadium? Yeah, man.
Yeah, Veterans Stadium. Notorious for that. But, I mean, you go back. I would much rather see, the Candlestick Park. Cleveland, back in those days. I mean, a muddy field or whatever. Man, if you turn an ankle because your foot gets stuck in the muck, I mean, whatever, that is much better. Yes, I am not a fan. And we see it in, like we said, we see it in high school. We have kids that blow out ACLs and break ankles and do all this just because of it's not conducive to the violence of this sport right now.
You got that bell going already? Ringing it off, man. Ringing it off. Man, how about JSVTX here right now? Should the NFL start to penalize those hits on players who is about to catch the ball? Those hits have been so violent this season.
PI. Pass interference.
I don't think that they should be like if it's a bang bang play, right? If the ball's being caught right before the defender gets there, then it's the defender's job to jar the ball loose. Like I feel like I was raised in a different game than a lot of players are being raised today.
Dude.
I grew up on the defensive side of the ball, and I played middle linebacker. So I was taught to put my head on your crown and then come up and dislodge your helmet, not just your ball. So, I mean, I was taught to decapitate you. I was taught to use my head as a weapon and hit with murderous intent, man.
Man, even in the times that I played, whether it be offensive line or defensive line, back in Pop Warner or junior high football, you know what they told us? Go for the legs. Go for the legs. I mean, and they would say, if you're playing on the offensive line, you got one guy, go for the front, the other guy, go for the back.
Yeah, that's chop block, man. That's not cool.
It's a chop block.
Yeah, but that's not cool. I would never taught Wags, that, but that's not cool.
It was okay back then. You never got called for that. You never got the crackback. I mean, the crackback that we talk about now, one of the most deadliest plays that you're going to find in football. It's like you used to get taught how to do that. And that's it is a very different, and thank goodness. I mean, thank God that it is a very different game, man. Because
I know linebackers and defensive backs still get taught to look for the crackback. They still get taught to look, head on the swivel, and especially on like a jet sweep or an option, man. If you see that option coming, the first thing you're gonna have is your wideout coming down to crack down on you. So you got to be on the head on the swivel for that. Let's get into Thursday Night Football, Rodney. I don't want to.
Do you really want to do that?
I don't want to talk about it, but we have to talk about it. For the first 3 weeks of NFL football, the New York Giants have been outscored 62-6 in the first 3 halves of their football games. 62-6. How in the hell are you going to get any type of momentum going on if you can't even score? I mean, we're 6. This is a cumulative score, Rodney. You have 6 points in 3 of your first halves of football. You can't get nothing going. You're already being outscored by the opposition. You have a tough hill to climb when you get to the second half. And let's not forget that the Arizona Cardinals laid down in the second half last week for the Giants to climb back and get their victory. This team should be 0-3. This is a garbage team. You saw what it could do against a stalwart like the San Francisco 49ers, who basically doubled them in plays and time of possession. They did not belong on the same field with the San Francisco 49ers. I told everybody to take the under, and it was absolutely the under. 42 points was the total last night, and the line was 43.5. Awful ball game. Just completely awful.
And just think about this, Wags. You haven't even, I mean, you had the juggernaut right there that is the 49ers. I mean, arguably one of the best teams in the NFL. But you haven't even gotten into NFC East play. And this is no longer the NFC least. I mean, you got the Cowboys. You've got Philadelphia. Hell, the Commanders are even, right now. I mean, my heart broke. Talking about broken hearts, I had 2 broken hearts last night. One for myself.
You did not feel bad for the Giants. You did not feel bad.
I got to tell you though, watching that game last night, it was closer than I thought it was going to be for a little bit. And the bad thing is, I look at Danny Dimes and I watch him. And again, a lot of this is just because of the situation that he's in. Of course, he's got a nice fat wallet right now. But you
4 years, 100. Okay, 4 years, 160 million. Do you think that guy is worth 160 million? Guaranteed. Guaranteed. 97 is guaranteed. I'm sorry, like I get emotional. Like 97. The kid, he can't even spell his own damn name.
But
he's a moron.
He doesn't have any help. Right now, he doesn't have any help. But here's the other part.
I will say that his offensive line is an absolute.
It's fucking horrible.
Just sinking, dude.
It's fucking horrible. And damn, there's more money in the can right there. We got to get the quarter can in here, so we're dropping money in here, and maybe we'll give that away.
I'm with Zedek right here. Get tough or don't play. Well, seriously, bring our game back, man.
We
bring our game back. Get tough or don't play. I'm not trying to sound like an old head here.
We can't say that. We can't say that.
I can say whatever the hell I want.
I truly.
I can say whatever the hell I want. 18 carries for 85 yards was CMC last night for your number 1 running back in fantasy football. Putting it on against the Giants. Now the Giants defense, if they do have somewhat of a saving grace, it is their defense, but their defense was still somewhat terrible last night. Of course, only holding the San Francisco 49ers to 30. That's decent, but when you're getting outscored 30-12, or when you're outscored 62-6 in the first 3 halves of football, or the first 3 games of your first halves of football, that's just terrible. Total yards off. Let's go to total yardage right here. If I told you that the Giants got 150 yards of total yards, would you believe me?
Is that for the season?
No, that's just for the game. That's just for, I mean,
oh, okay.
If it was for the season, that would be absolutely terrible. But yeah, the Giants mustered 150 total yardage last night, Rodney, in comparison to San Francisco's 441.
Same.
They were outgunned.
That's a hell of a lot better than I thought it was. But what I was talking about,
you said the game was close, man. It really was. Like the San Francisco 49ers were out there for double than what the Giants were out there.
Yeah, but your quarterback, I mean, and a lot of it is surrounding cast. I mean, there's a lack of it right now. That offensive line is horrible. But your quarterback, every time that you see him, whether in all 3 games this year, you look at that dude and it's like deer in the headlights, man. It's like, what in the hell is going on right here?
I'm going to read you.
That's just what he has to deal with at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to read you some random comments from a novice. This is a person who watched last night that doesn't watch too much of the Giants, but these are just some random comments that I'm going to read you, okay? Why does he look like that? Isn't he supposed to throw the ball? Does he know he's playing quarterback? These are serious questions. Aren't you supposed to throw the ball when you snap it? He looked at the guy for 3 seconds and didn't throw the ball. He was open. What's wrong with him? These are comments from my wife. My wife doesn't watch these. My wife doesn't watch too much football, but when she does, she can understand it too. So to the novice eye, Daniel Jones looks terrible, just like to the advanced eye or whatnot, man. He is bad. It's bad football. One interception last night. Thankfully, that's all he threw was one interception, but he didn't compliment himself with any touchdowns. It was bad. 22 for 32 on the dropbacks, Rodney, and he has no help from the backfield there. Burita, you'd like to think that you can get something going, but we already talked about it. The offensive line for the New York Giants is dismantled. There's more holes in a boat, in that damn line than there are in a sub that's been sunk in World War II, Rodney. It's awful. It's tough to watch. Again, I told you that the Giants were going to be at the bottom of the barrel, and it looks like that's where they're going to end up.
Well, and again, I totally get everything, and I understand the comments right there because my wife does the same thing. I mean, she'll sit here and break stuff down, and she's a baseball girl, but she'll sit here and watch football and asking me the same questions, and I'm like, I don't know, I really don't know. But I go back to the supporting cast right there. That's really hard. But again, you're playing the 49ers. Here's a question I have for you: watching that game last night, Trent Williams, how did he not get thrown out of that football game last night? Did you see that shit?
Because they wanted the refs wanted the game to be over with, and they didn't want to deal with any type of ejections or whatnot. If Trent Williams is in the game, it allows the running back, it allows the San Francisco 49ers to maintain, time of possession and just continue to run. Nobody wanted to be there, not even the refs. They were trying to get out of there as fast as possible, man. They just wanted the game to end, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't even that's how bad the Giants were getting beat up so bad. I didn't even care that Trent Williams threw the punch. I didn't even care. Giants didn't even belong on the field. Let's get into some collegiate football because it's going to ruin my day if we continue to talk about the Giants, man. All right, let's go down this list. We didn't get to talk too much to Al Walsh last night about some of the key matchups or top matchups that we want to see here. But one, the 6 versus the 9, no pun intended, man. 2 undefeated squads going up against each other. We saw Notre Dame open up the collegiate football season with Notre Dame with Navy over in Ireland here. Now they got somewhat of a stalwart to play here. Ohio State coming in right now to the Fighting Irish, and that is going to be one hell of a good game here, man. Hartman already over 1,000 yards on the season. You gotta like what Notre Dame has to offer here going up against the Ohio State Buckeyes, Rodney.
Man, I'm actually taking Notre Dame in this game. I'm going with Notre Dame in this. I think
that's at home. Yeah. Ohio State's given 3.
Yeah. I think this is a really good pick right here. I think that if you're going to call your cousin, you're going to throw some money down on this. I don't want to say it's a 5,000 lock bet or anything like that, but I'm going to tell you something.
You don't think it's $1,000 unit lock?
No, man, I don't think so. But I'll tell you one damn thing. It's pretty freaking close. I think you go right here with the Irish. I mean, boom, dude. And this right here, prime time, Ohio State, Notre Dame. Dude, I know we're going to break some of these games down. But even here's what's so cool about this weekend for me. This is a badass schedule of games that we have tomorrow and tonight. But last week was supposed to suck. And last week was really damn good, dude. last week was really damn good.
So on paper, it didn't look too sexy, but it actually turned up to be one hot date. That's for sure on Saturday. This date looks super sexy. The hot to crazy ratio is awesome this week. I can't wait to see what we have going down or how it's going to actually play out. Right now, for total yardage, Ohio State is actually bested by the Notre Dame Fighting Irish here. Notre Dame putting up 508 yards per stanza, and then all of a sudden, Ohio State pops off with 474. Gonna have a lot of explosive offense here. I can't wait to see this battle actually fold out here. I want to give Ohio State the roses and take Ohio State with the money, but I think I'm gonna call WTF, man. I think I'm calling wrong team favored.
Yeah, dude.
I think I'm with you. I think I'm wrong team favored in Notre Dame. Give me the Irish.
Yeah.
Now I'll probably pay for that. I'll probably pay for it, but
a hell of a lot, man. You know a hell of a lot more than I do, dude. But I'm telling you right there, got to take Notre Dame on that one, dude.
It's worth a flyer. Hopefully, you guys cashed in last night and took that under that I was talking to you guys about on the Thursday Night Football. I was saying that the San Francisco 49ers would cover, and they would also cover the under as well, and that actually happened. Another play that I want to give you guys, I'd love to give you this one for a parlay, but also Texas Longhorns versus Baylor. A small line. I'm still believing that it's going to be 23.5 or maybe even 24 points up there. I think it's good. I think you're good for that. I don't think the Longhorns will struggle at all going up into Baylor. You've seen we've already all heard Brad and Bucky talk about it. You won in Tuscaloosa. I think that is probably going to be the toughest place or the toughest venue that you're going to play.
Yeah.
In terms of just hostile settings and whatnot. If you can win in Tuscaloosa, you should be able to endure whatever is thrown at you at McLean Stadium. There's going to be Longhorn fans there too. We talked about it, but it's going to be loud. It's going to be raucous. But you should be able to endure this and put this team to bed. I don't think the line is going to be a factor here. I think the Longhorns are worth at least 24 points.
Oh, no doubt about it. I think you and I both agree that I think we've kind of both centered around 24 throughout the week as where we're going to bottom out right here. But I mean, think about this. Yeah, it's going to be raucous. I mean, these folks are going to be excited. The interesting thing about this series, I don't know if these numbers have come up, and we can kind of dive in here just a little bit, talking about Texas and Baylor. So, game day coming up.
We got a whole list of the slate that I want to go down and talk about and get the lines to everybody too. So go ahead, break down what you need to do, and then we'll continue to move on towards the slate.
But think about this, Wags. Texas leads this series 80-28. I mean, it's been sheer dominance by Texas. I mean, since 2010, it's 7. Texas leads 7-6. But I mean, you come in right here. I mean, Wags, come on out, establish a running game. Don't get into third and long. Just come out and dominate this game. We've been talking about it all week. Don't sit here and jack around. Don't let this turn into Rice. Don't let this, and again, Wyoming, a very good football team. Don't let it. Just come in and just take care of business. Shut that crowd up. Yeah, student section full, sold out, all this shit. How do you quiet them down, dude? You go out there and you punch them right in the face. That's how you take
have the ball and then issue a 3-and-out on their first possession, and then go out there and score as soon as you get the ball back. That's exactly how you you zap the crowd, you take the energy out of it, and McLean Stadium silence, except for the Longhorn burnt orange faithful there. The line on this is 14.5. Again, they're good for it. They will cover that easily, man. A good point that Bucky was talking about too. I don't care if the Longhorns actually go out there and win by 1 point, for the rest of the time out there. Of course, I won't be making any money if I'm betting on the Longhorns. But yeah, you're coming back with a victorious result, and that's all that matters. All right, let's continue to go down here. Does UAB in Georgia do anything for you? Are you kind of wanting the backdoor cover here from UAB?
Man, I don't know. I don't know.
That's a tough line, Rodney.
This is another one kind of talking about what we're talking about with Texas right here, because we've watched Georgia
struggle to put points up.
Georgia has struggled. So I think it's the same thing right here with the Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, if you want to come out, because here's the whole thing when it comes to Texas.
I'm serious about this. This is a sexy backdoor cover right here, Rodney.
It really is.
In the second half.
It really is. But here's the thing with these teams in the top 5, you got to come out style points, dude. You got to come out and cover these lines because when you start looking at the end of the season, we're talking about, man, Texas needs to get in the playoff or something. But if Texas wins tomorrow by 10, somebody could come back to the Baylor game and say, well, they kind of stepped on their dick right there in that Baylor game, and that could hurt them. So
no, I get you. A win's a win, but yeah, you got to win in dramatic fashion, or you got to win with convincing fashion. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Here. The 42.5 to me is really sexy for you. University of Alabama, Birmingham here. Georgia struggled in their first 3 weeks of competition. They probably right the ship by now, but they've still come out a little bit sluggish in the first half of football. And then you'd like to think that backdoor cover could happen towards the fourth quarter, right? Now, Georgia's probably going to gain a lead here, but then UAB might be able to come back and give a little bit of a surge in the fourth quarter, just because you might see a little bit of a letdown or a little bit of a lull in the Georgia defense at that time. If that happens,
that's a lot of points.
I'm telling you right now, 42 is a lot to cover, man. That is a lot to cover.
A lot of points, dude.
I got this marked down as a UAB cover here.
I think UAB covers.
Obviously, they're not going to win the game, but I think they have a chance to get inside the points here. Let's continue to go down the slate of games. Oregon and Washington State. We got a sexy undefeated matchup here in the Pac, whatever you want to call it now. Pac-4? What are they? Pac-12? Are you still officially the Pac-12?
Still 12. Isn't that the shitty part?
It's really Pac-4.
They're still the Pac-12, and they're all badass, and they're about to dissolve. It's like, man, going out in a blaze of glory right here, man, the Pac-12, and it's like, man, all these great teams, all these great quarterbacks. Oh yeah, at the end of the year, it's all fucking gone. It's all gone.
Pullman, Washington is a tough place to play, Rodney, and of course the Beavers will be traveling there. If it's one team that can do it, though, it could be the Oregon State Beavers here. The 14th ranked Beavers go into Pullman here trying to come out with the victory. Right now, total yardage is in favor of Washington with 535 yards to the good there to their opposition, 466 total yardage for the Bucky Beavers. Who you like here?
You know, I'm going with Washington State to cover here. Being a home game, man. Being a home game. I'm going with Washington State.
I'm keeping tabs on this too because we're going to have a record at the end of the year between you and I.
That's okay. No, I'm going with them, dude. And I kind of go off the wall because I dig into stupid shit like, home field advantage and all of this stuff. And I totally get. I totally get. And college football is so different because the environment to me just kind of shifts a lot of things right here. And especially when you're talking about a line like 2.5. 2.5, man. That's not a lot. That's not a lot, man. I'm going with the home team here, dude. Give me the homers.
I like
the homers.
Damien Martinez is a stud. It seems like Oregon State or Oregon just usually has studs from their backfield here, man. Martinez is one hell of a back there. Comes off popping at 8.8 yards per run there, 351 yards on the ground on 40 rushing attempts. Only one touchdown, though. So this guy needs to find pay dirt just a little bit more, but he can get you and carve you up in between the hashes here. I like this matchup. I'm going to go with Oregon State here. Yeah, Oregon State on the road in Pullman here. I don't want to say it's an upset because Oregon State's 14th and Washington State is 21, but
this is a great matchup.
Yeah, I like this matchup here. I like Oregon State. Give me Oregon State to cover here, and it's just a better reward. It's a better payoff anyways, Rodney. I'm going to take this one. I got Oregon State. You got Washington State on this one here. Moving on down the way, does Rutgers have any way to beat Michigan? I mean, Rutgers is undefeated. Rutgers, I mean, does that have any ounce of tape going into it or ounce of success going into this tail of the tape going up against the number 2 Michigan Wolverines, which I think, by the way, are playing the best ball in the country at the moment. So
are we still 24.5? Is that where we are right now?
On that line?
Yeah.
On that line right now is 24. So it's actually came down 24. Just a little bit. Over and under is at 44. And yeah, that's at the big house. So
dude,
look for Michigan to take care of business and win.
Yeah, man. Of these teams that we talk about in the top 5, to me, Michigan is the one that's really solidified their place in the top 5. We watched Texas and Georgia and some of these guys kind of stumble around and not be doing what they need to be doing. Michigan hasn't really been that team to me. I think they cover this easily. This could be 35, 37 points here for Michigan to win this ball game.
Yeah, Wimstad's been playing good. He hasn't gone up against an opposition or a caliber opponent like, yeah, dude. He hasn't gone up against the Wolverines. Dude. He's put up 407 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, man, 77.3 rating. But you're going up against the studs of studs in your Big Ten. If it's not Ohio State, it's got to be Michigan, right? Like, I don't think it's Ohio State's conference anymore. I actually do think Michigan has superseded them and taken over the reins of the conference. Of course, we'll be able to find out. Yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, I think Michigan is right where they need to be. Harbaugh's got them right. And it's, by the way, they don't have an offense or a defense there at Michigan. They got a we-fence. And I think that we-fence is working out well for Michigan, man. We'll see how that bodes out. They don't struggle at all. They handle Rice, or they will take care of Rice handily here, man, and they cover. Not a big enough line, man. Not a big enough line.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's low. That's low to me.
Florida State at Clemson. This had some sex appeal to it when we first started seeing this game at the preseason on the schedule now. Clemson's kind of struggling here. Florida State took a little bit of a dip. I mean, they won, but they still struggled last week, 31-29. What do you like here?
Obviously, I mean, Clemson, obviously they lose. They lose to start the season, and it's like, okay, Dabo, this is it. We're pointing out all the things that Dabo's doing wrong, not using the portal, not using NIL, not doing all these different things. But let me tell you something right there. It looks like Clemson is kind of battling back a little bit to me. I mean, there's a little bit of fire right there. And again, with Florida State, yeah, they struggled last week, but a lot of teams did. A lot of the top teams did. That was the allure to me of last weekend, is all the badasses struggled. So this is a brand new reset of this weekend, man. I think Florida State, like Georgia, like Texas, you come out, you're one of the elites. You're quote unquote one of the elites right now. You got to come out. You got to come out. Take care of these guys. Take care of Clemson. I don't give a shit what the condition of the program is. Come take care of them, and that makes you look good. I'm going Florida State in this bitch.
See, line's only 2 here, Rodney. Would I be crazy to take Clemson here? I think this is a get right and a rite of passage game for Dabo and his boys here. If you ask me, if you want to break this down, it is. It's at home for Clemson, but 466 to the good for total yardage of the Seminoles here, and then 489 for the Clemson. The Clemson Tigers here. Got something in my eye. Excuse me 1 second.
It's your eyeball, buddy. But no,
it is that eyeball. I still think there is a contact lens back.
You probably have a contact stuck in there. I'm telling you,
dude. It's been giving me issues here. Anyways, now Klubnik, man, I think he's starting to get his feel back again. 8 touchdowns to the good, 2 interceptions here. He's going to have a big game to keep this Florida State defense off balance. And again, Dabo's going to have to establish. We talked about, the Longhorns establishing their run. You got to keep Florida State off balance too, man. You can't have all of your running coming from Klubnik, right? You got to use his legs and extend plays like that, but allow him to still sit there and carve people up with his arm, right? People don't know. I don't know how many people know this about Klubnik, but I'm pretty sure he was first team All-State in track as well, right?
Yeah. We've watched him run, here. And by the way, Battle of the Lakes coming up tonight. Maybe we can touch on that if we even want to go down that road.
We'll save that for the end of it.
I know people give a damn about that. But
the Hot Moms. I call it the Hot Moms Bowl. It's the Hot Moms Bowl, right? The Hot Moms Bowl.
Yeah, man.
Some people call it Battle of the Lakes, but it's Hot Moms Bowl.
The MILF Bowl. Anyway, you get into this, and I think Clemson, you can't rely on Cade Klubnik. Yes, he did a lot of really good things in high school, but dude, this is not high school anymore. This is where you need to rely him on more.
Yeah, the Alphas are with the Alphas here, man.
Establish a running game. Get the ball down the field. If you're going to put it on his legs, you're in trouble. And I think that's been kind of one of the knocks there on Clemson. But yes, they're going in the right direction. Yeah, they're 2-1 or whatever. But I think this is too much Florida State right here, dude. And like I said, redemption. This is redemption weekend for a lot of these teams up in the top 10. Statement weekend on a big weekend.
I think that Clemson is able to sneak out of here and get the win in their home in Death Valley. I mean, to me, if you want to take a shot at anything for the money at the wrong team favored, I will tell you that it might be, or it's not going to be wrong team favored rather, but I will tell you to go up and take the back door for UAB if you're looking for any type of sneak right there. I don't think that Florida State is going to be able to handle Clemson. I think the Tigers are actually going to put up a fight. Like I said, this looks a lot more sexier on paper than it does like last week or 2 weeks ago. It looked really sexy in the preseason, but it's starting to get its sex appeal back.
Yeah, you see this in the preseason. It's like, man, that's a battle for number 1 right there.
Right.
I mean, that's going to be 2 teams. That's going to be 1 and 2 that are going to be battling each other. Funny how that shit changes in about 3 weeks.
2 more games that I want to talk about before we. Yeah, exactly. Funny that does change from week to week. It's funny how that goes. 2 more games that I want to talk about on this slate before we hit over and talk more in depth about Longhorns and Baylor, Iowa and Penn State. Another bout between 2 undefeated schools. 24 Iowa traveling to Happy Valley. Will they get a happy ending there?
No happy endings for Iowa. This is, I think this is one in a top 25 matchup
right here, man. 14.5.
Yeah, no, not going with that. I mean, if this was,
Iowa, you don't think Iowa covers?
I don't think so. I mean, I think if this was a home game, I think if you were at home and if this was an Iowa Hawkeyes home game, yeah. But I don't know, dude. Penn State, like I said, dude, that is my underlying theme of the weekend. This is statement weekend right here. We're only in week 4 or 5. Hell, I don't know what week it is, but I mean, this is where with the slate of games that we have, and again, a top 25 matchup right here. This is where you got to go out, and this is going to set the tone for the rest of the year. A lot of shit is going to be contingent on what happens this weekend. Who wins, who loses. That's going to start because it won't be long, dude. The committee's going to get to work and they'll start doing whatever the hell they do. I don't know if they use pen, paper. I don't know what they do. Batteries. I don't know.
They have
how
their own chaos theory, man.
Yeah, they are the chaos theory.
Yeah,
they are the original chaos theory. I don't know. What do you think about this one?
Well, Penn State plays efficient football. They don't blow you out of the water. Yeah. They don't tear you up vertically, but they do things efficiently, right? Alar's played decent football, almost 750 yards through the air, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. So you got to like that. It's efficient football. And then on the ground, you're getting able to carve it up with Allen there too. He's a strong runner. They run the ball well as well. 42 carries on the year, and then just over the 200 century mark for Allen as well. It's a well-balanced attack from Penn State. It's going to be tough for Iowa to get in there and get the victory, but I do think they're able to go into Happy Valley and get a cover here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's fun.
I'm not always right. I'm not always right, but it's just,
I'm rarely right.
It's a numbers game, again, baby. It's a numbers game.
And this is the fun part about doing this with you is that you are so honed in. And I mean, I'll dig in, but I don't have nearly the skill.
Money. I like making money.
Well, and that's so I get this question last night from my wife. So I have this pool that I'm in, a season pool, where I'm actually picking games or whatever. And my wife, we're sitting there, no baseball last night. So we're just sitting there watching, whatever, Hulu or whatever the hell. And she's like, I need to ask you a question. Are you betting on sports?
Oh,
I said, I'm not quite at that point yet. She's like, I walk by your desk. I see all these different things laying over there.
Would that be a problem? Would that cause a problem if you were betting on sports? Because my wife does not like me betting on sports at all.
Well, if I win, she'd be on cloud 9, dude. But you hear my picks, I'm probably not going to win. But yeah,
I've never winning percentage of 62. You're looked at as really good here, but dude, you're not making much money if you're 62%.
I bet and win NASCAR leagues because I know those dudes. Right. I talk to insiders and they tell me shit during the week. And it's like, here's your top 5, boom, 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 boom. And I win every NASCAR league that I'm in. But here, and that's what I'm saying. The cool part of doing this with you, it's like, man, starting to analyze this stuff. And you are about to, man, I'm going to find, instead of putting,
it sounds like I'm about to arouse you.
All those quarters that I'm putting in the cuss jar, man, I might have to find me a cousin, man.
Bring him my way. Let me be your cousin, man. You can come over. We got plenty of room here. You can sleep over, man. You want to sleep up top? You want to sleep?
All my cousins, all my real cousins are dead. So I think I may have to find a cousin. And dude, I need some money. We will get you in my real job, dude. I need some money.
Of course, we will make it hook up and flow for you. That's for sure. One more game that I want to talk about before we get into Texas and Baylor here. Of course, the marquee matchup of the week for me. It's been going down for the past 3 weeks now. You've seen the apex start to happen to where the climax is about to explode, but it's only week 4. Whoa. It's only week 4. And we're getting Colorado prime time going up into Eugene. Prime time has been blasting nothing but Eugene band music and all kinds of Oregon hoopla that at the practice field or whatnot to try and get them ready for the atmosphere, the chaotic atmosphere that they're going to experience up in Eugene. Rodney, is prime time, Coach Prime and the Colorado Buffaloes, led by Shedeur Sander, are they able to go into Eugene, Oregon, and pull this upset off?
Well, they're missing a pivotal piece. Yeah, it's going to be out for about 3 weeks.
A Heisman piece.
Yeah, so that's huge. But
line's 21 right now. Line's a solid 21 in favor of Oregon.
But you know what, dude? What does Coach Prime I mean, we had this conversation last week. What does he do? He sees this, and man, he is motivating these kids. I mean, he's doing all the hip hop and all this different stuff, but then they get in the locker room and he's telling them shit that's going to make them believe that they can do anything. Man, this right here is going. If Colorado, look, I am not going. Colorado is going to cover this. Colorado's going to cover this, even though the defense is suspect. It kind of sucks at times. They'll cover this, but look, dude, are any of us going to be surprised if Colorado goes in here? Hell, maybe another overtime game. Is anyone going to be surprised if Colorado finds a way to go and fucking win this ball game?
I would actually be if Colorado goes into Eugene and beats Oregon in Eugene. I would actually be surprised. Like this is a tough feat, man. Shedeur Sanders playing out of his mind. 12 touchdowns to 1 interception on his slate, or excuse me, 10 touchdowns to 1 interception here, over 1,200 yards. Dude's a stud, but I don't know how much he's going to be able to put the team on his back. Edwards is going to have to get nasty and win one-on-ones in space here, man. And like you said, that defense is going to have to come out of here and try and stop Weaver Frank. Like their receiving core is nasty, man. Oregon's receiver Weaver and Franklin's pretty nasty. They're kind of serious, dude. Irving's nasty. Excuse me. Weaver's for Colorado, but Franklin's nasty, and then Irving is who I was trying to talk about. The running back coming out of the backfield as well. It seems like Oregon, like I was talking about earlier, Oregon State and Oregon just always have running backs that just get loaded up into that program, man.
Yeah.
Usually you see a lot of speed coming out of these schools, and we're going to see a lot of speed on Saturday as well, man. Give me Oregon, dude. I don't even think Colorado covers here. It's going to be tough. I'll be shocked. I'd love to see Colorado continue this storyline and do it. But man, this is obviously their toughest matchup on their schedule. And it's going to show out that way as well. It'll come to fruition. I don't see Colorado coming out with a victory here, and it's going to be tough for them to get within 3 scores. The line is 21, and that sounds about right to me, Rodney.
Yeah, I'm actually with you. That's the route that I'm going. I mean, I can sit here and try to be Coach Prime myself and try to coach this team up and be the optimist and think about all the great things that can happen. But that is the main thing with the one key missing element that is going to put a lot of this on Shedeur Sanders. And, I'm not sure that this is the team that you want to go up against when you have to put all this on your shoulders, because this really is a great test. And, oh, by the way, you get done with this, then you get the real test. Then you get the real test coming up. So I think, and this isn't, I hate to say that the next 2 weeks for Colorado are going to be a crash landing, because
dude.
It is. This has been a great story. But in all honesty, Oregon's going to boat race these guys.
Yeah, it's going to be bad.
Yeah.
Of course, I want to see a different result, but I think it's going to be a different. I think it's going to be a bad result on Saturday. One more game on the slate that I wanted to talk about. I will not be betting on, because I just want to sit back and watch this thing fold out or unfold and play out here. Ole Miss and Alabama. I want to see Bama stomp Ole Miss completely, just outright stomp Ole Miss to give us that strength of schedule points and all that hoopla or whatnot. But dude, Ole Miss has a chance to come out here and actually shock Bama. I don't know which Bama we're going to see. If it's going to be the perennial champs of the past decade, even though Georgia's, taking the last 2 here, but what type of Crimson Tide are we going to see roll out here?
Man, I don't.
Is the succession plan still up for question, man? Right now, Saban is sitting there saying that Milroe is the guy, and he's earned the snaps and earned the starting position here. But dude, at what type when they meet any type of adversity does Saban sit there and put the hook on Milroe and then go with Buckner again?
I mean, I don't know if you do that. I mean, which
one
of those guys
do that, Rodney?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to have to ride Milroe right here. But I mean, think about this. I mean, with Alabama, and the one thing that I took really that I really thought was odd last week after the win by Alabama, when Nick Saban goes in and I heard him say that he told his kids, "You guys enjoy this win for 24 hours," which you hear that cliche all the time. But who would have ever heard that from Nick Saban after that win last week? What was that, 17-3? Who would have ever heard Nick Saban say, "Enjoy that win"?
South Florida. against South Florida.
Over South Florida. I mean, man, there's a shift right here, dude. I'm telling you, Steve Sarkisian gets the best of Nick Saban. Here comes Lane Kiffin, dude.
I'm not going to have any knee-jerk reactions just yet here, man. I think Alabama is still going to be able to handle this game, dude.
How? I don't know, dude.
Well, they're going to have to stop the quarterback. That's for sure. Dart is fantastic, and he darts all over the place, not just on the ground, but he also, no pun intended, but he's throwing darts all over the field as well. So this is a special quarterback here for Ole Miss, man. Right now, almost 1,000 yards through the air, 852 yards, 7 touchdowns to 1 interception. So he's playing really efficient football. But on the ground, he's tremendous as well, man. He's been able to carve you up 213 yards with 2 touchdowns. Just being able to do the FedEx ground service as well, man. You got to love what this kid can bring. Now, if they can contain this dude, then they have a chance at actually putting away the Ole Miss Rebels here.
How did Texas finish off that game against Alabama? They just sat there and gouged in the running game. If Ole Miss can do that, dude, I don't know, dude. I'm taking a flyer right here, dude. I'm going, man.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm doing it. I'm going Ole Miss.
You wanted to make money
for the or is this? Do I make money if I win this one?
Stay away from this one. This is going to be.
Do I get a battery?
Emotional.
I'm just kidding. I'm going with Alabama. I'm going with Alabama.
Yeah, 6.5 for Alabama. I think they're good for a touchdown here, man. Of course, it's going to be bringing. Again, I'm not going to touch this game. I'm not. I just want to watch it. I just want to watch it. But for those of you out there that do want to place money on this, Alabama covers. I got Alabama at least good for 7 here.
Yeah. Well, and this is where we talk about bounce back weekend, statement weekend. Alabama, you need to go show out, man, because there's a lot of people that are thinking that Alabama's done and they want to get St. Nick out of here and who's going to take it. Like we're talking about succession plans and all this. He says he's not going anywhere. But if you're Alabama, you better the toast of Alabama right now is South Alabama, for crying out loud. I mean, what the hell's going on over there?
All right, let's get into some Longhorn and Baylor talk. Before we get into anything, let's hear from Covert BK.
That's right. Don't forget, pregame show coming up tomorrow. You'll have Bucky and BK, or Bucky and BK will be out with our pregame show. The only Texas pregame show that you're going to find. I was on the road a couple of weeks ago, and I had to turn on the terrestrial radio, and I'm turning on to the flagship, and I'm like,
there's nothing.
What's going on here?
Isn't that sad?
It's a damn crying shame.
Cool. It's cool that we're the only outlet there that actually gives the pre. But in a year like this, we should not be the only avenue of approach.
Yes,
but I'm glad we are because everybody's locked into us.
It's a damn good thing that I had the Texas Sports Unfiltered app because I could turn those guys on and get the most in-depth conversation and pregame that you're going to find. Oh, by the way, we got a postgame show too as well. I don't think the flagship does that either. But anyway, Covert BK, we want to invite you out there. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands of those great Covert vehicles, new and pre-owned Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Covert Ford, Hutto, and Chevrolet. That's out 79. And, of course, in Austin, you got the Fords and the Lincolns right there with the Covert family. Been doing it since 1909. The Covert family, they want to get you in a new if you're wanting to get out this weekend, go find a new vehicle, depending, new or pre-owned. There is nothing wrong with a pre-owned vehicle. I mean, a lot of times, folks, I know I have owned several different vehicles in my life, and most of them have been pre-owned, and they're really good pre-owned vehicles. So go check out the Coverts. They'll take care of that for you as well. Also, as I always like to talk about, because I'm a car guy, with all of that maintenance, man, every time I open the hood on my car these days, I'm like, man, I don't know what any of that shit is. Where's the carburetor? Where's the air cleaner? Where's the exhaust? Where's all of that? I can't find any of that. If you have that maintenance, if you have oil changes, man, I don't even know where the oil pan is on these new cars, for crying out loud, or trucks or SUVs. Take it to Covert. They have 86 service bays, minimal wait. They're going to take care of you. It's covertbcave.com. Your latest weekly specials, not just holiday, not just none of that stuff. Every week, covertbcave.com. Check them out. Talk to our man, Dan Covert, and tell him that you appreciate all of that great family being a part of Texas Sports Unfiltered. And remember, nobody, and I mean nobody, beats a Covert deal, not now, and sure as hell, not ever, Wags. Covert BK.
Ever. Best in the business, man. Best in the business. All right, Rodney, let's get into this. Now, the Longhorns have struggled the past couple of weeks at it, coming out and starting to establish dominance in the first stanza or early up. They've actually, been slow starts, man. What does the Longhorns need to do in order to change that and start getting on the board first here and maybe put up 14 points at the end of the first quarter instead of just 7?
Against this defense, Wags, I'm a broken record. I'm skipping. I got a bad needle. Pound the rock. Pound the rock. You don't have to come out and throw on first down. Don't put yourself in 3rd and long. I mean, look at this defense right here. I mean, we saw Jonathan Taylor last weekend. I mean, this dude was running like a madman. You come on out and you just gouge. Just pound them, beat them up, put their hands on their hips, man. You just destroy this defense because you have the running game to do this. And when Jonathan Taylor needs a rest, get Jordan Blue in there. Yep. I mean, you've got it all right there. And Wags, it's so, I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not a coach, but damn it, I think I am one. Establish that running game. JT Sanders, suit him up. Take him on the bus this week. Actually, let him be a part of the game plan. Start dumping shit underneath to him, and you are going to destroy the Baylor Bears.
I think easily. You will too. Sark talked about how Baxter has looked. CJ Baxter's looked fantastic in practice throughout the week. Some of the best practices that he's had while he's been in camp. So we'll see how they roll out their 3-headed Hydra from the rushing attack. But here is Sark on the defense of the Baylor Bears.
Well, I think one, I want to keep belaboring the point, but they're well coached. Dave's been doing it a long time at multiple stops: Utah State, Wisconsin, LSU, now Baylor. And it's definitely his defense. I know they've changed coordinators, but it's his defense. And so the reality is, one, they've got the scheme. 2, they've got really big bodies up front. They're a physical front. They're long. They do a good job of kind of with gap integrity. And when they're playing really good, they don't have to, kind of put an extra hat in the box to defend the run. They can play the pass and with their coverage units, whether it's the 5 DBs, depending on the formation, and trust that front to defend the run. And then they've got a multitude of ways that they can play their coverages in the back end to match your routes. And so, you add all that up, that bodes well from a good defensive standpoint, especially when you're at home, and things can get harder on the offense from a communication standpoint.
So he talked, the thing that comes off the page to me first there of what he said is he talked about how Baylor usually has really good gap responsibility and gap assignments just with their front 4, right? With their base package and their base line. If Baylor in Aranda can establish dominance in winning the trenches right there, it's going to make it hard for Ewers to actually step up into his throws and continue to get that consistency that we're looking for. You might see another inconsistent game from Quinn Ewers if they can't control that Baylor defensive front.
Well, and this is where I go back to the running game, because I think Texas can control or should control, for all intents and purposes, should control, the trenches right there.
From hearing that statement, do you think that's what Sark actually wants to come out and do, is establish the run and lay down?
No, I know he won't. I mean, he never does. He never does. I mean, look, dude, it's painfully obvious right here to all of us what you can come out and do right here. But they're going to come out and throw on first down, dude. That's what they do. And I really, that disappoints me each and every time, because you put yourself behind the chains. I mean, you get into second down, 2nd and 10, and then you try to run the ball. And I mean, folks watch film right here. I don't give a damn how good Baylor is, but I mean, they've watched film on each and every one of these games. They assume that Sark's going to come out and throw the ball, and then you try to run on second down. And that's where you stuff the running game on second down. Then you're down, you're into 3rd and 8. You're into 3rd and 8. And, man, I know every situation is different. Opponent is different, but I just can't for the life of me figure out why in this game, playing Baylor, and again, I'm not dishing Baylor, they have a lot of struggles. I mean, there's dude, when we talked to Craig the other day, he's like, man, I don't know. I don't really know.
And Smoke usually is very hard on the Longhorns too, and gives the Longhorns grief when they need to get grief. And Smoke didn't really have anything to throw there, man. It's going to be a tough pill, man.
Yeah, when we talked about Wyoming last week, and we had Alex Taylor on, that dude comes on and he's telling us, I'm thinking they're going to do this and what did Wyoming do? They came out with a dude that hadn't thrown a pass in D1 football.
Multiple sets, multiple personnel looks, man, keeping us off balance.
Yes.
Nasty. Here's
so
we know that there's adversity from the Baylor Bears standpoint. Of course, they've lost their quarterback already here. Now they got Sawyer Robinson coming in and trying to lead the Bears to success here. Here's Sark on Sawyer Robinson.
I think the athleticism for sure. His ability to create outside the pocket. The other challenge is a little bit of the unknown, right? I mean, he hasn't played a ton of football that way, and so you don't have all the information that you'd like. But he's a competitive guy. You remember him and recruiting him coming out of high school. And he's a guy that I felt like probably played his best football in the second half last week. And so maybe finding his stride a little bit more. So at the end of the day, I think playing Baylor, you got to do a great job stopping the run. You got to make sure you defend the play action pass. And then when you cover it right, you got to make sure that he doesn't have the ability to use his legs to extend plays, whether that's running it or extending plays to find throws off schedule.
Yeah, and really, Robertson, you'd like to say that you'd love to give him some weapons, but really, man, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions on the year, and that's because his best target is a tight end, dude. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to throw any shade towards tight ends here. We got one hell of a tight end, but you also have to have stuff on your outside. You got to have your wide receivers being able to create plays on the sidelines as well and stretching the field and getting vertical, Rodney.
Yeah. And you've got Richardson out of the game. I mean, he's hurt. I mean, they haven't used Reese. We talked about Richard Reese a couple days ago. He hasn't. I don't know why they're saving this guy. I mean, maybe they're kind of doing some load management right there, like Bucky Godbolt, just to get him ready for this game. But I mean, they're honing in a lot of the running attack. It's going to be on Dawson Pendergrass, and I just don't. I mean, if you're Texas, you are salivating right now at what you're going to be able to do against this offense, because like you're talking about there, with Sawyer, I mean, it's like, man, you should control this game from the get-go.
Yeah,
from the get-go, you should control this game.
Dabney's not just tearing you up in the red zone as well. Like, Dabney's also got yardage after the catch as well. So he's a guy that's going to be able to eat you up in between the hashes. I'd love to see what Ford and the linebacking crew is going to be able to callous him up or actually, cordon him up and whatnot and be able to hone him in. But to me, I don't think it's going to be a struggle at all for the Longhorns. I've already told you, man, the line's 14.5. I look for the Longhorns to actually sail through this. 23.5 points, maybe 24 points to the good for the Longhorns to cover here. Whichever game I'm going to be watching, I'll always be watching with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. Go to their website at avconsultations.com. Look at the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years since 1988 and setting the standard in audiovisual automation, man. You will not be disappointed, I swear. No job too small, no job too big. They can get it done for you, man. 512-255-avconsultations.com. Give them a call today. You see the 2 flat screen TVs that I have behind my house or behind the camera here? I also got arcade machines too because I'm a gamer. Yeah. And then I like to watch Below Deck and I like to watch, Real Housewives of any other USA city out there. So I do that when I go down to my home theater system and I watch it provided by Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
I'll tell you what, man, that dude's been doing it since 1988. He does it the right way. And like you always talk about, Wags, man, you go out and you look at the Pluckers and all these different places where you've got all those badass, setups right there, multiple games, multiple TVs all around these joints. And odds are it's our man, Tom McKay, that's done that. I'll tell you that dude right there, he's a bad son of a gun. He's
Northwind. Morning, motherfuckers. Morning, you too, man. Hook him as well, man. Hook him as well.
Yes.
Great to be with you guys, man. Daryl G.
That's a great intro, right?
Comments. One of my favorite commentors, Daryl G. The Horns Nielsen rating just dropped under the zones last month. Yikes. I didn't know that people still pay attention to Nielsen ratings, dude.
I do.
Of course, those of you guys that don't know, Nielsen ratings are what gives you the ratings to the radio stations and to the media companies or whatnot. But they're it's almost as inconsistent as Quinn Ewers' footwork, the Nielsen rating. So
You'll be surprised to know,
It's a
Wags.
joke. I love Quinn. You know what I mean? As long as Quinn continues to stay hot, yeah, I love Quinn. So
you'll be surprised to know I track that shit. RadioOnline.com, the best place to go where you can get all your market ratings. Man, I'm sorry. That's my analytics that I check into sometimes right there.
The analyst. The analyst, Rodney Rodriguez. We're about to have Mike Hardge jump on here. It's almost time for Hardball Hardge and Hanging with Hardge. Getting ready to have his thoughts here. We didn't talk any Major League Baseball tonight or today, Rodney. What happened there?
Well, everybody was off. The shit gets real now because
not everybody was off. Baltimore lost. Baltimore lost. Tampa Bay won. So Tampa Bay's a game and a half back from the AL East lead here. So we'll keep you apprised of that moving forward. Go ahead.
AL West getting real today. You got Houston entertaining Kansas City. Holy shit! Or going to Kansas. No, entertaining Kansas City. So you've got that, dude. Rangers, Mariners. Whoop! Man.
Here we go.
I want to talk about.
Now, of course, if you're an Astros fan, you just want these two teams to just eat them up. You want splits between all of them here, so you can get some differential and extend your lead here.
Yeah. And then that series ends, and you get the Astros and the Mariners, dude. God damn. Baseball's got to be rigged.
It's sexy. Baseball is sexy. You know who else is sexy?
It's like pro wrestling.
Hardball Hardge is sexy. We bring Hardball Hardge on. He knows it too. He was ready for
it,
man.
With
or without a piano, his sexy ass just brings that smile to the table, man. What's going on, Hardge? It's Hanging with Hardge next. We got to get out of here. We want to give a shout out to everybody all of our sponsors that sponsor this show and sponsor this family, and to all of you guys that watch us and pay attention and comment on us as well. You guys been talking about how can we help you guys out? You help our sponsors out, man. If you help our sponsors out, that'll just take care of us. So make sure that you're liking everything that they got going on between Syntex tickets, 7-Eleven. I get my G Fuel from 7-Eleven, guys. I wouldn't be as powered up as I am without my G Fuel.
I go to 7-Eleven all the time.
Tom McCain, Audiovisual Consultations, Great Blue Heron Furniture. They're the new sponsors. Give them a shout out as well. Last Stand hats. You see Mike Hardge always rocking that memorabilia there and all that apparel. You guys got to know it. I have it too. I just got it back there as occupy left field as well. I like to keep it mantled. So the Texas baseball team always sits there and has their praise and has their roses. Anyways, man, we got to get out of here. Hook them, guys.
Appreciate you, fellas, as always.
Hardball.
Chaos Theory, the wild and crazy crew that they are. It's your boy Hardball Hardge. Welcome to another edition of Hanging with Hardge. We got a special show for you today. We're obviously going to break down all the games that are happening this weekend. We also have MLB. I know that those guys were just talking about the MLB. I'll give you some information on that. We also will have Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram joining me at 11:30, talking Dallas Cowboys. He is a University of Texas alum, so I will talk to him about what he thinks about this Texas Longhorn team. But, of course, the big news that came out of Dallas yesterday was the unfortunate injury to Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs, one of the best young corners in the game, just got paid this offseason, and he and Stephon Gilmore were poised to be two of the top defensive backs for the Dallas Cowboys this upcoming season. Now the pressure's on everybody else to step up, add a little bit more to that great defense. But before we get into all of that, I want to give a special shout out to all of the sponsors as well. Some of those guys I've been doing some personal work with for a very long time, and I want to continue to thank them for everything that they have done for this station. My man BK has done an unbelievable job. He's given you opportunities to win some prizes. We got 5,000. Now we need 5,000 more. Let's get to 10,000 and let's see what's really going to happen. Make sure you like, you subscribe, and you follow on all the platforms, Hardball Hardge, and of course, TS Unfiltered, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also hit us up on the text line, 512-222-9328. Well, MLB is getting started this weekend, and obviously it's been going on, but there's a lot of games that have special interest in it. And one of them starts tonight up in Arlington at the Gilf, as everyone is talking about, as the Texas Rangers host the Seattle Mariners. The Texas Rangers, both teams and the Seattle Mariners are a half a game out of first place. And the interesting part about this is they get a chance. The Texas Rangers has destiny right in their hands. They can write their own story. They will be able to set a precedent when it comes to the Texas Rangers and if they're going to be into the playoffs. It is real interesting, excuse me, real interesting to me when you look at how the Texas Rangers performed at home versus how the Houston Astros have performed at home. The Rangers have played great baseball at home. They've been in all the ball games. The thing that's been keeping them in the ball games has been their pitching. Their pitching is the most important thing there. They've been able to do all that stuff, and they've been able to come out. The pitching is the reason why they're losing all these games on the back end. They haven't had success. Aroldis Chapman has come in, and he hasn't been what we thought he was going to be when they first got him. Remember, when they first got him, he came in and was shutting people down and doing unbelievable work. Well, then as the season has gone on, they haven't been as hot as they once were. He hadn't done as well when they needed him. So that bullpen is very, very shaky. Tonight, they're going to send out Dane Dunning, who is 10-6 with a 3.78 ERA, and he'll be taking the mound against Bryce Miller. Bryce Miller is one of the great young pitchers for the Seattle Mariners. I don't want to call him great, but he's up and coming. He's from the Dallas area. He's from Mount Pleasant. So he's going to have a lot of folks in the stands for him that are trying to calm the Rangers' path to perfection and to the postseason. But they have destiny in their hand. They can right their own ship because they will play them 7 games. They will play Seattle Mariners 7 games in the next 2 weeks. And so they can either have it separated or the Seattle Mariners can do what they've normally done at this time of the year, and that's make a push to get into the playoffs. But then the Mariners end up playing the Houston Astros as well. So there's a lot of movement that can happen between these 3 teams. And this has been the most fun part of baseball is pennant chasing. I was fortunate enough as a minor league player, I played for 4 championships. I was in a championship series 4 times. I won 2 and I lost 2. And being able to make those types of moves, being able to play in a high pressure situation, this is outstanding. This is what it's all about. And for the Rangers, you got to remember they are getting healthy on the offensive side. Josh Young is back. The young man who was up for Rookie of the Year, he's back to playing. And so that solidifies the infield from where they were at the beginning of the year. And it gives you more in the batting lineup as a Rangers fan. And then you also got to look at Garcia is getting healthy. He's back. So you're hoping that the offense can help carry that defense. I mean, because that pitching staff, it is scary. That's why you want to see a lot of these starting pitchers be able to extend themselves throughout these games. That's what I'm looking for. That will have my attention tonight because, as you know, every game changes. Every stat changes. Every situation changes. And I want to see what these Texas Rangers are going to be all about. The Houston Astros, I talked about them just a little bit ago. They are still in first place in the West because none of those teams played last night. But the Astros are hosting the Kansas City Royals at Minute Maid. They are 39-39 at home. The Astros, that is. They are 39-39 at home. To me, it's kind of interesting because you would think with all the experience that the Houston Astros have, that you would think that they would be on at home would be a lot better than what they've shown this year. And like anything else, it's a one-off. It's 1 year. It's that situation. But when it comes crunch time, you want to have that home field advantage. It seems like the Astros are playing way better away from home. These guys are mature. They're professionals. This isn't high school. This isn't college. These guys should be able to handle their business when it comes to that. So that's just really, really interesting to me when you start thinking about the Houston Astros and how they're going to be able to clean it up. Do Do they have the capability of getting hot as they always do? Absolutely. That is who they are. That is who they've been. And that's why everybody gives them the benefit of the doubt, because they're the champ. And you have to give love to the champ because that's what the champ does. But through the big scheme of things and the big picture part of it, do they have enough to be consistent enough? And Dusty Baker, I love him. I love me some Dusty Baker. But sometimes I know Houston Astro fans they lose their mind when it comes to Dusty Baker, because some of the method to the madness we will never, ever understand. So if you're going to be looking around for baseball, the Texas teams taking on title contender, who's going to win the West, that's what you got tonight. Seattle Mariners in Arlington and the Houston Astros hosting the Kansas City Royals. And speaking of hosting, what better way than to get your pregame taken care of tomorrow right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered with BK and Buck. But most importantly, they'll be doing it at Covert BK. Covert BK is nestled on 42 acres in the Texas Hill Country. Covert BK has 3 state-of-the-art dealerships that are carrying 7 brands out there. You got Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And if you're not looking for any of those brands, why don't you take that little trip out to Hutto and check out the Ford out there at Covert Ford in Hutto. And if you're not looking for that, you got another Lincoln that you're looking at. Where else? Covert off of 183. They got everything that you could possibly want. Covert is the home for you to go and get a new car. Go to covertbk.com. You can check out all the new models. You can check out specials. They got all kinds of inventory. My boy Marcus Washington is out there, he and his son. And of course, my kinfolk, Ira Clark, works out there as well. Ira Clark, former Longhorn. Hook 'em. If that's not enough for you and you just need to get some service done on your car, they got 86 service bays. Right, your wait time is going to be minimal. So make sure you go out to Covert BK. Go to covertbk.com. Now, we want to talk a little bit about this Texas football game and what the expectations are heading into this game. As a Texas Longhorn fan, what is it that you want to see from this Texas football team? Baylor Bears coming into the season, my man Phil Steele, and I use Phil Steele stuff all the time. I go back and research some things, and he always has some great numbers. He'll let you know where the teams are playing, how they play on these fields. And coming into this season, Phil Steele had Baylor as the 5th best team in the conference. Mind you, they're the 5th best team. They're 2 years removed from a title. And I know people always talk about, well, that was Matt Rule's team. And I get it. That was Matt Rule's team, and he took it over. But you still got to cultivate your culture, and you have to be able to install your new offenses and make sure that your team is good. And yes, they had a ton of experienced players on that team. Coming into the season, he had them in the middle of the pack. But as we've watched this team play, I don't know who they are. I don't know what to expect. Can you put all of that on Blake Shapen not being there? I don't believe so. I don't believe you can put all of that on there, because let's not forget, Blake Shapen played in the first game against Texas State, and Texas State put the foot in their butt. They put it on them. So now when you watch this team, and you got a chance to watch them play against Utah, hard-fought battle, came down to some plays by Utah that was made, and we all know that Utah is a tough team. But you always have to look at, how did we get to this point with Baylor? And as you watch them on film, they just don't look in sync. They just don't look like a Dave Aranda coach team. And I was looking through some numbers, and it's just, I still don't know what to make of this team. And I know BK will come on and talk about it a little bit more too, but BK said it. He's like, because I said they're going to win by at least 26. And I don't know if Texas will be able to, unless Texas comes out and just has a game like they did against Bama. Are they going to be that dialed in? This is the farewell tour to the Big 12. So everybody's in the house. They're battling each other. They're gonna go after it. It's all what we think it's gonna be, and it's gonna be a fight. But how long is Baylor going to be able to sustain this fight? Are they going to be able to go toe to toe? Are they hoping to make this a fourth quarter game? I know Texas fans do not want this to be a fourth quarter game. I know that Texas fans also look at what we've seen throughout the season, and this team has done really, really well in the second half of games, which before Texas was never. When Sark got here, Texas didn't do well in the second half of games. But now they're finding ways to be able to make this move. That is why I continue to look and say, what are we going to get from this Texas football team this week? Here's my game plan. Here's what I personally would like to see. I would love to see us establish the run. I know everybody wants to see the points. You can score from there, though. You can score on the ground. And with that being said, as you run the ball, it sets up your play action pass. That's an important part of today's game. I need to see that, and I need to see that more. I need to see you hand the ball to Jonathan Brooks. I want to see you hand the ball to Baxter, who I've heard had a good week and been practicing well this week. Coach Sark told us that, and we'll get into some Sark sound here in just a minute. But Texas averages 149.3 yards on the ground. That ranks them 74th in the FBS. Baylor, who Dave Aranda's a defensive-minded guy, he's had success. They rank 105th against the run. They give up 170 yards on the ground. Now, mind you, the teams that they've played don't have near the offensive line that Texas does. The teams that they play didn't have the type of talent in the backfield that Texas has. So to me, the game plan is simple. Run the dang ball and make them stop you. We've seen when Texas was able to run the ball before. I know it was Bijan back in the day and Rojo. They've all had big games. But the fact of the matter is this. If you establish the run and deliver that ground game and you just punch them in the face, punch them in the face, punch them in the face, that can change everything. That's the interesting part to me. And that is the part that I'm always looking at because I believe that this Texas Longhorn team has the potential. DJ Campbell is somebody that wants to run the ball and punch people in the face. Yes, he's going to make some mistakes every once in a while, but if you put him on the ground and you got him, all you got to do is go block that guy in front of you, he is going to win a lot of those battles. Same thing with Kelvin Banks, Jake Majors, all those guys. Establish the run game right away, and let's see what happens right there because I believe that Texas can do it. Another part that Texas needs to get better in is the red zone. Red zone offense, they are both tied. Baylor and Texas are both tied in the red zone and not tied for 31st. Score those touchdowns, and let's not have a bunch of field goals. Get those touchdowns in there. You can do that on the ground. Make sure we get those guys in there. The red zone defense, Texas is really good. They rank 38. Baylor is terrible in the red zone. They rank 109 on defense in the red zone. You can put points up. Don't know how you're going to do it. I know you like to throw that deep ball, but if I'm playing defense against Texas and I see that they've had problems with the cloud defense, 3-3-5, why not? Why would you continue to try to throw the ball deep when they're playing deep? They're not letting the ball get over their head, and they only have 3 down linemen. Run the ball. Run the ball. So we will see what happens with that, and I'm excited. I'm excited for this game. I know a lot of people are thinking, are they going to be able to move the ball? How's the crowd going to be? The crowd's going to be wild. Crowd's going to be ready to go and continue to push up against them. But the biggest question for the Baylor Bears has been the quarterback position. Sawyer Robertson, I told you guys, he and his dad and I were drafted together by the Montreal Expos. I was the 49th overall pick. His dad was the 40th overall pick in the Major League Draft. He played for a little while, and then he decided he wanted to go back and play football, so he ended up going to Texas Tech. Reason why Sawyer went to Lubbock Coronado. And that guy's got talent. He's got some moxie, but he was a spread offense type of quarterback. He's not used to being under center. He went and played for Mike Leach over at Mississippi State. So this reminds me a lot of what Garrett Gilbert had to learn. He had to learn a different offense from what he did at Lake Travis. Mac Brown recruited him because the offense that they had before was a spread offense. But if you remember, when Colt got hurt, Mac Brown, and Chip Brown will tell you this too, Mac Brown decided, well, I got to be able to run the ball because what if my quarterback's not there and we haven't established the run? So how do we get this done? That is what Sawyer Robertson is adjusting to. He was a 4-star coming out of high school. He was talented. And from some of the analytics that people have been posting here lately, they've also said that he is one of those guys that his attempts down the field are a lot bigger. I mean, he throws the ball deep, and he's accurate with his deep ball. Now, they don't have a lot of burners, and I will take Texas's defensive backs over anybody else's in this league because they are talented and they can make plays. But Sawyer Robertson is not as bad as his numbers may appear. And here's what Sark had to say about the quarterback that he will be facing this weekend.
Well, I think the athleticism for sure, his ability to create outside the pocket. The other challenge is a little bit of the unknown, right? I mean, he hasn't played a ton of football that way, and so you don't have all the information that you'd like. But, he's a competitive guy. You remember him and recruiting him coming out of high school. And he's a guy that I felt like probably played his best football in the second half last week. And so maybe finding his stride a little bit more. So at the end of the day, I think playing Baylor, you got to do a great job stopping the run. You got to make sure you defend the play action pass. And then when you cover it right, you got to make sure that he doesn't have the ability to use his legs to extend plays, whether that's running it or extending plays to find throws off schedule.
Yeah. Yeah. And the more reps that he gets, the more time he stays in that offense, he's going to be better. But I personally, I don't think he's going to be able to come up against that defense. But let's not just pretend like my man doesn't have any talent. This is going to be a hard-fought game. It's going to be very interesting. And don't get it twisted. We'll get into more about this Texas game versus Baylor coming up. But joining me now, and I know y'all ready for this, he's a superstar. He is the man with the plan, and he's been covering the Dallas Cowboys for a long, long time. So he's seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And one thing he is not ugly. And he's from this area, and he's a former Longhorn, so we'll get into it. Joining us now on Texas Sports Unfiltered is my man, Clarence. Chill. You gotta unmute yourself, buddy. There you go.
We're good, man. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Thank you for taking the time today. Listen, all the news, obviously, breaking out of Dallas is strictly right now is about my man Trayvon Diggs. It's a very, very unfortunate situation that happened. Take us inside the Star and let us know what the messaging was and what you heard yesterday.
Well, it's a huge setback. But basically, Diggs got hurt in a one-on-one drill in practice. On a Thursday. You question, should you be doing one-on-one drills? But they've been doing drills, and he got hurt in practice and got hobbled off the practice field. And so, I saw him walking through the locker room in crutches, and and they asked Dak about it. He didn't want to say too much because it was too soon, but they kind of knew immediately. I mean, the MRIs just confirms what they already know, and so they kind of knew it was a season ender immediately. And it's a shame, it's a huge setback because Diggs has been having a great season, great start to the season. I mean, the opponent quarterback passer rating when passes thrown to Diggs this season is 1.0, which is the lowest passer rating allowed in the NFL. And no cornerback has had more interceptions than Diggs has 18 since 2020. So it's a huge setback for the Cowboys defense. You don't replace a Pro Bowl, All-Pro playmaker like Diggs. But the good news is the Cowboys do have options they like. Unlike last year when Anthony Brown got hurt and they was trying everybody from Walmart at cornerback toward the end of the season. It was awful. But the addition of Stephon Gilmore, the rising of Deron Bland, who really played well as a rookie last year, net team interceptions, and the return of Jordan Lewis has the Cowboys confident that they can hold on.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Jordan Lewis because now this is an opportunity for him to kind of reclaim it. You talked about Deron Bland and what he's been able to do, and he's pretty much solidified himself within that defensive backfield. But you're also going to get back Donovan Wilson soon, so he can come in and make some plays. He's obviously not going to play the cornerback position. But what would be the adjustments that need to be made? Obviously, you don't replace a guy like that. You brought the numbers up and what he was able to do. But what can the Cowboys do schematically to kind of ease some of those pains?
Well, I mean, again, they trust their guys, and they're going to move, again, Bland outside. And the Cowboys play. Dan Quinn likes to play a lot of man-to-man, and I assume some of that will continue. Certainly nobody as sticky as Diggs, but it's about the team defense, the safety. Said we were an interception that Malik Hooker had last week. Mm-hmm. The range from going from one sideline to the other sideline after Diggs had actually gotten beat or they got behind Diggs, they trusted the coverage that Hooker had his back. And so it's important for the safety to continue to do their job and have their back. But they like Bland. Bland is sticky. Bland is a guy that has a nose for interceptions. Again, he already has one this season, and so he led the Cowboys in interception last season. Nobody's Diggs. Nobody's going to be the playmaker and difference maker that Diggs was, but the Cowboys do have depth. I tell you, they got better depth at cornerback and what they have coming on to replace Diggs than they do on the offensive line.
We're talking to Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He's been covering the Cowboys since birth. He's from the state of Texas, so he knows all about the Dallas Cowboys as well, and he is a Longhorn alum. You were here last weekend, weren't you? You came in town for a little bit, didn't you?
I came in town for UT Black Homecoming. They had a series of events and an award ceremony. One of the guys I went to school with, was named Alumnus of the Year, and so I went there to support them. And then I went to Houston. I didn't stay for the game. I went to Houston for my daughter's a cheerleader at Rice.
Yeah, so I saw you on the sideline at Rice.
Yeah, so I went to see her. But I had the Texas game on my sling with TV on, during the Rice game, and it was going crazy. Wondering why it was 10-10 in the fourth quarter. Like, what is going on with this team?
Yeah, that's what everybody was asking too. But then they pulled away as they've been doing. But I want to go back to the Cowboys real quick, and then I'll get your thoughts on Texas. The Cowboys defense has been extraordinary. You've been around this game for a long time. You've covered this team. You've seen the highs and you've seen the lows. You saw the defense when Wade Phillips was the defensive coordinator. They were flying to the ball. Now you have Dan Quinn, who looks like he is giddy every single time that he gets to call a defensive game. Because have you seen a Cowboys defense with this many weapons?
No, this is the best defense the Cowboys have had since the Super Bowl title teams, in the 1990s. Playmakers on every level. Again, that included Diggs. You're talking about an all-pro playmaker, Pro Bowl playmaker at cornerback. And to go with Michael Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence and some other guys. No, this defense is special, and it's certainly the best defense since those Super Bowl teams. And really it's the foundation of why the Cowboys believe this can be their year. The formula for the Philadelphia and the formula for the 49ers have been league with a great defense. It hadn't necessarily been the quarterback. It's been their defense. The 49ers got the NFC Championship game each of the past 2 years with Jimmy Garoppolo and certainly Brock Purdy. but it was because of the defense that set the tone for the team and their success. And the Cowboys believe they do have a better quarterback than those two, but the formula is the same. The defense is what starts everything for this team. The defense was going to set them up for success, set the offense up for success, so they can truly take it to the next level this year.
So since you talked about that, Micah Parsons as an individual, watching him every single day, you got a front row seat to one of the best players that we think will be in our generation. I went through the numbers yesterday on the show talking about his success rate and what he's been able to do, whether it's one-on-one, double teams, pursuit angles. And I don't like always giving comparisons to certain people, but if you could compare him to anybody, who would be the closest thing Micah Parsons represents?
I mean, it's clearly, Lawrence Taylor. You got to go back to Lawrence Taylor with his pursuit, edge rusher, linebacker, all that other stuff, and everything he does. And he's a weapon. He's somebody you have to account for, like you did for Lawrence Taylor. That's the comparison. That's what it is. And he's the thing about it is that Micah Parsons was great his first 2 years in the league and didn't know what he was doing. He got run up in defensive player of the year each of his first 2 years, and he was doing it on sheer athleticism. He didn't rush a lot in college at Penn State. It's all sheer athleticism, and he really took time this summer to gain weight, hone his skills, learn. He's a better player now than he was his first 2 years in the league. He's off to such a great start. I mean, everything he does is better. On top of his athleticism, it's his relentless attitude and a desire. And he wants to win every play. He wants to win every race. He wants to win everything. And that's really why I think not only, he has a chance to he's certainly the favorite already for NFL Defensive Player this year after being run up the past 2 years. But he should be considered for some MVP talk, the first defensive MVP since, again, Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, I saw the odds came out, and I brought these up yesterday. He's at plus 3,300 right now to be the defensive MVP. To be the MVP of the league. And I think that's good money because the way he's showing out, that is going to be something to pay attention to. Somebody else that always shows out is our man, Dak Prescott. How is it that everybody wants to put hate on this man? I always say it's because of the star. He's got the star on the side of his helmet. If he would have been playing anywhere else, he wouldn't be getting picked at every single time. Why is there so much hate for Dak Prescott, knowing him as an individual? This dude is a great guy.
Well, and that's the thing that disappoints me because, it's one thing to criticize him as a quarterback, but you got people like Shady calling him ass and people, Tiki Barber saying he would take Daniel Jones 100. I mean, you have not watched this guy. Number one, he's a great person, great human being, salt of the earth guy. Been very good with the media, much better. When Jerry said he's the best leader the Cowboys have had, including the Tony Romo and Troy Aikman years, he's right. Yep. And just like yesterday, we do a full press conference. After the press conference, we go back to the locker, and he just talks football with everybody. Just, explain his play, explain the near interception against the Jets and why it happened, and how they're marrying things. I remember Tony Romo coming in here as undrafted guy, and he was really open, but then he became a celebrity quarterback, and then we couldn't get him in the locker room. And then you couldn't, he only showed up for his meeting, he would leave and stuff like that. Dak has not been. He's 8 years in, has not been like that. He would have his 100th start this week. Again, the longest tenured quarterback in the NFL, period. Longest quarterback, oldest quarterback with the same team in the NFL. That's mind-boggling. Because you still think he just got here, but but 2016 was a long time. But it's the Cowboys' tax, certainly. Teams, First Take and ESPN, and they need someone to talk about it. Can talk about the Cowboys, and he's gotten as much scrutiny to me, since last season on a LeBron James level. It's like we'll talk Dak, we'll talk LeBron James. I mean, you go back to any of those shows, that's it's on the menu every day. Let's find something to talk about Dak, and I think they've sensationalized the narrative on the picks from last year. I mean, Dak, 15 picks were high. It's something they wanted to address, but it wasn't like he was a turnover machine. It's not like he's been a turnover machine his whole career. You go back his first 7 years of the league. That was not an issue. He's won at least turnover rates. So we're not going to act like this is now his DNA. His DNA is the other. Last year there were a lot of things that played a role in his turnovers, including one of the worst receiving corps I've ever seen. you know, and again, a horrible offensive line play. No one talks about how bad the offensive line was last year. And so a lot of things played a role in that. But again, Dak is the quarterback for the Cowboys, you know, and Jerry Jones likes him, and Stephen Jones likes him, and he'll probably be the quarterback for the next 10 years once they get this new deal done.
Yeah, I can't wait for that deal to get done. Well, somebody that is rocking and rolling before I let you go is our man Primetime. Deion Sanders is doing his thing. You covered Deion when he was there with the Cowboys. You've got to know him personally because he lived in Dallas and doing his thing. Here's another person that is being criticized. They act like he was supposed to win the national championship. He comes in, changes the program, gets everybody behind it. I went and got some shades the other day, Chill. I look good in them things too, bro. I look good in them things. You'll see me with them. But what makes Deion who he is and what he's been able to do in Colorado?
I mean, Deion's a winner. He said that he's always win. He's never failed at anything. And so anybody that question whether he's going to fail or cheer for him to fail, you must don't know Deion. You know, and he right. People, he scares people. He scares the establishment, the college football establishment, other coaches, because he's changed, you know, how they do things. But he's only playing by the same rules everybody else is playing with, and everybody's ripping him for the transfers. But down Southwest Texas has the second or third most. Southwest Texas, I'm old. Texas State has the second or third most number of transfers in the country. I mean, and everybody is filled with transfers. I mean, you know, one of Texas' best receivers was transfer from Georgia, who was on the national championship team. Why would a guy from a national championship team leave a national championship team and transfer to a school that has not been to a championship since 2005? I mean, you know, that's the rule. That's the game everybody's playing, and everybody's dealing with it. I mean, Ohio State had a quarterback transfer from not Ohio State, but Alabama, the quarterback transfer from Notre Dame. Followed his offensive coordinator. You know, he can do that. That's part of the rules. It's not our fault that they can't play. Deion's transfers can play.
Exactly.
Starting with his son, you know, and Travis Hunter, and he said they were going to be Louis. And so, I mean, it's a cultural phenomenon. And I, you know, I tweeted it weeks ago, and now somebody from Front Office Sports has done a story on it. How, you know, the black fan base is jumped on the Colorado bandwagon, similar to the Georgetown Hoyas under John Thompson and the Miami Hurricanes, and I would say the UNLV Running Rebels back in the day, and certainly the Fab Five. I mean, it's you know, it's a cultural phenomenon right now. What's going on in Colorado, but it's bigger than that, because you know they're the most watched team by anybody. It boggles my mind, and I still boggles my mind that the Texas Alabama game between two blue blood programs at night on ESPN was the most watched show on ESPN, college show on ESPN in years. But yet, it was not the most watched college game that weekend. It was Deion Sanders. It was Colorado against Nebraska that came on at 11 o'clock in the morning.
At 10 o'clock out there in the mountain time. 10 o'clock in the mountain.
Yeah, it's 11. And the Texas game was in prime time. And the most watched game all weekend was Deion Sanders in Colorado against Nebraska at, again, 10 o'clock start Mountain Time, 11 o'clock start. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, he is definitely changing the game, and he's putting people on notice, and that's the best part about it. Deion ain't going to change, and I'm with you. I'm like, what made y'all think that he was going to be different when he became the head coach? You must not have been paying attention to what he's been doing.
He's arrogant. He's cocky. He's been that way since day one.
Exactly. He told you what he was going to do. He told you he was bringing his Louis with him. And Shedeur Sanders, do you have a Heisman vote?
I do not have a Heisman vote, but listen, and it's funny to me because everybody's telling on themselves, because Shedeur Sanders was on TV a lot at Jackson State. Okay, Jackson State was on TV a lot last year. He was doing the same things at Jackson State. He was playing the same way at Jackson State last couple of years. He played the same way in the Black College Championship game last year. I said it then. The guy is poised. He's unflustered. I don't care if it's on any level. When you are poised in the face of of heat and everything else, and so patient, it shows up whether it's on the Jackson State level or Division I level, and you just watch him and watch his play. He's accurate. He's a smart quarterback. He reads defenses. It is amazing, and so people are now getting their eyes, opened up. But I saw this last year.
Yeah, T keeps saying it. She posts it every single day. Give that man a raise ASAP because that's all he does. As you said, they got everybody coming out to Boulder, Colorado. Nobody used to go to Boulder. He sold out every single game this year consistently, and they haven't had a sellout ever in Colorado, ever in every game.
No, not every game. Yeah, not the whole season sold out for sure. And so that speaks volumes. And so I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for Colorado. I'm rooting for great stories, and it's a great story.
Yeah, and someone who does reporting, these are the types of stories you want to talk about because they're always some good ones. Before I let you go, what do you think about your Longhorns?
Well, I'm with them. I just hope they don't eat the cheese. One thing that Texas has not been able to handle prosperity. When they think they've turned the corner, when they think they've done something, they lose to Baylor, they lose to Kansas, they lose. I mean, all of this stuff, and I do like the way they took care of business in the fourth quarter. If you're gonna struggle, but you find a way to loose themselves, and they loose, as they say, they loose themselves from Wyoming. They have the talent. I need the quarterback to be more consistent from the start of the game, and I don't understand the inconsistent with deep balls. There were no deep balls against Wyoming. I don't get that. They should have a standard. And Joel Klatt had a great interview this week talking about Texas. And Texas, they have a history of playing to the level of their opponent.
Yep.
They have had a history of they played more one-score games than anybody because they have a history of playing to the level of their opponent. They'll get up for the Oklahoma game, and they'll get up for the Alabama game, but then they'll do what they did against Wyoming and Rice and really not really put the pedal to the metal as they should. They should have a staff. If you're that type of team, you need to start taking care of business because again, everybody in the Big 12, all these teams now are gunning to beat them. It is their Super Bowl. Baylor's not having a good year, but the fans would not love nothing more to put an L on Texas on the last year in the Big 12. That's the same thing going to be at TCU and Kansas and everybody else. And that's going to be their Super Bowl this year.
Yep. Man, I appreciate you, my man. Thank you for breaking it down. I know you got to get to a presser today, but have a safe trip. I know you're going to Arizona. So
yes, I'm going to Phoenix, and USC is actually playing Arizona State, but that weekend, so Saturday night. So I'm thinking about whether I want to go over there and watch Caleb Williams, but I'll have a good weekend.
Oh, I know you will. My man Clarence Hill of the Fort Worth Star Telegram. Make sure you get on his work because he does great work. Chill. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, man. Thank you.
Appreciate you. There he is, Clarence Hill, the man with the plan, always doing his thing. He always brings it and gave you an update on my man Trayvon Diggs being injured and how it all went down. And hopefully the Cowboys will be able to scheme up. They got a lot of talent. I love the fact that he talked about the talent. I'm loving the fact that he talked about Deion. And, of course, he was talking about your Texas Longhorns. Some guys I want to talk about is my good friends over at 4 Roofs TX. Go to the number 4 Roofs TX for all your roofing and all the estimates that you want to get. Make sure you call those guys, whether it's residential or commercial. Give 4 Roofs a chance. Texas weather is always crazy. It's hot, it's cold, there's rain, there's wind. But one thing you never do is check your shingles up on that roof. Let them come out and do it. Go to the number 4 roofstx.com. It's a locally owned business that understands the needs for you in this area. They have over 15 years of experience with affordable pricing and a quick response time. They're very thorough and very trustworthy. They're my friends. I've used them at my homes. My neighbors have used them, and they get glowing reviews as well. I know them personally, and I promise you they won't disappoint you. They also send a project manager on every job site, making sure that you get everything that you were promised. So what are you waiting for? Do yourself a favor and reach out today. Give them a call at 512-520-5884 or go to the number 4 roofstx.com. Another good friend of mine is Pest Wranglers. That's right. Go to pestwranglers.com right now. It's another locally owned small family business that's been around since 2006. Clarence was talking about the national championship. That's about how long they've been around. That's probably when they started it. So they started this company strictly when they found out that employees were not treating their customers or the employees well. So he decided, you know what, I'm going to start my own company, and he's done a great job. Pest Wranglers service most of the Central Texas area, and if you're needing help with mosquitoes, termites, rodent control, or you need an inspection for your residential or commercial properties, please give Pest Wranglers a call at 512-670-7808 or go to the website at pestwranglers.com. And Pest Wranglers won't make you sign a contract like some of these other people. You know why? Because they believe if you're happy, you will stay with them as a customer. They got a 5-star ratings on Google, Yelp, Angie's List, and all referral sites. Give them a call, 512-670-7808, or visit the website at pestwranglers.com. Man, I'm still trying to figure out all this stuff that my man Clarence Hill was telling me and how excited he is about this Dallas Cowboy team. He's headed out to Arizona because they will take on the Arizona Cardinals this weekend. As I told you guys yesterday, I believe that the Cowboys' numbers are going to go through the roof again. I believe that. I know that because Josh Dobbs, although I like Josh Dobbs, he's a serviceable backup quarterback, but let's not forget, they're trying to tank. He said he's going to be out in Arizona. He may go see Caleb Williams. Well, I guarantee you the Arizona Cardinals will be in the house watching Caleb Williams perform as USC takes on Arizona State. That is why they're tanking. That is who they're trying to get, and that is why I believe that everybody will be in that house tomorrow. So that's why I think that the Dallas Cowboys are going to run it. They don't have to worry about it. They have to go out there and continue to stick to their game plan. Missing Trayvon Diggs sucks. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible thing. But they're going to be able to focus. And if they put enough pressure on the quarterback, which they've been able to do, I think the Cowboys will be just fine. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm still going to be, amped up to watch the game. But I still believe that the Cowboys are going to be top of the line when it comes into this weekend. Something else that I was thinking about, and I want to talk about the Texas Longhorns in this Baylor game. The Baylor defense, I don't know what they're going to be able to do against this team. The Baylor defense isn't playing at a very high level. I don't know if they're undersized, undermanned, but Sark yesterday was asked about what he thinks of Baylor, and listen to the comments, and I'm just curious if he's, coach speak.
Well, I think one, I want to keep belaboring the point, but they're well coached. Dave's been doing it a long time at multiple stops: Utah State, Wisconsin, LSU, now Baylor. And it's definitely his defense. I know they've changed coordinators, but it's his defense. And so the reality is, one, they've got the scheme. Two, they've got really big bodies up front. They're a physical front. They're long. They do a good job of kind of with gap integrity. And when they're playing really good, they don't have to, kind of put an extra hat in the box to defend the run. They can play the pass and with their coverage units, whether it's the 5 DBs, depending on the formation, and trust that front to defend the run. And then they've got a multitude of ways that they can play their coverages in the back end to match your routes. And so, you add all that up, that bodes well from a good defensive standpoint, especially when you're at home, and things can get harder on the offense from a communication standpoint.
I don't believe any of that. I've watched this team. They're not that good up front. I just told you at the very beginning of the show, they give up 170 yards on the ground. Run the ball. Make them make those plays that you saw, that you're thinking about. Texas State ran the ball against them, and they were slinging it. They can make it happen. The other part of this is, I want y'all to remember, set up, play action. I've been screaming this for a long time. I haven't seen any screens to the running back, and you have to get the ball to JT Sanders. You remember last week watching the Dallas Cowboy game, and Mike McCarthy, I meant to ask Chill about Mike McCarthy as well. But when you sit here and you think about the game, Mike McCarthy got the ball to Tony Pollard on the first 3 plays. He ran it, then he threw it to him, and he ran it. That's what I think Texas should do with JT Sanders. I've said this for a while. He's the type of player that you have to get him involved early in the game for him to stay engaged in the game. Yeah, they tried to get it to him. He was targeted 3 times. He left the game with no catches. And if those teams are going to play that defense, as I've been saying, the cloud, 3-3-5, they're going to, because he brought that up too, the 5 defensive players. The 5 secondary players. You need to get that man the ball. Get him involved early. Run it, play action, tight end, recipe for success. But there's been a lot of questions about the wide receiver position as well. There's not a big rotation of what people that are going in and out of the game. I know that I've talked to Quan Cosby about this. Quan said he would literally want to fight somebody if they came out there to try to take him off the field in the rotation. There were times when Tom Herman was rotating people in and out, and Colin Johnson would be standing on the sideline in the red zone. That is not the time to rotate people in and out. But you have so many talented wide receivers on this team. Ajante Cook, I think he needs to be on the field a little bit more. If you remember on the touchdown pass to Xavier Worthy against Alabama, he was on the field and he already had his hands up when the pass was in the air because he's seen that work in practice. That to me is one of the things. But I wanted to run this by you. And he was asked about the wide receiver rotation and what's going on with it.
I think ultimately, anytime you start rotating receivers, you got to ask yourself, is that what's in the best interest of our team to be successful in the moment? And so the moment I take Xavier off the field or AD Mitchell off the field or Jordan Whittington off the field, is that in the best interest? I would like to rotate guys more. Last week's game was really difficult. You only run 52 snaps in the game, and you're in a tight ball game, and you want to make sure that the guys that are running those routes are you have a utmost confidence in to go do it. And not that those other guys we don't. I just have such a knowledge base of those other guys that they're able to do it. And so I'm hopeful we'll be able to get to a little bit more of a rotation here moving forward, because I do think Jonte is close and ready to kind of burst on the scene. DeAndre Moore's kind of gotten him his space to where we feel comfortable there with him. We've already mentioned Nair, and we know Casey Kane is kind of a Swiss Army knife and can go in there and play multiple positions. So, inevitably every game takes on a life of its own, and we try to do what's in the best interest of the team to be successful.
And, he mentioned DeAndre Moore, another person that I'm really looking forward to and to waiting to see is Isaiah Nayor. We haven't seen a Casey Kane sighting in a while. Casey Kane was a go-to guy. I don't know what's kind of happened with him, but he was a guy that at times he was important to the success of the team last year. I think he had one of the biggest plays of the year last year where he called it one of the longest games. So it's going to be real interesting to see how Sark uses these guys. What is Quinn Ewers going to do this week? How important is his role? Is he going to be accurate? If you go back and watch some of the games when he's missing on these passes, it's because he's lazy with the fundamental part of releasing the football. Some of them looks like he's aiming it. Other times, you just throw it. I'm having a tough time with that because of the fact that he's blessed with a golden arm. No doubt about it. He is blessed with the talent. And I've said it since last year. Go back and think about this. When have you, because you've seen it happen with other wide receivers and with other quarterbacks throughout. I have yet to see him plant his back foot and throw an absolute laser into a window. His timing is impeccable. He throws you to a spot. And that's cool. But I need to see it one time where you got a guy and you have to get that ball there. Get him. I want to see him plant his foot and throw the hell out that ball. Haven't seen it. Wishing, hoping, waiting. And if you've ever watched a game with me or seen some of my comments, I'm waiting for that moment. I'm having lunch today with the big fella, Kenny Sims. We have lunch every once in a while, and Kenny's a Hall of Famer, college football Hall of Famer, Longhorn legend, number 1 overall draft pick in the 1982 draft by the New England Patriots. Very, very smart man, very intelligent with this game. And he always breaks it down, and he doesn't fear anyone, just like Sark. He respects his opponent, but he doesn't see anything that Baylor brings to the table. We talked about it. He just don't see it. Now, any given Saturday, I told you that. Any given Saturday, anything can happen. But I'm just curious to what Baylor is going to bring to the table. Is Sark going to still try? I know everybody was talking about it earlier. They want that deep ball, but they're not giving it to him. Go back and look where Wyoming was playing last week. They weren't letting them get the deep ball. So I appreciate the fact that he started running the ball, and I think that is going to be the recipe for success for Texas, running the ball, which means you might want to take the under. I don't even know what the number is. Take the under, because they're going to try to run the ball. Baylor's going to try to run the ball. They're going to try to keep the ball out of Texas's hands. They're not going to let them throw the ball deep. And I expect my player to watch this week, and I'll send some info out tomorrow, but my player of the week on offense will be none other than Jay Witt. I know if you listen to me, I'm a big Jay Witt fan. I don't know why they don't get him the ball, just like JT Sanders. I believe that they are all going to have opportunities in this game. If they're going to be playing deep, crossing routes are going to be open. Drags are going to be open. You can get some digs in there. I'm just telling you, I'm a big fan of Jay Witt and JT Sanders this week. On defense, I'm going with my man Tavondre Sweat. I know I'm not going out on a limb there, but him being able to stop the run and get through some of those double teams is going to be a huge, huge get for them. I want to give a shout out to my man Tom McKay at AV Consultations. That's right. Tom McKay and his crew at Audio Visual Consultations can make you have the home of your dreams, the home theater of your dreams. He can't give you the home of your dreams, but in that process of finding the home of your dreams, you want to make sure that you have a great entertainment center in that home. And that's where Tom and his crew will take care of you. Do yourself a favor, give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678, or go to avconsultations.com. Let them hook you up. They even got lightings. If you looked at my man Wags got all of his stuff from AV Consultations, and it looks pretty dope in there. Not the video games, but everything else that's in there. The sound bars, anything that you need to make the home entertainment center of your dreams. Tom and his crew will do it to you. Go to avconsultations.com. Give them a call, 512-255-8678, and let Tom and his crew do everything for you. Man, it's been a great week right here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. I'm really, really excited about everything that has been going on here. We got a great, great crew, and everybody has done a great job. As we said, thank y'all for making 5,000 a real number. Now let's get to the next number. Let's get to 10,000. As I've told you before, tell a friend to tell 5 friends, and tell those 5 friends to tell 5 more friends. This has been unbelievable. We're going to continue to grow. We're going to continue to expand. If you want to help us out, as my man Wags always tells you, go and help with all the sponsors. Use those sponsors. They know they're part of this deal. They love it too. So make sure you do everything you can to help us and to help those sponsors, because without the sponsors, there's no telling where we would be. And definitely without you, the fans, there's no telling where we will be. As always, like, subscribe to this channel, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and I believe BK told us that he has a Facebook now. I don't know. We might even have a Facebook. But this weekend is going to be fun. I'm going to be propped up. I'm going to go watch the early games out, but I'll be at my house by 2:30 to really enjoy Colorado and Oregon. I don't know if this game is going to be really close, but I tell you what, 21 is a huge number. That's Dion's number. I don't know if they're going to lose by over 21 points. I too believe that what I've seen from Shedeur Sanders and what he's been able to do, I don't put anything past him. If there's time on the clock, that young man, and the game can be played, that young man is going to do everything he possibly can to push that ball down the field. I know there's no Travis Hunter. I don't know if he was going to make that big of a difference. He's definitely one of the best defensive players on the field, definitely one of the best offensive players, but he's got some other guys. Shedeur's been using some other guys to step up and been having a lot of fun. As always, don't believe everything you see, because even salt looks like sugar. And I hope you guys have a great weekend and Longhorns win so we can all be happy come Monday. Coming up next, it's the great show with Trey and BK. And I see my man Trey in the building. Trey, how you doing, buddy? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. I love it. I love it. Look at BK. BK laughing at you, Trey. Let's see.
Every GD day, I make this mistake. At some point, you'd think that I would learn, but no, I'm going to continue making the same GD mistake every. God, I want to strangle myself right now.
Hey, the beautiful part about it, though, your show hadn't started yet, so that was actually pretty good. You're right where you need to be.
I don't even know what to say, guys. I'm just. I seriously want to punch myself in the face right now. Hardge, any big plans this weekend?
No, not this. The first weekend that my kids don't have any sporting events, so we're gonna take full advantage of it. I'm gonna go watch the 11 o'clock games out in a little brunch, but I'll be in front of my TV for the rest of the day, starting at 2:30, because I'm not missing Deion Sanders and Oregon game. It may not be a game for long, I don't know, but I definitely want to see how everyone else reacts to all this stuff.
Yeah, I said it earlier this morning with Bucky. If your wife is asking you to get some stuff done tomorrow, you tell her we're getting a divorce. It's one of those days where you don't need to be doing anything besides watching college football, because it's a special slate tomorrow. And yeah, Coach Prime at 2:30, that's a big part of it too.
That's a huge part of it. You guys have a great, great show. As always, see y'all soon. Peace.
Yes, sir. Enjoy the weekend, Hardge, and enjoy lunch with Kenny Sims, man. That is awesome. All right, welcome in to another edition of Midday with Trey and BK right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are with you until 1 o'clock before we hand things off to Chip and Zay, and we are with you here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as a station until 5 o'clock. Happy Friday to you and yours. We'll talk plenty of Texas Baylor. We'll preview the massive slate of games that we have in college football tomorrow. We'll talk some NFL as well. Plenty of football conversation over the next 59 minutes and change right here on Trey and BK. What's going on, brother?
Oh, not a lot. Just another beautiful day in paradise. I am excited to do this show today, the show a little bit later on. And I have an interview with ESPN's Marty Smith that is going to delay my start on the 3 to 5 time slot based on his new book called Sideline CEO that interviewed a bunch of championship winning coaches in college sports to get their thoughts on a number of different traits that successful leaders tend to exhibit. So it's a good day heading into the weekend. I got the 2nd and 3rd grade girls volleyball practice tonight. Our game is tomorrow morning. And then I'm heading down to New Braunfels for a bachelor party this weekend. That's right. At 45, I didn't know if I'd be attending any more bachelor parties. Maybe my sons at some point, 10, 15, 20, 25 years down the road. But as far as current friends holding bachelor parties, I get at least one more before it's all said and done.
First marriage? Second marriage?
Second.
Okay. Did you go to the first bachelor party?
There wasn't a first bachelor party.
What's the amount of bachelor parties one person gets
in their lifetime?
Yeah, like if
It's
you're
like
on wife number 3 or 4, you don't get bachelor party number 3 or 4, right?
I see what you're talking about. I thought you were
Yeah.
saying like Donald Trump with only so many heartbeats, which is why he doesn't work out. You only have so many heartbeats in that heart, so you don't want to waste them working out. No, I don't know. I think it just depends on what the festivities are that are planned. Like you could have 10 bachelor parties if you really wanted to. Now, those numbers are going to dwindle. The crew that's around for bachelor party number 1 is probably going to look drastically different, not only in terms of those who are still around and how much they've aged, but also maybe a completely different group of people who are hanging out for bachelor party number 10.
I guess bachelor parties are more necessary at your age than they are for my age. Or at least at your life stage versus my life stage. Because now you've got an excuse to like just F around and drink and have a good time and not deal with the responsibilities that life presents. For me, that's every single weekend for me.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to worry about that stuff because I'm single and I don't have any kids. So you might need this more than people my age and in my cycle of life need this.
That is the common commentary with regards to older guys with families getting away for the weekend. But it's not like it's going to be some stripper and cocaine fueled event. Like we're legitimately going to this, I'm calling it a lake house. It's a river house on the Guadalupe River in New Braunfels. We're walking distance from where they rent the inner tubes out to float the river. And where this house is essentially right when you get out of the river. So we're going to do that for part of our Saturday. I'm going to have a bunch of things recording on YouTube TV, but we will be back and settled in for, if not the start of the 2:30 games, at some point soon after that, but certainly by the time Texas and Baylor and Ohio State and Notre Dame and some of the evening games get going.
So you are floating the river?
That's what it sounds like right now. Yes.
Cool. I love that. Have you done that before?
It's been a while. Yeah, I've done it. Here's the issue though. Like I don't necessarily want to drink like 20 beers and think that I'm feeling okay until I step out of the inner tube and onto the riverbank at the end of the float and then realize that I'm just completely shit-faced. That doesn't appeal to me at all.
That's a bad take because that's the best part of the whole day right there. I wish I could have that feeling every single day where I just take one step and all of a sudden I realize I'm pissed drunk and I didn't realize it before that step. I want that all the time.
I'm trying something a little bit different tomorrow if we float the river. I'm going to take some, should I be saying this on the air right now? Fuck it. I'm probably going to take some psychedelic mushrooms.
Oh,
yeah. We're going to see what sort of floating trip that becomes.
Wow, that will indeed be a trip. Yeah, enjoy that. Please let me know how that goes.
I will.
I have not done that one before. Goodness gracious. And by the way, going back to something you said a couple of minutes ago, your son's not inviting you to his bachelor party, dude. He doesn't want your old ass there.
You're probably right about that. But if I attend another bachelor party after this one, it will most likely be that.
I will say this. I didn't realize that was a thing. My cousin who got married early this year, his dad, my uncle, was at the bachelor party. I thought that was peculiar, and they might be watching. So sorry, Ben and Uncle David. But
it just depends on the father-son relationship.
Yeah.
Because I have been at weddings where the best man was the groom's dad. And good on you for that one, if that's the case. As a matter of fact, it's somebody that stood up in my wedding. I stood up in his wedding, but his dad was the best man, and his dad was also at the bachelor party. His dad shattered his ankle at the bachelor party. They were in New Orleans. I don't think it was Mardi Gras weekend, but it was just like a typical crowded weekend in New Orleans. And he wasn't even like shit-faced at this point. He was just stepping off of a curb and ended up suffering a compound fracture in his ankle.
Wow. Well, bachelor party's one thing. Best man, you're a loser. Make some friends.
Ouch.
Yeah. Like, I love my dad. I think my dad would punch me in the face if I asked him to be the best man in my wedding. Like that he'd be so disappointed in his son for not having any friends that he could actually ask to be the best man, and that he had to resort to calling his dad to do that. And come on.
Too old for shrooms? It's a fair question, maybe too old for a heroic dose, but that's not what I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm just talking about taking a couple of nibbles.
Little micro dose.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let me know how that goes. I'm intrigued. And I got questions about your friend and his dad. It's a weird bit there. I also have questions about this Texas offense, Trey. What are we going to see from Quinn Ewers tomorrow? Are we going to see Alabama Quinn Ewers? Or are we going to see Rice, Wyoming Quinn Ewers? And I hate that that is still a question that I have to ask, but because of what we saw last year, because of what we've seen through these first 3 games this year, feels like a fair question. Now, Baylor's run defense is so bad, Quinn Ewers might not have to throw the ball more than 20 to 25 times tomorrow, but you're not going to go an entire football game without your quarterback dropping back to pass at all. So they're going to need something from Quinn Ewers to win this game in Waco tomorrow night. What are we going to see from him, and what are we going to see from this Texas offense as a whole coming off of a very lethargic, at least 3-quarter performance against Wyoming last Saturday?
BK, I know that we wanted to put this game out of our memory because even though Texas did win the game and we had that exciting Roschon Johnson go-ahead touchdown that essentially served as the game winner, great way to send him off from the University of Texas, his final game at DKR. But is there something that stands out to you from the Baylor defensive performance with last year's matchup at the end of the season?
Yeah, the fact that they were able to get pretty consistent pressure on Quinn Ewers.
Bingo.
Mm-hmm.
Which speaks to the need to try and neutralize that by running the GD ball more early on in the game and on early downs. Now, that's not to say that you have to do it every time, but mix in the run a little bit more than you have throughout the first 3 games worth of game plans. I know we're broken records at this point, but I think this is a key, not just in the Texas offense looking better in the first half, but it might be the key in helping to unlock Quinn Ewers a little bit earlier too. Not put so much on his shoulders and allow him to feel a little bit more comfortable as he is starting to gear up that passing attack.
Yeah, run to set up the pass this weekend. And look, you could tell Sark tries to get Quinn Ewers in rhythms early. You see a lot of the Greg Davis type of offensive play calls early in games, but run the ball, man. I mean, Baylor's got one of the worst defenses in Power 5 right now. They've got the second worst run defense in the Big 12, only ahead of Houston, who absolutely sucks, and they look like they don't belong in the Big 12 right now. Like, that should be the game plan. And, oh, by the way, CJ Baxter's back, right? So you've got your full complement of tailbacks against a really, really bad run defense. And I think the strength of the Baylor defense right now is its secondary. Do I think the secondary is that good? No, we're not talking about one of the best in college football by any stretch, but like that is their strong suit right now. So, okay, Texas passing game has been a little inconsistent thus far this season. Baylor's run defense has been very inconsistent so far this season. It feels like an opportunity for Texas to establish the ground game early and often. And we know they can run when they need to, but hey, let's not wait till the 4th quarter to establish the running game. Like, try to get that done early and just wear that Baylor defense down over the course of 4 quarters to where, hey, that's going to open up some things over the top as well with this offense. And like you said, make life a whole hell of a lot easier for Quinn Ewers.
Looking at the Baylor offense, should I be a little bit more concerned than I am right now? Because I see a decent rushing attack for Baylor, but a quarterback who isn't even hitting 50% of his passes. And quite frankly, if you disrupt his first read, he's in trouble. He can pick up some yards on the ground, but he's not nearly as elite a runner as Jalen Milroe is. So I feel like we may see a similar game plan to what Texas deployed against Alabama, but this is the Baylor talent that is going up against that versus the Alabama talent.
Yeah, I'm not sure you have to disrupt anything Sawyer Robertson does. He's going to struggle regardless. And we tried to talk to David Smoke yesterday. Didn't have much luck. Chaos Theory with Rodney and Wags talked to Craig Smoke earlier this week, and they asked him about the Baylor offense. And I want you to hear this. This is a guy who covers Baylor, basically answering the question how Baylor is going to score against Texas. And he doesn't sound very confident.
Are they going to be able to run the ball on Texas? I have my doubts. If they can't, can they throw the ball around based on what we saw last week? Absolutely not. So I'm at a loss for how they're going to try and move the football. They're going to have to try and hit some big plays, but I just don't know if they have that capability if Robertson's not able to put full strength behind his throws. He's also a young guy. He's not somebody who's got a lot of starts under his belt. He played sparingly at Mississippi State under Leach, and then, has played so far a little bit in each of these first 3 games, and obviously a lot last week as the starter. But, yeah, man, they're not going to be able to run like they did against Long Island last week, and that's all they did, basically. They didn't do much of anything in the passing game, and like I said, what they did was not all that impressive. So I don't know how they are planning on scoring points. They're going to try to force the run, and just hopefully Robertson's a bit sharper than he was last week. But beyond that, that too is something I'm very curious about, because it has not been an easy road trying to score points for this offense.
I was confused there for a second because it sounded like he said Sawyer Robertson is a bitch. It's like, I hope Sawyer Robertson is a bitch. It's like a bit. Oh, I meant to say a bit, whatever. But
you know what you meant to say, Smoke.
It's not surprising to hear somebody who watches this football team closely at a bit of a loss for how this offense can get going, because they've been inconsistent against far inferior competition versus what they're going to be facing with this Texas defense tomorrow night, BK. By the way, Smokey, the original Smokey, David Smoke, was very apologetic last night. He assures us that he is not that technologically inept. It was just a matter of his headset not being picked up by his computer for whatever reason. So we may try and catch up with Smokey down the road if Baylor can get things turned around and is playing a big conference matchup later in the year. But David Smoke does apologize for what happened yesterday.
And I apologize to you people, because we will not be talking to David Smoke in 2023, because Baylor will not be playing in any meaningful conference games this season because they're not very good this year. But how about that? Like, Baylor insider and Craig Smoke, he's a Baylor fan too. Like, he's like, I don't know what we're going to do. And you heard in the middle of that cut, he's like, Sawyer Robertson, I don't know if he's going to be able to get everything behind his throws. He's actually battling an ankle injury. So Blake Shapen, the starter, he's not playing. We've known that. Sawyer Robertson, he is playing. He's the starter for Baylor tomorrow, but he's not 100% right now. So you've got the starting quarterback out for Baylor. Their best running back, Dominic Richardson, is out with the high ankle sprain. The backup quarterback who is going to play is a little bit banged up. The guy who was expected to be Baylor's best wide receiver this year has been in the doghouse, and when he has been playing, he's looked like a Texas wide receiver because he can't catch. Like, Baylor has all sorts of issues offensively right now, and if the Texas defense just does what it's done through 3 games where they've played at an elite level, then I'm kind of with Smokey there. I don't know how Baylor is going to score a lot of points. To me, the way this game is close is if the Texas offense just shoots itself in the foot. If they have dumb penalties, if they lose the battle of field position, if they turn it over to give Baylor short fields, like, that is the way Baylor's offense can find a little bit of a rhythm. But man, with how that offense has looked, even when healthy, but especially without Shapen, and with how this Texas defense has played, I have a tough time thinking Baylor's going to be able to put together 70, 75, 80-yard touchdown drives consistently, if at all, tomorrow night.
So you were reluctant a little bit earlier in the week to jump on board with the popular sentiment that Texas is going to crush Baylor tomorrow night. Are you feeling a little bit better about those prospects now, the more that you have watched the game tape, of course, with the Bears, and then also studied this matchup?
No. It has nothing to do with Baylor. It has everything to do with just me still not trusting Texas. It's my UTSD kicking in. It's as simple as that. Like, Wyoming might be better than Baylor right now. Rice, probably not better than Baylor, but hell, Texas State beat the crap out of Baylor. So Baylor clearly has some issues. But this team it plays down to its competition. And I have not seen enough consistency against inferior opponents this year and in years past to think that this thing is going to be a boat race. So should it be? Yeah, absolutely. Like, 15 points shouldn't be a big enough line based on the talent gap. And I think the coaching gap right now, honestly, between these two staffs. But I don't have faith in Texas going out there tomorrow and not shooting itself in the foot repeatedly to give Baylor a chance to make this one interesting.
God, I hope you're wrong about that. I do not want to talk about another first half's worth of struggles or a team that's too close to Texas at the end of the third quarter or halfway through the third quarter versus us winning one going away to where we can start seriously talking about backups getting into the game before the third quarter is over with. Like,
you thinking we're going to get that tomorrow?
I think it's possible, but I want one of those cakewalk victories because I think you will have some other opportunities in the Big 12. But the next couple of weeks after this one, you're not going to get that. And then you have a bye the week after the OU game. Like, I think Kansas is probably going to end up being a bit of a back and forth affair. Texas hopefully ultimately pulls away in that. And then I think Oklahoma is going to be a good game, not just because Oklahoma is better this year and Dylan Gabriel will be in there at quarterback for them, but this is a rivalry game. And even in those games where one team is heavily favored over the others, we've seen very close games in those situations, if not the underdog winning outright, which Texas has benefited from on more than one occasion over the last 10 to 15 years now.
God, I really don't want to lose tomorrow. I don't want to lose to any Big 12 team this year, right? I mean, I never want to lose any game, of course, but I don't want any other fan base to have any sort of bragging rights over Texas. Like, because outside of Oklahoma, we have no idea when we're going to be playing any of these teams ever again.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go full hyperbole and say, Texas will never play Baylor after this Saturday. They're going to find a way to play at some point, but obviously it's not on the schedule, and it won't be on the schedule for at least the next 5 years, maybe longer than that. Like, I know Texas has dominated Baylor historically. I talked about this earlier this week. I don't want Baylor to be able to talk trash. Like, yeah, we got that one. We got that one. And you guys were scared, so you left for the SEC because you didn't want to play Baylor anymore, which everyone knows is a crock of shit. But that's the type of stuff people say if you lose games like this. So please go win this one tomorrow. And every game counts the same. Win by 1 counts the same as a win by 50. But in a vacuum, if you win this game by 1 point tomorrow, it's going to be hard to feel confident that you're going to run the table and be a playoff team like we know this team should be capable of. They play like they did on the road against Alabama. They can take that with them to Waco tomorrow, then you'll get your wish. We'll see a bunch of backups in the game going into the fourth quarter. But, I mean, that was one game. The other 2 games, they play like that. We're not going to see any backups play, and we're going to, unfortunately, be sweating deep into the second half tomorrow night.
Yeah, you can only choke down so many sloppy performances against bad teams before you realize that is eventually going to bite you in the ass against better competition that can take advantage of it.
Yeah. Don't know if Baylor's that competition that you're talking about, but I mean, they have better athletes than Wyoming or Rice do. Like, I don't know if they're a better team right now, but they've got enough dudes who can give you some fits if you allow them to.
Yeah, I think that was more trying to piggyback on your point that even if Texas plays a bad game tomorrow, I don't think that they lose to Baylor, but that would just be one more example to point to if and when it happens later in the year against, could be a Kansas or an Oklahoma, could be a little bit later than that against a Kansas State or even a Texas Tech if they get their shit turned around for conference play. Like that, there will be a moment in this year that if they're not taking an opponent seriously enough and they start terribly like they have 2 out of their first 3 games, heck, maybe 3 out of the first 3 games. We're talking specifically about offense. They weren't great against Alabama. They had a few nice moments in the first half, but they really got things going in the third quarter. Then yeah, that's going to be a problem at some point. They do have a little bit of wiggle room though, because they did beat Alabama on the road. So perhaps even in one of those moments, it could serve as a wake-up call that helps propel them the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. You're feeling good about Texas covering right now?
I'm sticking with my 11 touchdown margin of victory tomorrow.
The Horns by 77 in Waco.
That's right.
Could you imagine 77-0 tomorrow? That'd be the greatest thing ever.
I've watched it play out one time in my life, and it was Oklahoma completely hammering A&M however long ago that was, 2004, 2005. Gosh, it may have been more like 2009 or so. But that was a crazy game in part because at some point Bob Stoops was just running halfback dives, and A&M was still having a hard time stopping that.
Yeah, I think
he called the dogs off, and it didn't matter. It was a bunch of chihuahuas that were running over A&M that day.
I think they were calling QB kneels and still scoring touchdowns in that game. I mean, they were up 77-0 like in the third quarter against the Aggies that year. There's that great still shot of Mike Sherman on the A&M sideline just looking like a deer in the headlights. Like, what have I done? What is happening here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Although, hell, Baylor could be up 77-0, and Dave Aranda would have the same exact expression as he would if his team was down 77-0.
I think that we would see him cracking a smile or two if he was up 77-0 on Texas.
It's
he just realizes that he's bought himself like 3 more years in Waco, even if he loses every game the rest of the way.
Do you want to spend 3 more years in Waco?
Nope.
Yeah. The over-under on Dave Aranda smiles is like 1.5 tomorrow. Under feels like the safe bet, the way he usually operates. What's going on? Are you holding your microphone today?
Yeah, I'm sitting back a little bit more. I need to get an arm, I think, for this microphone, because otherwise the mic is over here and you probably can't hear me nearly as well. Is there a drastic difference there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm holding it in front of my mouth, but that is requiring me to actually hold it and tinker with it a little bit.
You leaning back because your back hurts from all the volleyball you're playing?
No, I'm leaning back just to be more comfortable. Like sitting straight up it gets tiring over the course of a handful of hours. So I'm trying this position to see if this works a little bit better. And for the most part, it does, other than my microphone moving around nonstop. So I've got to figure a solution out for that now.
Get like a little small table or something to put next to you to throw the mic on, like Bucky's got.
Yeah, something like this. Oh, that's actually not bad.
Is just under your arm?
That's not going to work either. No, it's on the you can see, you're going to get a crotch.
No, I'm not looking.
You can see this this little armrest right here.
I can't see it because I got my hand over my eyes, dude.
Not right here. Don't look right here. Look right here. All right. We're done with the crotch shot now. Not right here. Right here.
Dude. God. Oh my God. Whoever is watching is no longer watching. My goodness. All right. 512-222-9328 is the text line if you want to chime in there. We also have to give our picks. We're going all college games. We didn't talk about this beforehand, but because we've got so many great college football games this weekend, we'll go 6 college football games against the spread. So we'll do 5 of the 6 ranked versus ranked matchups, and then we'll also do the Texas-Baylor game.
What's the ranked matchup we're not doing?
Penn State, Iowa.
Oh, yeah. You would pick Penn State in that game, correct?
Dude, I'd rather die than bet on Iowa.
Exactly. Me too.
Like that's where my life has gone to this point. So yeah, we'll do that in a little bit, but let's give some love to some of our great sponsors. How about a recorded spot from our buddy Tom McKay and the kid at Audio Visual Consultations?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio Visual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Kid, what time is it?
Old man, it's back to sports time. The hockey and football seasons are upon us.
And baseball is winding down to the best part.
And what about basketball season?
I'm 5'2". Who the hell cares about basketball?
Yeah, we're talking about watching, not playing. And in that case, you've got everyone covered, right?
That's right. Audio Visual Consultations has been providing awesome systems and service throughout Texas for over 30 years.
Installing home entertainment systems and livening up restaurants with incredible audio and video systems.
We're talking multi-screen video walls.
And home entertainment that puts you in the best seat in the stadium.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Hey, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch a game with your friends.
And make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. Go Stars!
Go Bruins!
Kid.
Come on, kid. Real quick, Trey, a couple of peeks at the text line. I can't read one of these texts. 512-222-9328. Somebody says Texas is not going undefeated. OU, BYU, or K-State. They are losing one of those. I hope it's just one.
BYU has been a surprise team in the conference up to this point. So is UCF, too.
Yeah, UCF's playing without its quarterback for the next couple of weeks, I'm pretty sure. So they play K-State tomorrow, and that game is a lot less interesting because John Rice Plumlee is, I don't think he's going to be a part of that one. I need to fact check myself on that deal. BYU, an impressive win in Fayetteville. They were down 14-0 early at Arkansas and came back to win a shootout against the Hogs. So, yeah, I think BYU is going to beat Kansas tomorrow. I really do. Like, the game's in Lawrence. Kansas is an 8 to 9 point favorite. I don't know. Maybe it's just like my UTSD being scared of all things Mormon because of what BYU did to Texas at the start of last decade, that I think it's going to translate now to the Hawks in Lawrence tomorrow. But yeah, BYU, thank God that game is here and not in Provo. And I keep checking BYU's roster to make sure the boy on the bicycle is not on there. I make sure the Saints can't trade that dude to BYU for the week the Mormon Cougars play the Longhorns. That happens, I think we're in a lot of trouble. But I don't know. I'll take one loss. I don't want to lose any, but sign me up for one loss right now in a conference championship, because that means a Final Four appearance.
Yeah, we need to have somebody monitoring I-10 between New Orleans and where 71 meets up with it in a couple of weeks when BYU is coming to town, just to ensure that the boy on the bike is not faking a knee injury with the Saints so that he can come grab one more game of eligibility with the Cougs and figure out a way to hurdle. Oh gosh, I guess the guy that would have to get hurdled, because it's got to be a white safety, right?
Yep.
So the guy that has to get hurdled is Michael Taff.
Oh no.
Much less of a D-bag, supposedly, than Dylan Haynes.
Yeah, no comment on that one. But if I see boy on the bicycle here, I'm gonna kill him. If he plays in that game, I will rush the field and kill him, I think.
I thought you were gonna hit him with your car when he was on his bicycle.
I could do that too. Either way. And one more text. Any dinner spot, Rex, for my wife and 11-month-old in Cedar Park, Trey?
Oh, hell yes.
Should I just respond, hell yes, and then that's it?
No.
They did ask a yes or no question, so really, you would be answering the question by saying, yes, you do have dinner, Rex.
Start with a hell yes, and then tell them for amazing barbecue, go to Styles Switch. Yes, they have a location in Cedar Park to go along with the North Lamar location. The Cedar Park location, little insider foodie knowledge here, is the only location of the two that serves that delicious cheesy tater tot casserole 6 nights a week. They're closed on either Sundays or Mondays. I think they're closed on Mondays, but every other night they now serve that cheesy tater tot casserole. It used to only be a part of the Wednesday prime rib special, but that is an excellent side. Highly recommend. They do a great job with all their meats too. But if you're looking for Mexican, Mama Betty's on Palmer and oh gosh, what is that road? It's not Avery Ranch. It is what turns into Lakeline going in one direction. I forget what the direction is going towards Round Rock, but Mama Betty's is another solid option. If you're looking for good Mediterranean food, Levant Cafe will get the job done. And there's a bunch of other good restaurants up and down 1431, but Style Switch, Mama Betty's, or Levant.
Turns from Lakeline to Lady Bird Line, I believe, is how it switches. I don't know if I have that one right. Thanks for the text. Keep those coming. Shout out to all of our great sponsors, including Covert BK. If you're looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert BK. Next Friday, not this Friday, of course. Next Friday, we'll be back out at Covert BK, another pregame Longhorn luncheon the day before the Kansas game. We'll have a great, legendary, lifetime Longhorn be with us. Texas Sports Unfiltered will be out there. We'll have some free lunch for y'all. You'll be able to ask some questions and take some pictures and even get some autographs signed by an unnamed Texas Longhorn legend. But we think you guys are going to be excited about this one. So in the meantime, you don't have to wait till next Friday to go out to Covert BK. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, so many vehicles on the lot, 7 different brands. They've got you covered. Plus, they've got Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto, Covert Ford and Lincoln in Austin as well. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Those are the rules. I don't make them up. I just tell you that those are the rules. They're the best in the business. All right, Trey. Let's do a little NFL before we get into our picks, since our picks are focused on college. Man, I mean, I'm one of those Cowboys fans that thinks every year is the exact same. Like, I don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I don't fall for the cheese in the mousetrap. I don't buy into any year being the Cowboys year like the stereotypical Cowboys fan does. But it's damn near impossible to not get a little excited with what you've seen from the Cowboys through these first 2 games. I mean, they've played the Giants and the Jets. The Giants have some issues. We saw that last night. The Jets without Aaron Rodgers, they're not that good. Still, the Cowboys 2-0, the best point differential in the NFL, and it's not even close. They were firing on all cylinders, and it just felt like everything was going right in Big D. And then, of course, in practice, talking about practice, man, one of the best players on the team, Trayvon Diggs, the all-pro corner, tears his ACL. He is out for the season. That feels like a back to reality, come back down to earth moment for Cowboys fans. That is a huge, huge loss. They don't have anybody on the roster who can do what Trayvon Diggs can do.
No, I mean, look, Jerry talked about it on 105.3 The Fan, I guess, earlier today, that sometimes Trayvon Diggs gets burned because he takes chances, but because of those chances, he has become one of the best defensive backs in the league at forcing turnovers. So, yeah, you're exactly right. You are not going to be able to get anywhere close to what Trayvon Diggs provides for you as that number 1 cornerback. Fortunately for the Cowboys, they did go out and get Stephon Gilmore this offseason. I think that's going to help a little bit. And they're also going to have to rely on some younger guys now to step in and try and be productive with their reps and do a decent job of locking down that opposition's number 2 wide receiver, most likely. I assume that they're going to have Gilmore shadowing obvious number 1 wide receivers a whole lot going forward. They're also probably going to have to commit more in the way of coverage to bracketing really good wide receivers now as well, because they can't just leave even Stephon Gilmore out on the island like they could Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs leads the NFL in interceptions and pass defended since 2021, the year Dan Quinn took over as the defensive coordinator. So you talk about it, the ball hawk ability that he has. Yeah, he gets burned from time to time. Every cornerback gets burned from time to time. Trayvon Diggs has the ability to change a game every single time he takes the field. And look, the Cowboys defense is still really good. They've got some talent in other spots. They've got some depth. And you're right, the Gilmore acquisition looks even bigger right now. But that's a big, big loss for the Dallas Cowboys. So shouldn't affect them this weekend. They're playing the Arizona Cardinals, who are, for my money, the worst team in football. Dallas is a 12.5-point favorite, even though that's a road game. That's a lot of points, but hell, the way the Cowboys have looked versus the way Arizona's looked, and it feels like Arizona wants to lose these days. Wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys open up a can in the desert on Sunday. But obviously, when you get to some of the other games, hell, week 5, Cowboys at 49ers on Sunday Night Football, not having a Trayvon Diggs to go up against a Debo Samuel and a Brandon Ayuk and all of those weapons in San Fran, that's when you're really going to notice him not being out there. So big loss for the Cowboys, and that's 2 weeks in a row. I mean, Brandon Cooks got hurt during practice last week. That one wasn't a season ender, but still annoying. And then this week, Trayvon, what the hell is going on at practice, man? What are they doing up there?
All right, I guess we have to ask this question because of the debate going on right now. Is their practice field natural grass or an artificial surface?
I don't know, but I do know why Trayvon Diggs got hurt.
Because he moved the wrong direction with his knee?
No, that would make too much sense. Come on, go with me here. I'm a conspiracy theory guy, and so are you. Let's see, 9/19. That was 3 days ago. So earlier this week, guess who threw out the first pitch at the Texas Rangers game inside the Gilf at Globe Life Field?
Stephen A. Smith?
No. He threw it out at Yankee Stadium last night, and we do have the video of that right here.
Look, people are saying this is as bad as 50 Cent. People need to go back and watch the 50 Cent video. I realize that he bounced it in like you bounced it in when you threw that first pitch at that Round Rock Express game after I threw a dead red strike. It wasn't nearly as bad as the 50 Cent throw, though.
Well, was it as bad as my second first pitch? I unveiled this video for the first time to our audience this morning.
Ooh.
This is me going for redemption at the Sugarland Space Cowboys game when I was living in Houston, throwing out a ceremonial first pitch. Here we go. Confidence as we take the mound. Throwing up the hook 'em, throwing up the H.
You're looking really good right there. What happened? You did that intentionally.
I don't know, dude. I got the yips out there, man. Dude, how bad was that?
You did that intentionally, right?
Man, okay, so the first one I threw at the Round Rock game that you referenced a moment ago, I warmed up. I played catch with a buddy the day before, and I was overthrowing everything.
Yeah.
So I overcompensated, and I one-hopped Pete Cosma, who caught the first pitch for the Express. And then I was like, all right, I'm not even going to warm up this time. I'm just going to go out there, take the mound, look at the catcher, and then throw it. And then that's what happened instead. And something you and I always talked about, you threw your first pitch out to Drew Robinson.
Yeah.
Who ended up making it back to the big leagues, becoming an amazing story for a little bit. And like his career took off basically after you threw that strike to him. I don't know if I'd say dead red. It was about 32 miles an hour, but it was a strike. The guy I threw it to, Pete Cosma, got cut by the Rangers organization days later, days after I bounced in that first pitch to him. Flash forward. I guess it's a flashback, but it's a flash forward from the first pitch. Guess who I threw the first pitch to at that Sugarland Space Cowboys game?
Oh, gosh. Somebody who ends up getting cut?
Well, he got traded. That'd be Corey Lee.
Ooh.
An Astros minor league catcher who literally within the next 3 or 4 days got traded to the White Sox as part of a deadline deal.
Can we see that video again, please?
And I was literally telling all of the listeners and everybody I worked with, I was like, dude, something bad is about to happen to Corey Lee. And then the day he got traded, everyone is like tweeting at me like, this is your fault. You did this. And I'm like, yes, I know. Like, I'm that good. I have that much power. Dude.
So you look so confident and you look so capable when you're walking out to the mound.
Yeah.
You didn't even pull back. You pulled back to basically even with your body, you got to pull all the way back and throw the ball.
It was one of those, like, I literally got up to the mound. I should have taken a second to like look at the catcher and like, okay, I've got my bearings. Here's what I need to do.
Yeah.
And I walked out like such a douchebag that I'm like, oh, I got this, man. I don't even need to look. I don't need to wind up. I'll just throw it in there and it's going to be right down the money or right on the money, right down the middle. And that is what happened instead.
Yeah. No, getting to the mound and like getting your foot on the rubber and taking a breath. If I were to ever throw another first pitch, those would be must do things before I were to ever try to throw.
Just a bit outside. That one right there.
That was
almost hit the mascot. That would have been good.
I mean, that is much closer to the 50-cent throw than what Stephen A. Smith did.
Yeah, what Stephen A. did is something people do all the time, right?
Yeah.
They one hop it, whatever. Yikes. That was tough. How do we get there? Cowboys. Oh, Trayvon Diggs threw out the first pitch on the mound inside the Gilf. You know, the same place where Max Scherzer got hurt, the same place where Nathan Eovaldi got hurt, the same place where Jake Odorizzi got hurt, the same place where Jacob deGrom got hurt, same place where the Rangers bullpen has been the most ass bullpen in the history of Major League Baseball. The Rangers as a team are cursed, and now they threw their curse on Trayvon Diggs, the Dallas Cowboys, because he threw out that first pitch this week. That ain't a coincidence, dude. That is a fact.
What's going on there about that one? Rangers didn't play last night, correct?
No, none of the 3 AOS teams played last night. The Blue Jays lost to the Yankees.
Sweet.
Which is the good news there. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith and Derek Jeter, who Bucky still thinks is on the Yankees, I think, for getting the job done there. But yeah, Astros hosting the Royals should be easy, but nothing's been easy for the Astros at Minute Maid Park. And then the Rangers taking on the Mariners. Big. You don't need me to tell you that.
Is this the final 10 games of the season where they play the Mariners 7 times?
That's it, brother.
Sweet.
Yeah, the season is almost over. Every team controls its own destiny in that American League West. 3 teams within half a game, plus all fighting with Toronto for that final wild card spot as well. It's like, on one hand, I'm never going to say it sucks that football is here, but like, oh my God, it's so hard to focus on football and baseball, and you need to be focusing on both at a time like this. Shout out AV Consultations for the TV setup that helps me do that. All right, before we get to our picks, we've got a new sponsor. If you're watching on YouTube right now, you can see a little dog chilling on a couch at the bottom of the screen. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that is a picture from our new sponsor, Great Blue Heron Furniture. These guys are the best. A custom leather furniture company that has been around since 1991. They focus on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics, ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is beautiful, man. And this is the highest quality furniture that you are going to find. This stuff is not built to last for years. This stuff is built to last for decades. The owner, Matt, Longhorn grad, great dude. Met with him a couple of times over the last week. And the lead manufacturer is one of my best friend's dad. Actually, two guys who are brothers I grew up with in Dallas. Their dad is the lead manufacturer. This guy is one of the best people I know. Like, I'd go to war for this dude, all right? And I would go to war for this company. You cannot find more stylish, more comfortable, more durable, more well-built furniture anywhere out there. Great Blue Heron Furniture. They're the place to go. And there's a link in our video description below this video that actually will take you directly towards our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. That's right. They gave us our own collection there on site. And if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off your purchase. That's a big freaking deal when you're talking about nice furniture. 15% off with the promo code HOOK'em. These guys are legit. They've been around since 91. They've been featured in Texas Monthly and Cowboys and Indians and so many other publications. If you're looking for great furniture that, once again, looks amazing and is built to last for decades, look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Check out that link in the description below and get started over there right now. They'll also send some free leather samples too if you're looking for some more information.
No, CB, the dog on the furniture is not Toko. There's Toko.
Hey, Toko, how are you, bud? Oh, shit. You all right?
Help me.
I'm stuck inside this dog costume. I need help. Dude, you paid $15,000 for that. What the hell are you talking about? No, that is not Toko. We need to get a Great Blue Heron Furniture Toko collab, though. Actually, I don't know if that'd be good or bad for business for GBH.
No. Great, yeah, Great Blue Heron Furniture wants to stay far away from Toko.
I think so, too. All right, where are we at in society is coming up in about 5 or 6 minutes, but now let's do our picks. We are tied through a week. We still need your suggestions for a bet payoff. Trey, I'm going to put an ultimatum. By next week, we'll have a decision made on what this punishment is going to be. We'll take your text, 512-222-9328. We want your feedback. We're looking for ideas for what the loser has to do at the end of our season-long Pick'em contest right here on Trey and BK. If you've been a fan of ours for a while, you know not much is off limits. So we are open to what you people have to say. We're going 6 games, all college, because the slate tomorrow is just ridiculous. Oh, man. You know what? We're scratching another ranked game. We're scratching the Beavers against Washington State.
I'm okay with that.
Because I want to do Florida State Clemson. Like, that's not a ranked versus ranked matchup because Clemson's not ranked, but Florida State's number 4. They're in the fake Death Valley taking on Clemson. The Cinnamon Rolls are 2-point favorites, Trey. I'll give you the honors.
It's funny. I thought you might go Philly, Tampa Bay in the NFL, but yeah, I'm better off with Florida State, Clemson. You said the Seminoles are 2-point favorites right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to pick Florida State to cover that one. I think that their defensive front has their way with Clemson's shoddy offensive line. Clemson's lack of playmakers continues to be a problem. Klubnik has struggled in his sophomore season, and Florida State is going to make life miserable for him. And I think that we see last week serve as a sort of wake-up call for them to get up early and stay focused and not almost letting this one slip away. So I have Florida State winning by probably something in that touchdown to 10-point range.
WTF, my friend. Wrong team favored.
All right.
I was too high on Clemson going into the year, and I should not be doubling down, but I am doubling down. I think the Tigers get it done, and they continue their recent dominance over Florida State. Colorado at Oregon. Number 19 at number 10, both teams 3-0. Despite that, the Ducks are 21-point home favorites. I guess I'll go first. God, I can't bet against Colorado, dude. I can't do it. Like, I think Oregon's going to win. Very confident in that, but 21 points, even with Colorado's defense being bad and not having Travis Hunter, I still think they can keep it closer than 3 scores. So I'll take the points with the Buffs.
I feel like we are seeing and hearing a lot of people going with Colorado because everybody has gotten bitten in the ass at this point by not believing in them enough this year. But I have a feeling, especially with Travis Hunter out, that this is where we see Colorado come back down to earth, not just in terms of the loss, but how they lose this game. Give me Oregon to cover the 21.
All right, we're on opposite sides of the first two. How about Pac-12 action at 2:30? Another Pac-12 game at 2:30. Number 22, UCLA at number 11, Utah. I heard you talking about this game with Kevin. I think I know where you're going with this one, but I'll obviously let you make the pick.
Yeah, wrong team favored. I'm more impressed so far this year with UCLA than I am Utah. Obviously, playing in the altitude does have an effect, but I just think Utah's offense is uninspiring. I'm not even sure if Cam Rising is playing, but if he is, he's not going to be this dynamic threat that we've become accustomed to over these last couple of years. That on top of UCLA being pretty darn good offensively, I do think the Bruins win this game outright.
Yeah, I think Cam Rising is going to play, but I don't even feel great about that. I'm going to take Utah because I don't like betting against other teams at Rice-Eccles. True freshman quarterback and Dante Moore at UCLA's looked good. Super highly touted recruit, top 3 or 4 player in the country this past year. But it's too tough of an atmosphere. Utah's too well coached. Six feels like more than it should be, but we're very different. I'm going to take the Utes -6. Ole Miss at Alabama. Alabama's not in the top 10. That is so weird. Number 15, Ole Miss, 3-0. Number 13, Alabama, 2-1. The Crimson Tide at home, 6.5-point favorites. I don't bet against Nick Saban, so I'm betting Alabama. I know they have their issues. I'm going to bank on Milroe coming back and playing better than either of the jabronis did last week against South Florida. Give me the Tide. They're not losing 2 home games in a row under Nick Saban. I'm going to take Bama with the points.
I want to take Ole Miss here to at least cover, but I'm just with you. I can't do that. At some point, they become Alabama again, right? Right?
I hope. I think I hope. Yeah.
You know what? Give me Ole Miss.
Whoa. Oh, my God. I might really be in trouble.
Is having a hell of a season so far, and I do think that even if Ole Miss doesn't win the game outright, he is able to keep them within 3 to 4 points.
All right. 2 more games to get to. We'll see if we have any similar picks this week. The biggest one on paper, the top 10 matchup. Number 6, Ohio State at number 9, Notre Dame. Very nice. Ohio State, despite playing on the road, a 3-point favorite. These two teams played last year. Ohio State won, but Notre Dame covered. That was a 3-touchdown line. This is a different Fighting Irish team and maybe a different Ohio State team too. Is it my turn or is it your turn?
It's my turn, and I'm completely piggybacking on KD's analysis of this game yesterday. Give me Notre Dame to win this one. I'll admit I have not watched a ton of Ohio State this year. Heard that McCord has been a little bit up and down at that quarterback position. Obviously not nearly as good as CJ Stroud up to this point in his career, and that's not a huge statement or a flimsy limb to go out on there. But I think Sam Hartman is much like Jackson Dart playing really good football right now. So that gives Notre Dame a chance to win this one. I do think ultimately that Notre Dame does win the game tomorrow.
Yeah, there's enough people betting on Ohio State to where I feel comfortable betting on Notre Dame. This is getting close to, it feels like everyone's picking Notre Dame, and Vegas exists for a reason, and those casinos don't build themselves, so maybe I should go the other way. But I don't think the public is super one-sided in favor of Notre Dame right now, so I'm not scared off by that. Yeah, Notre Dame's looked better to this point this season. So I feel like this is the best Notre Dame team we've seen in a while. I feel like this is the worst Ohio State team we've seen in a while. So I'm going to go with the Fighting Irish too. Wrong team favored. So we're on the same side there. Finally, I know we're on opposite sides here. We already talked about it. The game in Waco, Texas, it's down to 14.5. I don't know if that half point means anything. It was 15 yesterday. Now it's 14.5. The third-ranked Longhorns taking on the 1-2 Baylor Bears. You say Texas by 77?
That's still my pick.
Now, does that mean I get them at plus 76?
Nope.
Damn it.
No,
Okay.
14.5. Nice.
How confident are you? Come on, man.
Nice try. Not that confident.
Okay. All right. I'm going to take Baylor with the points. I think Texas wins. I think it's like 27-20. I really do. Like, I don't even think Texas gets that close to covering. That's half, not even halfway to the line right now because it's 14.5. I'll say 27-20. And we're unfortunately still talking about inconsistencies from this offense when we do our show together on Monday.
Holy shit, dude. If Texas only wins this game by 7 points, that is not going to be good. Not going to be good for my psyche the rest of the evening.
You know, it is good.
What?
Best Wranglers. Hold on. I should have had this one ready. Here we go.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite
Pest
control.
Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Pest
Hold on.
Wranglers. Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
Little special edition. Where are we at today?
If anybody hasn't read this article, I don't read it. This was brought to me by a mother of children. I think this is worth reading. Let me tell you why I'm talking about this article. 3/4 of this is inaccurate. It's fiction. Here's all that kid did. He goes to class. He's respectful to the media. He's respectful to the public. And he's a good kid. And he's not a professional athlete. And he doesn't deserve to be kicked when he's down. That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. And that's all I got to say. Makes me want to puke.
Where are we at in society?
Where are we at in society today?
There we go. By the way, at the start of that rant, he said this came from a mother of children.
It's the best.
Did he think that people assumed it was like Mother of Dragons or something?
Oh, man, that might be the most underrated part of that epic rant. This was brought to me by a mother of children.
Of children.
Everyone in that room had to be like, what did he think? Dogs, cats, chickens, dragons, mother of children? Thank you for letting us know, Coach. Appreciate that. That happened 16 years ago today, Trey. That's why we played the whole video. It felt worth it.
Well, it is time for Where We At in Society, brought to you by Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers. It is our daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will give you a story that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. Perhaps all is not lost, but today is not that day. No sex Matumbo. I'm going to read a headline from the New York Post. How beaver butts and fish bladders wind up in the food that you eat.
Oh, boy.
Many would be surprised to learn what's actually in their favorite comfort foods and beverages and the rather disturbing origins that such ingredients have. Secretions from a beaver's anus, bugs, hair, and fish intestines are just some of the bone-chilling fixings that give foods like candy, cheese, and ice cream their scrumptious flavors. Even more shocking is a hodgepodge of bizarre concoctions with which beloved libations such as beer and wine are made. Quote, all beer and wine contains some arsenic. Certain beer made with rice wine like sake, and some red and white wines may have higher amounts of arsenic in them than others, according to Dartmouth College. If you choose beer and wine with higher concentrations, consider drinking less of them if you're drinking water, food, or other sources that contain arsenic. That's from the Ivy League institution. So you may be asking yourself right now, BK, what in the world does beaver anus secretion have to do with the food that we consume?
I was asking myself that this morning, actually, before we even talked. So thank you for having my answer.
Well, do you enjoy vanilla flavored things?
I guess. Yeah. Like ice cream.
Ice cream, berry flavored things, and perfumes. Well, guess what? There is a good chance that the fragrance or the flavor is coming from a beaver's anal glands. And this is information that has been known now for more than 15 years. But scientists and food researchers swear that this secretion is okay for humans to eat because it's actually been a part of that artificial vanilla flavor in foods for some 80 plus years now.
Wow. Shout out to Oregon State for getting their name out there, man. It's impressive. So I'm eating beaver ass all the time. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Interesting. All right.
Other
Not
foods,
as bad as I would have thought.
Other foods like cheese contain something called rennet, which is derived from the inside the stomach part of lamb calves. And that helps to clot milk during production. Hair finds its way into many fast food items, as well as in order to get healthy servings of an amino acid called cysteine. According to researchers, quote, the only large-scale natural source of cysteine is from hair. Anything that's beef flavored will contain this extraction from hair. So that beef flavored ramen that you're eating with regularity in your house, yeah, that was probably extracted from hair.
Nobody eats the beef flavored ones, though. It's all the chicken, right? That's the go-to Maruchan flavor.
I don't know. I think some people do beef. And unfortunately for you, BK, if you eat low quality fast food meat, there is a good chance you are consuming that byproduct of hair as well. Quote, what happens is that during the processing of animal-based products, when you're using low quality meat, in order to amp up the flavoring, you got to add a little something.
Well, good news. I don't eat low quality meats at my fast food restaurants.
I think that Taco Bell qualifies.
So I'm eating hair and beaver ass all the time, huh?
Are you a big candy guy? Yes, you are. Are you a big candy guy?
No.
Well, congratulations. You're missing out on eating a bunch of bugs because confectionery candies like jelly beans rely on a wax and a red dye for their glossy outer coatings, which comes from bugs.
I've heard about this. Red 40. I heard about this as a kid.
Yes.
Like, crushed bugs is red 40. So if you see that on the ingredients thing, then, well, that's what you are getting.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. I don't know why I remember that. None of this other stuff I've heard of, but the red 40 is something that I do remember, sadly.
I will be very blunt. Ever since I first heard this news about most vanilla flavoring coming from the secretions of a beaver's anus, I have eaten significantly less vanilla flavored things. Certainly done with vanilla ice cream.
So many good ice creams have vanilla bases, though, right?
I know. Well, you got to go. Hopefully, they're not lying when they tell you Mexican vanilla, like at Amy's Ice Cream.
Was it Mexican beavers instead of like from the dam here?
Right.
We got to go. God, that's gross. Thank you. I'm going to enjoy my lunch for that one. Coming up next, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, Chip Brown, Zay Collier, a little Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yes. I don't even know how to follow that, Zay, but hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice, and we're happy you're spending some time with us on a free-for-all football Friday. Gonna get you primed and pumped for Texas at Baylor, all things college football. John McClain, longtime columnist for the Houston Chronicle, now doing his thing on 610 radio in Houston will join us at 2:00 for all things NFL. Zay, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. It's Friday. Feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Hey, man, I'm ready to rumble. I'm ready to talk some college football, ready to talk some Texas at Baylor. And, I was thinking about all the times I've been to Waco. And when I first got on the beat, Baylor was awful. I mean, it was the Chuck Reedy, Kevin Steele, Dave Roberts era where they just couldn't get out of their own way. And then they bring in Art Briles, and he's got it going. He turns the program around. Like, I don't think people realize how bad Baylor football was before Art Briles got there.
Right.
And we can talk about Art Briles being a leper, a college football leper. And Art Briles, he's got to let go of his ego if he ever wants to coach again, because this is going on a decade of him, and this whole Baylor thing was complicated, right? I'll give you the quick rundown of what happened at Baylor. So their board of regents is 35 members big. Like most schools, it's 9. Okay. You can't get anything done at Baylor because your board of regents is so big, you can't get people to move in the same direction. Well, there was a group of members of the Baylor board of regents who wanted the president of the university at that time, Kenneth Starr. They wanted him gone. And they felt like he was too popular with the Southern Baptist Convention, but he wasn't doing enough for Baylor. Well, the way that they wanted to get him was to frame him, basically, by leaving the Title IX investigator job open, vacant. So the person in charge of making sure that crimes against women on campus, that job was not filled. And bad things were happening. Well, Kenneth Starr figured out what was going on, and he calls the Pepper Hamilton law firm and says, hey, you need to come investigate this. And the regents were like, uh-oh. And so, they tell the Pepper Hamilton law firm, don't write anything down. And before the thing could get too out of hand, they pay Art Briles a ton of money. I was told it was $20 million.
Ooh.
For him to just go away quietly and be the scapegoat, basically. When there were people higher who were at fault for the sex scandal at Baylor. And Art Briles, all he needed to say was, I can't believe this happened. I'm mortified. I have a daughter. I would never want this to happen. I will spend the rest of my life making sure this never happens again. Just come across as earnest about it instead of not saying anything and then continuing to try to coach football, because he just couldn't bring himself to apologize. He couldn't bring himself to do the mea culpa. It's like Major League Baseball. When the steroid era happened, it was against the law in the United States to do steroids, but it was not against the rules of baseball. So everyone was doing steroids. And Roger Clemens, A-Rod, all they needed to do was say, yeah, I was doing steroids because it was against the law in this country, but it wasn't against the rules of baseball, and everyone was doing it. My bad. Shouldn't have done it. Take the Andy Pettit approach, right? Andy Pettit's like, yeah, I took steroids. I took HGH. I had a bad elbow. Everyone's like, oh, Andy Pettit. We love Andy Pettit.
Yeah, he's a Yankee. Yeah, I get it.
Roger Clemens can't get a sniff by the Hall of Fame voters because he's still saying that the HGH was his wife's, and she took that whole thing. Raj, come on, Raj.
Yo, that's a loyal woman, Chip. That's what you need. You need a ride or die like that. Every man needs a ride or die like that. That's what I'm talking about. I don't hate on her for doing that at all. Yeah, Roger, man. For me, that's an OG move right there. You got to get you a ride or die that might, jump in front of the bullet every once in a while, bodyguard style.
Oh yeah. So you've got, and this is true. JSDTX says there's evidence Briles recruited players who were dismissed from other programs, and Tevin Elliott is the biggest example of that. If you're gonna crush our Briles, his recruitment of Tevin Elliott, he had a history of being a bad actor, and then he ends up getting convicted of rape charges. He raped women at McLennan County Community College. I mean, it was a mess, and that was our Briles guy. And so Briles had some blood on his hands, but the overall overarching lack of support for women on the campus and the sex scandal involved people higher. I've always talked about Reagan Ramsauer, the senior vice president at Baylor, who that guy should have gone to jail over this thing. But our Briles wouldn't take his part of it. And so he's a pariah. But before Briles, Baylor was absolutely lifeless. They were the ocean floor of college football. And I don't know, they owe Mack Rhodes, the athletic director at Baylor, they owe that guy a bonus. They owe him the Bobby Bonilla bonus every year, because that guy was able to get Matt Rule to go to Baylor. And Matt Rule, one of the greatest turnarounds in college football, because he goes, 1-11. Then he goes, 5-7. Then he goes 11-1 in the regular season, gets the program back to where it's legit. And Mack Rhodes was then able to hire Dave Aranda. Dave Aranda goes 2-7 the first year. I'm like, he doesn't have it. He's in over his head. But then he wins the Big 12. Wins the Big 12 in year 2. And you're like, geez, man, Mack Rhodes, he's something else. He knows how to find these coaches in places that no one else can find them. And here we are now in year 4 of Dave Aranda. And there's something off, but this is his chance, Zay. This game against Texas, he said it himself. Fans are coming up to him. Hey, if you only win one game, this is the game against Texas. We need you to win this game. I just don't think he has the horses.
Yeah, and that starts with Blake Shapen. I mean, the quarterback that they put a lot into going into the 2023 season, and him being hurt now, and now you have to deal with Sawyer Robertson. That's definitely a huge blow for the Bears. And yeah, Dave Aranda, he's a different type of cat, but I think he's good for that program. And you talk about just everything that's happened with that football team and just the whole athletic department. Hell, you look on the basketball side, you got players killing players. Like Baylor's gone through some stuff up there in Waco to where, Chip and Joanna, they can't even get that stuff right together. So yeah, it's been odd, especially these last few decades. But as far as this football team goes, yeah, being 1-2, I didn't expect it. I thought that Baylor, they would start off hot, being 3-0 coming into this game versus Texas on Saturday. And, when you have 8 home games on your schedule, like that should be a plus. And it seems like it just hasn't been. They've lost 2, Utah and Texas State, obviously. And you're right, Chip. He just doesn't have those dudes there like you saw on that 2021 team that beat Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship. So, yeah, I think that if Texas struggles with this Baylor team, that's going to be very concerning, especially with what we've seen these first 3 weeks. I mean, yeah, week 2 was absolutely magnificent, and a lot of Texas fans are still riding that high. But, I've came back down to earth, man, 2 toes down, like my feet planted. I couldn't be more grounded right now when it comes to this Texas football team. And you asked me the other day how nervous I am on a scale of 1 to 10. I gave you a 5. Well, I don't know why, but just waking up in the morning, I'm feeling more like a 6. I'm feeling more like a 6, my guy, just because, looking more in depth into this team and just all the struggles they've had offensively, like where they're ranked for offensive efficiency, that's just mind blowing. Like 100 and something, 130 something, 33rd. Like that's nuts to me. Like, how can y'all be that bad, but we have so much confidence in y'all? Like, it doesn't add up. So, yeah, I'm looking for a blowout tomorrow, hopefully. And, yeah, man, just what Jason's saying about your homeboy, like, putting 33,000, I'd slow my roll before I do that, before I go cashing in, because you just don't know what Texas team are going to get tomorrow.
Yeah, Jason, I do have a friend who is a Baylor grad who is so down on the Bears that he's putting 33,000 on Texas at -15. The line, I think, came back to 14.5. So he should have waited. But yeah, and I think if Texas is going to lay some wood tomorrow night, the defense is going to be involved again. The defense, Sawyer Robertson's a turnover machine. And if Texas can stop the run, which they were able to do against Alabama, now Sawyer Robertson can run around. And so
he's more athletic than you think.
Yeah, they'll have designed runs for Sawyer Robertson. And we're about to get into the part of the schedule where Texas is going to run into some serious dual threat quarterbacks, i.e. Kansas, a week from this Saturday. And so considering Jalen Milroe didn't have any designed runs and was just kind of gouging Texas early in the game in off script, broken down running plays. And we talked about this, Alabama against Ole Miss. There better be some design runs for Jalen Milroe this week, or Tommy Rees is truly dead man walking. But if Texas shuts down that Baylor running game, then you got a guy trying to throw it who's completing 45% of his passes with 3 interceptions and 1 touchdown. And let's see how much film study Jahdae Barron and Jaron Thompson have done, and if they can get their hands on some footballs and turn this thing into a route, because that's how it gets done. And you get pressure on Sawyer Robertson, you make him throw balls that are what did my man Ryan Watts call them? Ignorant throws. Make the quarterback make some ignorant throws, then boom. And special teams, we really haven't seen special teams. Xavier Worthy, some nice punt returns for sure. Totally set up Texas in Wyoming territory last week a couple times, but we haven't seen any big play punt blocks, anything like that. And let's see what Texas has in store for these guys, because don't give them any hope. Don't give them any belief. Don't let them hang around in this game. Get off to a big start early and make them have to live where they do not want to live, and that is throwing the football.
Yeah, McLean Stadium's going to be popping tomorrow. I mean, it's sold out. This is the last time Texas is going to go to this stadium for a very long while. So, yeah, man, that's why Dave Aranda's getting all this love about, if you beat Texas, man, it don't matter what the season like. You might not even make a bowl game. We don't care. You beat Texas. You're good with us. You might even get a bonus. And I'm with you, Chip. Like Sawyer Robertson, those ignorant throws, I call them ignorant throws. Like that's how bad he is with that 45% QBR. Like that's just terrible, but he's going to get the ball out of his hands quick. Like, as more film that you're going to see on the Texas Longhorns defense, you know that a big part of their defense is that front line. Javondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, Barron Sorrell, Ethan Burke, etc., and how they just move guys in there. Broughton, Trill Carter, like, guys stay fresh. So for a quarterback, getting the ball out of your hands quick, that's huge. That's huge. So I need to see these cornerbacks, Jahdae Barron, Ryan Watts, they've been rotating Terrence Brooks and Gavin Holmes and Malik Muhammad a lot. We've started to notice that there's not like anybody that's taken over that spot at that corner position, which it's fine by me. As long as you're not getting toasted, then I'm good with that. But hey, you got to be aware of those quick outs like you saw against Wyoming, those quick comebacks, just getting the ball out of your hands. And a guy to look out for is Drake Dabney, the tight end for Baylor. He's leading the team in touchdowns from a receiving end, and when the ball's in his hands, he could really go. He could really move at 248, 6'5". So again, the problem is they just can't get the ball in these guys' hands enough because the quarterbacks have struggled. But yeah, I think that I don't know the situation with Monterey Baldwin at this point. We heard that he might be checked out, whatever. But hey, he still scares me. He's a track guy. That dude, he has absolute blazers. And Burton, the guy that's been playing a lot over him, he ain't no slouch either. Jackson, he's a solid wide receiver. And, so is Hal Presley. That dude could definitely get up and make some 50-50 balls. So, yeah, I just think that establishing your dominance as a defense to where, these guys can't move the ball at all. Like against Wyoming, the defense was good. You allowed 10 points. Obviously, that very long run, 62 yards, the first drive of the game, that was brutal, but they were tough no matter what, just getting off the field. I think that should be a point of emphasis this week. Like, we got to give our offense more opportunities. Those long, methodical drives, we got to get more 3 and out, especially if Sark's going to call the way he does. And hopefully that's not the case. Sark referenced last year's Baylor performance where they ran 22 straight times. Like, nothing is wrong with that. We've been saying all week, Chip, nothing is wrong with playing dirty like that and just grinding it out. I get it. It's not pretty. Maybe some recruits might not like it. We mentioned, Joey McGuire and why he's using Tyler Shuck so much. Maybe it's because they got Micah Hudson coming in, and that's the biggest recruit that they've had at that position ever. I don't know. That's just the way college football is. But nah, man. You earn your respect and you earn your paycheck by winning games. And it don't matter if it looks pretty, ugly, beautiful, salty, whatever you want to call it, just get it done. And hey, if they get it done, which I need it to be more than 10 points this week, then I'll be good with that. And you can move on and look forward to Kansas the next week. So yeah, I think there should be no problem handling this team. But again, I'm at a 6. Because Quinn Ewers, the play calling, it's been shaky all year. Hopefully they turn around tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you, this Ollie Pop.
Oh, you own it.
Oh, this Ollie Pop is gold, baby.
Yeah, man.
I'm just telling you, folks, get to your HEB and get you some Ollie Pop, healthy soda. So if you're like addicted to carbonation like me, then get you some Ollie Pop, baby. Yeah. And go to HEB to get it. Costco's got it. But man, this is good stuff. And Zay, speaking of HEB, Longhorn Bear says, did you find the right wine at HEB?
Yes, it took me a minute. Shout out to Longhorn Bear. I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you yesterday. I was on the phone looking for that for my wife. But yeah,
did you big time Longhorn Bear?
I didn't get to be. I'm on my phone, my wife and stuff, trying to find this wine. And yeah, it's just, I was so distracted that he hollered at me, but I was on the phone. I was trying to get help from people. I was all discombobulated yesterday. Longhorn Bear, I owe you one. Shout out to you, my guy. Thanks for the love.
I love it. This comes in from Jason. Chip, after this season, do you foresee Texas doing a rotating home and away football matchup with any in-state Big 12 teams, or stick to the UTEP, UTSA, Rice, North Texas type scheduling? Yeah, I sure don't see Texas having any kind of rotating home and away with Texas Tech, Baylor, or TCU. Legislatively, there might be some pressure from Houston, but I don't think Texas wants to play those games anymore, because what you do in that situation is you give them a chance to get recruiting props, to get recruiting scoreboard. And so I think you'll see more of the UTEP, UTSA, Rice, North Texas scheduling than you will Texas playing Baylor or Tech or TCU going forward. And look, I wrote about this at Horns 24/7 in our staff roundtable. It's like, which of the Big 12 teams are you most eager to say goodbye to? Like, good riddance. And I picked TCU because here's TCU. Chris Del Conte was the athletic director at TCU when, A&M and Missouri take off, and they got to fill the two holes, and they end up bringing in West Virginia and TCU. Texas gave its godfather approval for TCU to join the league. And what has happened since? Texas has gone 3-9 against TCU. The worst record they have against any opponent in that stretch. 3-9. And now you're thinking, okay, Gary Patterson, the purple hex is gone. He's leaving. And then here comes Sonny Dykes, who's now 3-0 against Texas, and he takes the damn Frogs to the national championship game. And you're going, what is going on with the freaking Horned Frogs? So, yeah, good riddance. I mean, we're getting some good riddance to Iowa State and West Virginia, but no one has caused more headaches than TCU. And I keep looking at that little back-to-back in November when they've got K-State at home and then TCU on the road. And I'm like, oh, Texas has always struggled with the purple. Let's see if they can get it right. But here's the thing, Zay, and I'm watching this tomorrow night. Is Texas a better road team than they are a home team? Like, do they need the edge of people booing them and that to keep their focus? Because some coaches say it's easier to keep a team focused on the road than it is at home, because you're all in a hotel, you're on a tight schedule. It's not like they're going out and doing stuff, and you can keep them focused. You got your little walkthrough. Everything's regimented and scheduled, and it's going to be hostile. Everyone, the world's against you, and maybe the mental makeup, the metal of this team, the psycho analysis of this team is such that they're better on the road. And I'm watching for that tomorrow night, because the slow starts have been at home.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a very great point. I mean, hopefully Alabama's completely out of your mind. I think leading up to the Rice game, knowing that Alabama was a week from now, and then the love that they got coming from the Alabama game, I think both of those things affected Rice and Wyoming. To now, you heard Sark in the presser. He loves just the vibe that he's getting from his team in practice this week, knowing that basically you're 0-0 as a record, competing with everybody in the Big 12 for a title. But maybe. I personally used to love playing on the road more than I love playing at home. Like, I knew if I was playing at home, my grandma was going to be there and stuff. And, girls that you knew were all there, and teachers and just faculty. And you always had to talk to them and see them. And it's just different. While when you're on the road, like, everybody's against you, and it's just you and your boys, and you could really lock in. So we'll see. I mean, I don't want to put this team in the box. It's only been 3 weeks, but it's very easy to just looking at the stats and just looking at the patterns that we've seen. And again, I think, this team just has so much leadership, especially on the defensive side, that, hey, there's just so many grand opportunities that we have here. Let's not muck anything up. And, as far as what Jason's saying about, what teams are going to play in Texas once they go to the SEC. Remember, you go into the SEC, you get duds before you start conference play, and you already got Michigan and Ohio State in the upcoming years. So UT, Pan American, one of those teams, Texas A&M Commerce, hell, Mary Hardin Baylor, even though they win national championships, that's what we should be looking at. Like, we'll pay y'all some buku money, maybe a little extra than we pay some of these other teams before conference play starts, and then we'll beat the brakes off of y'all just so we can fit into SEC culture. But yeah, man, I ain't trying to play any of those U of H and Baylor and Texas Tech. Hell no. We're moving on. We're gone, because those teams are going to be all scrappy and crazy, and the fans are going to be nuts. We don't need those. We don't need those games. I'm all about competition. You're going to get everything you want in the SEC, and I just mentioned the Ohio State and Michigan game in the next 2 years or so. So yeah, man, give me the duds, Chip. Give me the duds.
Yeah. It's funny. I was looking at last year's Texas Baylor game, because Baylor led that game 27-24 with early in the fourth quarter after a fumble recovery for a touchdown, and Baylor could not run the ball in that game. Baylor ran it 39 times for 101 yards. That's 2.6 a carry. Richard Reese ran it 15 times for 54 yards. I mean, like, you look at this, and I don't even know how Baylor was in this game. I mean, it's almost like they did it with mirrors. But they had a big play touchdown early. They had a 47-yard pass in midway through the first quarter from Blake Shapen to Jalen Ellis. They also recorded a safety on Texas in that game. Texas was able to grind it, but they had to settle for some field goals, and then you had another somewhat big play touchdown. You had a 14-yard pass from Blake Shapen to Ben Sims, and then the defensive touchdown for Baylor. So if you just don't make the big mistake, this should be a pretty routine win for Texas, but we shall see.
Yeah, and that starts with Steve Sarkisian. I mean, it's been talked about for these first 3 games, hell, his 3 years in Texas, or his 2 and some change years in Texas, that, the play calling at times has been a little sketchy. And this year, it's just the early downs. Like, when you go 3 and out and the ball travels through the air on all 3 of those plays, that's a problem. Like, that's a serious problem. And especially just with the talent you have against the teams that it happened to, Rice and Wyoming. So Jonathan Brooks having the big game that he did, CJ Baxter having those big practices that he has, according to Steve Sarkisian, that should give you the confidence to say, let's run the football and take what the defense gives us. They know how much you want to see the ball travel in the air. Everybody does. Everybody in the nation, especially with how good Adonai Mitchell is, how good Jordan Whittington is, JT Sanders, Xavier Worthy, all those guys with the ball in their hands, they can do some serious damage. So for a defensive coordinator, we're going to take that away. And if you say, I don't give a damn, Sark, I'm going to do it anyway, it results to that inconsistency that we've seen, which is very frustrating. So it does kind of piss me off to hear him say yesterday, Chip, to all you guys, yeah, we ran the ball 22 straight times against Baylor last year. Like, okay, it's in you. you have it in you to do those things. You have it in you to, not get arrogant and just take what the defense gives you. And he hasn't done that at times this year. He was perfect against Alabama. He was perfect. Like if we grade Sark, I'd grade him right there with Quinn Ewers with a B because he was perfect. Like, again, remember the JT Sanders missed tackle on the Xavier Worthy reverse? Like, that was a perfect play call. JT Sanders, you got to make that block. You got to make that block. So, yeah, there's been times where we've seen it click very well. But, again, going into tomorrow, what's Dave Aranda going to do to take away your best assets? Like, yeah, I'm not going to let Xavier Worthy catch the ball very easily. I'm not going to let A.D. Mitchell become a problem or JT Sanders become a problem. You're going to have to prove to me that this offensive line, which has had its struggles, like you ranked it ninth on the Horns 24/7 coming into this season for position groups for a reason. They've had their struggles, and now they're missing Cole Hudson, so DJ Campbell's the man. Like, I would test that. I would seriously test that and see if Sark has the discipline to give the ball to CJ Baxter. Hell, even Jaden Blue, put him in there at times. Even though he fumbled, he might be in the doghouse, Chip. We don't like fumbles around here. I know Sark don't like fumbles. I know Tashard Choice. Like, that's one of those program Omar Epps. Jalen Blue, you carrying the ball around West campus all weekend, dog. We try to knock that thing out. Those things can't happen. You want playing time? That was a grand opportunity with CJ Baxter out for you to show confidence in this coaching staff, and you throw it right down the drain. So, hey, you have to redeem yourself somehow, and maybe you've done that, but 24 – hell, number 4, CJ Baxter. Let's get those guys the ball, and hopefully your run game could open up your pass game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And the thing about Baylor, and looking back at that game last year, even though they couldn't run it, they kept trying to run it so that the play action was there when they finally hit the big plays. They hit the big play twice, and then they got the defensive touchdown with some field goals. And don't look now, but there they were leading 27-24. Texas ends up winning that game. As Sark pointed out, Texas ran it 23 straight times to grind out the clock and finish that game off. But yeah, I want to see Texas establish itself on the ground earlier, possess the ball, because last week getting out possessed,
by a long shot. It
By a
wasn't like
long
it was
shot.
close. It was by a long shot.
It was by a long shot, and they can't have that. They can't have that. And I'm excited to see if Texas is amped and ready to go on the road. Maybe they're a better road team than we think, but that's going to be something. Let me jump in here and tell everyone about audio-visual consultations, because look, we're getting into the heart of the college football season, and you need to make an appointment with Tom McKay and the crew at audio-visual consultations. They're busy, so get on their schedule so that you get that big screen that you've wanted, or the surround sound, or the lighting, or the surveillance, or the electronic shades that maybe you've been, man, we could really dress up this room with a little lighting here, big screen there, some surround sound. But get on their schedule. I mean, just make that phone call, because here's the beautiful thing. You call 512-255-8678, and Tom and his crew bring everything to you. I mean, from the free consultation to installation, they're going to take care of you. And that's what it's all about. You're busy. You don't have time to be messing around, going to the box store, trying to pick out big screen TVs. Tom McKay is going to get you the best price on the best big screen, and he's going to take care of everything. But get on his schedule, because he's busy. So just call 255-8678. Audio Visual Consultations, avconsultations.com. All right, Zay, you called it last night, my friend. 49ers opened up a can on the Giants. You should have made that one of your picks.
Yeah, definitely should have made that a pick. And yeah, it was about what we all expected. I mean, you don't have no Saquon Barkley, and that defense, man, they're stingy as hell. They're so stingy. And I know we love talking about the Cowboys, which obviously we have to get into with Trayvon Diggs. You know, it kind of came out on our show yesterday about him having a knee injury. And then once we left the show, we found out it's an ACL. It's definitely as bad as what we thought it could have been. So prayers out to him. But yeah, I thought the 49ers they're tough, man. They're tough at every single position. They just got dudes, and bringing in Hardgrave for that interior line from Philadelphia, like he's a hoss too. Like he was getting in there, sacking Daniel Jones, who, I mean, he shows his right spots, but Daniel Jones, he needs a lot of help. I know he's flawed, but he needs a lot of help. He doesn't have many wide receivers. I know they have a lot of faith in Darren Waller, 6'5", but even that guy struggles to get open as a tight end, especially against that type of defense with the 49ers. So, yeah, 30-12, absolute blowout on the offensive side. Like Brock Purdy, he ain't got to do much. He's undefeated during the regular season, and hell, I'd say he's undefeated for his whole career. I don't count that for NFC Championship game. The dude barely played. Like, how the hell can you count that? Like, he was out there for one drive before he tore his UCL, on that Hassan Reddick sack. So, yeah, like Brock Purdy hasn't lost an NFL game. And you mentioned he's just that guy that, he might show his true colors later on, especially did in the big games, as you said yesterday, when he was a Cyclone. But, man, that 49ers team, they're motivated. They're pissed off. Christian McCaffrey actually being there for training camp, I think that is huge for what Kyle Shanahan loves to do, who does a hell of a job there. And you saw everything with their offense yesterday. You saw Christian McCaffrey getting his yards. You saw Deebo Samuel, what he could do. Brandon Ayuk wasn't even playing. Like, he was hurt. They just were bringing guys in along with George Kittle and the rest of them. So, yeah, man, with this Trayvon Diggs injury, I think that the 49ers are the team to beat in the NFC, even though the Cowboys have been playing so well. I got to see what they look like without number 7 covering those wide receivers because, hey, $97 million, it's obvious that he's a big-time player. That's why he got paid that. They're going to miss him.
Well, here's the thing, Cowboys fans. I'm going to give you a little bit of light. Okay, Trayvon Diggs, he goes down. He's out for the season. It's brutal. But I'm going to give you a little bit of light, okay? Because the Cowboys' defense is more than Trayvon Diggs. Now, this is a historic start for the Cowboys' defense. Entering week 3, they're taking on the Arizona Cardinals. They're leading the NFL in points allowed, in total yards per game allowed, in passing yards per game allowed, sacks, and takeaways. Those are the 5 major statistical categories that you look at. This has a chance to be an incredibly special defense. We're only 2 games in, but get this. Entering week 3, the Cowboys are allowing a 34.2 passer rating for opposing quarterbacks, lowest in the NFL. And with all the national attention on Micah Parsons, like, it's hard to believe he doesn't lead the team in every statistic. Osa Odigizua,
man,
currently leads the NFL in pressure percentage, 27.3, to go along with 3 sacks to start the season. And Osa Odigizua, Micah Parsons, and DeMarcus Lawrence are all 3 in the top 6 in the league in pressure percentage. So, man, you got dudes just getting after the quarterback. And yes, Micah Parsons is the only player in NFL history to tally multi-sack games in over 25% of his career games. Currently, Parsons has at least 2 sacks in 28.6% of his appearances. Next on the list are Reggie White, Hall of Famer, TJ Watt, and JJ Watt.
Yeah, TJ Watt's going to be a Hall of Famer also. He just broke the record for most sacks as a Steeler. As a Steeler, I just said, like, we know the defensive guys they've had on that in that franchise. So yeah, all those guys are going to be Hall of Famers one day. And Micah Parsons, if he stays healthy, he's definitely going to be one. He's amazing, man. Like, there's a clip around from last week against New York, and he was lined up in the A-gap chip, and he was like doing the jab step. We're seeing a lot of these basketball moves. I don't know if he stole this from Myles Garrett the week before, who did like a crossover before he rushed the quarterback, was like going between his legs before the ball was snapped, and then like did a little jab and, you know, rushed the quarterback. But Micah kind of did the same thing. He was doing like a jab step, like Jordan or something. He's doing like a jab step, and then all of a sudden he jabs right and goes left, and the center can't do anything with him. He's just so fast. That bend, man, he just gets under you. He gets so low under your pads, and he's special. He's special. And yeah, that's a big reason why the Cowboys still have a chance. I'm not counting them out. I just think San Francisco, man, I think they have the upper edge at the moment. And I think Trayvon Diggs, I think he's that big of a player. But, Deron Bland, they have a lot of confidence in him, Jordan Lewis, they got a lot of confidence in him. Eric Scott, like all those guys. And then I didn't even mention those safeties back there, like Wilson's about to come back. You got Kurz. So they got dudes still that can get the job done. And we still have to see this Mike McCarthy-led offense or calling plays offense against some more high-quality teams. But, yeah, those 5 stats you just named, that's a big key to success. And if they could keep that up, then, hey, I see them hoisting that Vince Lombardi trophy at the end of the season.
Okay, well, going up against the Cardinals, they're going to be facing Cardinals tight end Zach Ertz, who's probably ruining the day that he ever left the Philadelphia Eagles. But through the first 2 games, Ertz has 6 catches in each of the first 2 weeks. So he has 12 receptions heading into the matchup with the Cowboys. And throughout his career, Zach Ertz, mostly with the Eagles, racked up 77 catches against Dallas. That's the second most against any opponent in his career. So it starts with Zach Ertz. Just zero in on him, make sure that he's not beating you. And then the thing you got to watch out for is quarterback rushing yards against the Cowboys defense, because if that's, if there's any knock on the Cowboys defense, it's that quarterbacks have gotten loose on the ground. They've allowed 172 rushing yards by quarterbacks, or 172 rushing yards, 79 by quarterbacks. So 45% of their opponent's ground game have come from Zach Wilson, Daniel Jones, and something to watch against Joshua Dobbs, who did have a 23-yard rushing touchdown last week against the Giants. So don't let the quarterback running around beat you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that ain't gonna be no problem, man. Quarterback running because he got to run for his life. Because them dudes are coming after him. That's why he's running. Like, I don't think they're phased. What they allow, 10 points last week, that Garrett Wilson touchdown. I mean, it's Garrett Wilson. That dude's just flat out special. But, yeah, 0 against the Giants. Like, this team, they're licking their chops for anybody that they play. But, now Stephon Gilmore, he's the main guy. And, beforehand with Trayvon Diggs being in the lineup, like, you match up with a lot of these wide receiver tandems very well. Now, some guys, they might be out there just hung to dry. So that's why Deron Bland, Jordan Lewis, those guys got to be on their P's and Q's. And, they move around and stuff like that. But hey, injuries happen. That's a part of the game. It's just so physical. Like, nobody's going to be available for all 17. That's just not realistic. But how teams adapt and how teams figure things out with coaching, and hopefully they could fill those missing pieces and those voids. If they do that, then I think they could still do what they want to do.
All right, I got one more for you, because this is the weirdest. This is like the Texas TCU deal. So strange things tend to happen when the Cowboys play the Cardinals on the road. Since 1999, the Cowboys are 2-7 in the last 9 games they've played out in the desert. In those 7 losses, the Cardinals have beaten Dallas in overtime 3 times and have 2 other 1-point victories. In the 2 games the Cowboys have won in that span, the margins were by 17 and 11 points. But 2-7 in their last 9 trips to the desert to face the Cardinals. So this is one of those weird, quirky teams that the Cowboys have had trouble with. I don't expect it this weekend, Zay, but I mean, it was like the Cardinals got off to a big lead, a 20-0 lead on the Giants before they realized, oh, yeah, we're tanking.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kyler Murray, we know he has his baggage and stuff, but when he's out there, he could play. It's just.
But Joshua Dobbs, you can't lose to Joshua Dobbs.
No, you can't lose to him, man.
They just signed him like a week ago.
I'm still mad that it should be Colt this week. I'm still pissed off about that. Like, I take Colt over Joshua Dobbs, especially Colt in his upper 30s. But yeah, I'm a little biased. Sue me, whatever. That stat, like, since 1999, the Cardinals have had some good quarterbacks in that span, like Kurt Warner taking his team to the Super Bowl with Anquan Bolden and Larry Fitzgerald. They probably lost to that team a couple of times. Carson Palmer, him being the former #1 pick, like, he had a good run where they went, I want to say, to the AFC Championship one time when he was there. So, yeah, it's not just that, Cardinals team that we saw in the 90s where they really struggled. Like, the Cardinals, they've been all right through that span. So I'm not surprised to hear that stat, especially with the Cowboys and how up and down they were in the mid-2000s / before. But yeah, you can't lose to Joshua Dobbs. Like, this game, I think, might be an absolute blowout. I don't know what the line is right now, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 2+ touchdowns. So it's -12.5. Yeah, I'd take that Cowboys easy.
Cowboys -12.5. All right. Is that one of your picks?
Nah. No. That's not one of that's too easy. That's not one of my picks. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, I take it, but no, not for the show today.
Okay, before we bring on John McClain, and I'm sure he'll have an interesting take on Baylor, Texas, since he is a proud Baylor alum. Zay, any college games jumping out that, like, you got circled, you're going to be on the couch for this game, for that game? Have you already mapped out your day for tomorrow?
No, I definitely got to do that. I know the games that we got that I want to check out, but
like OU Cincinnati, it's an 11 a.m. game on Fox. OU's favored by 14. Cincinnati's like doing better than I expected, although their best win is over Pitt, and Pitt's not very good.
That
game intrigue you at all?
Yeah, A little bit. I mean, the Sooners, can they keep running up the points like they've done these last 3 weeks? Dylan Gabriel, he put up some serious numbers last week. And, him being a dual threat guy, southpaw, like, even though he's a Sooner, I can't help but to like his game as a football fan. Like, that dude, he is grimy and he plays hard. And Brent Venables, it seems like this team has bought in way more than they did in 2022. So, yeah, I want to see how they do because, it's not too long from now. I saw them putting up Big Tex, Big Tex. He went up today. So that's just seeing them. It was like, oh, man, this game closer than we think. Don't want to look too far ahead. Obviously, got to take care of Baylor, Kansas, etc. But, yeah, man, like those Sooners, they're going to be pissed off when they come into the Cotton Bowl when that game happens, because 49-0, like Texas fans are still celebrating that win. And Brent Venables knows as much as anybody, being with that program as an assistant under Bob, you can't lose like that twice. You can't do that. That's just, especially with the success that Lincoln Riley had. So, yeah, I want to see how they look tomorrow in Ohio. But, there's a lot of other games going on that I'm definitely going to have to keep my eye on.
Well, like I was all like, wow, about Cincinnati. They won at Pittsburgh, and then they lost last week to Miami of Ohio. And I was like, what the hell? Miami of Ohio?
Was Ben Roethlisberger playing?
Right. And here's the thing about Cincinnati, okay? They've got a dual threat quarterback in Emory Jones, and they've got a really good running back in Kobe Kiner, and they've got the leading receiver in the Big 12 in Xavier Henderson, who's got 20 catches for almost 300 yards. And so you're going, okay. Yeah, sorry, Corey Kiner at running back, who's averaging 6.1 a carry. And I mean, he's run it 47 times.
Damn.
So that 6.1 is legit. And Emory Jones can run it, and he's completing 66.3% of his passes. So, like, I thought Cincinnati was going to be the worst team in the Big 12, but we'll see. I'm intrigued to see what they do at home against OU, who's played nobody. Like, yeah. OU's got all these stats, and Dylan Gabriel, 11 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's completing 85% of his passes. I mean, it's ridiculous, but they've played SMU. That's it. And they only led SMU 14-12 in the fourth quarter before scoring 2 late scores to pull away. So,
yeah, talk about somebody who's embracing the SEC culture and schedule early. Oklahoma's doing that because that schedule is weak as hell. And yeah, they're going to be tested these upcoming weeks. They can't hide forever. So,
well, in BYU, Kansas, I'm definitely interested in that at 2:30 because Texas plays both those teams coming up. And Kansas, they play next week. And I want to see if Kansas is the real deal because BYU just went to Arkansas and won. And BYU, man, they play for Kalani Sitake. And I look, Kansas plays for, I'm not saying Kansas doesn't play for Lance Leipold. Kansas has got some speed that you're like, oh, wow, Lance Leipold is building that team with some speed. But I think Kansas minus 8.5 seems like a lot. Am I crazy?
I don't know. I think it does seem like a lot too. I think that game's going to go down to the wire. Slovis, he's looked solid, looked really good in Fayetteville last week, and that's a big win for them. That's not an easy place to win at, going into SEC country and beating that team. And they gave KJ Jefferson fits. A guy that likes to run the ball. He did not get to run the ball last week. So if they implement that type of game plan to another dual quarterback and Jalen Daniels, then they could definitely have success just like they did this past week. But yeah, that Kansas offense, they're absolutely rolling. And a big part of being a football team at a basketball school, you ain't got no pressure. You ain't got no pressure like a lot of these other teams in the Big 12 and just around the nation. So you could have a good team and take some chances and do some things because nobody's expecting y'all to win. They come in there like, oh, it's a basketball school. These guys can't play. And then Lance Leipold's squad hits you in the mouth and you're like, oh, man, that caught us off guard. I think they do that to a lot of teams. So remember, coming into the season, this team, even though Jalen Daniels was picked to be preseason player of the year, they were picked ninth. And I thought that was a little interesting. I thought they'd get a lot more respect than that. So if they bring that in as fuel and bulletin board material, then, that gives them a huge advantage. And, yeah, Jalen Daniels comes in. They got the backup who ain't no scrub either. They're a tough squad. And I think I got the angry Jayhawks because it's football with that big-ass Jayhawk on the helmet. I'm going to take them in this game for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm watching that game because that line is now up to 9.5.
Ooh,
Kansas by 9.5. No respect for Kalani Sitake and BYU. I'm just saying. That's wild. And then Texas Tech and West Virginia. Before we get to our man John McClain. This is the game that I feel like I'm the only person on the planet who thinks that West Virginia is going to cover this line. It's up to Tech by 5.5. And I feel like Neil Brown's coaching for his life every single week. So, I mean, if he's got that team's attention, we're going to find out because Texas Tech, I mean, Joey McGuire, all the hoo-ha. I mean, he could really sink their battleship with a win and plunge Tech to 1-3. Come on, man.
Yeah, didn't expect that to happen. I thought Tech had a lot of promise coming into this season, especially with how they looked at the end of the season last year. I thought that Tyler Shuck was their dude. They beat the brakes off of Lane Kiffin's team, which is having a big game against Alabama this week. But yeah, I thought Tech would be better. And Neil Brown, it must be stressful. I feel like he's been on the hot seat for a few years now. And, you would think him beating Pitt would be a good thing, especially because it's a rival game, but they're so bad, he's still on the hot seat. It didn't cool off at all. Oh man, maybe I get some ice now. We beat Pitt. Maybe I get some ice for my ass. No, sir. That thing is still hot. Those Pitt Panthers are trash, garbage, boy. So since that's a thing, Neil, you gotta keep on winning. And if he beats Tech like Joey McGuire, this don't look good. If you're guys like Micah Hudson, you have a good recruiting class coming in, they're gonna be like, man, am I coming in at the right time? I get it, your pops went there and stuff, but man, you're trying to play to these recruits instead of winning the game. Maybe you should run the football more. And kind of back to Texas before we get John on, Sark, these teams, they're going to run the football because the new rules, man. 52 snaps. You thought you were going to get 70. Every snap has to count. Every snap matters. So you can't be out there BSing and stuff. And I feel like Joey McGuire, he's got caught up in that.
Yeah. All right, let's bring in our man John McClain. John McClain, the one and only. John, how you doing?
Guys, I couldn't be doing better. Great weekend in college football. It's always a great weekend in the NFL. And I got to tell you something I did last night that's been near and dear to my heart for 48 years. I came to Houston from the Waco Tribune-Herald, worked for Dave Campbell while I was going to Baylor, and I was hired by the Chronicle to cover hockey. The original Houston Aeros with Gordy, Mr. Hockey, and his sons, Marty and Mark. Gordy came out of retirement after 25 years with the Red Wings. He was 45. And back then, that was unheard of. now he would have been Tom Brady's age. And so it was such a big story. It transcended sports. Mr. Hockey was playing with his boys. Gordy died in 2016, but they had the first of 4-day reunion with the Houston Aeros, 50 years. And I went and saw a lot of the players. I covered my first 2 years there. I was 24 years old when I came. I'd only been on a plane once going from Waco to Odessa. And it was an unbelievable experience. Learning the sport I knew nothing about, and being younger or the same age as most of the players. Mark and Marty Howe were back, as were many others. And it was an incredible experience. And I tweeted a bunch of pictures today, including me with their championship AFCO trophy, which they won 2 years. And they gave me a 50-year reunion cap, which I will proudly wear on all my Zooms and podcasts.
Well, if you are not reading John at sportsradio610.com, he's writing 5 columns a week at sportsradio610.com. He's writing baseball, he's writing football. John, before we get to some of those columns, Texas Baylor tomorrow night, McLean Stadium. Dave Aranda's telling people, the fans are saying, if you only win one game this season, make sure it's Texas. He says, I'm blessed to be able to do something about it. Give us your thoughts on these Bears.
Right quick, I also do 3 Utopia football podcasts for sportsradio610.com and make 6 weekly appearances. And I was listening to a college football station this week in which they had the gambling experts on, and they said the best pick of the week was Baylor at 14.5. And I'm thinking, okay. And then I read an online story, same thing from experts, saying Baylor was the safest pick because they blew out, their words, Long Island, which they didn't. And I'm guessing they must not have watched Baylor because their backup quarterback, Sawyer Robinson, has not played well. And they got their third-string quarterback in, Martinez from Northern Arizona. He didn't play well. Their offensive line has been crushed. Their leading rusher was out. Their Richard Reese, last year's offensive player of the year, freshman, he's hardly carried the ball. And so Monterey Baldwin, one of their top receivers last year, he's an afterthought. So I don't see it. You know, Mattress Mac and I do a video once a week, and we asked me a lot of questions about teams. And I said, I think the safest pick that I've seen, NFL or college, is Texas at 14.5, which is what it was on Tuesday. I haven't looked lately because the Longhorns are loaded with NFL talent. What are the odds that Ewers is going to have a bad game 2 weeks in a row? So I just don't see it. Now, I hope I'm wrong. I hope I can come on here next week and say, you know, Baylor came within 14 points, which would be like a win. And all my friends, they're saying, okay, last time Baylor ever has a chance to beat Texas in the in Waco, and I'm thinking, okay, in Waco, they're ruling out the fact they could meet the college football playoffs. So it's going to be a sold out stadium. I hope they gave the Longhorns about 100 seats, and that won't be the case. Stadium will be half full with Longhorns. So I just don't see it. I don't see Texas. And he said, well, you know, the score was this against Wyoming, and Alabama's not as good. People are just looking for all these excuses to think that the Longhorns are not as good. When I look at NFL talent, what the NFL experts say, they got a lot of NFL talent.
Yeah, John, how do you feel about Dave Aranda at this point? Because, you know, there's been rumors floating around Waco that he's kind of lost the locker room. You mentioned Monterey Baldwin, how he's being an afterthought. Well, you know, we had a guy on that covers Baylor this week and said that dude's been pouting and stuff, which might put him in the doghouse. But Dave Aranda in year 4 being 1-2, this isn't what Bear fans expected. How do you feel about him going into this game against Texas?
Well, I'm thinking Bear fans that didn't expect that aren't very smart about football, because all my buddies were saying, oh man, we're going to win 8 or 9 games. And I'm like, what planet have you been on? Their offensive line was supposed to be good last year when all these guys came back for like their 10th years, and they were terrible. And then this year they've been rebuilt. Jeff Grimes is still the offensive coordinator. He didn't get stupid in 2 years. They just don't have the talent. And when you lose your starting quarterback, Blake Shapen, who hadn't been the same since he suffered a concussion last year, and then you go to Sawyer Robinson, who was a 4-star recruit out of Lubbock to Mississippi State, and you expect better. He's got a sprained ankle. They just don't have good play up front, and they don't have good play at quarterback. They got a lot of running backs. But as the Texans know, you can't run the ball when you can't run block. So I didn't expect Baylor to win but like 5 games, and my friends wanted to disown me and lose my digits, as one of them told me. And as far as Aranda, I watched what he did 2 years ago. I'm not ready to give up on him. As I said in my show, one of the weekly shows I do, somebody said, well, I think it's David Smoke. David Smoke in Waco said, well, Dave Aranda needs to eat a worm. I said, wait a minute. Number one, how many of your listeners know what you're talking about? So I explained what Grant Teff did to inspire a really bad Baylor team to upset a really great Texas team by eating a worm in a pregame speech, and they went out and they beat the Horns. And so Aranda is not like Taft at all. He doesn't make motivational speeches. He doesn't inspire you with the personality. He's about preparation, and he's about dealing with players and coaches behind the scenes. Where Taft could motivate and inspire for a big effort, like to beat the Longhorns, like in the last game he ever coached in the Big 12. So I just don't see that, and that's one reason I don't think Baylor is going to come out and be better than the Bears are. So he could eat 10 worms. It's not going to make a difference.
Well, John, one of the columns you wrote this week was about CJ Stroud and him showing signs of being a franchise quarterback. Give us your thoughts on that.
Chip and Zay, I can't tell you how impressed I am with Stroud. And I've covered a lot of quarterbacks in my 48 years covering NFL. Guys here, Warren Moon, Steve McNair, Dan Pastrini, there's a lot of them. And Stroud, it's not just the way he's played, it's the way he is off the field. When he talks, he's not going to stand up there and wow you with his mannerisms or his vivaciousness, so to speak. But what comes out of his mouth is so impressive. You can tell, number one, he was raised right. Number two, he is definitely a leader. And that's something you always look for in young quarterbacks. Now, he has the second most completions to Joe Burrow after 2 games for a rookie in history. He has the most yards in NFL history in the first 2 games for a rookie without throwing an interception. He has the 4th most overall. And what makes it unusual, his running game is awful. And it's not because of the running backs. Damian Pierce, who was terrific as a rookie last year, he didn't just forget how to run. And people talked about, well, man, they missing 4 starters in their offensive line against the Colts. Well, you know what? 3 of those guys were backups who had replaced the other starters. Against the Colts, they were on their 2nd left tackle, 3rd left guard, 3rd center, 3rd right tackle. Only their right guard, Shaq Mason's been there all along, going back to camp, and he hadn't played well at all. So Laramie Tunsil's back, and people act like, man, it's going to be great. And as I just wrote for sportsradio610.com, didn't Tunsil play the first game? He was sacked 5 times and hit 10 times. Overall, he's been sacked 11 times. That's a pace for 93. In 2002, David Carr, first overall pick, was sacked 76 times, and people wanted the coaches arrested for allowing that to happen. Well, now it's actually 93 and a half, and he's been hit 19 times in 2 games. And we didn't know if he's going to play that last game because of a sore shoulder. Came out and threw the ball well. 1 step drops, 2 steps. You can't have a normal 5-step or 7 and throw deep. He's got to throw on the run. He's learning better to throw it away. And his receivers have been a revelation, starting with Nico Collins from 3rd-year receiver from Michigan, who's been hurt his first 2 years. He has 2nd most 20-yard catches, 6 in the NFL. And Tank Dell, 5'8", 165. He had 2 touchdowns against the Colts, One was called back because of a penalty on one of those backup linemen having to start. So the passing game is the only thing I've seen, was the only thing in the last game that was a bright spot. And now they're missing 3 corners, including Derek Stingley Jr. He's going to be out at least 4 games. Tavier Thomas, the best nickel corner in the league last year based on Pro Football Focus's grades, he's out with a broken hand. Jalen Petre's still out. Safety, and Jimmy Ward has missed the first 2 games at safety. He's back. So I think Trevor Lawrence will have a get well game. But Stroud, at some point, he's destined to be like Anthony Richardson and Bryce Young, injured and unable to play.
Wow. Yeah, John, what would you grade D'Amico Ryans in these first 2 games? Obviously, you just mentioned just all the injuries that's going along with this defense and stuff, and that being an issue going into Jacksonville. But, D'Amico Ryans just coming in as a defensive coordinator, now becoming the head coach. How would you grade him, and what have you seen, positives and negatives?
Zay, it's like he goes into a fight with one arm tied behind his back. As you guys know, if your offensive line is in shambles, it affects the running game, the passing game, the defense, too many 3 and outs. Defense has to spend too much time on the field. And I'm partial to D'Amico because I've known him since the day after he was drafted in 06. And all 5 teams that had openings last year wanted to interview him. He turned all down but Denver and Houston. He wanted to come home to Houston, as he called it, his dream job. And he's a really good motivator. He's a good teacher. I saw him Sunday chew out 2 players on the sideline and then put his arm around them as he walked them back toward their side of the ball on the bench. And the players love it. But the problem they have is, even if everybody was healthy, they still need more talent. This is the 3rd year of their rebuild. They need another offseason with draft choices. They're going to have at least $80 million available under the cap. First time they've had that much. So they need another offseason. Right now they're in last place. It was where they should be. They've lost by 16-11. Spread this week's 8. I'm taking the Jaguars by 13. And I don't think it's D'Amico's fault. I don't think it's the coach's fault. Now, the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowik, came from San Francisco. He's a Kyle Shanahan protege, and he's had some questionable play calling decisions, like when they're behind late in the 3rd quarter, handing the ball off, like us 3 running into a wall. And even though we know we're not going to move that wall, we're still doing it when they should have picked up the pace. But they had some issues of clock management and had to burn their 3rd time out in the first game with 8:12 left in the first quarter. And he said he had to do a better job, and he did. That was not an issue. And you don't want Stroud dropping back all the time, exposing him to more hits. But the strength of this offense right now is the passing game. And it's not going to get any better as far as the run until they get a couple of linemen off IR after 4 games.
Talking to John McClain, NFL Hall of Fame voter, NFL guru. And John, the Cowboys lose Trayvon Diggs for the season to a knee injury. It was a non-contact injury. The Cowboys are going out to Arizona, where they're 2-7 in their last 9 trips to the desert. Your thoughts on the Cowboys so far?
First of all, on Trayvon Diggs, it's better if you're going to lose one of your best players, it's better he's in the secondary than a pass rusher, because that pass rush is so good. I think not me, but one of y'all could play corner, because they're going to get pressure on the quarterback. They're going to do well against the run. Those quarterbacks, when they look at what the Cowboys have up front, led by Micah Parsons, you could see fear in their eyes. Now they're going out to Arizona, unless they all get food poisoning, they can't come to the game, and they're going to win this game, and they're going to win it handily. And even if they're bored in the first half, they'll snap out of it in the second half, because they are right now, it looks like a legitimate, I hate to use these 2 words with the Cowboys in the same sentence, Super and Bowl contender, even though I think San Francisco and Miami are the best teams right now because they've won their first 2 on the road. But Diggs is a loss. They've got depth. As long as you got that pass rush, you can overcome shortcomings in the secondary, and they certainly will, going against Joshua Dobbs.
Hey, John, speaking of the Diggs injury, I don't know how exactly it happened, but the first thing that comes to mind was he might have stepped on the turf too wrong, which there's been a whole bunch of players that have just had crazy non-contact injuries because of this turf. And we know these owners, they don't want to put grass in all these stadiums due to how much it will cost. But you being around the NFL and just football for so long, have you seen anything like this to where this has now become such a problem?
Is a problem because Aaron Rodgers got hurt and they can't prove that it had anything to do with the surface. I watched it like you guys did over and over. That same weekend, running back J.K. Dobbins from LaGrange, he blew out his Achilles against the Texans on grass. Nobody brought it up because it didn't fit the agenda. And I felt terrible for him. It's like he didn't exist. So the NFL says studies show. Fact is, the players want grass, but when you have grass up in Buffalo and New England and New Jersey and all those cities up there in the winter where the grass dies, and you'd be constantly having to change it out every week, it could be done. And what irks the players is they'll change it for soccer players if the World Cup wants it, but they won't change it for them. But the only way that's going to happen is the next time there's a collective bargaining agreement, which is probably another 8 years, and they'll extend it so maybe it'll be 5 or 6, make that a huge issue. Now, they'll get more money in the salary cap, and the NFL always controls everything and says, okay, we'll give you more time off in the off season. We'll give you more time where you can't get hit in training camp. We'll give you more time where you wear those little shells to protect your fragile shoulders in training camp. But nope, we're not going to do that. But if the players want to make it an issue worth threatening to strike over, they could probably do something about it. But if you go a few weeks and guys don't get hurt on turf, you'll forget about it. But it's inevitable because it's such a physical game, and guys tackle people at all kind of weird angles, fall on their angles, and rip a lot of things down there. I think it's always going to be an issue.
John, we got the LA Chargers and the Minnesota Vikings, 2-0-2 teams. Kellen Moore, of course, now the offensive coordinator for the Chargers, and Mike McCarthy's calling the plays for the Cowboys, who are 2-0. Do you read anything into that? The Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore dichotomy, and who wins between the Chargers and the Vikings?
I'm taking the Chargers. The Chargers don't even have a turnover on offense. Offense is not their problem. It's defense. Now, last year, the Vikings won like 10 one-score games. And when you do that in one season, you're destined to have it the opposite, and they are. And people are saying now, well, they should trade Kirk Cousins at the deadline and tank to get one of those top quarterbacks. There's no guarantee that you're going to get it because so many teams are competing for that. And it's not just like the only quarterback prospect out there is Caleb Williams. And I think Shedeur Sanders would be smart to stay in school because in 2025, he might have a chance to be the first overall pick, but not this year. And I'm taking the Chargers. They had too much talent on both sides of the ball to be this bad. And as far as McCarthy, has he had to do any innovative play calling? No. He hadn't been behind. He had his Dak Prescott have to bring him from 2 touchdowns behind or anything like that. No, it's coming at some point. So right now, we know McCarthy can call plays. He did it for Rodgers. He won a Super Bowl. He announced when he was hired he's going to call plays. And afterward, Jerry calls him in the closet and says, no. And then he announces, well, I'd rather Kellen call plays, which, of course, Jerry wanted him to call plays. But I don't think Moore's the issue. And I think McCarthy's a good coach. Jerry's not going to fire him and try to hire Dion after this season, maybe in 2 or 3 seasons. But I do think McCarthy's experienced. He's won with a lot of different players, but they haven't been put in any pressure-packed situations yet.
a team that you had a lot of confidence in before the season, the Baltimore Ravens, and Lamar Jackson, he's not running as much. You mentioned J.K. Dobbins, John, and it is very unfortunate for him to be out. That might set him back, but they're 2-0 right now, and they're looking good, and that defense is looking good, especially Raekwon Smith and Humphreys and those guys. How do you feel about them going into this game this week?
They haven't even played great yet. They struggled. They scored 25, beat the Texans 25-9, but Lamar, he only rushed for 35 yards. He kept him bottled up. They only rushed overall for 110 against an NFL defense that was worse in the league last year. Gave up 171 per game. And so I'm stunned at that division. Cincinnati's 0-2. Pittsburgh looks not good. Its offense looks terrible. It's 1-1. Deshaun Watson's off to a terrible start. He's getting eviscerated by the fans and the media and social media in Cleveland. One friend of mine texted me, worst trade in NFL history. And now he doesn't have Nick Chubb. And that division is not the biggest surprise. Baltimore leading, to me, is not a surprise 2 games in. The biggest surprise is the NFL South. It's supposed to be a pushover, just like the AFC South is. But there's 3 unbeaten teams in the NFC South. Now, that's not going to stay the rest of the season, but they're fired up. It's amazing to me how many people in the NFL are like, wow, that Bijan Robinson, man, he can catch. That Bijan Robinson got some moves. And I said, what have you been on, Uranus? I said, anybody that's watched him knows what kind of player he was. You could have watched him in all his highlights. And there's a reason he's a favorite to be NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Arthur Smith is an innovative coach who likes to run the ball, and he's covering for Desmond Ridder, who has shortcomings at quarterback, and Bijan is going to make him look good. And then New Orleans is supposed to be unbeaten, and they are. And then, man, oh, man, Tampa Bay with Baker Mayfield, your hometown guy there. Baker has been tremendous. It's taken him a long time. It's his 4th stop in 2 years, and I think he is one of the great stories in the NFL right now. But problem is there's so many, nobody's focusing on him. But I think his start is just a tremendous story considering where he was.
Yeah. Well, and you mentioned the NFC North, and the Cincinnati Bengals are 0-2. They're taking on the LA Rams this week, John. What do you think? Is it time for the Bengals to bounce back?
They've got too much talent not to bounce back. Problem with Joe Burrow's that calf muscle. When you see a quarterback during a game has one leg over his knee and he's got this little massage thing massaging his calf muscle, he's got a problem. And that's the kind of injury that you don't get over if you're out at practice every day. You get treatment, but then you go out and you aggravate it. So it looks to me like he's going to have to play with it. I saw one of the analytics websites saying that in the past he would throw the ball from the time he got it and he'd drop back, say it was like 5 seconds. It's a lot quicker than that. And now it's like 10 seconds. So it's twice what it used to be from the time he gets the ball and throws it. And you can tell it's not like he can't read coverage anymore. He just can't move the way he did. He's fortunate that that's not happened to somebody like Lamar Jackson or Anthony Richardson or Justin Fields, one of those guys. But I think they just too good, too much talent not to bounce back and win that division, although I did pick Baltimore only because I was trying to be different.
Hey, John, what's your take of what's going on in Chicago? It's really weird. Their defensive coordinator, Alan Williams, just dropped everything and left. And, they're 0-2. Justin Fields, what he said in the presser last week was very odd about just being robotic. And he kind of blamed the coaching, but there's a clip of him hugging his coordinator that's going around social media in practice yesterday. But it's still just a weird vibe in Chicago when they had so much promise coming into this season.
Yeah, no kidding. A lot of people were picking them to go to first place. Bottom line is I'm believing he's going to be gone after this season, and they're going to have a new quarterback because they're going to be really bad. and they got Carolina's pick. And right now, Carolina's really bad. And if you're going to play a rookie quarterback, there's a better chance to lose than win, just like with Gardner Minshew and Anthony Richardson. Now, Andy Dalton and Bryce Young, they got a chance to win more games with Minshew and Dalton, but that's not what they want. They want to develop those young quarterbacks. So Carolina could be bad, and the Bears have that pick, so that gives them ammunition to try to move up. The thing with Phil, somebody told Luke Getsy, the coordinator, he was there last year, and must have been Matt Eberflus, the head coach, but he had to sign off on it. Let's make him a pocket passer, which is stupid. You're supposed to maximize a player's strengths, minimize his weaknesses. They're making him think too much, read too much, instead of letting him act instinctively. Now, yes, they want him to throw better. They got him a big-time receiver. It hasn't happened because he's not Fields. And they just are doing a terrible coaching job. And then as far as the defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, was taking over that role, I've read everything I can, especially by legitimate reporters, and they're saying, well, they raided his house in Hallis Hall. And the Bears said, no, we didn't get raided. Well, there's others say, okay, it wasn't a raid. A raid is when the government comes in and confiscates everything. Well, they didn't do that. And Peanut Tillman, who was a great corner for them, is now in the FBI. And there was a story about him being the one to let the Bears know that this was going to happen. So there's something there that we don't know about. And there's a lot of people speculating online, and I wouldn't, about why that could happen. And I feel bad for the Bears, but we're going to find out what it is at some point soon that everybody can agree on it. But right now, it looks like the Bears have been doing a whole lot of storytelling.
Man, that's a tough way to start the season there in Chicago. And obviously the Jets, John, I mean, they go from a team that looks like they could challenge in the AFC with Aaron Rodgers to getting destroyed by the Cowboys last week. Aaron Rodgers talked about, him coming in for a few years, handing it back to Zach Wilson. Your thoughts on the Jets with Zach Wilson and where they're headed?
Rodgers was fortunate to sit for 3 years behind Favre, and Zach Wilson, they threw him to the wolves. Quarterbacks that go to bad teams, they're going to struggle. Some of them never recover mentally, and they end up bouncing all around the NFL or out of football. There's a story on The Athletic today about Blaine Gabbert and how he's made a career out of being a backup after being a high number one pick. Chase Daniels, who looked like he played for every team in the league, now does a good job on TV as an analyst for the NFL Network. So I think this about Wilson. You think it's too bad that he has to play. Now, I don't know what they could do. Do they sign Colt McCoy? I would have signed Colt. I would have signed him immediately. And but I'd rather have Colt McCoy than Wentz or anybody like that, because Colt has started. He's won some games. I watched the in-season Hard Knocks last year because I wanted to see J.J. Watt and DeAndre Hopkins, and I was impressed as heck with Colt McCoy, especially after Kyler Murray went out. He's like a coach. I'm guessing when his career's over, he's going to be a coach. Case Keenum's another one. Those two guys made a career out of being backups, occasional starters who can go straight into coaching if they want to. But I don't know why they didn't try to sign him, because Zach Wilson is Tim Boyle are not the answers. And we're they're not tanking trying to get a high pick for a quarterback. So I felt bad for the Jets and their fans, but man, Wilson just has not shown, despite a great running game and a great defense, that he's capable of winning. They were 5-2 last year with him when Breece Hall got hurt. And when Breece Hall went down, so did the Jets.
Yeah.
All right, John. Oh, go ahead.
Last one from me, Chip. Last one from me, John. Appreciate you coming on Chip and Zay today. But two teams that are going in separate directions. The Miami Dolphins, they look good, and I know they squeaked one out in New England, but that's still hard to do, especially with Belichick controlling that team. And Tua, he looks good. Tyreek Hill, Waddle, all those guys. We know how high-powered offense they could be. And then the Denver Broncos, who they play this week, struggling. That game that they lost last week, they shouldn't have lost that game. And Russell Wilson kind of looking like what he looked last year. How do you feel about both of those teams moving forward?
I wonder if Sean Payton, sorry, ran his mouth about Nathaniel Hackett's clock problems, because guess what? Guess who's got clock problems? Sean Payton. And I don't mind seeing them lose at all, because I think what he did to Hackett, who I've never met, was just so classless. And as far as the Dolphins, they started great last year. They got a great offense. They got a good defense. Problem is, Tua Tagovailoa has never been healthy throughout a season, going back when he started at Alabama. Can this be the season he stays healthy? If he does, he's going to get a monster extension. And also, every other quarterback's going to go out and take jiu-jitsu, because they're going to say that's the reason he stayed healthy. So I think Miami's a fun team to watch. We always love a great passing game, and they're the best in the league right now.
I love it. All right, John, last thing, prediction for Texas Baylor. What do you think the final score is?
I predicted here it was 34-13, and I feel confident in that. And by the way, in American League West, for the first time since divisional play was implemented in 1969, 3 teams are within a half game of each other, and it's the first time that's happened with 10 or fewer less. The Mariners ought to win it. They got the Rangers for 3, the Astros for 3 at home, the Rangers for 4 at home. It's right there. Everybody here is holding their breath, because the Astros have not played well lately, lost series to the A's and the Royals, for Pete's sake. And now they're playing the Royals for 3 here, and they've been terrible at Minute Maid Park. But I got to tell you guys, last year at this time, we were all, boy, so boring. The Astros are like 50 games over 500, and we were waiting for the playoffs. At least they're making it exciting.
Hey, everybody get to sportsradio610.com. It's where you find our man, John McClain. He's all over it. He's all over football, baseball. John, appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Chip and Zay, thank you guys very much for having me. Good luck to the fighting Baylor Bears, and stick 'em.
Thanks, John. Appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. Well, hey, and John called it. He said Texas 34-13, Zay.
I like it. I like it. I'll take that. I would. I'll take that.
Hey, why don't you tell our friends about Covert BK?
Oh, absolutely. Covert, BK, and Bucky will be out there tomorrow for the pregame show. So definitely check that out. But the Covert Auto Group, they've been a part of the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And Covert BK, who we partner with, they are just the best. Dan and the crew, they will hold you down and find the vehicle that you want and that you have been dreaming about your whole life for the next 2 decades or so, because they're that high quality. 7 terrific brands: Buick, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, GMC, Cadillac, and Ram. Covert Bee Cave, they have it all. And if you want to go check it out, go to covertbeecave.com for all the latest specials and inventory. They will hook you up. Also, the one in Hutto, there's Coverts all over the greater Austin area, but Covert Bee Cave will especially hold you down. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Love it. All right. So John McClain breaking down the NFL, and the NFC South is a fascinating situation right now with 3 2-0 teams, and one of them is taking on my Lions. And that happens to be the team with Bijan Robinson.
I gotta hit the dirty bird on you, Chip. Gotta hit it, baby. hopefully you see a lot of that, man. They're my Falcons. Now, ever since Bijan got there, I don't know why I haven't got a jersey yet, but I need to. I'm a Falcons fan, man. They're trying to do some things that they haven't done since, obviously Matt Ryan took them to the Super Bowl, but with Bijan, man, he's giving you those Jamal Anderson feels because they haven't had a running back like that since. And yeah, man, that momentum that they're taking up there to Motor City, Arthur Smith and that crew, Tyler Algier. And yeah, I liked what John said. They are kind of hiding Desmond Ridder. Like, he doesn't have to do too much, which is a big reason why they drafted Bijan Robinson that early, so they could protect him and he doesn't have to be that gunslinger. We obviously know Arthur Smith likes to run the ball anyway. So yeah, like they got a lot of young, just tough guys there, man. Like Kyle Pitts, he hasn't even shown what he was supposed to be, being the top 5 pick coming out of Florida. And then Drake London being the first wide receiver taken out of that crazy draft. We've had a ton of big time wide receivers in it. Like, they're just, I don't even think they've hit their stride. And, this Lions team, they had a heartbreaking loss against the Seahawks with Tyler Lockett diving in the end zone, barely getting it in overtime. And I hate the overtime rules during the regular season. It's better in the playoffs, I guess, where, if you score a touchdown, the opposing team gets to counter that. But still, like, if the offense doesn't get to touch the ball, like, and it's 15 minutes, like, come on, let it happen. Like, I don't like ties anyway. I get it. It's football. It's so physical. They want to protect the guys and not have any injuries and stuff. I get that. But ties in the NFL, bogus. And the overtime during the regular season, bogus. Like, college, they got it right. College got it right. Got to go for 2 on the second possessions. If both teams score, they got it right. I love college football and those overtime rules. But yeah, let's see if the Lions bounce back for that overtime loss against the Seahawks last Sunday.
This game scares the bleep out of me. I mean,
why?
Amon-Ra, St. Brown's kind of dinged up a little bit. You got Bijan looking like Bijan. Desmond Ridder completing 68% of his passes. Of course, he's going on the road for the first time. Ford Field can get pretty loud.
Yeah.
This feels like a 3-point game either way, but man, I'm all over this game. I mean, I'm going to watch every second of it, but
oh man, Amon-Ra got to get that diet right. You heard Pops, you heard John with us on Wednesday. Whatever he eating, obviously it ain't working, man. Like, that was crazy to me because all I think about is electrolytes and bananas and stuff. Like, I don't think about, oh yeah, you're right. Like, the sodium in your food that you eat every day, that could definitely help you, not allow cramps to, kick in. And the fact that he went to that, talk about knowing your son, like, and then the ankle sprain, that's clearly a thing. But man, that John, he was on point with that one.
Yeah. And John Brown, if you've got kids, make sure you're listening to that segment on Wednesdays at 1:30 because, he said it takes 4 days of electrolyte loading. So, like, I don't know if you go to, those powder electrolytes you can add to your water. Like, if you have kids who are competing, they need to be drinking that all week.
Yeah.
To get their electrolytes right, especially if they're playing high school sports and they're trying to be, performing at a high level, because he said it takes 4 days of electrolyte loading to be right in a high performance situation. So, I'm nervous about that one, man.
Yeah, that Jared Goff interception, that was uncharacteristic for him. Like, he almost broke Aaron Rodgers' record for most completions or most attempts before an interception, and he couldn't quite get there. And yeah, that was huge. And then David Montgomery, he fumbled that thing. So, and that just gave Seattle too many opportunities. And Geno Smith, he picked those guys apart. That they got a 3-headed monster out there as wide receivers with Tyler Lockett, DK Metcalf, and then the rookie Jackson Smith and Jigba. And that's tough. That's tough to deal with. And Kenneth Walker, he ain't no punk either. He's a solid second-year running back. So Geno's got weapons. That's a team that was a 7th seed in the NFC playoffs last year. So yeah, that wasn't as bad of a loss, especially after the Kansas City Chiefs win in week 1. But yeah, this game, playing an undefeated Atlanta team, both teams have a lot to prove. Both of them do. Can Atlanta keep it rolling and go 3-0? And are they as good as maybe they can be? And can the Lions bounce back and take over a pretty beat up NFC North? Everybody's lost the game in the North. You got the Bears really struggling. You got Green Bay losing last week to this Atlanta Falcons team that the Lions are going to play. And then you got Minnesota, who's 0-2. So yeah, every win counts, obviously, but the Lions, they have an opportunity to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the pack if they keep winning.
Well, for today's chip shot, I'm going to go back to Cowboys fans. I'm going to try and offer you a little bit of good news to go with the tough news yesterday about Trayvon Diggs going down for the season with that knee injury from a non-contact injury in practice. But hey, you know what? You've got Micah Parsons, right? I mean, he's unbelievable, but I'll repeat, Osa Odigizua is currently leading the NFL in pressure percentage, 27.3%, to go along with his 3 sacks to start the season. So you've got Odigizua, Parsons, and DeMarcus Lawrence all in the top 6 of league-wide pressure percentage. So think about that for a second. You got 3 of the best pass rushers right now in pro football. And Parsons is the only player in NFL history to tally multi-sack games in over 25% of his career games. Currently, Parsons has at least 2 sacks in 28.6% of his appearances. The others on that list are Hall of Famer Reggie White, TJ Watt, and JJ Watt. And look, you've got Micah Parsons. He's entering Sunday's game against the Arizona Cardinals, needing just a half sack to reach the 30 sack milestone. Parsons has 3 sacks already this year and could feasibly get to 30 on Sunday, his 36th career game. In comparison, DeMarcus Ware, the Cowboys' all-time leader in sacks with 117, needed 46 career games to reach 30 sacks. So don't give up hope, because you get that kind of pressure on the quarterback. It makes life a little bit easier for the guys in the secondary. Come on down, Noah Bland. Let's see. But really just maintain that pressure, man. And before we get to the right call with my man Zay Collier and our picks, don't go anywhere. But make your plans now for your Monday night happy hour. We got that spot all picked out for you. It is Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. My man Jack Gilmore. It's the same Jack who gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen, gives you Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the best oysters, the best seafood, and all-night happy hour on Monday nights. So grab your date, and you're going to have great seafood. You're going to have great oysters starting at 3:30 all night long. $5 off all appetizers, $1 off all oysters and drinks, and happy hour from 3:30 to 6:30 the rest of the week. But Monday night, that's your happy hour spot. Make your plans now so that you're prepared. You get it all right with your date, and get over to Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the locations in Austin and Round Rock. And then you can thank us on Tuesday's show. You know what I mean? All right. It is now time for the right call with my man, Zay Collier.
Yeah, man, the right call today. Let's go to Boulder. Deion Sanders, probably the only negative thing going on in his life right now. Deion Sanders got by the campus police or parking department because he got a ticket for his Ferrari, Chip. Deion Primetime Sanders, with who he is and what he has brought to Boulder with him, all the swag, 3-0, just giving the Colorado Buffalo name that brand. It's being talked about like the blue bloods. And some fool who needs to be fired, by the way, that dude needs to be fired. Sorry, like you mucked up. You got to understand where you're at. If you see a Ferrari, for one, you need to know, okay, this person's different. So they might be in the wrong spot, and everybody deserves, the same treatment. No, BS. Be careful with that. Be careful with that. On some, at somewhere that makes sense. In this case, it does not at all. Whoever gave Deion Sanders that ticket, I get it. It's almost the end of the month. Y'all might be trying to hit that quota, but you need to be fired, and stuff like that can't happen. Like Deion, obviously he won't have to pay it. Somebody will pay it for him, some booster or something like that. But man, like Deion shouldn't have to have those problems. And that just kind of shows, kind of like what we've seen here at the 40 Acres, Chip. Like it don't matter what campus you on. These fools that are controlling the parking, they just have too much power, man. Way too much power. And they need to be stopped.
They need to be stopped.
They need to be stopped.
Remember my man Ajayi Hall trying to get that boot off his car? He doesn't have the same cred. He doesn't have the same stuff built up like Deion.
Yeah, not even close. Like I couldn't believe when I saw this. Again, it's a Ferrari, man. It's not like Deion's out here driving a Honda Accord. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't like he's driving a Mini Coupe. Like he's driving a serious whip out here. So once you see that in the wrong spot, the smart thing would be to, okay, let me ask around. Whose car is this before I go and give them a ticket? Before I risk my career? Because you're risking it. You're risking it. Like I'd have you fired in a heartbeat. That's just me. I'd have you fired. Like, you serious?
Ruthless.
Like, this guy already is going to be, whenever the season ends, everybody's going to want Deion to leave. Like so many teams are going to try to buy Deion out. There's been NFL rumors. So we have to make him as comfortable as possible. And this don't make him comfortable. He don't want to deal with this. For one, he should have his own parking spot. I know we have to get to the pick soon, and we'll definitely do that. But he should have his own parking spot, like the dean.
Can we get him his own parking spot?
Come on now. Come on, man. Like, and even if he didn't have his own parking spot, he should be able to park wherever he wants in the state of Colorado. Not even just the campus. He should be able to park in Denver, Colorado Springs, that's anywhere he could park.
Right in the middle of the Colorado State campus.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. It's Deion. He's bringing a lot of money into that state. I know Weed's doing very well, but he's bringing a lot of money into that state too. And a lot of people are locked in on to the Colorado Buffalo and what they do every week. And you're going to give him a ticket? No shame, man. No shame.
Well, Zay, I'm going to start off our picks.
Let's get it, man.
By going right up against Deion. I think this is the week that a little bit of air comes out of the tire. And Oregon covers the 21.
Damn, that's high.
That makes me a little nervous just saying it.
Maybe
I should just take the over. You know what? I'm gonna just take the over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take the over because my man Lance Taylor, I think, liked the over even more than he liked Oregon straight up. But let me make sure that I have the latest over under for that game.
Yeah.
As I check scores and
by the way, somebody on our text line 512-222-9328 talking about nobody above the law, Zay. You don't really believe that yourself. That's what we out here, us normal folk, Sure. Deion Sanders, nah, it's a parking ticket. That's not like he's out here slanging cocaine. It's a parking ticket. Like, come on. Come on. Like, it's, but yeah, 21's high, Chip. Even in Eugene, that's high.
Okay. I'm taking the over 70.5 over Oregon, Colorado.
Oh man, like they're so beaten up. Colorado, they're not gonna have Travis Hunter. I'm picking Oregon to win, but 21 is thick. I don't know if I could do that. I'm gonna take the plus 21 for the Buffaloes. I think it's still gonna be a loss, double digits, but I still think they could score. They just can't stop nobody. And if they could run the ball and have some long drives, then it might not be as bad as everybody's thinking.
Okay.
If you see Deion's playing the Oregon fight song at practice, like the whole time, just to get those guys ready. So he's trying. He's trying to get everybody locked in. But man, Shedeur Sanders, some of those shots that he took last week against those Rams, like I didn't know if he was going to get back up. He showed me some toughness, but he can't keep taking those shots. That offensive line is horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. Yeah. All right, my second pick. Or you want to go back and forth? You want me to dump mine all out?
Oh, you got it. You got it. Let's roll.
Okay, I'm going to go to the state of Ohio. I'm going to count on Joe Burrow's calf muscle getting a little stronger. Bengals minus 2.5 against the Rams. I'm taking the Bengals to finally get right at home against the Rams. And I'm staying in the state of Ohio with the Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yeah.
I've got the Bearcats. That line's come down. I wish I'd have picked this a little earlier, but it's all right. Bearcats against the Oklahoma Sooners plus 13.5. I'm going to take the Cincinnati Bearcats to cover the 13.5 at home against the Boomers.
Okay. I love that. I'd love that. Hell, I'd love an upset, man. I'm tired of seeing the Sooners win. I don't want any of the optimism to be out there in Norman. Oh, Brent Venables, we knew he was going to be this. He just needed to get his guys in there in year two and become more comfortable. I don't want that. I don't want any type of success for the Sooners, especially going to the SEC. So, yeah, I hope there's an upset there and see if Cincinnati could cover the points. But all right, man, let's get it. My picks for this Friday and the weekend. Let's go back to your Lions, man. minus 3.5. I don't know, Chip. I don't know, man. Atlanta Falcons, Arthur Smith. They drafted Bijan for a reason right there. They drafted him for a reason. And you mentioned all those guys who might be a little gimpy for the Detroit Lions, including Amon-Ra St. Brown, Montgomery. He's not going to play out there. Do they believe in Jahmyr Gibbs for him to be more of a bell cow guy, even though that's an extinct name in the NFL nowadays? I can't do it. I like what I've seen in the Falcons, man. I like them at plus 3.5. I just think that there's
that line's down to 3.
Yeah, I like it. Last down to 3. Okay, I like it. I'll take it. I like the Falcons, man. I got them going 3-0, not just covering, but going 3-0 to start this NFL season.
That hurts.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I'm sorry.
I understand. Man. I'm a Lions fan. I understand.
Yeah, I gotta do it.
We're used to just being the punching bag. It's okay. It's all right. Yeah. Go ahead. Pick number 2.
Pick number 2. I got Pittsburgh Steelers, Vegas Raiders, Pittsburgh plus 2.5. I like Pittsburgh, man. I like them. Mike Tomlin, you're 0-2. This dude doesn't have losing seasons. They got to win this game. And again, Vegas Raiders, like, come on. Jimmy Garoppolo, like, yeah, he's done some good things and stuff, but Nah, I don't like it. I think Mike Tomlin is going to turn this team around, and they're not going to. They beat the Browns. Excuse me. They're 1-1, but they're starting to this defense is starting to figure things out more. TJ Watt, he looks like he's getting back to form, and yeah, I just can't see them losing to Vegas this week. I know it's the NFL and stuff, but I like the Pittsburgh Steelers -2.5.
Okay. Steelers. They got me a win last week in my picks.
Yeah. And then go to the college football, probably the biggest game of this weekend. Ohio State, Notre Dame. Right now, it's Ohio State -3.5 going up there to South Bend. I like Notre Dame and the points. I think that Notre Dame has the better quarterback. I think Ohio State has the better talent with guys like Marvin Harrison Jr., et cetera. But I think that Sam Hartman, Marcus Freeman, especially playing there in South Bend, I like those guys. Everybody's choosing Ohio State, and that's what I have a problem with. And Ohio State's defense, they've been very stingy this year. They've been very good to where last year they had a lot of, vulnerable spots. They've been stingy, but, Sam Hartman, I think he could be that guy that pushes this Notre Dame team through. I know they might not have the most talent overall compared to Ohio State, but I think they do have the better quarterback. So I like Notre Dame +3.5.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Okay. Notre Dame +3.5 at home versus Ohio State. By the way, Zay was 3-0 in his picks last week, and I was 2-1. So
gotta go Arsenio Hall on them on that one. Let's get it.
You know what I'm saying? Okay, a couple other. I'm intrigued by, and I got Central Florida. These are like my bonus picks. Obviously, I picked Central Florida to beat K-State. I don't know if they'll beat them, but I bet they cover the 4.5. And I think West Virginia covers the 5.5 at home against Texas Tech. And man, I think BYU covers the 8.5, or is it? No, 9.5. I think BYU covers the 9.5.
Yeah, that's a lot of points, man.
At Kansas.
A lot of points. What's that stadium like in Lawrence? Is that Vegas? That's what I'm saying. Is Vegas look at that they have such a big advantage and stuff? Are they getting Fog Allen and that stadium confused? I don't know.
It's dead.
Yeah.
Jayhawk Memorial Stadium is like a sleepy. Like Lance said, it was sleepy.
Yeah.
It's sleepy. I think I think BYU covers the 9.5 at Kansas. And then Central Florida. Okay, and that leads us to Texas, Baylor, Zay. What do you got?
Oh, man. 14.5. I like Texas. I'm going to go with the Horns. I don't know. I want them to get to 40 so bad. We were talking about that before the season, these guys averaging 40 points a game. I don't know if that's going to happen, but this defense, I can't see them allowing over 14 points tomorrow. I'm going to go 35-13 Longhorns. I think that Jonathan Brooks and Cedric Baxter Jr. are going to have a huge game, and Steve Sarkisian is going to prove me wrong and take what the defense gives them. And if David Randa is going to rush 3, drop 8, the Horns are going to run it down their throat. And Quinn Ewers might be out the Heisman race, but as long as they're 4-0 and looking good and balanced, I'm good with that. So, yeah, I'm going to go with that score right there. The Horns should take care of business and cover while doing it.
Okay, last week you said the Horns would cover. They didn't. I said the Horns would not cover. But this week, I think we both got the Horns covering. I'm going to go Texas 27, Baylor 10.
Yeah.
27-10.
I'll take that.
27-10. That would be a cover.
Yeah. Yo, shout out to my guy Chris Bennett for sending me that Marcus Griffin pick 6 against Baylor back in 07, man. My dude, the greatest Texas Longhorn to come from Bowie High School of all time, Marcus Griffin. Y'all heard me. Yeah, I know who went there, the Victor Ikes and that other guy, what's his name? Whatever. Yeah, Michael, whatever. Yeah, he was Marcus Griffin, the greatest Texas Longhorn to come from Bowie High School in that pick 6 he had. I don't think Mike had a pick 6 in this Longhorn tenure. Don't remember that. I don't. So yeah, CB, good looking out, man.
We gotta get that. We gotta get that Marcus Griffin.
I gotta get that 26 jersey. I do. You're right. I gotta get that Marcus Griffin jersey. And yeah, y'all stay on with us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We got Brad Kellner and Jeff Howe coming up. And then after that, well, a little bit during that show, BK will leave and Trey Elling will come on with Jeff Howe, and they'll be rocking it from 3 to 5.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. In fact, I see the guys in the bullpen right now. And I'll tell you what. This Cowboys, you think the Cowboys cover, Zay?
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. They're so mad about Trayvon Diggs, man. They're so pissed about that. They want to show everybody that their defense didn't have any drop-off, even though Diggs, I think that's going to come back to haunt them as you move forward, throughout the season this year. But, yeah, for the Arizona Cardinals, absolutely not. It's going to be a blowout.
Cowboys 2-7 in their last 9 trips to the desert. Weird things happen.
Yeah. Kurt Warner and Carson Palmer ain't walking through that door. They good. They fine. They're fine.
All right, let's bring in the fellas.
Chip, I'm wearing my my spread mark in our staff picks at Horns 24/7 like a badge of honor today. Chip is cleaning up. Me, not so much.
Well, I think the Longhorns do it in this game. The defense is gonna get it done for them. 27-10.
As BK, I know your cousin's always fond of the advice: never bet on Texas. Period. Just don't.
Yeah, just
no matter how you're feeling, just don't do it.
No, don't do it. No.
All right, fellas.
See you guys.
Have a great one.
Chip, I'll see you in Waco tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Drive safe.
With a health camp burger in one hand and a Big O from George's in the other.
Wow, doesn't get better than that.
You a big fan of the health camp burger, BK?
Maybe my favorite burger in the state.
It's pretty damn awesome. Some people say double R. There's some other places, but I'm like, no, just give me the health camp burger.
Oh yeah. Are you hearing a crazy echo when I talk?
When you talk? No. Are you hearing one when I talk?
No, I'm hearing one when I talk, but not when you talk.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Well, if you're listening on the app or watching on YouTube, let me know if you're hearing that. Because it's no big deal if only I can. Oh, okay. First comment I read, you've got a big time echo.
Y'all can just stare at my Alamo Bowl cup while BK gets everything sorted out.
Hold on here.
Again, this is the TCU Oregon one. It's not from the 95 times Texas has been there.
Okay. Still echo. Where's that coming from? Okay, I'm going to leave you and come back.
Live entertainment.
You like this? Hold on.
All right, so BK is gone. So there you see, I'm wearing it like a badge of honor. Our staff predictions at Horns 24/7. I'm 0-3 against the spread. Texas has let me down this year. I picked no cover against Bama, covers against Wyoming and Rice, and none of those things happened. So I was all over the place with my picks. We'll get into Texas and Baylor today. Chip's calling for the cover, so we'll see. It's funny, we're all talking about covers. None of us are talking about actually whether or not Texas is going to win the game. It almost feels, dare I say, like a foregone conclusion. But BK, I'm feeling reasonably good about this game. Look, I mean, if you're Texas, you cannot lose to a team that has an L against my alma mater, the mighty Texas State Bobcats.
No, you can't. And I still have an echo.
You do. Now
I
you
hear it. That's good.
Yeah.
Hold on. Live entertainment, as you said. It's getting louder.
I mean, I can just start telling diarrhea stories if that's what we need. So
I think it's better than the echo.
Tales from the Crapper.
All right, you tell your diarrhea stories. 1 second.
No, I'm keeping my BK. Close out the you got the hub. Oh, BK's got the hub open, I think. Maybe. I don't know how BK rolls, but he's getting his audio issues, his technical issues figured out. But yes, this is Texas Sports Unfiltered. Jeff Howe, Brad Kellner is here. Trey Elling will be here in a little bit, and we'll run down all of the college football, maybe get into the NFL. Obviously, we're talking Texas and Baylor today. And I'll go back to something just to get us started here that I was talking with BK and Bucky about this morning. It's interesting that this Texas offense, however you want to dissect it, this Texas offense, it doesn't have an identity right now. It's got a chance to be, I think, really good. And I think we all think it's got a chance to be really good, but it doesn't have an identity. It lacks an identity. And I think this is a good week for this offense to kind of maybe not find their identity, but at least start to figure out, okay, what can we hang our hat on? And I think this is a good week to get some confidence going for your run game. If you go back to the Alabama game, that was a really good opportunity to get Quinn Ewers into a rhythm, to get him some confidence early. And maybe it was throwing to set up the run, but I think Sark called as much quick game as he did in the Alabama game to get Quinn into a rhythm with some easy throws, get him some confidence. And then that can help your run game. And then they're really glorified handoffs is what some of those are. Then you can take your deep shots. I just think as bad as Baylor is against the run, it's going to be a really good week to get back to some basics, get back to running the football. You got an offensive line, BK, right now that needs some confidence. DJ Campbell's going to be starting again, but there's not that Cole Hudson safety net anymore. It's an offensive line that it seems like it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. At the end of the day, that group is good, and when everything clicks, we've seen them be really good. We just haven't seen everything click at all through these first 3 games. So maybe tomorrow against this Baylor defense, it's putrid against the run. They're 105th nationally in rushing yards per game allowed. They're in the bottom 35 defenses in the country in terms of yards per rushing attempt allowed. So, man, if Texas can't run the football tomorrow, then we'll be reconvening next week talking about maybe some things we didn't think we'd be talking about after 4 games.
I am terrified to talk. Yep, and the echo's still there. You can hear it too.
I don't hear anything.
Okay.
It's telling me somebody said drop off and come back. So why don't we try that? We haven't tried that yet. So
all right.
I'll just do that.
We'll do it live.
BK, lament on the Texas football points that I made that you may or may not have just heard.
I will. See you soon, hopefully. All right. Okay, there's no echo now. So maybe Jeff was the culprit. Maybe I'm the victim here. I don't know. I don't hear an echo right now. Do you guys hear an echo right now? Do you hear me right now? Some technical difficulties. We apologize for those. Okay, a couple of comments saying they went away already. Yeah, maybe it's something wrong with Jeff's computer or Jeff's setup. Hopefully we'll get Jeff back on here in a second. I was like, I did 2 shows today and everything was fine and I didn't adjust my computer settings at all. So I don't know what could have happened on my end that would have led to me sounding like James Earl Jones or something like that. That was a mess, but I think we're okay. So let's talk some Texas football, and we'll get Jeff back. By the way, if y'all have comments for as long as I'm by myself, or hell, even when Jeff gets back, we'll answer all of your comments, all of your questions, whatever you have for us today as we get set for Texas and Baylor. And I see Jeff. Try to bring him back on.
Yeah, we good?
We're good.
I went with some headphones. I don't know if that's going to make a difference or not, but I figured just try something different.
As long as you can hear me, we're okay.
All right, BK. So we need to answer some questions here that were in the chat. Were you on the hub? Were you scanning the hub? 1. 2, were you doing some OnlyFans business, perhaps? Or 3, You're in your office, so I think we can rule this one out. Were you perhaps on the John?
Well, turnabout is fair play, my friend.
Hollering at the porcelain gods.
I feel like I've got to ask you those questions because the echo went away when you left, and it's still gone. So I wonder what was going on in the Howe household.
I have visited the toilet today, but not currently, not within the last hour or so. So we can rule that one out.
Okay.
As far as OnlyFans, I'm scared to do anything. OnlyFans and Snapchat are the only two things other than like the dark web stuff that I don't know about. OnlyFans and Snapchat are two things that just scare the hell out of me. Like I don't touch them because I feel like you're almost asking to get yourself in a bind going there. So
yeah,
they both seem pretty nefarious. So I just steer clear.
There's no real reason for a married man to have an OnlyFans, right? Like nothing good. I mean, you might enjoy what you see on there, but nothing good for your relationship is going to come from you having an OnlyFans if you have a significant other.
So I legit don't know this. I'm throwing myself. I'm pleading ignorance here. Do you have to have an OnlyFans account to view material on OnlyFans?
You don't. Some people post free stuff.
Okay.
I think you do have to have an account actually, but you don't have to pay.
So it's like Costco. You have to have the membership card at least to get in the door. Whether you buy anything is up to you, but to get in, you gotta have the membership card.
I think the membership card is free, which is different than Costco or Sam's Club. But
so they'll at least let you in the door, unlike Costco or Sam's Club.
Yeah. You don't have a fake Costco ID? Come on, man.
No, I keep my Sam's Club card on my phone, which really aggravates the Sam's people because they're like, let me see it. Like, why would I be flashing you my phone and showing a faulty barcode? Like, yes, this is my Sam's app.
Yeah.
Costco, they're a little, as hard as it might be to believe, Costco, they're a little bit more rigid with their they got to see it. Like, you're not going anywhere.
No,
it's like Fort Knox. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, no, when I got my fake ID from ID Chief, rest in peace, back in high school, I got a fake ID from the state of Maryland that says I was 23, and then I got a fake Costco card at
the fake Costco. I didn't even know that was a market, the fake Costco card.
Yeah, it worked. I needed that. I had to get in there, and it did me wonders back in the day.
Did you need for dinner? You needed like 10-pound salmon dinner or something?
I would
for like $8.
Dude, I still do this now. I'm a proud Sam's Club member. They let me in the club. Sorry to those of you who can't get in. But I would go in there. I wouldn't buy anything except for like the slice of pizza and drink at the cafe, or the hot dog and the drink. Like
Sam's Club pizza, man. Sam's Club pizza goes hard. Telling you.
It does. So I would have meals there, man. There was one pretty close to where I went to high school, and my parents were members of Sam's Club, so I got to benefit from that.
Take your lunch break at Sam's.
And I would just literally, go to Sam's and then go back to school. Go to Sam's and go home for the rest of the day. Like have my slice of pizza, my drink, and then that was, and the one slice, that was such a good deal. God, I sound very Jewish right now. Such a good deal. The one slice,
I'll back. I'm as a confirmed Catholic from back in the day. I'll back you up on that.
One slice is 2 slices, right? Like they say, slice. Most places you just get one. They give you 2 giant pieces and a drink for like $2.
You can appreciate this. I'm a big fan of the sushi at Sam's Club. I will go into Sam's, like what you do with the pizza. I'll do that with the sushi. I'll go in and get like the $5, California roll, little tray bit, and then go get a Coke Zero, and that'll be lunch some days.
That is dangerous, my friend.
It is. I realize I'm playing Russian roulette with my colon every time I do it, but it hasn't. It's been not many diminishing returns on that, BK. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I've never had the Sam's Club sushi. I will tell you this before we maybe get back to sports. Who knows what we're doing here?
No, we can talk Sam's Club sushi and whatever. It doesn't matter.
The first sushi I remember having in my entire life was in college. Like, my family does not like sushi. I don't remember ever eating sushi growing up. The whole concept of it kind of disgusted me.
Not even like a Chinese buffet? Like, not even a Chinese buffet? Go grab some sushi?
No, I was General So was my favorite general back in the day. So I liked him. Also,
which military character ranks higher for you, General So or Colonel Sanders?
Oh, General
Tough
Tso.
one. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Popeyes guy, so
okay.
The Sailor guy is my
back
favorite.
when the Colonel had a buffet. I was all about the Colonel, but
miss those days. Yeah. That and the old Pizza Hut buffet, dude.
Man, back in college when you were balling on a budget, man, the CC's had like you can get it like for $2.99 on some days.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah, inflation is a bitch, man. It's gotten to all those great places. I'll be at CC's on Monday. Nobody cares, but Monday I'll be off because it's the Jewish Day of Atonement, Yom Kippur, the name of that holiday, where I fast from sundown to sundown. And like a tradition of mine is I show up to CC's Pizza in a suit and tie coming straight from the temple and just go to town on the 65 feet of endless pizza, pasta, and salad.
So you'll see in the proud tradition of Sandy Koufax, you'll head over to CC's Pizza.
Yeah, I'll be skipping the late regular season baseball games that day to go to Temple because it's a big deal if I miss. Anyways, all right, sushi story. Don't know how we got there. It's my fault. First time I ever remember having sushi was the night before a flight from LA to Jerusalem, Israel.
Good God, man. Why would you do that to yourself?
And it gets worse or better depending on how you feel about me.
Is this the origin of diarrhea plane?
No, that was not me. Don't be starting those rumors, Jeff. I don't need those, man. Oh,
we're gonna crack the case here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, well, someone's coming out of the crack on that flight, unfortunately. But I had the sushi, my very first sushi at Staples Center, home of the LA Lakers, Clippers, and Kings.
Staples Center sushi.
Yep, I thought that was a good idea before like a 10-hour international flight to go get me some sushi. That was where I was going to try it. I was going to get it at a sporting event. It was an LA Kings hockey game. It's with a few buddies.
Ooh, that's a dang coaching mistake.
Yeah, I got lucky. Somehow, some way, like it did not destroy me. But my friends are like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I've never had sushi. What better place is there to try sushi than Staples Center, the future home
anywhere?
of ChrisAir.com Center? You know,
pretty much anywhere.
Pretty much anywhere. Yeah. And
Sam's Club.
Yep, I got to try that now. Like I didn't even know they had sushi there.
Yeah, just go by the back where they got the meat and everything. Get you a little California roll.
I like that.
12-pack. Yeah.
Okay. Hard to mess up the California roll. I feel like that is maybe the safest of all.
That's what you got to do. You got to play it safe with the sushi.
Yeah. All right, well, we're loaded today. Trey's going to jump on a little after 3:30. He and Jeff are going to take you till 5 o'clock, but Jeff and I have a few minutes together to talk some, we're all over the place already. Plenty of Texas Baylor conversation. Jeff, you were talking about the offensive line, and I'm just trying to figure out, you asked a great question, right? The Buck and I talked to you this morning, and you asked about the identity of this offense, and I'm not even kidding. I've been thinking about that all day. Like, if somebody on the street came up to me and asked me, like, "Hey, BK, what's the identity of this Texas offense?" I'd be like, the defense is good. Like, I wouldn't be able to answer that question. Like, last year it was Bijan, and some people think Bijan should have been more of an identity because they don't feel like they ran him enough.
Yeah.
But this year, through 3 games, like, some has been good. At times, the passing game has been good. At times, the run game has been good. At times, the O-line has been good. But it's a great question, and it stumped me all day. I don't know what the true identity of this Texas offense is yet.
I feel like it should be Jatavian Sanders.
Okay.
Just because he's going to tie your run game and your pass game together. You know, that world Sark lives in where you want to have a spread offense that gets the ball around, that can beat up a defense through the air, but you still kind of want to stay true to your core and be a team that can line up and run the football when they have to. Nothing ties those two things together better than a legit 5-tool tight end, which Jatavian Sanders clearly is at this point. So we kind of talked about that this morning too. Even if you're running the football, you say, okay, well, if you're running the ball, how does Jatavian Sanders factor into that? I think even if you're getting him involved in the run game, not handing him the football, but using him as a move guy, getting him in a position where he can contribute as a blocker. I think as long as you're involving him in the offense, whether you're throwing the ball or running the ball, whatever you need to do to and I'm not saying he's this kind of guy that would just kind of lose interest, but just help him stay engaged. So that way, if you get to a point now where you do need to throw the football, you've got him locked in. So I felt like Jatavian Sanders could have as big of a role, as big of an impact in this offense as Bijan did last year. Like, I think he's that important. I think he's that talented and that versatile. We just really haven't seen it. But in my defense, I'll defend myself by saying the one time we really saw this offense take off and saw Quinn take off in that Alabama game, Jatavian Sanders had maybe the biggest game of his career in Tuscaloosa. So maybe there's something to it, maybe not. But I just like JT Sanders is kind of build your identity around him because everything funnels through him. It can funnel through him.
Right. He's the matchup nightmare on this offense, right? Like, I know what Xavier Worthy brings to the table, and you get the ball in that guy's hands in space. Just ask Wyoming what can happen. I mean, he's special, but there aren't very many JT Sanders in college football right now. And yeah, you're right. In that Alabama game, he was such a massive weapon, and Sark was incredible scheming him open. I mean, there were a couple of plays where JT Sanders is just wide open and you feel like, okay, if he's ever matched up against a linebacker or a safety, he should be able to win those matchups every single time. Yeah. And if Sark is able to do what he's really good at least we saw it consistently at Alabama, I wish we've seen it more consistently here at Texas, where he just can scheme guys open, then, man, JT Sanders has a chance to be really, really special. So 54 catches, 613 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Those were the numbers from JT Sanders last year. I thought for sure he'd eclipse all 3 of those categories this year, and he's not on pace to do any of that.
Yeah, the catches maybe not. I could see him catching fewer balls, but the yards and the touchdowns for sure. But like you said, he's not on that pace right now. But, you know, we talked about coming out of the Wyoming game too, where this passing game really struggled was kind of the intermediate throws. Right. I think the passes down the field going from 10 to 19 yards, if you're looking at Pro Football Focus, I think Quinn was 2 for 6, had at least one drop that I remember. But that's a part of the field where he can eat people alive. And the enticing thing about the Alabama games, I feel like the Alabama game, I hope it's not like when you think about, I don't know, like Gerard, like if you think about like Gerard Hurts, and I'm not comparing Quinn Ewers to Gerard Hurts, but remember that Cal game? Remember he was really good? Or Tyrone Sue was like, remember the Oklahoma game? Remember that game where he was really good? And you never got that back from either of those guys. That's not going to be Quinn, but like we keep referencing the Alabama game. And one of the reasons why we finally saw the Steve Sarkisian offense the way it's supposed to look when you, to your point about JT Sanders, BK, when you look up and you're like, how the hell did that guy get that open? Yep. How do you not know where he is? How is Jordan Whittington that wide open on a 3rd down? When you know they go to him on 3rd downs. That's the beauty of Sark's offense. Is the way he can scheme it up, man. He will scheme it up, and if it's executed the right way, it'll make a defense look stupid. But we just didn't really see that against Rice. Definitely didn't see it last week.
Let me ask you this, Jeff, and Trey's in the waiting room. He's about to hop on here and take over for me. But how do we explain why we don't see that from Sark more than we do? Is that just he keeps the offense vanilla against inferior competition? Is it, well, he knows Nick Saban's defense better than anybody because he coached with him for a few years, so he knows exactly how to pick that one apart versus going up against other coaches that he hasn't coached with in the past? Like, why? Because everybody said the exact same thing you did. That was my biggest takeaway after the Bama game, was like, all of this shit we saw Sark do at Alabama, where it was like, how are these Heisman level 1st-round receivers wide open on every play? Like, we finally saw that. And then last week it was like, no, back to normal Sark at Texas, to where it's like everything feels like a little bit of a slog offensively. Like, how do we explain some weeks, less weeks than I'd like, the offense looking amazing, Alabama national championship in 2020 like, and then some weeks it's the first half against Rice and the first 3 quarters against Wyoming?
That's why I wouldn't be shocked if this offense goes for 45 tomorrow, because I would imagine Sark spent a lot more time getting ready to attack Dave Aranda's defense than he did putting a lot of stock into the Wyoming game. Which really, now in hindsight, what was wrong in the Rice game? The Rice game was you didn't game plan for Rice like at all, right? Like you were getting ready to go to Tuscaloosa. So I think it's kind of everything you talked about. I mean, honestly, like I don't think Sark put a ton of thought into the Wyoming game plan. You know, and I say that, but the game plan itself wasn't bad. I just thought Wyoming's plan on how to defend Texas was probably better than anybody thought. I love the fact in the Wyoming game that Sark made adjustments. And what he adjusted to eventually was, man, just line up and run the football. Like you can get in 12 personnel and just pound the football. And that's really what they did. And that was one of those games where it felt a lot like the Baylor or the Iowa State game last year, where you could almost see Sark's body language. Like, you know what, for one reason or another, somebody, he's like either myself or Quinn or the offensive line or the receivers, somebody screwing up this pass game pretty much every play. And you kind of just throw your hands up and say, you know what, F it. Let's just run the ball, get out of here with a win, because we know we can pound this team on the ground. So I think he has put a lot more into, because you don't want to lose this game. You don't want to lose your conference opener. You don't want to lose it to a school that views you. I hate saying this, but really Texas, especially now that Baylor doesn't play A&M anymore, Texas really is Baylor's Super Bowl. This is the biggest game of the year. And that's how Dave Aranda can get that fan base back on his side and get everybody rejuvenated. Man, they beat Texas in the Big 12 opener, a Texas team ranked in the top 3 in the country. Yeah, you get build up a lot of goodwill suddenly when your fan base hadn't had a lot to look forward to. So all that said, I think it's a little bit of everything why we haven't seen that. But again, I would think Sark was probably putting a lot more into game planning for Baylor, which again, it's not going to shock me then if this offense looks really, really sharp and goes for 45, 50 points tomorrow.
Trey, I'll ask you that same question. I don't know if you heard it, but I'll repeat it. Is there a way that you can explain how, this offense can look the way that it did against Alabama 2 weeks ago, and then, the week before and the week after, it's just as bland as could possibly be, and it just feels like a chore to move the ball down the field and, more importantly, put up points? Any explanation to why that is something that we're talking about still with Steve Sarkisian?
Yeah, because Wyoming and Rice were doing things that wasn't on the game tape, right, guys? I think in both cases, both Rice and Wyoming, there were opportunities that were there, but the execution was lax. There were a handful of drops that would have been surefire touchdowns against Rice, and you didn't have quite that much going on in the way of errors that were directly costing you points. But there were open throws that Quinn Ewers was either missing because his footwork is shit, or he was putting balls on the money that his receivers were dropping. I mean, this Texas wide receiver room, for as lauded as it was in the preseason and as good as they have been at times, especially in Tuscaloosa, have left a lot to be desired with regards to a sort of sure-handedness. It's why LHN rolled that stat out last Saturday. They were 9th in the country in dropped passes, and that's not 9th in terms of least drop passes. That is the most drop passes in college football. That number is probably even worse this week because there were 4 or 5 drops against the Cowboys. So I think you and Jeff are maybe onto something with regards to Sark doing something a little bit different to get this offense going versus a Baylor team that is okay against the pass, but really not very good against the run, especially taking into consideration something you and I talked about on the midday show today, BK, and that is Baylor's pass rush was very disruptive to this Texas offensive line and Quinn Ewers in last year's game at the end of the season. I think that starting to run the ball a little bit more early on in the game, whether you're talking about first or second downs or just in general, doing more running to set up the pass, is going to take some pressure off of Quinn Ewers that will allow him to thrive a little bit more throughout the first half of these games where the offense just flat out stinks.
Yeah, a couple of texts to look at, 512-222-9328. One texter says, Sark's not especially been good at identifying the strength of the offense and tailoring the game plan to maximize these strengths. I wonder, I don't know, man.
He did against Alabama. That's the frustrating thing.
Yeah, yeah. Like, we know what this group is capable of, and it's like, if they just play like that every weekend. And I think we all talked about it. It's not like Texas played an A-plus game in Tuscaloosa, right? Like, they left some points on the board with some mistakes that they made, and a couple of defensive breakdowns too on a couple of Alabama touchdown drives, right? They had a few deep shots that turned into points where Texas just kind of looked lost defensively. Texas played, B+, A- type of game, and they still walked out of Tuscaloosa with a double-digit victory like nobody ever does. And it's like, if they just even play like that, there's nobody the rest of the way that can even come close to beating them. But you just don't know. It's a mystery box with this Texas team. You really don't know what you're going to get on every single Saturday. And that's that's a scary thing for Texas fans just based on how many games they've lost in recent years. Obviously, this predates Steve Sarkisian, but so many of these games where it's like, Texas is better, but they find a way to lose. Still feel like Texas fans, myself included, are a little bit scared that one of these sleepwalking performances like they've had in 2 of the 3 games this year is going to result in a backbreaking loss.
I think there's something to be said too. We talked about this on the Longhorn Blitz podcast this week, and I think it's kind of a little bit of everything, BK. So I think it's kind of like this gumbo of, okay, why is this offense not clicking on all cylinders? And I think this can help explain some of the slow starts and why Sark's opening scripts, with the exception of the Alabama game, haven't hit the way we've come accustomed to them hitting. I don't know, outside of, Xavier Worthy and Jatavian Sanders, I don't know how many guys on this offense he trusted going into the year. A.D. Mitchell's a proven commodity, but wasn't a proven commodity with him. Jordan Whittington's probably a guy that you trust, but man, it's much easier. You can get into a flow quicker when the guys you trust are your running backs, because it's so much easier to facilitate touches for those guys. Whether it's a screen game, quick passing game, hand them the football. With Rojo, you had the option of putting him in the Wildcat and getting him touches that way. So you could get a better feel and get the ball in the hands of guys you trust fully. You could do that last year, which is why the first 2 years of this thing, Sark's opening scripts look really good. Now I think it's probably taking him some time to figure out, okay, who can I really trust? Like, if he trusted Jonathan Brooks, like really trusted Jonathan Brooks, you think CJ Baxter would have started those first few games? No, Brooks would have started from the jump. So I think maybe we see it after this game when Jonathan Brooks gets some run and gets to kind of work over that Baylor defense, which again is god awful against the run. Like they're legit one of the worst run defenses in the country. If Brooks can work them over and he's good enough now to be your closer, okay, let's see if he can be your starter. See if he can be your bell cow. Like, give him that opportunity. And then if you got to sprinkle in CJ Baxter from there, go ahead. Or if Brooks isn't hold up his end of the deal, you can go back to CJ Baxter. I don't know. I still think there's something to be said for Sark still trying to figure out exactly what he's got.
Interesting. All right, guys, I'll be listening. Y'all have a great show.
BK, have a good weekend, sir.
Happy belated, my friend. Safe travels to Waco.
Get you some of that Sam's Club sushi on the way home.
Yeah,
bring me back. You are at home.
Bring me back a health camp burger and shake, please. I'm sure it'll stay good the whole way.
Trey, we talking about Sam's Club sushi. Trey just got that disgusted look on his face. So.
I'll leave y'all with that.
You guys mentioned health camp, and you just made me daydream about their burgers, tater tots, and that wonderful ice of theirs.
It's awesome, isn't it?
It is the best. Jeff, I don't understand why Sark has trust issues with Jonathan Brooks.
I don't either.
Based on what we saw last year, I know in mop-up duty a lot of the time, but also in the bowl game, and how we've seen things play out this year too, which is the unfortunate result of CJ Baxter having to miss time with that injury. But ultimately, I think that he is finally coming to the proper conclusion 3 games into the season.
I mean, it's not, and I'm not predicting Jonathan Brooks to have a 2,000-yard season, but it's a lot like Charlie Strong with Deontay Foreman, right? Like, he held off. I still contend, like, if Chris Warren doesn't get hurt in the Oklahoma State game in 2016, Deontay Foreman's not a 2,000-yard back, because those guys split carries the rest of the way. They were in the process of doing that. So I don't know, man. Some coaches just have a feel for certain guys, and I don't know, maybe it's Baxter's versatility. And Brooks, let's be honest, like, between the injuries and he's dropped 2 walk-in touchdowns this year, that didn't help his cause. But maybe the fact that he helped close out Alabama, he closed out Wyoming last week, maybe now is the time where Sark says, okay, maybe I just don't have a choice but to trust this guy and see how he handles it. You never know for sure, Trey, if you can trust the guy until you put him in that position and he either sinks or swims.
Yeah, funny thing about Jonathan Brooks dropping the passes that he has is that his first touch this season was a 20 to 30-yard screen pass that went for a touchdown in the south end zone at DKR. CJ Baxter had every running back rep up to that point, and that very first touch, he makes something good happen. So I actually believe that somebody else needs the opportunity on those swing passes to the left because clearly Jonathan Brooks has an issue with his hands there, and that's been part of the dropsies issues for the receivers on the whole.
Yeah.
Somebody like a Keelan Robinson get the chance with that swing pass. I feel like that play is better suited for him anyhow.
Man, did you ever think 2 years ago that we'd be sitting here, going into game 4 of the 2023 season, talking about, man, Keelan Robinson might have the most reliable hands in the running back room? No way in hell, because he dropped everything that wasn't like a behind the line of scrimmage pass. He dropped his first year, and we saw him get much better last year. Now he's a guy that, let's get him a little more involved, like get him in space and then see if they can tackle him one-on-one. That's the other reason that I like the quick game. Like, yeah, it gets Quinn in the rhythm and everything, and you can have him build some confidence. But man, see if any of these corners that you're going to face in the Big 12, make them be open field tacklers, make them be space playmakers. Because guess what? Wyoming thought they had everything covered until the one time where Texas caught their guy on an island, getting X a bubble screen, and it's a 44-yard touchdown down the sideline. So I want to see more of that. Like, just use, you can create explosive plays in the passing game without throwing bombs, and that's one way to do it.
There's been a lot of conversation this week about the wide receiver rotation or lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Steve Sarkisian represents one extreme within a spectrum of how you rotate players at various positions. Specific to wide receiver, Tom Herman represents the other end of that spectrum, where Tom Herman is rotating second and third teamers in the fourth quarter on huge down and distance situations with the game on the line.
Oh man, don't get me started.
When he has Colin Johnson, Devin Duvernay, and LJ Humphrey, all three guys on the bench.
But it was Marcus Washington's series, Trey, and it was Kai Money's series at the same time too.
That's Dr. Kai Money to you. So my question for you based on that is, do you think we see a little bit more from some of these backup wide receivers? Because I heard Sark talk about this, or I read his quote, I guess, and I think it was from the Thursday Zoom session and not the Monday session. And it was somewhat nonsensical. It read nonsensical to me. Like, these guys are going to get completely out of rhythm if they're sitting every third or fourth series. If you're giving a guy like a Jonte Cook or an Isaiah Nayor against his former school a little bit of run, especially when the guys in front of them aren't getting the job done.
I can see and maybe this is what he was trying to say, because he did, I think, start to get there, but I don't know if he really finished the point. And I tried to lead him there with the question, because I think it's a legit deal. With the clock rules now, especially when you're facing an opponent that wants to shorten the game, when you're running about 20 fewer plays on offense and things are just kind of herky-jerky like they were, it's hard for a quarterback and his receivers, especially that top three group, to get into a rhythm, to really get into where they're on the same page. So it's a little bit different from that standpoint. But to me, this is just me, that kind of the logic of not wanting to rotate receivers. And so, look, I've crunched the numbers the last 2 off seasons. Sark has never had ever since he came back to the college game from the NFL, he just hasn't had a big wide receiver rotation. Like, you go back and look at Alabama in 2019, I think John Mechie had like 8 targets that year, because between Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle, and Devontae Smith, there was nothing left for everybody else. And the following year, basically Devontae Smith took what Jerry Jeudy got, what he got the year before, and then some, and that was his. I think he had like 200 and something targets. Like, it was, the number was stupid. And Sark, you look at year one, I talked about how different, always talk about how different that was from Tom Herman. Like, I think we saw Kai Money, maybe, I think he got 1 target the whole year, and that was it. So his top 3 or 4 guys gobbled him up. And that was the same thing last year. And it's so far it's the same thing this year. But to me, Trey, that kind of flies in the face when you look at like the safety room and you're saying, and it's a different deal on defense. I understand, because you want fresh bodies on defense in the fourth quarter. Like, I get that. But to say that, no, we want to get some different guys in there, we want guys to play, so Derek Williams is going to play almost as many snaps as Jalen Catalon, who's going to play almost as many snaps as Jaron Thompson, who's going to play almost as many snaps as Keaton Crawford. Why can't you do the same thing at receiver then? Like,
Yeah.
I kind of see where he is, but I kind of don't at the same time.
There's one guy on defense that you're not seeing rotated out, and that's Jalen Ford, and understandably so. And on offense, there are a few guys that if they're getting rotated out, you're wondering what the hell is going on. One, the obvious one is probably Kelvin Banks, and then Quinn Ewers, of course, because you really don't want to rotate quarterbacks if you can help it. And then I might understand Xavier Worthy, but even with Xavier Worthy, sometimes he needs to sit to think about what has just happened and something he maybe could have done differently. But like with the Jordan Whittington, who has a 20% drop rate right now, like give the guy a breather. Let somebody in front of him have an opportunity, or who's behind him rather, have an opportunity. And I love your point about how often guys are rotating on defense. And yeah, there is a little bit of difference there, but there's also not. You rotate running backs, you rotate tight ends at times. There are times, I'm guessing, where Hunter or Gunnar Helm is out there. Jatavian Sanders is not. It's probably not often, but it does happen a tiny amount. And you do the same thing on the offensive line too, other than maybe your bookend tackles.
Yeah, other than Cole Hudson and DJ Campbell, that rotation at right guard. And I think, was it the Rice game maybe where Hayden Connor had to come out and Nato Amezulu went in? Or no, I think Campbell had to come out. Nato went in, Hayden Connor went to right guard. That's what it was. Other than that, they really haven't rotated. And I'm not big on rotating offensive linemen because I do think that's a group where so much of that group is communication and continuity and everything, all that stuff we talk about it's more important to offensive line play than any other position group on the field. So I'm all for continuity there. Unless you've got, unless like you're like the 2005 offensive line and your sixth guy is Tony Hills. And they're like, okay, yeah, let our future NFL left tackle get some reps, I guess, if we can squeeze him in there. But no, I'm with you. Like, at the same time though, the wide receiver position is interesting just because I think the mindset of the guys that play there, they can be a little off kilter at times. So if you're sending in, like, let's say Jonte Cook, right? If I'm Chris Jackson and Sark, I can't send Jonte Cook based on what he's seen from the rest of the guys. I can't send him in playing from a position of fear. In other words, thinking about, if I drop this pass, I'm coming out. If I drop this pass, I'm coming out. I want him to play as free and as clear-minded as possible. I don't know if maybe that mental part of it is creeping into it at all, but I think at some point those guys, especially Jonte Cook, like those guys are so explosive with the ball in their hands, especially him. Like I'd like to see what that looks like at some point.
Right. And while I understand not wanting to coach guys to play with fear, there's also some sort of gray area between that and allowing guys to make mistake after mistake after mistake and not having to suffer some consequences as a result, right?
True. I agree 100%. Yeah.
Drops are one thing. And by the way, Chris Jackson is kind of on blast right now. Like, he came in with a major pedigree coming from the NFL, had a great group of receivers in Jacksonville that overachieved last year. Like, the fact that his entire receiver room seems to have a case of the dropsies ultimately falls on him too. So I don't know if that means more jugs work during the week at practice or them putting an added emphasis on things once they get to the next offseason. Chris Jackson needs to figure something out on the coaching side of things. But like when A.D. Mitchell, I think it was the first game of the year, made a very feeble effort on a block on the outside, and it turned into either a tackle at the line of scrimmage or a slight tackle for a loss. Like, at that point, that's an accountability thing. And that's okay, you're allowed to make mistakes, but you're not allowed to make a low effort mistake like that. So go sit down for a couple of plays. You'll eventually get your opportunity again, and you need to show a better effort the next time around.
Wide receiver blocking is pretty much, it's 95% effort.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why a lot of wide receivers coaches don't spend a ton of time, working stock block drills and shit like that. Like, it's pretty much, hey, do you want to throw your body in front of that defender to help your guy out on this bubble screen or not? And it's really that simple. That's really what it boils down to. But no, I agree with everything you said, Trey. There's got to be accountability. And like, it would be one thing if it would be one thing if it was one guy like of these 8 drops you've got, right? And I'm just looking at Pro Football Focus. Of the 8 drops this offense is this skill group has recorded. It would be one thing if it was like one guy that had 4 of them. Jonathan Brooks has 2, even though he's not a receiver. Brooks with 2, Whittington with 2, Nair, Cook, Mitchell, and Worthy all with 1 apiece. So everybody's kind of taking their turns on dropping it. It's not just one guy where you can point the blame. At some point, you got, especially if this continues, like maybe we get through tomorrow night, and you and Kevin are doing the post-game show and talking about, man, the ball didn't hit the ground. Like when it was a catchable ball and hit a guy in the hands, it didn't hit the ground. Maybe that's what we're talking about tomorrow. I don't know, but that's the thing that bothers me is it's not just one guy. Everybody's had a hand in recording these drops so far.
That's an interesting stat to hear about. And some of what we may consider to be drops are just difficult to catch footballs where Quinn Ewers and his footwork aren't putting those throws where they need to be. So part of it does fall on Quinn also. And by the way, some of the time where he's hitting guys in their hands, he's doing it from that sidearm angle, and he's really zipping the ball in as they're turning around. And ultimately, it is your job to catch the football. But those are very difficult to catch passes at times, too. Like Quinn doesn't have, and I think it was you that was talking with me about this last night. Like when you have a live arm like this, like Quinn Ewers has, it's hard to take enough off on short throws to where there's more of that touch. It's why you see a lot of times on throws where he puts a little bit of arch under the ball, how they're not spirals. It's almost like they're jumps that he's throwing up there because that's his only way that he can throw a ball without zip.
Yeah. So last year, just looking at the numbers from last year in among the offensive skill guys, you were at about 1.3 drops per game. You've doubled that this year. You're at basically 2.7. So you're at an extra drop pass per game. I mean, last year, Trey, they've got 18 right now through 3 games. They had 18 last year through 13, and Xavier Worthy had 7 of those by himself. And we all know the issues he had. I mean, for half the year, you're throwing to a guy with basically 1 fully functional hand.
Right.
So yeah, that's got to get. I know it can sound at times like we're being nitpicky, but that's. If you're a receiver, like that's the core of your job. It's like if you don't catch the football, I'm kind of like turning into the Bob. I'm asking you like your Tom Swinkowski in Office Space. Like, what would you say you do here if you're not catching the football? So I don't know. That's just me. Like I said, hopefully that gets fixed.
What is something that you're going to be watching with this defense tomorrow night? Because as you and BK were talking about a little bit earlier, Baylor is okay running the football. They are an awful passing attack with Sawyer Robertson in there. And he's a younger guy, former 5-star recruit out of Lubbock. Spent some time at Mississippi State with Mike Leach, but the guy isn't even hitting 50% of his passes right now. He's like a poor man's Jalen Milroe. He is one read and then looking to tuck and run. I know. Like a hobo Jalen Milroe. We really want to use that analogy.
Blue State hobo or Red State hobo?
Blue State hobo.
But Midwestern blue. What I really worry about is at some point, Trey, I don't know if it's tomorrow. Probably won't be tomorrow. Probably won't be until you play Kansas next weekend. At some point, this secondary is going to get legit tested. And I think the thing you worry about maybe tomorrow is if Baylor has any measure of success running the football, does that then force Texas to commit an extra body closer to the line of scrimmage? Which then, if you're Sawyer Robertson in this Baylor offense and Jeff Grimes, then you say, okay, let's just take a shot down the field and see if we can, get these corners to play some bad technique. And maybe the best case scenario for Baylor at that point is you just draw a 15-yard penalty for pass interference. And that's how you generate first downs that way. That's one of the ways Baylor can stay in this game is if you're just giving them first downs. I mean, you think about it, if you commit a DPI, you're basically gifting the opponent a chunk yardage play. So I know that might sound kind of weird, but that's kind of stuff I would worry about. Like, hey, if you see a one-on-one, take it, because either our guy's going to catch it or they're going to draw a flag. Because this secondary hadn't been tested like at all.
No, they won't. I think they'll be tested against Kansas. I don't see that happening this weekend, in part because the first part of that hypothetical is going to be so difficult for Baylor to accomplish. Like, Alabama had a hard time running on this Texas defense.
Yeah.
So Baylor's going to have a hell of a time. And again, their rush attack is the more consistent part of their offense right now. It still hasn't been great by any means. And they're also missing one of their top backs this weekend too.
Yeah, Dominic Richardson, the Oklahoma State transfer, doesn't sound like he's going to play. So you've got Richard Reese. They've had to rebuild their offensive line. I mean, Baylor had some guys starting on that offensive line last year that I swore like were there during the Guy Morris years. Like like Connor Galvin and a couple of those other dudes. Like, y'all been here for a minute. Like, y'all got to be running out of eligibility soon. So they've had to retool some things up front. And I think they're still very much trying to figure out. I mean, we see Texas trying to get on the same page. That's with, with now Hudson being out, that's with 4 or 5 guys who started every game last year trying to work some kinks out. So doing it with 4 new starters, that's a pretty damn tall order to do, especially when you're facing a defensive line that the great, and I don't know that we talk enough about kind of how steady Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton have been, Trey. And even the little bit we've seen him, like when we've seen Trill Carter in there, it's not like we've seen him be terrible. I'm not saying he's making plays, but it's not like we're seeing him get rolled off the ball 6-7 yards on the snap. The fact that they can just roll impact players through the interior defensive line. It's like as an offensive lineman, you don't get a chance to catch your breath. Like, you don't get to say, all right, they got the backup in, I can maybe take it easy on this rep. Like, no, dude, because Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton are at the point in their careers where they're trying to make some money. Like, they're trying to put good film out for the NFL. So that's the thing about Texas, is just that they can come at you in any kind of combination with their top 4 and just come at you in waves with their interior line rotation.
Sark said that he expects CJ Baxter back tomorrow. Are we expecting the same thing from Maurice Blackwell back in the rotation?
Yeah, he's been making progress, and I watched him go through warmups last week. I mean, he was fully dressed out and everything. It didn't look like he was going with any restrictions. I just think it was a deal where, like, hey, if there's any shred of doubt, there's no reason to put a guy like Mo Blackwell at risk against Wyoming, when you can maybe use him for conference play. Now, the kind of gift to that, the silver lining, was Anthony Hill got some really good work last week, just playing that traditional off-ball role. He's been great in the pass rush role. He might be. Let me ask you this, Trey. Is Anthony Hill their best pass rusher right now?
Yeah, I would put him in a Micah Parsons role going forward. I'm not even going to waste my time with the inside linebacker stuff. He got one play, or maybe it was a couple of plays at inside linebacker, but after that long touchdown run, that was it for him.
He might be the pass rusher right now. Guy that as you face more spread teams in Big 12 play, like next week against Kansas, when you face a dual threat like a Jalen Daniels, having Mo Blackwell on the field, because as good as this defense is, I still feel like at some point David Benda's really going to get exposed against a team that has the ability, both in terms of scheme and personnel, to target him.
We saw it a little bit versus Alabama.
Yeah.
That wheel route that would have gone for a touchdown had Milroe been on target. And we've seen a couple of other moments, including against Rice and Wyoming, where it's like, okay, if this is better competition right here, this is going to be a big play at David Benda's expense. And look, I was asking questions about Ethan Burke heading into the Alabama game, and he obviously answered those resoundingly. So that's one less concern on the defensive side of the ball. But if there is that one spot, I would say there's a second spot too when Keaton Crawford is out in safety at one of the safety positions.
That
he is a bit of a liability in coverage, but he's also really good at coming up and helping with the run too. So maybe it's one of those situations where Keaton Crawford is out there, not necessarily this weekend as much, although this weekend too, because Sawyer Robertson will tuck and run if his first read isn't open, but especially against Kansas, where you have him dropping into more of a robber position, where he's also doubling up as a spy to make sure Daniels doesn't break for the line of scrimmage and then have a huge gain in front of him because you've decided to go pure man and you don't have somebody spying him.
I think, honestly, next week you'll probably see a lot more Mo Blackwell. You'll probably see next week Anthony Hill have the same kind of role against Kansas that he did against Alabama.
I really want to see Anthony Hill, by the way, because you're right about that. I want to see him get sucked into the line of scrimmage less, especially if you're a spy. You cannot do that. He's athletic and fast enough that he was able to make up for that and keep Jalen Milroe at bay in that Alabama game. But that is going to become a costly mistake like it was against Wyoming in that spy spot at some point against a quarterback who is more seasoned and understands angles a little bit better.
Like Jalen Daniels?
Right. Exactly.
Or maybe, I don't know, OU's kind of they function a little bit different offensively. But after this, before the bye week, you'll face Daniels and Gabriel, which, other than Quinn Ewers, probably going to be the top two quarterbacks you'll face this year in conference.
Yeah, Will Howard.
You've got one of those top guys, but yeah, you'll face those two. Yeah, Will Howard. I guess, Trey, I just haven't watched enough K-State this year. I'll watch the end of the Missouri game. I just haven't watched enough K-State this year to get a feel for how Will Howard's evolved.
He's dinged up right now, so that's obviously going to limit his effectiveness a little bit. But when he is playing well, I think he provides, with the exception of Daniels, he provides the most versatility amongst quarterbacks in the conference, like in terms of his ability to do both things pretty well.
You mean K-State in their quarterback friendly offense has gotten their quarterback dinged up 3 games into this thing?
Yeah, I know, right?
Shocker.
What in the name of Colin Klein is going on here?
By the way, did you get to watch the end of that K-State Missouri game?
I saw the field goal. I didn't watch the other parts of that game.
I will hold my tongue for a while criticizing Sark on clock management after I watched Eli Drinkwitz try really, really, really hard to give Kansas State that game.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Like the kicker, Beavis or whatever the kicker's last name was. I think it was Meavis, but whatever. Yeah, he got bailed out by a 61-yard freaking field goal. That was I've seen middle school coaches have better clock management than Eli Drinkwitz had in the last probably minute and a half of that game.
What was he doing? Just not using his timeouts or running the ball when he needs to be throwing it?
Just lackadaisical. They took a delay of game penalty and actually moved the field goal back.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was just so awkward, acting like they had all the time in the world to get that thing done. I'm like, dude, you deserved it. It was almost like you were hoping Missouri lose because I was like, dude, you're tempting the football gods right now, and they're about to strike you down. But for whatever reason, they were on their side. Meavis was the Missouri kicker's name.
I root against just about every team in the Big 12 at this point. Kansas State is kind of an exception to me for some weird reason. I like Chris Kleiman a lot. I liked Deuce Vaughn a lot last year. Like I have enjoyed watching Will Howard's development there. And it's just a scrappy group. I was sad to see Kansas State lose like that, even though it is just another sign that the Big 12 is very much down this year. Like I wanted Kansas State to be a legitimate threat to Texas and for that game to mean something. That I think it's the second to last game of the year here in Austin. And it may very well still matter because that was a non-conference game after all, but that definitely knocked Kansas State down a peg, and they suffered a big injury on the defensive side of the ball too. One of their best linebackers is now out for the year. So unfortunately, through conference play, Kansas State maybe not as much of a threat as many people, myself included, thought they would be.
It's been a rough start for the Hateful Eight. It's been a very rough start for the Hateful Eight. So Texas, don't let the green portion of the Hateful Eight get off to a roaring start in conference play tomorrow.
So we talked about this last week. Who's the second best team in the Big 12 right now? Is it OU?
Oh, I mean, it kind of has to be, right?
BYU, maybe?
BYU is interesting because they did go to Fayetteville and beat Arkansas. Now, SEC play that'll handle like what that win means. But, man, anytime you go up there and win a football game, that's something to hang your hat on. So, man, BYU's in that mix. I'll tell you who it's not, Trey. I can say definitively It's not West Virginia, and it's not Houston.
West Virginia somehow has a Power 5 win. I didn't think that would happen with as indifferent as Neil Brown has been about things going back to Big 12 media days.
And it sure as hell isn't Oklahoma State because, man, if there was ever a year where Texas wanted to have Mike Gundy on the schedule one last time, maybe to exact one last measure of revenge for some of the losses we've seen, this was the freaking year to have Oklahoma State on the schedule.
Yeah.
Like Major Applewhite in South Alabama went into Stillwater and beat them like they stole something.
You know, another team people may be sleeping on in the Big 12 right now, or the Big 14, whatever the official number is. Yeah, Big 14. UCF. They have a win at Boise State. I know that doesn't quite have the luster of winning in Fayetteville against Arkansas, but UCF has really done a good job of handling their business up to this point. Now, they're injured at quarterback right now. John Rice Plumlee may not be playing tomorrow, but UCF has maybe surprised some folks through non-conference play.
They were of the noobs. They were the one that I gave probably the best chance to not compete early, but get themselves more acclimated to the league than the other ones. But BYU, I guess I need to pay more attention to BYU because that win at Arkansas, I was really surprised when I saw that. So maybe, I don't know, maybe I just need to look harder at what BYU's got going on.
Yeah, BYU, who do they play this weekend?
I will check that right now.
I wanted to say Kansas State, but it's not.
But to answer your question, Trey, like I'd say Oklahoma, but Oklahoma hasn't played anybody.
I know. We're not going to know anything about Oklahoma until Texas plays them. Oh, BYU's at Kansas this weekend. BK believes that Kansas comes crashing down this week. Now, he is a self-loathing Jayhawks fan, but
true.
That's an intriguing matchup. In terms of the conference games this weekend, that may be the best of the matchups.
I mean, the winner of that game, you've got to, you don't put them in the conference championship discussion, but you put them on a tier where it said, okay, this team might make things interesting for everybody else.
Yeah. UCF at Kansas State, too. That's another good game this weekend.
Okay. I'll probably still take K-State at home.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if Will Howard can't play for whatever reason, that changes the dynamic of that game. And
if both teams are down starting quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, Kansas State was already light on the defensive line too. So to lose one of your stud linebackers is going to make it much more likely that UCF tries to force the issue with the run.
At least Gus Malzahn has taken a team to Manhattan before when Auburn went there. So at least he can give his guys an idea of what that's going to be like.
Good call.
How's that for a weird home and home? When K-State had a home and home with Auburn?
Yeah, that was a strange one. You had to give him credit, but because that was before you saw these Power 5 programs really starting to challenge one another.
Yeah.
It was early on in that process.
Almost reminds you back in the day when, like, Miami and Notre Dame were playing independent schedules, and it's like, all right, we got Penn State this week, Michigan next week, and then we're going to play Notre Dame. Like, good Lord, mix like Temple in there or something. Give yourself a break.
It's obviously a great slate in college football this weekend. The first truly great slate of the season. Which of these ranked matchups, or you could go ranked versus unranked in the case of Florida State Clemson, but which of these games tomorrow are you most excited about?
I want to see if Florida State can kind of put the fork in Clemson because it feels like it's close. I know they beat FAU, and by the way, Casey Thompson's college career, unless he gets a waiver, is done with that loss to Clemson with the torn ACL. So
I don't know how Longhorn fans have reacted to that. There's some that may show some sort of petty glee. That's sad to hear.
Judging by the reaction on our board, it was somewhere between that sucks for him and meh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, indifference is okay, but if you are celebrating the fact that the guy blew his knee out to end his college career, that's pathetic.
Yeah. That's all kinds of awful. Yeah, I want to see if Florida State can kind of start shoveling dirt on this Clemson dynasty.
It seems like they can. Like last week's probably served as a pretty good wake-up call for them, getting up big like they did on BC and then having to hold on and giving Boston College a chance to win at the end of that game. But this seems like a good matchup for Florida State because Clemson, is not very good on their offensive line right now, which means that Cade Klubnik has been erratic because he just doesn't have time to make a decision back there. And he also doesn't have a great slate of receivers to go through.
This is
football too. So it's all about Will Shipley and then a bunch of also-rans. And then Florida State is also really good on offense right now too, obviously, with Jordan Travis at quarterback, and they got some nice playmakers on the outside. I think this is the week that we see Florida State just put one more shovel's worth of dirt on Clemson's ACC championship hopes this season.
Like I said, I haven't, when I watched that LSU Florida State game, I haven't seen regardless of who the coach is, I haven't seen an LSU team get their ass handed to them like the way Florida State just physically beat them.
Yeah.
And as bad as Clemson's offensive line is, just send a prayer up for Cade Klubnik because that one could get ugly.
That's the one really good 11 o'clock game. Oklahoma's at Cincinnati also. I guess that might serve as a test for the Sooners. But the games really get going at 2:30. You have UCLA, Utah, Ole Miss, Alabama, and a couple of other ranked matchups too, with one ranked team versus an unranked. This is also a week, speaking of Clemson, continuing to be exposed as to what they actually are in 2023. Ole Miss has that opportunity. Now going to Tuscaloosa with a former Nick Saban protege, trying to beat his old boss, just like Steve Sarkisian did a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and there's no question, kind of like Sark did, there's no question that Lane Kiffin's got the better quarterback in this game.
Yeah.
With Jackson Dart. And you know they're going to tempo you, they're going to score points. UCLA Utah is really interesting to me because if UCLA can go into Salt Lake and win that game, you go into Rice-Eccles Stadium, win you a football game, with Dante Moore continuing to look like he's really, even as a true freshman, has this Chip Kelly offense, has it grasped. That could be a UCLA team, Trey. Like this could be like 1994, where we're looking at the end of the year, like, man, USC UCLA is going to decide some stuff at the end of the year. So I'm only intrigued in that game if UCLA wins it. If Utah wins, it does nothing for me. But if UCLA wins that game, I think you got to start taking them seriously.
I just don't know what Utah is right now. I know they beat Florida on that Thursday night game to kick off week 1 of the college football season, but then they travel to Waco and really get lucky in winning that game. I know Cam Rising might be back for them tomorrow, but he's not going to be this dual threat that has allowed him to be so effective these last couple of years as Utah's starting quarterback. I get it. The game is in Utah, so the Utes are favored here. I have UCLA winning this game, though.
Have you had a chance to see Dante Moore yet?
I've watched highlights. I have not watched extended action of him.
Chip Kelly hasn't had a quarterback like this. I mean, Mariota is probably the last guy he had that was this good. I mean, he's better than a lot of the really good quarterbacks Chip Kelly had at Oregon.
What is
Dante Moore? Dante Moore can sling it. So keep an eye on if UCLA wins this, they'll be one to track the rest of the way.
The best ranked matchup this weekend, according to the numbers, is Ohio State at Notre Dame. A lot of people giving the Fighting Irish love here because they are better at the quarterback position right now. But do you think Ohio State is the better ranked team, can pull off a victory, and what isn't even considered an upset? The Buckeyes are 3-point favorites right now.
I want to see if Notre Dame have the skill, the perimeter skill talent to run with Ohio State on both sides of the ball. That's always my issue with Notre Dame. I don't worry about some years. I don't worry about Notre Dame's quarterback, because they've managed to work with a lot of different guys. Don't worry about Notre Dame line of scrimmage wise or up the middle of their defense. It always boils down to, do they have the receivers that can win battles on the outside, and do they have the corners that can run with an Alabama or a Clemson, or name any team that's beaten the dog piss out of Notre Dame in any game worth anything in the last 10 years, and insert opponent here. I don't know if Notre Dame has that, Trey, but Ohio State's another one. And I think this is kind of what this weekend is in college football. I think this is when we really start to figure out who teams are. Like, you've had 3 weeks, maybe you've played a conference game, or it's your conference opener. This is game 4. After this, even with Texas, like, if we're still talking about slow starts and receivers dropping balls and some of the same stuff, then that's probably just going to be who you are. And now you have to try to work around it. Or you really step up and deliver and say, okay, this is who you've shown you're capable of being. You've had three games to get the kinks out. Now this is who you look like. Now your challenge is, can you go be that team the rest of the year? I look at UCLA like that. I look at Ohio State's definitely that kind of team for me. I think even Florida State, like we saw Florida State beat LSU, then, Uncle Johnny's College of the Ozarks, whoever the hell they played the following week. And then, you survive against the Fighting Bucky Godbolts. And now, you're going to go play Clemson. And you win this game, you look like a legit team. Okay, yeah, now Florida State, that was a bump in the road last week. So it's going to be more, for some teams, it'll be a confirmation of, okay, you're just going to be inconsistent the rest of the way. Or it'll be that revelation of, no, you got some stuff worked out. Now you got to go, your challenge is to play to that standard every single week.
Texas is kind of in that category right now.
For sure, 100%.
A big week for them. Is this just a second half football team, and we need to expect slow starts, especially with the offense going forward?
So I like Jake in the chat saying it's time for 2007 vibes to hit everyone. Dude, there will never be another college football season like that. Like when Kansas and Missouri are playing in a regular season finale with a spot in the BCS title game on the line, we're never going to get something that just batshit crazy again in college football. Like Boston College was number 2 in the country with Matt Ryan for a little bit. Like, that was a wheels off season. And it was one of the most, but you know what, Trey, it's funny when you talk about 2007, that Texas team played their whole year kind of like this one's looked through the first 3 games. Like, there were games that year where, like, the Tech game, the TCU win at home, where Texas looked like, dude, they look like the bowl game against Arizona State, or dude, they could beat anybody in the country. And then, failing to show up for a home loss to K-State, you lose in Dennis Franchione's last game at A&M. Like, it was like before Mac Brown, he didn't know what he would know later, that he would have teams that he would definitely hate worse. Like, Mac hated that 2017.
Record-wise, wasn't that Colt McCoy's worst year? Weren't they like 8-4?
They were 10-3. They were 10-3 and won their bowl game. Yeah.
Okay.
You remember that was the year were you living in Chicago at that time? 2007?
No, I was still here. I would have moved to Oregon in 2008. So that would have been my last football season here for several years.
That was the year where Larry McDuff was the co-DC with Dwayne Akina, and you had that.
I don't even remember that. Wow.
They come off just a horrible loss to A&M where they just looked so half-assed in College Station. And again, Dennis Francione does almost had like a Costanza in, like, oh yeah, you're going to fire me? Well, guess what? I quit. You can't fire me. Then you had like every job is open during the bowl game, and they went and played a good Arizona State team, and they kicked the shit out of Arizona State in that bowl game. And then Mac hires Will Muschamp, and we get the 08 and 09 run. But that team you never knew what you were going to get from one week to the other. That was the team that got down like 35-14 in Stillwater and ends up winning on a Ryan Bailey field goal at the gun. They got down big in Nebraska when Jamal Charles ripped off like 216, 215 in the fourth quarter to win that game. So it was one of the more wheels off Texas seasons I've seen in my lifetime.
Oh, that was the year that Jamal Charles was running tentatively to the line of scrimmage. And according to, maybe you were in Lincoln that day, but according to those who were around the team that day, whoever the running backs coach was at the time, was it Stan Drayton maybe?
No, you're thinking about 2006. That was the game Texas won in the snow in Lincoln. Who would have been the running backs coach? I think it was Ken Rucker. I think Ken Rucker was the running backs coach
Ken Rucker,
at that point.
Who reamed Jamal Charles to the degree that it could be literally heard throughout the stadium.
Yeah.
And that put the fire under him that never really went out throughout the rest of his time at Texas.
That he was a 1600 yard back the following year in 07.
Yeah.
Which is why, I mean, basically the 07 team was the 08 team, except that 07 team had Tony Hills, Jermichael Finley, and Jamal Charles. Yeah, which is exactly why it's funny. Like 10-3, their years. Like, dude, I'd have given an appendage to see Texas go 10-3, and that was like, dude, 10-3, that sucked. That was awful.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened one time since 2009, getting a double-digit wins, correct?
And you needed 14 games to get there.
Yeah.
I just hope when Texas goes to the SEC, Trey, they don't have to adopt the bowl tradition of, hey, if you guys don't really give a shit and don't want to show up, it's okay. Like you can sit this one out.
Texas does that right now. Texas does that in the Big 12. That's definitely in play in the SEC.
For bowl season. Yes.
Maybe I'm not being totally fair here because Tom Herman is much of a joke as he was at times.
Tom Bull Herman, baby.
Typically got his teams ready to go for those Texas Bowl / Alamo Bowl matchup.
Man, after 2018, after winning that Sugar Bowl and then going through, you know what's funny? I remember doing radio with you the morning of the Texas Tech game, and we're all expecting like, yeah, probably Tim Beck's probably gonna get fired, and I think Todd Orlando's done enough down the stretch. And then like we get to like that night, and it's like everything that everybody thought was going to happen, it just went the complete opposite way. Like, wait, so Todd Orlando's fired. Like Tim Beck and Tom Herman did that weird breakup where like you can stay if you like. We're still on the lease, so you can stay here if you want, but like we're not getting married. So if you just want to hang out, like, no, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take my shit and go elsewhere. So yeah, dude, it was. That thinking about the end of that 19 season. That was, but why I brought that up was like I've never felt just more about a quote unquote big time Texas bowl win than beating the 11th ranked team in the country in Utah. Like, oh man, look, Texas won. I'm like, nope, I fell for the banana in the tailpipe last year. I'm not doing it. Not doing it this year.
Who was the Utes quarterback who is now the backup in Baltimore? Why am I not remembering it? Tyler Huntley.
Yes.
Tyler Huntley said immediately after that game that he knew they were in trouble because every single one of his teammates came to San Antonio. How sad is this? I guess a statement on where you live and how boring where you live is.
Yeah.
They went to San Antonio like it was spring break, and they spent the entire week or 4 or 5 days, however much time it was that they were in San Antonio partying their asses off and not focusing at all on a decent Longhorns team.
Oh man, that's no disrespect to those who call the Alamo City home, but your Fairburg is maybe the most overrated most overrated city that we have in the lower 48.
Is it overrated?
The fact that people will rate it highly still now automatically makes it overrated.
I rate it as a shithole. That's why I asked that question.
They take their Mexican food way too seriously in San Antonio.
The Mexican food's good.
You can find better in San Marcos and Austin. Trust me.
Oh,
I've
San
tried.
Marcos.
Yeah. Give me Herbert's Taco Hut over anywhere in San Antonio. Any overpriced chili Rolano that you can find on the Riverwalk. You give me Herbert's any day.
Dude, shots fired. Better Mexican food in San Marcos and San Antonio.
I'm serious. I'll die on that hill, man.
I agree that the Riverwalk is just a nasty, overhyped sewage system.
It's pretty bad.
And that, the Alamo is even underwhelming. You walk past the Alamo, you're expecting to see something grand. I mean, it's sandwiched between some taller buildings now. And it is still interesting to go walk around and go through the museum and whatnot. Most of the artifacts have been given by one Phil Collins to the Alamo Museum. But yeah, San Antonio as a city is pretty underwhelming, especially when you consider how many events are held there.
Final Fours and Trey, speaking of Phil Collins, one time in college I got drunk and I was at somebody's apartment. I took a Sharpie marker and just for whatever reason I wrote Phil Collins' name on the inside of a freezer. Don't know why, but I was wasted and had a Sharpie in my hand, and that seemed Seemed like the good play at that point.
Was this in San Antonio?
No, this was in San Marcos, believe it or not.
So was this after you had tacos at that place? It's better than any place in San Antonio.
I don't think at that point in my life, I think the only tacos I was able to afford in San Marcos at that point in my life was when Taco Bell had like 59-cent taco Sundays. I was balling on a budget. That's when we were scraping together spare change. Like, hey, HEB has Boone's Farm like 4 for $6.
Did you ever try and rationalize why Phil Collins was so important to write on the inside?
I've racked my brain for years, for roughly 20 years, trying to figure that out. And I don't know. I still don't know. The only thing I can think of is maybe that was right around the time I watched one of those NFL Films Presents deals on how Ray Lewis started the trend of warming up in the stadium to in the air tonight. And maybe I just had Phil Collins on the brain and just decided I've got a Sharpie. There's a freezer, a perfectly good freezer here with nothing written in it. I'm going to graffiti it with Phil Collins' name.
Sometimes you can just feel it coming in the air tonight, you know?
Sometimes, Trey, I did some stuff in my early 20s I'm not proud of. Like that night, I'm pretty sure I was drinking. It was either Boone's Farm or a concoction of Hawaiian Punch and Bacardi that I was just straight up just drinking out of a bowl. Like, you know, like when you finish a bowl of cereal and you drink the milk out of it. Yeah, that's how I rolled back in the day, just doing stuff like that.
That's one way to do it. Big Craig asks, what's the best thing to ever come out of SA?
And as he put in his response was northbound I-35.
I didn't see that. Is Michael Huff a San Antonio guy?
No, Michael Huff is an Irving guy.
Okay. No.
Cedric Griffin was a San Antonio guy.
All right.
Holmes High School.
Maybe some Spurs championship teams. As much as I hate to admit that as a former Mavs fan, I don't give
David Robinson. How about that? The greatest Spur of all time.
Better than Tim Duncan.
Yeah. Not a fan of Tim Duncan, the person, Trey.
Really?
Yeah. Ginormous asshole from multiple people I've talked to and a little bit that I've experienced. So
guess that's a little bit surprising coming from the big fundamental, but then again, he's never come across as that friendly of a dude.
Who? Tim Duncan?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not a great dude.
What do you think about
David Robinson, on the other hand, great guy.
Yeah, I have
top-notch person.
Sure. What do you think about the injury suffered by Diggs? What that does to this Cowboys defense?
You know, it's like this is why we can't have nice things moment, right? First two games, especially like you get the sorry ass Giants, sorry Wags. You get the sorry ass Giants, and then I guess the Jets are going to keep trying this Zach Wilson thing until further notice. Like Colt McCoy or dude. Okay, what would you rather do, Trey? You're an NFL GM. Your franchise quarterback is done for the year, and your options are Zach Wilson or Matt Ryan. You can give Matty Ice a call and see if, hey, you got one more in you.
Nope.
You're going Zach Wilson?
Dude, they rolled with Joe Flacco these last couple of years. You got to stop with these washed up, over the hill, overrated veteran NFL quarterbacks. I would give somebody like a Colt McCoy a chance, and I'm also working the phones to try and see if someone like Jameis Winston is available.
Okay.
But
so Matt Ryan's
stuck with Zach Wilson right now.
Matt Ryan's too drastic of a measure to take.
Dude, Matt Ryan was terrible his last 2 years in Atlanta, and then Indy thought it would be a good idea to give him another chance. They thought Matt Ryan would be the answer to help get them over the hump last year, and they found out real fast how stupid an idea that was. Worse idea than Phillip Rivers. At least Phillip helped get you to the playoffs.
So Phillip Rivers, after he sired like his 19th kid, I don't know how many kids Phillip Rivers has. It's a bunch.
12 now, I believe, or 11.
You really decided that, yeah, Matt Ryan's the answer. And that was one where you watched the press conference and he didn't go full Jay Cutler resting bitch face at the press conference, but you're watching like they're giving him the jersey. You're like, this is not going to work the way you guys are pretending right now that this is going to work.
Matt Ryan is the greatest garbage time quarterback in the history of fantasy football.
Ooh. Ooh. I'd have to really think about that.
Because the Falcons would always find themselves way behind, and then that's when Matt Ryan really turns it on and starts padding the stats. Obviously, you have the exception, that Super Bowl season. That was a truly good year for him. But most of the other years, he was a guy who was really getting his in the third and fourth quarter because his team had no choice but to throw the football.
I bet you if you look through time, you'll find some other quarterbacks. Like it's the quarterbacks that like shit, that guy threw for that many yards and that many touchdowns. It's kind of like the baseball player that hits like 50 home runs and you realize, oh, his team lost 90 games. He was hitting home runs in like the 7th inning when it was 8-0 and nothing really mattered.
Yeah, it's the basketball player who averages 25 to 30 points a game, but his team's not even 500.
So what you're saying is Matt Ryan is the Coke Zero of NFL quarterbacks. It's just empty calories, just nothing there.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good representation.
Yeah.
By the way, CB, yes, I did see the highlights of Andrew Luck on the Thursday Night Football show. I think it was the post-game show, appearing in the Civil War gear
as Captain Andrew Luck.
I was just asking myself the other day, what the hell happened to Andrew Luck? It's good to see him still around and I guess, as sane a frame of mind as Andrew Luck has ever been in.
It's good to know that Captain Andrew Luck also fired off a tweet today about real Andrew Luck's appearance.
And
see if I can find it. Dearest mother, I hope my appearance on the magical moving picture box filled you with joy. As you could see, my resolve has never been more robust. Squirrel oil and your peppered chipmunk feet have kept me sturdy. Life is splendid. Give the cows my best. I love you, Andrew.
Do you think he regrets retiring?
No, because he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
He knew where the Colts were going, which was nowhere, which is why I feel bad for Sam Ehlinger that he's stuck with that franchise now. It's kind of hoping as weird as this sounds, I was kind of hoping he would get released. So that way somebody could pick him up that would actually use him. Because like now that the Colts have, well, I guess if there's a good thing, like this Anthony Richardson thing, unless he learns to be a smart runner, that's not a career that's built to last.
No, he suffered a head injury his first 2 games as a starter. The first 2 games that he could possibly have played, he suffered head injuries.
Like, look, we just need you to if you're the Colts front office, you're like, look, we just need you to be a little less concussed. Okay. Just take care of yourself. We're in this for the long haul. Yes, Craig. Andrew Luck is still rocking the neck beard. Would he rock anything else other than the neck beard?
Yeah, come on, Craig.
Yeah.
Better than that.
Big Craig, come on.
Yeah, well, here's the problem with Anthony Richardson. If you really want to try and protect him, you can't play him this year. Because you're going to have to run him for him to be effective. And by the way, we talk about this with Jalen Milroe and Sawyer Robertson. Like, that's his default mode too. If his first or maybe in some cases if his second throw isn't open, he's immediately tucking and running. And he's been very effective as a runner through 2 games, other than the fact that he suffered 2 head injuries.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Like, seriously, I don't know how big Anthony Richardson is. Like, what is Anthony Richardson? Like 6'5", probably 240, something 230, 240. If Vince Young and Cam Newton eventually wore down and couldn't handle the rigors of being running quarterbacks in this league, then what the hell chance does anybody else have? It's like 2 of the greatest physical specimens ever to play that position. And even those guys, like VY never really got the chance to change the way he played, but like Cam Newton had to change the way he played, which at that point led to the end of his career shortly thereafter. But man, just not a good way to live. You gotta be a smart runner, man.
Yeah. Random question. Is Concussion Protocol a good show name? The Concussion Protocol with Trey Elling.
Are you talking about for the name of like this time slot on this channel?
I don't know. Just thinking in general.
Concussion Protocol. Yeah, I think
these 2 hours are called Longhorn Misfits. I think BK tweeted that out a little bit earlier, so that name is official.
I think if you have a show, like if you had just like an hour where it was nothing but like where are we at in society type stuff, where you could put maybe a sports twist on it, Concussion Protocol will be a great show name.
Or a great segment name.
Yeah. We're just talking about the dumb shit we've all done in our lives. Concussion protocol. Flashback to when you were 20. What would you have been doing on this weekend?
Or it's just like the opinions that I'm spewing make people question whether or not I'm concussed.
You know, I thought about that, oddly enough, Trey, when I was in the press box the other night for the Wyoming game. I'm like, Saturday night, September game around my birthday, 20 years ago, where would I have been? Literally, I would have been around the corner from here, you know, face deep in some trash can punch. But times have changed in the last 2 decades. So
how big of a drunk were you in college?
I mean, probably more. And thinking about it now, probably more than I realize, honestly. Thank God I met my wife when I did, because I was not. There was a time where I was not liking where I was headed.
Did she pull you out of the pit of despair?
I wouldn't say I was in. Well, yeah, I was pretty close to the pit of despair. Yeah.
Were you a regular weeknighter on what was then just 6th Street, what is now called Dirty 6th Street?
Actually, you know what? That I wasn't a regular weeknighter. No, not a regular weeknighter.
Okay. Well, you're a lightweight then, because there was a 3-year period there where Daiquiri Factory, Aquarium, the library, Touche, Agave.
Are any of those spots still open, by the way? That's been a minute since I've been down there.
A few are. Blind Pig Pub is still there. It's like better than ever. The library is still there. Aquarium has actually been shut down now. We walked past there the other day. We went into the library. You know how the library used to have the books lined up on the I-beams on the lowered ceilings downstairs and then upstairs too? They took all the fucking books away. It's like, you got to change your name now. You're not the library anymore.
Yeah.
You don't even have any books.
I'm pretty sure the last time I was at the library was for my bachelor party, which is one of those nights that I still like. I see it in snapshots. I don't remember like actual events that happened. It's just kind of like I see snapshots from that night.
They also need to change the name of the library, not just because they no longer have the books, but because the hot girls that they have employed as bartenders, I'm pretty sure they're all illiterate. Like, we went and we're just asking for basic beers, and you would have thought that we had asked calculus questions to these morons.
You're asking for the launch codes and shit?
Yeah. No, I just asked if you had Shiner Bock. That's all I asked you. I don't know why you're going deep in the cooler right now. Like, I think I see a Shiner Bock over there. All you need to do is go look where the beer is.
You know, it's funny. I don't know if it's just me getting old and this is like me starting to develop old man yells at cloud tendencies, but I get really agitated when I go to a restaurant and I order tea, this unsweet tea, and I say, "Yeah, can I get some sweet and low for my tea?" And they're like, "Is that the pink one?" Or they're like, "Which color is that?" I'm like, How do you not know?
That's not good.
No.
Yes, Craig, I am going to judge. When they're having problems with basic beer orders and they're working at a place called the library, it's maybe low-hanging fruit, but I'm going to wonder if they're illiterate. Yes. Have you listened to me before? That's what I do. I get frustrated with stupid people, and then I have to them.
Trey, you and my wife have that trait in common. My wife has zero time for ignorance.
Yeah, you know, you want to show a little bit of patience and you want to be empathetic at times, but there's some times where it's just like, come on, man. Like, all you're doing is screwing everybody else over here. Like,
my wife takes the Karen badge and like she'll wear it proudly. Like she has no compunction about, you know, complaining. If something's legitimately wrong, she has no compunction about complaining. Where like if I get a food order wrong, I'll just be like, you know what, I'll eat this. I'll make it work.
It depends on the screw up with the food order for me, because there's a lot of times that I have literally just had to eat it where I'm just like, you know what, it's not worth it right now. But if I'm at a good steakhouse, because this happened one time and it's one of the biggest debacles in the history of all the Larry David moments that I've had, where I went to a high-priced steakhouse, ordered my steak medium rare, and it came out well done. And it was like my friend and I that I had met, he was in from out of town, and we were like, what do we do right now? Like, we have to send this back, right? The problem is that the steak had taken 2 hours up to this point. Like somebody wasn't on top of their stuff back in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So we were deliberating, and the bartender who was close by, because we were sitting at the bar, she could tell that something was up. So she sent the managers over. So at that point, we had no choice because everybody in there knew that our steak had already taken entirely too long. So they came up like, what's the problem now, guys? And it's like, well, okay, here we go. Like this steak is like, correct me if I'm wrong. The lighting's not great in here, but this steak doesn't look pink to red. It looks pretty freaking well done right now.
Yeah.
The main manager took it back to where there was better light. He's like, yeah, that was definitely well done. He's like, we're going to get you another one. I'm like, guys, we've already been here for 2 hours. Like, we may just cut our losses at this point. No. We insist. We're going to get you another steak. The next steak takes an hour. So at this point, we've been at this restaurant for 3 hours. They had brought our sides out at one point. After we had sent the steak back, they'd sent our sides out. And it's like, we don't want the sides right now. We want the sides with the steak. Like, what are we doing? Eating a reverse meal here? So we're like, can you just like go put these under a heat lamp or something and bring them back out with the steak? So they bring the steak out, they bring the fresh sides out, and as a I'm sorry, thank you to us, they bring all of the leftover sides that we initially sent back and said you can take these things home for free. Like that was supposed to make good here. Like you need to give us our maybe our meal, but at least our steak for free. This $100 steak for free.
Man, there's nothing better. People might not. By the way, when you say go to a high price steakhouse, I hope it's a high price steakhouse. Like you're not going to, no offense, not knocking Sirloin Stockade, but if I want a steak, I mean, there's places higher up the food chain that I'm going to go if I want a steak other than Sirloin Stockade or Golden Corral. You could eat there back in the day when you just didn't know any better, but now that your palate's a little more sophisticated, I hope you're going to a high dollar steakhouse.
UR Cooks was another great example.
See, okay, I need you to tell me about this because Craig Way would tell me about like the greatness that was UR Cooks, and I never got to experience UR Cooks.
Yeah, Craig and Bill Schoenig, when they were the broadcast team for Longhorn football, they also did a daily radio show for 1300 The Zone back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they were on KLBJ prior to that for some amount of time. But anyhow, they would do regular remotes at UR Cooks during football season, and they would be set up. And UR Cooks is exactly what the name sounds like, where you pick out a piece of meat, and then you're responsible for cooking it over this grill that is like what you find at Japanese steakhouse, I guess, like a flat top grill, except the grill's right in front of you.
Dude, that sounds awesome.
It was not a bad concept, and it cut out a lot of the work that they would have otherwise have had to hire with people cooking steaks for the patrons, because the patrons are kind of taking care of the steaks themselves.
So now Cooter says UR Cook's bread was the best. Was there something about their rolls or bread, Trey?
Their bread was good. Cooter also says, dude, they're bartending on 6. What'd you expect? They're not going to suddenly burst into some soliloquy from Shakespeare. Yeah, you're right about that, Cooter, except maybe if they are bartending at Shakespeare's. But I do expect them to have a basic understanding for, I don't know, going and getting me a fucking Miller Lite that's directly behind them. Love you, Cooter. Yeah, but Cooter is right. The UR Cook's bread was delicious.
Now that you eat healthier, Trey, are you a bread guy or a roll guy at the restaurant, or you just pass on the carbs?
It just depends on how fat I'm feeling on a given day, Jeff. How dialed in I've been on the diet. If I've been pretty physically active, then I cut myself some breaks. But yeah, bread is one of those things. And this isn't just like me trying to avoid carbs. This is me eating enough things over time and knowing how things affect me. There's certain bread that if I eat it, I know I'll just feel bloated and like shit for the rest of the day.
Just a little heavier.
So it's like not worth it. Like when it's pizza, I'm like, fuck it, dude. I know how I'm going to feel after this, but it's pizza. It's one of not the best food on the planet.
I'm a big fan of all the chain places. Like I don't know what they do to it, but the rolls at Texas Roadhouse, and maybe it's just the cinnamon butter that they use.
Ooh.
Like my brother will go there and like he will just get just a bag of rolls, and that's it.
Do you remember Do you remember Grandy's?
Yes. I only ate there a handful of times because I think the closest one to me was in Round Rock growing up.
Yeah, that's the wait a second. Was it the Round Rock one? No, it was the one that was off of like Cameron / 51st and I-35.
I think
exceptional meals.
Was it kind of over there like Capitol Plaza area? Like in that vicinity?
A little bit north of that on the other side of the highway.
Okay, yeah. The one I'm thinking about, I want to say it was off 620 in Round Rock, right there off 35 and 620.
Yeah, Grandy's is no more. What we used to have a lot of fun doing, speaking of our drunken days, is pulling an all-nighter and then going to Grandy's first thing in the morning for what we used to tab the as G to the double B, and that is the Grandy's breakfast buffet. It was top-notch.
Oh,
especially when you are several sheets to the wind.
There's nothing like just something nasty and greasy after a bender to just get the day started off right.
Oh, it's a booze mop, as my wife, or Midwestern roots, likes to call it. Cooter, maybe they're like me when I was a bartender. They're already drunk too. You're probably right about that, Cooter. Maybe I should cut him a break. It's kind of a lame slate in the NFL this weekend. As we talked about already, the Cowboys, they're not really going to get tested until week 5. That game at San Francisco. And it's a bunch of 1-1, 2-0, 0-2 matchups, with the exception of one of the 2 Monday night matchups. For whatever reason, ESPN decided to do 2 Monday night matchups the second and third weeks of the season. This may happen a couple of other times during the year too. But the best game this weekend record-wise is Philly at Tampa. The Eagles, while they are 2-0, have not looked like the world beaters of last year, whereas Tampa Bay is a team that I'm guessing a lot of people like myself expected nothing out of this year. All of a sudden, we're seeing a resurgent Baker Mayfield, Mike Evans reasserting his dominance as a wide receiver, and a very salty defense for the Bucs.
Baker's going to put Trey Elling on that list, that he keeps of everybody that slighted him.
Well,
because Trey, nobody's ever believed in Baker Mayfield, even when he was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Nobody ever believed in Baker.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to compare Baker Mayfield to Michael Jordan, but it's like Michael Jordan making up things in his head to be motivated for NBA Finals games.
The best one of I've always been doubted, nobody's ever believed in me, is when Kyler Murray tries to get away with it. Son of an A&M legend, uncle was a great Texas baseball player, first-round pick in the Major League Draft. You yourself were a first-round pick in the Major League Draft. 5-star recruit out of high school, Heisman winner, number 1 over. Yeah, nobody ever thought you would be anything, Kyler, ever.
I love how the Cardinals tabbed him as a team captain this year. They did that knowing how bad that would fuck with him.
That franchise, that whole franchise at this point, we see franchises like when they're about to go into rebuild mode, they get this way. That whole franchise is just like a rib. It's a gimmick. It's a bit. Like, it's just, hey, if you're a player and you're into doing bits, come over here. We'll indulge you in the bit, whatever it is.
Yet somehow they put themselves in a position to win their first 2 games.
One was against the sorry ass Giants, and who was the other one?
Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to look it up now. I just remember being shocked at looking at those week 1 scores and thinking that they might win that one. It was shut up in NFL.com. No need to play things without me queuing it up. It was the Commanders, the Washington Commanders, who are the comeback kids this year, apparently.
I kind of wish they had just stuck with the Washington football team.
That had a pretty cool ring to it.
I got used to it.
I like more than Commanders.
Commanders makes you sound like one of the original XFL franchises.
Yeah, I feel like Commanders is one of those terms that eventually gets canceled because it has way too much of an old school connotation to it.
Like, okay, like when the Cleveland Indians changed their name, right, to the Guardians, like before they were the Indians, they were the Cleveland Spiders. Mm-hmm. So why couldn't you just go back to being the Spiders? You can make that work. It's better than Guardians.
Spiders freak people out.
I don't need you sounding like you're you got like the 95th choice of picking your name on American Gladiators. I don't need that to be your. I'll be Guardian. Like, well, I'm sorry, Nitro and Laser and Turbo and everything else cool was taken. This is all I had.
Did you watch that Netflix documentary on American Gladiators? I assume you watched the show back in the day.
I watched some of the 30 for 30. I've not watched the next Netflix one yet. That's on my to-do list. Hell yes, I watched American Gladiators back in the day, because on my TV it was Saturday Night Live, then but KXAN back in the day it was SNL, then right into American Gladiators.
That was such an incredible 1-2 punch. And Saturday, usually in my household, Saturday was the one night that I could truly get away with staying up late.
Yeah. And then by the time Tales of the Crypt came on, I knew that was probably time to shut it down.
Oh yes, great memory there.
But yeah, I loved American Gladiators, and I loved the fact that years after I was out of high school, I finally got one of my coaches to confirm that, yeah, most of your off-season workouts were based on stuff from American Gladiators. It's like, I'm pretty sure if we could have welded together like some Atlas spheres, like y'all would have been out there in doing the Atlas sphere.
Oh, that would have been. I mean, you want to talk about preparing you for collisions? Run those giant gerbil balls into one another full speed. That'll get you ready for football.
I told my wife, I said the other day, because we have a rabbit in the house. I was like, we need to get him something to where he can, because if we let him out, like he'll hide in corners and shit. I said, like, we need to get him like a little ball where he can just run around and we can keep track of him. She's like, why would we do that? I was like, it'd be like the Atmosphere on American Gladiators. He can just crash into whatever. And Trey, I'm sure your wife's giving you that look where you get that look like you've got about 5 seconds to get out of my line of vision, or I'm probably not going to be very nice.
Well, we established this earlier. Doesn't have time for stupid shit.
Which by no means am I excluded from that.
So in the American Gladiators documentary, they basically talk about how they got really messed up doing this, and like they weren't getting paid a whole lot, even though they were these superstar figures, and there was a level of celebrity that came with being a part of that show, especially after the first couple of seasons. They were getting their asses kicked sometimes, and like nothing was really being done to help them out. Like, do you remember the game? I forget what they called it. Not the game where they were firing tennis balls at the contestants who were hiding behind. God, I always wanted to do that one. I always wanted to do tennis balls, and I also wanted to try and make it through the gauntlet.
Oh, the Eliminator.
The Eliminator, yeah. But the one where the contestant would swing on a rope and essentially just try and kick the gladiator off of the
pedestal. Where he's got the they're holding the shield?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't remember what that was called, but that was awesome.
There was one injury in particular where the guy gets knocked straight out. The gladiator gets knocked straight out, and he's talking about it in modern times, and he's got like this surfer bro demeanor about it. You probably remember the dude. He had the long blonde hair. He sounded like a surfer bro.
Would that have been Laser, maybe?
Maybe so. But he wasn't athletic. He was just like a musclehead.
Yeah.
And so he didn't have some sort of sports background. And so he was a little bit awkward out there. And unfortunately, he took a hard shot, ended up getting knocked straight out coming off of that pedestal.
Like my wife was watching, she likes watching the American Ninja Warrior bit on NBC.
Yeah.
It's like, and I'm just thinking like, yeah, imagine American Gladiators was like this, except some dude in a football helmet and a joust stick is trying to beat the piss out of you while you're doing this.
Yeah. American Ninja Warrior is a cute game. American Gladiator was a fucking sport.
Except I never got a hang for the Nintendo game though that came out on NES. Like that was one you rented and like you had instant regrets about it.
It was
like,
disappointing.
I just wasted $3.99 and my weekend on this. So
well, the show itself was so cool. They needed to make sure that they brought it with a game, and they just didn't spend enough time to figure certain things out.
We're hampered by 8-bit technology, Trey.
Well, it's just like the what do they call that pad? The running pad or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Where you could literally play 2 games on it. One of them was a track and field game where you cheat, like you do the long jump. And so
you just sit on the ground and like just hit it with your hands.
Yeah, when you run, you hit it with your hands, and when you do the long jump, you jump off the thing if you're actually running on it to begin with, and you jump back on when your guy lands after setting a an Olympic record by 12 feet.
Wow, that's a 55-foot long jump. That's incredible.
Yeah, the triple jumps also. Like that, I guess that was a precursor to what we have now with Wii, where you do have the ability to actually monitor how somebody is moving, and that affects the character on the screen. But
didn't Xbox do one of those gimmicks like the Kinect or whatever?
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's kind of like the motion sensitivity or whatever.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. That's right, Steve. A cute game versus a fucking game. I almost choked on my water. It's a fucking sport. Excuse me. Yes, fucking sport. A cute game versus a fucking sport. That's the difference between American Ninja Warrior and American Gladiator.
Trey, back in the day, how much Nintendo did you play back in the day? Were you a big Nintendo kid on the weekends?
Oh yeah.
What was your game of choice?
It did vary a little bit. I mean, obviously, Tecmo Bowl, Super Tecmo Bowl was a big deal. I played a lot of RBI baseball. RBI baseball was the first game that I ever played where I realized I had a bit of a sports sickness, because I would literally keep track of what my guys did.
Yeah.
Because you'd go throughout the entirety of the other teams other than what you selected. Like, you would play every team.
Yeah.
For a season. Like, I would keep track of my guys' stats the entire season, hitters and pitchers.
That's awesome.
That was a fun one. Baseball Stars was a huge moment for me. It was a lot like when the Dallas Morning News started doing real-time updated batting average and ERAs on their box scores. Baseball Stars kept stats, which kept me from having to keep stats like I was on RBI Baseball. That was huge. Madden, I guess they didn't really have Madden until Sega Genesis, huh?
Yeah.
Like Zelda, Metroid. There were so many Nintendo games that we played. Kid Icarus was a fun one.
Big was Contra a big player in your house?
Up, down, left, right, BA select start. Absolutely. The Mario Brothers games. Can't forget about the Mario Brothers games. Are forgetting any here?
Excite Bike is one that was on the NES Classic that I got a few years ago, which was really exciting for me.
What was the one where it was a similar sort of track, but you were racing cars and you had the nitro? You remember what I'm talking about?
Are you thinking about Danny Sullivan's Indy Heat or RC Pro-Am?
It may have been RC Pro-Am. You're basically going around in like a modified circle.
Probably
like
RC Pro-Am.
Circle is more like a square, but there were twists and turns throughout the course of the square.
I'm thinking RC Pro-Am, yeah.
You had Nitro. Yeah, I think it was RC Pro-Am. That was a fun game too.
Danny Sullivan's Indy Heat was an highly underrated game because you could pick, that was one of the games where you could pick your driver and it was 3 letters. Which 3 letters is 7-year-old Jeff going to pick for his driver?
ASS.
He's ASS all day. And like you get prize money for winning races. I wouldn't buy like brakes or suspension. No, we're spending all that on turbos.
Yep.
It's all going to turbos.
That's right.
We're going to turbo our ass all the way around this track.
Good call, CB. Mike Tyson's Punch Out was definitely in the rotation. Didn't ever play Mortal Kombat. I never got into that game. Street Fighter was also a little bit lost on me too.
That was Sega Genesis. That was more the 16-bit stuff. Sega Genesis
and it started out. Those started out as arcade games.
Yeah. Dude, I remember the first time I saw Mortal Kombat, like the old school arcade cabinet. It blew my mind.
Yeah, because you were seeing blood and guts.
Yeah,
like that alone.
Like Sub-Zero ripping some dude's spine out by the head.
That was just a video game available for kids to play back in the early 1990s.
Oh man, it was so awesome. Scorpion was my dude though. I like Scorpion, where you can like burn them alive and the skin falls off.
I forgot.
Get over here, a little spear.
Get over here. Great sound effects on those arcade games. Oh, you can.
It's a Street Fighter.
See, I'm getting back into video games now because.
Oh, are you really?
My son is big into video games. Yeah, we bought an Xbox. We also have a Nintendo Switch, so I got to play some Smash Bros for a little bit. But one type of game that I've always loved with gaming systems, even though I'm not a huge fan of the sport, I don't remember if the NES actually had a good soccer game or not, but Sega Genesis definitely did. And then with Nintendo 64, that was when the FIFA games really got going.
Mm-hmm.
The new FIFA games are so much fun. Like, we just bought Madden so that we can finally play with Bijan Robinson on the Falcons.
Oh, that's awesome.
But I love the FIFA game because it's not soccer. You're not dealing with a bunch of 1-0 games. Like, you can score, I don't know, 8 to 10 goals in a game if you want to. And the games go much quicker. So each half is only 6 minutes.
Then I have to sit there and watch like 58 minutes of nothing. Just show me exactly what I want to see.
DJ, you're right. The NHL games were great once you got to Sega Genesis. That NHL 94, I feel like I played a lot with the Blackhawks back then, unintentionally, by the way. Didn't know I was a fan at some point.
Sega Genesis had the best sports games. Of all the systems I've had in my life, man, Sega had the best sports games.
It was a huge step up. Like Bill Walsh's college football was revolutionary for so many reasons, including the fact that you could run the option.
Yeah.
Which young me didn't know if that would ever happen. But sure enough, Cordell Stewart, Rashawn Salam.
Oh, man. I remember the first college football game I really remember playing was, I guess that would have been NCAA. I think it was 98.
Oh, did you? 98. Yeah, you're a little bit younger than me. You probably never played Bill Walsh.
No, I did play Bill Walsh's college football, but I remember NCAA football 98 where, you could just run the toss with Ricky Williams all day and score 100 points. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I ever played that game with Ricky. That might have been one of those in-between times where I wasn't playing a ton of video games in college.
Oh yeah, trust me. I've got my dark period for video games, music, movies, pretty much everything. Where it was very work centric. My life was
okay,
family focused. So it was just I didn't have a lot of time for gaming. Probably the last time I really was invested. Going back to the drinking stories, we would play the NCAA football game either on PS2 or Xbox, whichever one we had in the apartment, and you play for shots. You give up a touchdown, take a shot, or you could ask the guy to go for 2 for like a double or nothing situation.
That's
if you stop me from getting the 2, you're off the hook. But if I get the 2, now it's 2 shots. So
you're in dark mode on video games right now because you got way too much going on with family.
Actually, funny enough, I'm starting because ever since I heard, was that last year, maybe the year before, where EA said they're planning on bringing college football back at some point.
Still supposed to be happening next summer.
Supposedly, if it does, I've already told my wife, look, I don't know what gaming system it'll be on, but I mean, we're getting it. She doesn't really know that yet, or thinks I'm doing a bit, but I'm not doing a bit because I'm going to play that game.
Yeah.
But no, my brother has a PS4 and my brother's kids, they also have a gaming system. So I think I was over there for Thanksgiving or somebody's birthday or something. I don't remember. And they had like one of the newer Mortal Kombat games. And like 25, 30 years later, my mind was blown again. Cause it's like, it's a little too real, Mortal Kombat now. Like, I don't need to see a fatality where I'm seeing like brains and I'm like, is that like real brains, or are we talking about like digital brain? Like, what are we doing here? Some sick bastard made this game up.
I mean, it's still video game brains.
Yeah, but it's a little too realistic.
That's how some of the graphics are in the sports games too.
Yeah.
Where it's like, if I wasn't paying close attention, I would think this is an actual game happening right
My
now.
brother was playing 2K. I'm like, oh, hey, I didn't know there was a NBA game on at 4:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday. He's not, there's not, dumbass. It's 2K. I'm like, oh, I had no idea.
I do have to admit, as an old school NES player, sometimes the amount of buttons and button combinations is very overwhelming.
It is.
45-year-old fingers.
For sure. That's why, like, I've got the 2 classic systems, the NES and the SNES. Like, I'll probably, maybe at some point, probably not this weekend because I got to go to Waco tomorrow, but play some Mario Kart every now and then on the Super Nintendo. Fire up some Mario Kart or some Mario Brothers 3 on the NES.
Mario Kart is classic. Mario Kart is one of those games when we were in college, I don't know if we actually incorporated drinking games with it. It was more like drink while you're playing Mario Kart. But between that, Smash Brothers, and then the GoldenEye Bond game.
Oh, that's a classic on the Nintendo 64.
Yeah, if they had had professional gaming back then, which I guess technically they did, it's not to the degree that it is now.
Yeah.
I probably could have gone pro in GoldenEye. I caused more than one of my college age acquaintances to quit playing that game forever because I was so good at it.
I did that a couple times with people who thought they could take me on the old NCAA football game. That I'm not sure if any of those folks that I dispatched quickly ever picked up sticks again. Trey, I'm trying to find the line on this Texas game tomorrow, just where it's at. I'm seeing Baylor plus 17. I don't know what it was.
Up. It moved down to 14.5 earlier in the day. Now it's up to 17.
Yeah. Do you think Texas covers in this one? I mean, am I just that arrogant that I'm thinking it's a foregone conclusion Texas wins this game tomorrow?
I say it mildly tongue-in-cheek, and I told BK this early in the week and today. Texas wins by 11 touchdowns. Texas is going to win this game handily.
Yeah. I don't think Texas will go the first 4 games of the year without playing a legit offense that can actually push this defense. Maybe Baylor throws something at them tomorrow that we're not expecting, but I don't think you're going to play a legit real offense until you get to Kansas next week when the Jayhawks roll in.
I think the sort of game that we saw out of Wyoming, as frustrating as it was justifiable, because that is a Wyoming team that was very experienced. They were old, a bunch of 4th and 5th and some 6-year guys.
Mm-hmm.
But their game plan was to also ugly things up on both sides of the ball. And kudos to them. They did that.
Yeah.
Baylor doesn't have those same things working for them. So if this is another game where Texas is tied or it's a 1-score game going into the 4th quarter, that's going to be annoying. Because at that point, we need to start talking a little bit more about some of these things that aren't just unfortunate trends where plays were there. This, back to the point that you made last hour, this is kind of who you are right now.
Yeah.
And so you need to plan accordingly.
And it'll just be one of those seasons where they could end up winning the Big 12 still because they're that much more talented than everybody else in the league. But it'll be a week-to-week proposition. Just kind of don't know what you're going to get.
I don't think we're going to be talking like that on Monday. I think
I hope not.
Breathing a sigh of relief that Texas looked like what we know they're capable of looking like for 4 quarters. And it's time to forget about that game and focus on Kansas, the first team to really test your defense in terms of what they're capable on offense in the 2023 season. Jeff, thank you as always for the time. Have a great weekend.
Real quick, we're 2 weeks away from it. I want both teams to continue winning because I want Texas OU to matter to the entire country this year, not just the 2 fan bases. That game it's awesome on its own, but when it matters to everybody in the country, there's not a whole lot that beats it in college football.
I agree with that. Normally, I want to see Oklahoma lose every game. I do want to see them win all the way up until that first weekend in October, which Texas Sports Unfiltered will be up there also. Stay tuned.
Yes.
For some of those details. Jeff, have a great weekend. Safe
Trey,
travel.
you too.
Back from Lubbock. Thank you to everyone.
You mean Waco? I hope Waco. I'm not going to Lubbock this weekend.
Same shithole, different part of the state. Thank you to everybody who has tuned in today, both on the YouTube channel and through our free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. If you are watching right now and have not already, we do appreciate you clicking that thumbs up button. And as always, do subscribe to Texas Sports Unfiltered on YouTube. For Jeff Howe and everybody else here at Texas Sports Unfiltered, thank you so much for watching and listening. We will talk to you tomorrow for the Texas pregame show with the Baylor Bears beginning at 4 o'clock live from Covert Bee Cave. In the meantime, hook 'em.